Fire Games, Pyforial Mage Trilogy Book 1, written by B.T. Narrow, narrated by Bailey Math. Chapter 1. Flies circled the food I made for my father. I shooed them with a quick toss of my hand and covered his dinner plate with a cloth. The sound of footsteps came toward my door. I cringed until I realized this couldn't be John. His boots made a different sound against the gravel, quick and heavy crunches when he was sober, sloppy scuffs of his feet when he was drunk. But these footsteps came down heel to toe, pressing against the gravel in cautious paces. This person was vigilant, even stopping, probably to look around, before finally knocking on my door. I took the knife beside my father's plate. "Who's there?" I asked. "My name is Callan. I'm a soldier of King Quince's army." It was a woman with a firm voice. I set the knife back on the table and started toward the door. "What did John do?" I asked. She said she was a soldier, not a guard. I couldn't imagine what my father had done to bring her here. I'd figured I'd open the door to find him being carried behind her by soldiers, dead, or at least unconscious. A picture I'd imagined plenty of times. But it was just her, and no one else. She had unwashed blonde hair and wore an expression that made her seem ready to be annoyed by any joke. It matched the severity and seriousness of her black uniform. "I don't know who John is," she said, her voice somewhat irritated now. "I need to come in." She took a step closer while looking past me, clearly expecting me to move aside. When I didn't, her eyes lifted to mine. "Need I remind you it's the law that you allow a soldier into your house, if so requested?" I didn't know of this law. Looking beyond her, I saw others in the same uniform, knocking on my neighbors' doors. "What's going on?" I asked, stepping aside. "I need a bed. To myself," she added firmly. "And a meal." Her eyes caught the covered plate from my father. She walked over and promptly removed the cloth. After leaning down to sniff the meat, she inquired, "Were you about to eat this?" "That's for my father, John." "Is he here?" She sat glancing up at me with hungry eyes. "I don't know where he is, but he might be home soon." "You should go somewhere else." "Why would I go somewhere else?" "Because you're a small woman," I wanted to say, "and John is likely to be drunk." As I thought of how to word it, she grabbed the fork. "I must eat something and get to sleep. I'm going to eat this." "Go ahead, but you should leave after you're finished. John won't want you here." She took 2 bites. With a full mouth, she blurted, "It doesn't matter what he wants. I'm too tired to search for another place that has a bed." She looked up at me again. "There's a bed here for me, right?" "Yes." I didn't know why I couldn't lie to her. Maybe it was the dark circles under her eyes. I sat on the other side of the table, leaning forward to the edge of my seat, ready to jump the moment I heard John's footsteps. "What are soldiers doing in Landhain?" I asked. "Marching to battle." She shoved another forkful into her mouth. "We're protecting this town." "From what?" She swallowed and gave me a look as if I was stupid. "What's your name?" "Nico." "You should know about the war, Nico. Landhain is King Quince's most southern town, closest to the enemy. You don't look too young. How old are you?" 16. Callan shook her head with disapproval, then brushed her hair out of her face. She was probably about 5 years my elder, but the disappointment in her eyes made her seem much older. Or maybe it just made me feel younger. 16 is too old to be ignorant about the war." She filled her mouth again. I repressed my annoyance. "We're at war with the South?" She nodded. "Enemy troops have been seen coming north. We're going through Landhain to meet them in battle before they get into our territory." Questions flooded my mind, but it didn't feel right to bother Callan with them while she ate. Eventually, she shoveled the last of the food into her mouth and leaned back against the chair. Taking a deep breath, she chewed as her eyes closed. "Are you scared?" "No." Her eyes squinted open. "Are you?" "Why would I be scared? I wasn't the one fighting." "No." I figured the next day would just be like most others. I'd rise early and walk to Old Fern's Tavern, where I'd continue my work replacing his dilapidated roof. It would be another week before I finished, and I needed to make sure I had another contract before then. There was a small house on the way to Old Fern's with no door. Each day I walked by, I kept expecting to see someone installing a new one, but I hadn't yet. It wasn't safe having no front door. I figured I should speak to them tomorrow. Whoever lived there most likely was poor, but if they paid for the materials, I could build them a door in... Let's see, one day to get all the supplies, another day to... "You should be scared of the war being in Landhain." Callan's voice roused me from my thoughts. I wasn't, but I did fear what would happen when John came home. If I could get her into the back room before he got here, there was a good chance he'd never see her. I'd added the guest room to this house last year. No one had used it, but that wasn't the point of the project. Our neighbor Wyland had just died. He taught me everything about carpentry, spending far more hours each day with me than John ever had. Adding the guest room meant proving to myself that I was capable of managing without my mentor. It was my most satisfying project by far. Working in my own home, I could use Pyforial energy without worrying about anyone seeing me. It was illegal to do so, with dire consequences. To be arrested for Pyforial manipulation meant life in prison, a solitary life at that. I'd be stuck alone in a cell, my meals slid under the solid metal door. I wouldn't see even a guard for the rest of my life. A ridiculous law, in my opinion. Having finished her meal, Callan stood. "Which room will I be taking?" It was only then that I realized she had to be a mage like me. She was too small to be anything else, though she must have control over a different energy to be walking around free. I looked for one and found one held to her belt with a strap. "This way." I started toward the back room. "Bastille," I guessed, pointing at her wand. It was the easiest form of energy to manipulate, and the more dangerous of the two besides Pyforial. "I'm a Bastille mage." "Yes." "Bastille. So, fire?" I thought. Now I really dreaded my father coming home and finding her. "If you hear anything outside your room, just stay there with the door locked," I told her. "It'll be better if John doesn't know you're here." "And your mother?" she asked. I opened my mouth, but no words came out, so I shook my head instead. "I see." She looked around the room. "I'll be out before sunup." Her lack of remorse was a pleasant surprise. Usually when the topic of my mother came up, people felt the need to ask questions. Some even went so far as to continue prodding after I dismissively told them she died when I was young. There wasn't a single thing more difficult for me to speak about, as I still blamed myself for what happened. "Good night." I started to shut the door before remembering my manners. "And thank you for fighting for us." She nodded dutifully. I expected her to thank me for my hospitality. Instead, she set down her bag, turned her back, and began unbuttoning her uniform. When she looked over her shoulder with a glare, I shut the door. John used to be a guard for Lord Heon. Didn't quite make him a king's soldier, like Callan, though in his mind they were of the same importance. He never thought highly of any soldier, but that might change now that war had begun. An audible scoff came from my mouth. It was a silly thought. Even war wasn't enough to change John's opinions. I hurried to prepare him something to eat. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before I could hear gravel splashing against our door between heavy stomps. He wasn't just drunk. He was furious. John didn't know I was a Pyforial mage. It would be the last thing I'd ever tell him, besides where I kept my money. He never struck me, though sometimes I find myself wrestling a shoe out of his hands that he'd removed to throw at me. More often than not, he'd cry when it was done, bellowing about how it was his fault Faye had left. I always tried to ease his guilt. It may have been his fault she left, but it was my fault. She was dead. John was the most miserable man I knew. I pitied him when I wasn't angry with him. The door burst open. "Damn soldiers everywhere!" "Keep your voice down," I said. "It's late." His head bobbled about, his eyes finding me yet looking through me. "Are you hungry?" I asked, gesturing at the food I was making. He pursed his lips, and for a moment I thought he wasn't as angry as I first assumed. But then he undid his belt, and I realized how wrong I was. "I should teach them some respect." John started towards the door with his belt folded in his hand. I quickly weighed my options. If I let him leave, what were the chances he'd end up dead or imprisoned? But if I convinced him to stay, would he find Callan? I gritted my teeth and grabbed his shoulder. "You're past the point of reason." It was a line I must have used 1,000 times by now, his cue to take a breath. But he didn't seem to hear me or even notice my hand on him as he walked outside. I repeated it, louder this time. "You're past the point of reason." I grabbed him with both hands. "Think about what you're doing." "Nico, if you don't let go of me." This was strange. I wasn't used to him using my name or warning me before doing anything while he was this drunk. I let go of his shoulders. Frozen by fear, I watched him stomp forward, his boots tossing gravel in every direction. He stopped at the end of the short path from the road, growled like a dog, then screamed and threw his belt onto the dirt. Cursing the soldiers, he spun around and started back toward me. I ran past him to grab his belt. What had soldiers said to him? They'd probably just teased him about his drunkenness. It didn't matter. I wasn't stupid enough to bring it up. "Who are you?" I heard John demand from the kitchen. My stomach turned. I ran back in to find Callan standing there in a thin nightgown, gripping her wand tightly with one hand. "I'm a soldier of King Quince's army. Be quiet so I can sleep." Rage flushed John's face. Chapter 2. "A soldier," she says, John mocked. "A soldier?" I didn't know who he was talking to, but it didn't appear to be Callan or me. "Are you drunk?" she asked, though it was more of an accusation than a question. "Get out of my house before I throw you out by your hair!" John thrust his finger toward the open front door. Pig's ass, you're a soldier. A gentle breeze could knock you over, woman. Callan seemed stunned. She didn't move or blink. Now! John yelled. His head swung to each direction. I'd seen this too many times before. He was looking for something to throw. I started toward him, but I was too late. He grabbed a potato I'd just taken from the fire before he came in. The moment his hand came around it, he shrieked. A surge of curses followed before he glared at me, shaking his hand. Nico, you stupid child! I turned to Callan, ready to tell her that she would be better off if she left, but I froze when she pointed her wand at John. I need to rest, she whispered furiously. Treat your hand in silence and don't disturb me. Do you understand, or shall I arrest you for refusing hospitality to a soldier in time of war? Get out! John squawked, no longer seeming to mind his burned hand as he shook his fist at her. All you soldiers are cat piss! She stood perfectly still, continuing to aim her wand. John's eyes bulged. Get out! When Callan didn't move and I saw fury cross her features, I decided my chances were better calming my father than convincing her to go. I stepped in front of him. Just let her sleep. She'll be gone before you... But John startled me by pounding his fist on the table beside us. He cursed as he turned and took a knife from the rack on the counter. I jumped back reflexively. John, don't! You're past the point of reason! You're past the point of reason! He didn't seem to hear me. He didn't even seem to see me. Trudging toward Callan and throwing the table out of his way in the process, time seemed to slow as this terrible event unfolded. Callan's black wand glowed red at the tip. Stop! I shouted at both of them. It was no use. John was a step away, bending his elbow to ready his attack. Callan bit her lip as her eyes enlarged. She was done refraining. She put all of her power into hurting him. I could tell from the way she leaned toward my father and thrust her arm wildly. She unleashed a burst of bestial energy I'm sure she'd begun gathering the moment he grasped the knife. The fireball exploded against my father's chest, illuminating the whole kitchen as shards of fire splattered onto the floor. John flew across the room. His head slammed against the counter on the opposite side. I ran to him as he wheezed and clutched at nothing in failed attempts to pull himself up, the sound of crackling fire fading as the room fell back into darkness. I'd never seen a fireball strike someone, and didn't know it was such a vicious sight. My father's shirt smoldered, undulating like a swarm of red ants. Thin strings of smoke came from his wound, carrying the scent of his burned flesh. His wheezing continued as I ran to him. I didn't know what to say, so I screamed at Callan, "Help him!" The anger was gone instantly from her face, replaced by panic. "I'll get someone!" She ran out of the house. She was gone for barely more than a breath before John went limp, his arms sliding down to rest against the floor. His chest stopped smoldering, the appearance of ants gone. His shirt was tattered, his flesh black beneath. I checked his pulse and felt nothing. I tried the other side of his neck. Nothing again. I pushed my fingers harder. Still nothing. Gods, no. I tried his name over and over. John. John? John! It was heartbreaking to scream my father's name right into his face and see no response. Part of me still expected him to get up. Why hadn't I fought to get the knife out of his hand? I could have stopped this. I could hear my breath trembling. Where was there to go? What was there to do? I didn't know, so I stayed on my knees and cried until I noticed a woman standing on the other side of my father. She dropped to her knees and placed 2 fingers against his neck, then shook her head without remorse. For a while, neither of us spoke. I couldn't look away. "Who are you?" I finally asked. I don't know why the question came out so suddenly and with such anger. I didn't feel in control of myself. "She's a soldier and a friend of mine." I turned to see Callan standing beside the toppled table behind me. I don't know when, but she put her uniform back on. She looked sad, guilty, tired, everything she should look. But her friend was the opposite. Dressed in the same black uniform, she was poised and ready to argue, though I didn't know about what. Then she opened her mouth and I found out. This man attacked her. Callan had every right to shoot him. Although I know deep within me it was true, it was also the worst thing she could have said. Who was she to speak like that? I didn't care if she was a king's soldier. I just lost my father. Enraged, I jumped to my feet, got ready to yell, and prepared to accept any repercussions that followed. I'd never hurt a woman, but God's how I would scream at one. "You!" There was a crash that shook the ground beneath my feet. Screams stormed into the kitchen through the open door, their terrible sound mixing with the crackling of distant fire. There was another crash. No, an explosion. The sound of shattering wood, a house collapsing. I examined the 2 soldiers' faces for clues. They stared at each other with identical looks of shock. "Is it possible it's the South?" Callan asked. "I don't see how unless they're hiding in the forest. But our scouts should have seen them." Screams continued. Fire now raged off in the distance. I ran to the door for a glimpse. Usually I could see the edge of town from the front of my house, but where the last line of houses used to be was now a wall of flames. "Move!" Callan's fellow soldier pushed me out of the way. "It must be them! Come on!" She and Callan rushed toward the fire. Something flying caught my eye. The women grabbed each other and halted, unsure where it would land. It looked like a flaming boulder. Bigger and bigger it grew, spinning right towards us. As it came closer, I saw it would land short, but I cursed as I realized it would probably roll. Whatever this flaming thing was, it smashed through the roof of the house just in front of mine, shattering the building and creating a cloud of dust that shrouded it from view. The ground shook as the massive flaming ball stormed through the dust cloud an instant later. Lopsided, it took on an odd bounce, barely missing the two soldiers in front of me as they ducked. Unable to tear my eyes away from it, I backed into my kitchen. My feet got caught on my father's legs. I fell as the side of the house was hit. The explosion was so immense, I figured I was dead. Yet, I was still alive. Blanketed by darkness, with heat hitting my face as if I were in an oven, I heard the flaming ball of destruction continue on its course, crashing into another house. Screams came from every direction. A piece of my roof fell next to me. Smoke was the first thing I saw as my eyes adjusted. Then I noticed fire was too close to me. I jumped away from it. What was burning? A wall? Parts of the fallen roof? This didn't feel like my house anymore. I didn't know where anything was, too disoriented to find my own room. My money! I needed to get it and get out. My father! I couldn't leave his body in here to be crushed and burned. I muttered an apology to John. First, my money. I knew where my room should be, if I was facing the direction I thought I was. I began to cough, my lungs burning. I needed to get out of here. I pulled my shirt over my mouth. Gods, I wish I had some ability with bestial energy, I thought, so I could make light. I roamed the blackness before me, searching for something familiar. The crackle of the fire was getting louder, drowning out the screams. I stumbled over chunks of wood and slammed my knee into an overturned dresser. Finally, my hands found a bed. Please be mine. When I felt the sheets tucked under the mattress, relief flooded through me. There was another crash nearby. I grabbed my bed for balance as I waited to find out whether it would roll into my house. Then I heard it. No, felt it. Rumbling past me faster than any man could run. I felt dizzy. My coughing worsened. My hands scrambled under the bed. Come on! I shouted at my coin purse, knowing I wouldn't leave until I found it. Finally, my hands touched leather. I stuffed it in my pocket and turned toward the kitchen. I could see my father's body. It was nearly surrounded by flames now. Behind me was my bedroom window, possibly the only wall left of the house that wasn't ablaze. I actually could see out of it because so much of the town was burning. I dashed into the kitchen, my eyes scorched, my lungs on fire. I couldn't get to my father, but I should be able to lift him with my Pyforial energy. Fighting against panic, I focused. The clear energy was easy to gather, but a tremendous amount of focus was needed to lift something with it as heavy as a man. I used my mind to pull it in from the air, directing it into a floating ball in front of me. Though I couldn't see the energy, I could feel it the same way I felt surges of heat coming from every side. I almost lost my focus when part of the house came down beside me. Still coughing, I pulled more of the Pyforial energy around me into the ball until I felt there was enough for what I had planned. I couldn't get the energy beneath my father to lift him. I barely could see him through the flames now, but I did manage to glimpse his wrists. I moved the energy forward to hover over him. Above the light of the flames, Pi energy was visible. It looked like heat waves, only in the shape of a ball, deflecting the smoke rather than letting it pass through. Seeing it made it easier for me to control. Wheezing with every breath, I separated one end of the Pyforial rope into two so I could wrap it around my father's wrists. I tugged the energy with my hand as a test. His arm rose. It was secure. I wasn't strong enough to lift his whole body from this distance, but I figured I could drag him out. Fighting against searing pain, I barely managed enough focus to make the other end of the Pi rope stretch through the fire. I reached out and grabbed it, then tied it around my waist. Still focusing to keep the energy together, I grabbed the thread of energy connecting my father to me. I could feel it in my hands like a true rope, only I couldn't see it, except where the flames danced around it. His body would have to pass through the flames between us, but he was dead already, I reminded myself. I just needed to get him out so I could give him a proper funeral and burial. I'd already missed my mother's. I wouldn't let the same thing happen to him. Grunting and screaming, I pulled with my hands, my legs, and my mind, mentally grabbing the energy and tugging it to assist my body in the process. I made it one step, then another. I could hear my father's body sliding. It came into clear sight, now in the middle of a wall of flames. The rope of Pi energy was becoming red as the flames licked it. I'd never seen it any color but clear. Could it withstand the heat? After another forceful tug, I found out it couldn't. The rope broke apart. I fell backwards, banging my head against wood. It should have hurt, but I barely felt it. Something else came down near my leg. Whatever it was on fire. This, I felt. I jumped in agony. A massive chunk of the ceiling came down next, nearly crushing me. "I'm sorry, John!" I screamed and dashed toward the window of my bedroom. I threw it open and dove out. I looked back at my burning house, the house my grandfather built. The extra room I added last year was the only one not yet ablaze. Soon it would be, though. The whole house would be nothing but rubble, indistinguishable, as would my father's body. Although the smell of smoke was heavy in the air, my lungs relished each breath. My body was drenched in sweat. Piercing screams brought me back to my senses. "Run, you idiot!" someone yelled as he rushed by me. I looked back to find thousands fighting, surrounded by fire. Swordsmen cried out as they impaled each other with their weapons. Bestial mages hurled fireballs. Everyone was clad in uniform, either black like I'd seen Callan wear, or red. There seemed to be far more red than black. I figured this was our enemy's color. Though I had no idea why we were fighting, the black uniforms were falling back, quickly coming toward me. Chapter 3. It took me a moment to realize that I needed to run. With a surprising lack of fright, I sprinted with my fellow townspeople away from the battle. I looked back at my burning house, at where my father's body lay. Fire had spread to the whole building, and it wasn't the only one engulfed in flames. Many of the townspeople would have no home by sunrise. A gust of hot wind blew soot in my face, causing me to wince and cough as I ran by what appeared to be one of the flaming boulders. I saw now that it was a disfigured tree trunk. It looked 3 times smaller without the flames. Or maybe that much of it had burned away. I ran with everyone toward the eastern hills. Along our path were many houses aflame. I stopped at one and shouted, "Is anyone inside?" When I heard nothing, I felt foolish for being the only one checking, especially when a look behind me showed that the battling armies were advancing closer. I came to a burning home where a young woman stood outside watching it come apart, possibly stunned. People ran by her without even a glance, but I caught a glimpse of her face as I neared, and I saw her eyes. I couldn't keep going after that. She was freely shedding tears without so much as a whimper, staring at the flames spreading along the roof of her house. She didn't seem to notice me. It was strange to see her alone, as she looked no older than me. Most young men and women stayed with their families into their 20s. Only noble women married young, and she certainly wasn't a noble. Her dress was too plain, her house too small. She plunged her fingers into the collar of her shirt, tugging away from her neck as if it was choking her. Clumps of soot were nearly lost in her already charcoal-colored hair. The fire gave her dark eyes a bronze tint, but it was the delicacy of her face that drew me to her. She seemed to be silently calling for help. When I put my hand on her shoulder, I realized how wrong I was. The delicacy shattered from her face, leaving a look of absolute aggression. I was amazed how drastically her expression could change. She opened her mouth, probably to scream, but I quickly blurted something before she could. "We need to leave. The battle is spreading." I pointed behind us. "I know." She looked insulted. "I was just saying goodbye." She picked up the bag by her feet and slung it over her back, then ran with everyone else without a glance behind her. A bag. Gods. I should have grabbed one from my house. I ran after her, contemplating how this woman had displayed despair, annoyance, and exasperation all in the span of a few breaths. An excess of emotions compared to me, as I felt no fear, no anger, nothing but regret. I should have been more forceful when I told Callan not to come out of her room. I should have fought John for the knife. I should have at least moved his body out of the kitchen before I went for my money pouch. And I should have grabbed a damn bag. I stayed behind this young woman. She was slow, running like a scared child with her arms flailing as she wheezed loudly, her thick clump of hair bouncing back and forth around the middle of her back. At her speed, it was an effort not to pass her. Luckily, the battle was spreading even slower. I wasn't sure why I couldn't leave her behind. It could have been that she looked ready to trip and fall at any moment. My mother had taught me to be kind to women, even though she'd been the one woman to whom I wasn't. It's strange how cruel memories seem to return at the worst times. When we came to the edge of town, I lost the dark-haired young woman among others running between us. Finally, feeling panic, I hurried to catch up to where I figured she'd be. When I didn't see her, I looked behind me, worried her wheezing had made her lose her breath and collapse. I couldn't find her. Trying to ignore my guilt, I ran my way up the long slope of grassy land. I passed tired families. Mothers held crying babies, and children clung to their parents' hands, some trying to be brave, most not. I heard one little boy ask his father, "Why are they fighting?" I slowed to listen, somewhat embarrassed I had no more knowledge of the subject than a child half my age. "Because of their sacrifices," his father had answered dismissively, apparently too exhausted to indulge his son at the moment. The boy fell silent. John hadn't said anything about sacrifices. He probably knew as little as I did. What had my mother told me? From what I could recall, the Southern King was the one intent on sacrificing, not our king. Our king? I knew I should think of him as my king, but there was something about saying the word, even in my mind, that made me feel like I had a worm in my mouth. My king. It was the same feeling as when I addressed John as my father. My heart jumped when I found the wheezing young woman atop the hill. She had her fingers in her collar again, pacing back and forth between the trees. There was some distance between her and the people nearest to her. Even though there were hundreds of us up in the hills by now, she must have chosen to be alone. I watched her trying to catch her breath to no avail. She threw down her bag and put her hands on her head. Still pacing, she seemed panicked. I couldn't idly watch any longer. Ready for her rebuke, I approached. She saw me when I was a few steps away and turned to show me her back. She made an effort to hide her panic, letting her hands drop to her hips. "Are you all right?" I asked. "Fine." She shot me a glance over her shoulder. I heard a sputtering sound as if she was holding in a cough. "You don't sound fine." "It's from the smoke. Nothing you can do about it." The cough came out aggressively. Her hands flew to cover her mouth. She sounded confident that I couldn't help, but I refused to believe it. "What about some water?" I asked. She finally turned to face me, wheezing. She had a hopeful look. "I don't have any," I realized aloud. Her eyes reflected her disappointment. "But I can get some," I quickly added. Without giving her a chance to object, I ran toward a crowd of people and asked if anyone had a skin of water I could buy. A few people asked how much I was offering. Paying more than 5 pits for a full water skin would be absurd. But I didn't have any pits in my coin purse, only ruffs and dallions. I was in a rush to get water back to... I still didn't know her name. "I'll pay 1 silver for a full skin," I told a lot of them. I hated how buyers always referred to ruffs as silvers and sellers referred to silvers as ruffs. But I couldn't ignore the difference it made. A silver sounded more valuable than a ruff. The first person to take up my offer was a woman who grabbed a skin from her child's hand just as the little girl was about to take a drink. "I'm thirsty," the child wailed. "I'll get you more water later," the woman said as she thrust the water skin toward me, shouldering past a man reaching in his bag. "I've got one also," he said in desperation. I decided on his pouch over hers, as he had no thirsty children with him, and ran back toward the trees. The dark-haired woman had her hands against the bark, her head hanging. Her strained breaths made her sound just as miserable as she looked. "Here," I said, offering the water skin. She took off the top with haste and had a gulp, then spewed it right in my face. "This is wine," she shouted, but I couldn't open my eyes or even think until I wiped some of the substance off. I used my sleeve as she continued to complain. "This is cheap wine as well, probably cheaper than the water. What are you trying to—" Laughter interrupted her words. "Sorry for spitting on you." I couldn't help but notice that her breathing was vastly improved. Has she been tricking me the whole time? Imagine it in your eyes if it's so bad going down your throat. It sounded like a joke, even though I was genuinely annoyed. She laughed. "Serves you right. Why would you bring me this?" I finally felt I got enough of the wine off to at least squint. She had a slight smile, with just the corner of her mouth lifted. "I didn't know it was wine. Give it to me, and I'll find the man who claimed it was water." "Are you the one who spoke to me outside my house?" she asked, ignoring my outstretched hand. "Yes." I gestured at the pouch. "Forget it," she said. "I could use wine anyway." She took a sniff, grimaced, then had 2 gulps. "Then keep it. But I'm going to find the man who lied and settle this." I had no tolerance for those who deceive people for money. "Don't we have bigger problems to worry about?" she called after me. Although she was right, it didn't mean this man should get away with what he'd done. "Just give me a moment." I trudged back toward the crowd. I would find this man if it took all night. Wait, did she say we? I stopped. Yes, she had. Why did she say we? Does she think I'm taking care of her now? Is that why she pretended to have trouble breathing? Whoever she was right. I did have bigger problems to worry about, and one of them was now her. Wyland often told me that I didn't trust people enough, but I think I trust people the perfect amount, which is as little as possible. Wanting some distance from her so I could think, I walked to the edge of the hill. I was acutely aware I had no home, but I didn't want to think about it until I settled things with the sneak who sold me cheap wine instead of water. Unfortunately, there was no hope of ignoring my despair any longer when I noticed people lined together, looking down at Landheim. I found a small gap and had squeezed through. I could see only what the fire illuminated. It looked like our soldiers were pushing the enemy back. The dots between the haze of smoke were moving away. I thought of Callan. She was rather petite. What were the chances she'd come out of this battle alive? Then I thought of her friend, who deserved far worse than I was prepared to do to her. How could she be so callous? The image of John's body surrounded by flames entered my mind. Suddenly, I wasn't watching the battle anymore, but reliving the terrible memory. I was back in my home, desperately trying to drag my father out of the flames. I could feel the heat pressing against my face, my heart climbing up my throat. I came back to reality feeling dizzy. Stumbling back through the crowd, I desperately needed to sit. Thirst and exhaustion struck me with such a force that I nearly collapsed. I found space on the grass between a praying family and a huddled man on his knees. I dropped to the ground. Perhaps I could sleep if I just shut my eyes and thought of nothing. I tried, but mental images kept coming. John's body, Callan, John's body, Callan, my mother, the dark-haired woman. Why was she pretending to wheeze? What would I say if I saw her again? John's body, John's body, John's body, my mother, John's body. I kept my eyes shut and tried to ignore my tormenting thoughts. Eventually, I heard someone crouch by my head. "Are you awake?" a woman whispered. I sat up to find the dark-haired young woman from before, now with concern creasing her forehead. "I got some water if you're thirsty," she said, offering a skin. I gladly took it. The moment I started gulping, it was a struggle to stop, but I managed after 4 mouthfuls. "How'd you get it?" "I traded the wine in a pit for it." Her eyebrows arched. "What's your name?" "Nico." She folded her legs to sit beside me. After a quick brush down her blackened dress, she offered her hand. "I'm Shara." Her hand was rough, somewhat of a surprise as her face made her look gentle, even with the splotches of soot on her cheeks. Her eyes were piercing, as if she was refraining from letting out a secret. It made it even harder for me to trust her. "Why were you pretending to have trouble breathing?" I asked. Her mouth dropped open. "I wasn't pretending." I used to be gullible, the curse all children are born with, but not anymore. As I prepared to argue, I realized I was just too tired. I let out a loud sigh and turned away from Shara. I was done with her. I couldn't handle arguing with a liar, not right then. "What do you want?" I asked dismissively. I heard her scoff. Then she pushed my cheek with her coarse palm and hurried off. Part of me regretted upsetting her, but I fought the feeling. The last thing I needed was to worry about someone besides myself. I had no home, no parents. It had been 8 years since I'd seen my only friend I'd ever trusted. Maybe I could visit him in Cessary, possibly stay with him as I looked for a new home. I thought for a while, trying to determine who was responsible for the destruction of my house my grandfather built. When a child had thrown a rock through my window, I made his parents pay for the damage. Even that wasn't easy. It took days of asking around to find the spoiled boy's house, and then a miserable hour of arguing with his father. But the law was on my side, as it should be again now. There was cheering by the hillside. Had we won the battle? People already were descending back into Landheim. Others who had been sleeping crawled to their feet. I rose and followed everyone back into town. This night might have changed my life forever, but that didn't give me reason to dwell on it. Someone owed me money, lots of money. There was too much to do to dwell. Chapter 4. By the time I got back to where my house used to be, I figured out how much I'd ask for it. 2 galleons. With all the work I'd put into it, it was probably worth closer to 3. 2 is more than fair. I already had 2 galleons in my money pouch, along with about 50 roughs, last I counted. That was enough to buy a small house in Landheim, but I didn't want to live in this town any longer. The only reason I came back here from Cessary was because of John, and that had turned out to be one of the biggest regrets of my life. I get the money I deserve from my house and purchase a carriage ride to Cessary. My aunt was there, though I wasn't sure I wanted to see her. She probably blamed me just as much as I blamed myself for her sister's death. Isel, my only true friend, could still be there. We'd learned to manipulate Pyforial energy together. He was more skilled with it when we were kids, and I'd wonder how strong he was now. I shuddered when I realized his brother might be there as well. Would I still recognize Isel or Swen? It had been 8 years after all. I hardly could remember his brother's face, probably because I always had trouble looking at him when he spoke. He was 9 years older than Isel and me. 25 now, I realized. He still might be bigger than me, but it couldn't be by much. I didn't consider myself to be particularly tall, though I knew I was strong. Years in carpentry had seen to that. I probably could overpower Isel's brother if needed. I wondered what I'd do if I saw him while no one else was around. Could I bring myself to kill him? More importantly, could I stop myself if he hadn't changed? I didn't want to find out. The only thing standing of my house was one wall of the room I'd added. It gave me some sense of pride, which quickly dissolved as my eyes fell to the rubble where I'd left John's body. Ash as high as my shins covered the ground. Scraps of black wood lay on top. I hadn't noticed morning had come until the sun peeked over the hills, forcing me to shield my eyes. Most of the houses around mine were damaged, but few as badly. I found myself figuring what supplies I needed, how long it would take, and what I would charge to repair each home that had been touched by fire. Gods, I'm tired. I wasn't thinking about the right thing. Then it struck me again, this time like a bolt of lightning. Both my parents were dead, and I had no home. It became a struggle to stand, so I sat down on the gravel path. I'd come to believe there was no feeling worse than unresolved guilt. If John had survived, I could apologize to him. I could take care of him and treat his injuries to the best of my ability. But the dead aren't capable of forgiveness. I couldn't let my mind continue down this path. I pushed myself up, holding my forehead as I waited for the dizziness to pass. I heard someone cry out, "Meat pies and water for sale!" He pushed a cart. Steam from the meat pies practically waving to me. I already could smell them, even taste them. Others were turning toward him. I could see the same hunger in their eyes. A woman approached the cart. After a quick exchange, she huffed and walked off. I arrived next, unable to contain myself enough to walk there instead of run, displaying my eagerness too openly. "I'll take 2 and a water skin," I said, readying my coin purse. "That'll be just 1 rough and 5 pits." What? I couldn't believe this man's audacity. Not only was he charging twice as much as he should be, his tone implied he was being generous. "That's absurd," I protested. "I'll give you 1 silver. Now it's 2 roughs." He folded his arms. "I'll just go to Terry's Inn." I turned away from him. "Fire took out their kitchen," he said, "and they've already sold what food they had." I stopped and tried to think about the next nearest place I could purchase food. "And P. Finn's bake shop won't have food until tomorrow," he went on. "You can go check for yourself, but it will be 3 roughs by the time you find me again." I turned to find him taunting me with a wicked grin, 2 of his bottom teeth missing. I grumbled and paid him 2 silvers. By the time I finished eating, I didn't regret it in the least. I walked west where a group of soldiers and townspeople had gathered. Upon arrival, I saw injured being treated here, most of them men and women in uniform. Eventually found Callan, sitting on a wooden medical bed. She looked to be in pain as she gritted her teeth and squeezed her hands together. Her thigh was cut, a stained red bandage wrapped around it. Her friend was at her side, unharmed, a reminder of the injustice in this world. I came close and waited for one of them to see me, still unsure what to say. Callan spotted me first. "It's you! Are you all right?" I asked, surprised at my question. She seemed even more surprised. Yes, I'll be fine." Her friend glared at me. "What do you want?" My anger ignited, though Callan rebuked her friend before I could say anything. "Give us a moment." Her friend looked betrayed. "You don't owe him anything," she told Callan. "I owe him at least a conversation." Her friend grumbled as she looked me over, then left without a word. "Remind me of your name?" Callan asked. "Nico." "I'm sorry about your father." I told her the truth. "I'm not angry at you, only at myself." "I thought you might have been killed. Is your house burned down?" "I'm sorry." I nodded. I wanted to ask about the battle and about the war, but there was time to figure that out later. "Who will pay for damage to my house?" "I don't know." She swallowed hard. Her look told me what she didn't want to say. "Someone has to pay for it," I insisted. She sighed and showed me a look so sad it was as if I were a dying child. "No," I shook my head. "Someone is responsible for this, and it's certainly not me. I don't know anything about money for damages. You can try my commander. He's over there." She pointed to where a man simultaneously read a scroll, gestured at a group of soldiers, and ignored a cluster of townspeople who all seemed to need him for something. "But I wouldn't expect much." I would speak to this man, and I would get the money I deserved. Realizing I needed to wait for the commander's attention, I stayed with Callan for the moment and asked one of the many questions eating away at me. Why was Landheim attacked? "I don't know yet. King Martef's men must have been hiding in the woods, waiting for some of us to get here, and then for night to come. But they didn't care to take Landheim. In fact, we don't even think they cared about winning this battle. They may have used the attack to send a message." "What message?" A voice came from behind me. "They want King Quince to start sacrificing again." I felt a spark of annoyance as I turned to find Shara. "If you don't know about the war, you should have asked me instead of bothering this poor injured woman who fought for us." This poor woman killed my father. But there was no reason to say it when I wasn't angry at Callan. She jumped in the moment I paused. "He's not bothering me." Callan clearly felt guilty about what happened. Shara's eyebrows lifted as if she just realized something. Her eyes darted back and forth between Callan and me. "Was she staying with you before the attack?" Callan's eyes narrowed, and she pointed at Shara. "Keep your assumptions to yourself." Callan's friend came back in that moment. "What's going on?" "They were just leaving," Callan said, far more insulted than I thought was necessary. Some of my annoyance shifted to her. Was it really so bad for Shara to assume we'd had some sort of romantic involvement? I tried not to take it personally, figuring it was because Callan was older than me. "Go," Callan's friend ordered as I turned to leave. "Get out of here." I looked back at Callan one last time. She mouthed the words, "I'm sorry," and I nodded. Shara stayed beside me as I headed toward the cluster surrounding the commander. For a while we just walked in silence, as if we were old friends. I wondered what she expected me to say. She couldn't possibly be waiting for an apology. By the time we reached the commander, only one woman and her child were left. The mother was asking him a question. but I was too distracted to listen when I noticed Shara had stopped when I had. And now she looked at me with her piercing brown eyes. They seemed to hold annoyance, curiosity, and intrigue, all in one judgmental glare. I almost couldn't handle looking back at her, but I forced myself not to turn away, waiting for her to say something. "Well?" she inquired. "What?" "I don't understand you at all." I said nothing, simply stared back in confusion. She was the one who made no sense, following me even though she was clearly angry with me. But when she fell back into silence, I couldn't keep my mouth shut. "There's no reason you should be confused. I thought you needed help, so I helped you. Then I realized you were just pretending to need help, so I stopped. Simple. I never asked you for help, and I wasn't pretending to have trouble breathing. I told you it was the smoke. I have bad lungs. Sometimes I breathe in something that makes me wheeze." "And just goes away instantly? With no gradual change? You're suddenly able to breathe just fine again?" Expecting anger, I was surprised to find her eyes squinted and the corner of her mouth twisted in a sad expression. "Yes," she answered calmly. "Sometimes it goes away quickly, usually when I can forget about it and I'm away from whatever caused it." She leaned toward me. "You don't tend to trust people, do you?" I thought of the meat pie salesman, taking this terrible event as an opportunity to make money. I thought of Isel's brother. I thought of the boy who broke my window and his father who didn't wish to pay for it. Of course I didn't trust people. Why should I? But there was something about the way Shara looked at me that made me feel wrong for disbelieving her. A liar often became angry when confronted, never sad or whatever Shara was. Perhaps she was being honest. "Well," she continued when I didn't respond, "do you at least believe me now, Nico?" The use of my name caught me off guard. I was surprised she remembered it. Did she also have no one? "Was your house destroyed?" I asked. She nodded solemnly. "I was on my way to this commander about payment when I saw you." "Do you have any—" Before I could ask if she had any family, Shara raised her hand and called out, "Commander!" I turned to find he was leaving. "I'm in a hurry," he huffed with impatience. "Our houses were destroyed," I said as we ran up to him. "We've come to receive payment." "Did either of you house a soldier?" "I did," I answered. "I did as well," Shara said. She seemed to be telling the truth, unless everything else she told me was a lie. "And are you the taxpayers of your homes?" the commander asked. "Yes," Shara and I answered at the same time. We looked at each other with shock. "See that woman?" the commander pointed. I turned and followed his finger to find a tall woman in her middle years, clad in the same black uniform as the soldiers. A short line of people stood in front of her. "She's the claim inspector. Talk to her. Bring whatever legal documents you have for your home." "Mine burned with my house," Shara said. "The same happened to me." "And you better hope she's in a good mood." The commander strode off, immediately shouting at a group of soldiers who looked to be idle. Their backs went rigid and they hurried off. "Did you lie to him?" Shara asked as we walked toward the claim inspector. "No. You?" "No." She started fiddling with her wavy hair. I thought she was trying to untangle it until I realized she was doing the opposite, grabbing it in fists and pulling it in all directions. "What are you doing?" I asked. "The more disheveled I look, the better the chances she'll pity me. I usually despise pity, but I can endure it for a moment when dallions are at stake." Shara bent down, rubbed her hands on the dirt, and then patted her cheeks and forehead. I would have told her that her face was dirty enough already, but something else came to mind that was more important. "Have you truly been honest with me about your breathing?" "Yes," she said, annoyed. "Why do you keep asking?" "Because here you are preparing to deceive a woman of the king's army with no ambivalence about it." "That's absurd. She barked out a laugh. "Actually, I see your point." She stopped, and so did I. She had a way of staring that made me feel uneasy. Rather than seeing me as I stood, it felt like her eyes bore into me, seeing something past my skin. "I haven't lied to you or deceived you in any way," she spoke in a firm tone. "Not once." We started walking again as she continued. "But that doesn't mean I'm incapable of deception." I thought about making myself look more pitiful as well. Then I glanced down at my sweaty shirt and blackened pants, and I felt the dirt caked into my face. I probably couldn't look much worse. We joined the queue. Only one other person was waiting to speak to the claim inspector by then. A swordsman stood in front of us, keeping us out of earshot of what looked to be an investigation. The man being questioned appeared too clean considering what had happened. The claim inspector wasn't as tall as he was, but the way she scowled made the man look like a child. Soon he left with nothing but a frown, and the next man approached her. He wore a bandage around his entire forearm, and talked on and on as the claim inspector regarded him with blatant skepticism. "Do you have any family?" I asked Shara as I watched the conversation. It's difficult to answer." I figured I knew what that meant. "I lost someone also." "Oh, I'm sorry." "You didn't?" "No, I've been alone for 2.5 years." I didn't know what to make of that. She couldn't possibly be saying that she spent the last 2.5 years with no family. Could she? She was gazing at the man with the bandage, her eyes distant. "That sounds tough," I told her. It seemed like the right thing to say based on her tone. She surprised me with a half-hearted smile. "Everything will be fine if they pay for my house." We went back to watching. The man removed the bandage from his arm as he grimaced, revealing a long burn that gave an unnatural shine to his skin. The The claim inspector peered at it for barely longer than a breath, her scowl unchanging. She said something the man didn't like. "I can't," his voice just loud enough for me to hear. The claim inspector shook her head and folded her arms. She said something else. "No, I can't," the man repeated, even louder this time. The swordsman marched toward him and commanded, "Let's go. You're done." "What? I need payment for what they did. I'm trying to tell her I won't be able to work for weeks." The swordsman drew his weapon and gestured with it. "You're done," he repeated. The man was baffled. "What did I do?" The swordsman made another motion with his weapon. "Last time I'm telling you to leave." The man's shoulders drooped as he slowly turned and shuffled away. I made a mental note not to raise my voice to the claim inspector. It also seemed that the man had been talking too much. If I learned anything from watching John, it was the longer you spoke to someone in authority, the better the chances of something happening that you wouldn't like. "Who's next?" the swordsman bellowed, looking between us. Shara stepped behind me. "You can go first." "Oh, thank you," I joked. Chapter 5. Around Landheim, it wasn't rare to glance at someone and think they were irritable, or annoyed, or angry. I'd even say that this was a common occurrence. But the claim inspector simply looked mean, like she knew no other way to act. She had straight brown hair trimmed neatly so that it dangled just above her shoulders. It framed the hard glare of her eyes, which repelled my gaze with more force than the sight of a drunken man pissing. I wondered what it was like to constantly listen to people beg for money. Was she incapable of looking at a person any other way? I tried to smile as I came before her, but it only seemed to tighten her disagreeable face even more. "How much are you asking for?" Her voice was void of emotion. "2 dallions, I said confidently. It helped that I really thought my house was worth 3. The large amount didn't surprise her. She made a quick scribble on her scroll, then looked up at me with her beady gray eyes. "Why 2 dallions? It's a fair price for my house, which was destroyed in the battle." I waited for her face to change, but it remained perfectly still. She didn't speak, only stared, silently trying to will words out of me as she must have done to the last man. I wouldn't make his same mistake. I waited as patiently as I could. "How was it destroyed?" she finally asked. "It was hit by a flaming chunk of wood that the enemy fired." "How do you know this?" "I was inside when it happened. The house caught fire soon after." "Is there anyone who can verify this?" Her tone finally had feeling. Skepticism. "Yes, a soldier named Callan. I don't know her surname." The inspector paused to write on her scroll. For anything she did differently with me than with the last man was probably good. "Are you the taxpayer of the house?" "Yes." "How did you come to own it?" She wrote without looking up. My breath got caught in my throat as I remembered my dead father. Guilt clawed within my stomach. "My father was just killed before the battle. He owned the house before me." "You mean during the battle?" Again, she wouldn't look up. "Just before," I repeated. Her eyes lifted. "How?" "Callan killed him." Her whole head came up from the scroll. One eye squinted, causing the wrinkles in her brow to deepen. "Shall I fetch Callan so she can corroborate what I'm saying?" I was determined to get her here if needed, despite her injured leg. The claim inspector ignored my question. "How'd she kill your father?" "He tried to force her out of the house with a knife." The words knocked the air out of me for no discernible reason. I managed to add, "He was very drunk." I wanted to say that I tried my best to stop him. From what I knew of this woman, I'd have worse luck lying to her than running from a dog that had caught my scent. So I told the truth. I should have fought for the knife the moment he picked it up, but I moved away in fear he would cut me. I don't blame Callan for shooting him with a fireball. I blame myself. I hope my words have been too quiet for Shara to hear. I wanted to glance over to check. People had a certain look about them when they'd overheard something they weren't supposed to, but I could feel the inspector examining me closely. Looking away from her would make me seem disingenuous. She leaned forward, peering into one eye, then the other. If I'd been lying, it would have been easier to convince her to smile than to continue staring at her, but the truth gave me confidence. The only fear of an honest man is how his honesty will be taken. He's invested in his truth, yet it doesn't control him. A liar is the opposite. The lie is everything to him in that moment. More importantly, something. The truth is just the truth. It's what already happened. But a lie is tangible. Something new created in that moment. Look for it, and you can see and hear it. Look for truth, and you'll find nothing. I learned this well from John. His every other word was a lie. "Very well," the claim inspector gave one nod of satisfaction. She focused on her writing for a while. I looked over to Shara. She had her hands turned up and her eyebrows raised, silently asking, "Well?" I shrugged. Shara smiled. Her hopeful look made me smile back. "Age?" the claim inspector asked. 16. She scribbled it down. "Name?" "Nico Aquin." I waited for more questions, but none came. She wrote quickly, squinting up at me here and there. Soon she was done. She turned and grabbed a stamp off the table behind her, shoved it into a gob of wax, then pressed it from one side to the other on the bottom of her scroll. The gentle nature she took in this last act was a strange contrast to the rest of her behavior, especially as she thrust the scroll into my face. The guard waved his weapon at me. "Move!" I took the parchment and walked away, going farther and farther until this fiery glare finally shifted back to Shara. I was too far to hear what was said between her and the claim inspector, and too interested in my scroll to care. It read, "This claim of damage or injury has been investigated by Betsy Baker." I had to stop and glance at the claim inspector once more. Betsy Baker? What an unfitting name. Betsy Baker was a girl full of life. Betsy Baker didn't care about a smudge of dirt on her dress. She was too busy playing with her friends, a bright grin on her face. Betsy Baker? This woman? She should have been called a motionless drudge. I stopped myself as I realized how distracted I was getting. This claim of damage or injury has been investigated by Betsy Baker. Amount, 2 dallions. To Nico Equin, age 16. Height, medium. Build, medium. Hair, light brown. Other identifiable features, dimples when smiling. The last stopped me in my tracks. Did I have dimples when smiling? More importantly, how in two hells would she know that? I remember smiling at Shara, but when I turned back to Betsy Baker, even in my mind the name was so unsuitable it made me cringe. She was still writing. I knew describing my age, height, build, and features were important to ensure I didn't give the scroll to someone else, but dimples? I never heard this before. I tried to remember the last time I smiled into a mirror, and I couldn't. Then I remembered smiling at Betsy when I approached. That must have been it, that brief moment. She must look for identifiable features the instant she meets someone. I wonder what she would notice about Shara. I'd already figured out what the scroll was telling me. I would be paid for my house. As the curiosity about my dimples faded, relief came down my spine like the light scratch of a fingernail. I took a deep breath and enjoyed the sensation. It was important to appreciate moments like this, as they didn't come often. I read the rest of the scroll. Nico Aquin's house was destroyed in a battle in Landhain on day 20 of the 4th month of the year, 1527. He has until day 35 of the 4th month of the year, 1527, to bring this parchment to the Master of Coin for redemption. There was a time limit. It was a good thing I'd taken a moment to enjoy the feeling of relief, for now my body felt hot with panic. I had just 15 days to bring this to the Master of Coin. I didn't understand why Betsy Baker had added a time limit. I looked up to find Shara walking toward me. She was reading her own scroll, a smile on her face. Suddenly she stopped, her mouth dropping open. Then she spun around. "There's a mistake," she insisted with fearless certainty. The claim inspector scowled, but it didn't stop Shara. 15 days is too short of a time to reach Glane." 15 days is right," Betsy screeched. "That's the rule. No mistakes." The swordsman started toward Shara. She didn't seem to notice as she continued toward the inspector, petulantly waving the parchment. 15 days would make sense if we were in Antilith, but we're in Landhain. There are few places in this kingdom farther from Glane than Landhain." The swordsman was about to come between Shara and Betsy, but the inspector stepped forward and pushed out her hand to stop him. "Let me explain something to this insufferable teenager." Amused, the swordsman let out a warning laugh. "Should have kept walking," he muttered to Shara. The lines deepened down Betsy's cheek and across her forehead as her scowl worsened. "King Quince is the greatest king who's ever lived. Arguing against any of his rules demonstrates how ignorant you are. Because you couldn't possibly match his wit, I will impart the knowledge you should have asked for instead of complaining." She jabbed her finger at the parchment. "This is not money that you're owed. You're being helped so that you can get back to work and continue paying your taxes. When you have nothing, you're just a leech to the kingdom. The longer you're a leech, the worse off the kingdom. If you're actually as destitute as you claim to be, you'll make the effort to acquire the funds you need. If you aren't destitute, then you won't. Now, if you're still too slow to understand that, so be it. But don't stand here complaining, or you'll regret it. 15 days, stupid child. Leave now and do everyone the favor of making it there. Getting the money you claim you need, and start contributing. Or give up, leech, and die. Makes no difference." I felt sorry for Shara. I hadn't known the Master of Coin resided in Glane. I still didn't know where Glane was. But if I did, it easily could have been me being torn into like a piece of meat. I couldn't see her face, but Shara's body was completely still. I came up to her side and found that she had her parchment clutched against her stomach with both hands, probably fearful it would be taken from her. She turned to me but looked down at my feet. It was an awkward and silent walk for a while. "At least you got your parchment," I said, still unsure how far Glane was from Landhain. Shara's gaze came up to mine. I could see the frustration in her face as she bit her lips. "It's useless." "Where's Glane?" I asked. "In Arish." She looked at me with surprise. "I thought everyone knew where the king lived." "How far is it?" "Haven't you ever looked at a map?" She set down her bag and opened it. Atop a pile of rumpled clothing were numerous scrolls. God, she was far more prepared for this than I was. Shar took one out and unrolled it. I knew enough to tell that this was a map of the north, the land of our king. Landhain was the most southern town. Its edges were just about touching Jaljal Forest to the west, and Lake Goheim to the east. I'd seen this image before. The only path into the north from the south was through Landhain. I looked for the word Glane. Among numerous towns, forests, rivers, and lakes, recognizing few of the names my eyes passed over, Shar strangely started to sing. "Miles and miles of land and water, miles and miles we need. How many miles will this woman walk?" She noticed me looking and stopped. Sorry, sometimes I like to sing. The unresolved rhyme bothered me. How does it end? Her mouth scrunched as she contemplated whether to finish it. Before her feet begin to bleed. Why sing about it? Songs help me focus my thoughts. It gives them direction. I was too exhausted to figure out what that meant. Where's Glane on this map? She pointed at a dirt-encrusted fingernail towards the top of the map. Glane, she said as she poked a square with a crown in its middle. Nothing was written beside it. Why is it named on your map? Because everyone knows this town is Glane. Not everyone, I refrained from muttering. My mother probably had taught me where Glane was at some point, but I must have forgotten. There were many towns between Landheim and Glane. I recognized Cessary, where I'd lived with my mother and where I'd met Isel. It was northeast of Landheim, so close on the map that it felt as if I could walk there in a day, though I knew I couldn't. It had taken 3 when Isel's brother brought me from Cessary to Landheim in a carriage, when he'd tricked me. I had 15 days to reach Glane. It looked easy. How many miles away is it? I asked. I'm trying to figure that out now. She fell into mumbles as she took her finger and moved it about the map. She counted, hummed, then mumbled some more. If this map was perfectly accurate, which no map is, then it would be 210 miles to Glane from here. 210 miles sounded frighteningly far. If we are to get there in 15 days, she said, that means we'll have to walk. We? I interrupted. She said it twice, so I knew I'd heard her right. We. The hand she was using to gesture froze in the air. Are you not interested in going to Glane? I'm going. And how do you expect to get there if you don't even know where it is? I was going to buy a map. Something between a hum and a snicker escaped her throat. She sang, A map, he says, will guide him there, when nothing he knows of the land. Of all the things that will be a snare, the worst should be the sand. Her singing was beginning to bother me. Will you stop that? Your rhymes aren't even very good. She folded her arms. Unless you can do better. I waited for the rest of her sentence, but it didn't come. Unless I can do better, what? Then keep it to yourself, she snapped. I wonder how you haven't heard this saying. Are you born on the moon? I tossed my hand. I was already exhausted, and trying to communicate with Char just made me more tired. I needed to separate from her so I could figure out what to do next. Unless you have a map of the north you can sell me, I better go find someone who does. She opened her mouth to say something, appearing confused. If you don't know the land, it will be a very dangerous trip. A map doesn't tell you what lurks in the forest or waits beneath the ground. It doesn't tell you of the strange customs and antolith that could get you hung if you aren't careful. Didn't you see the bodies? She looked into my eyes for something. Whatever it was, she didn't seem to find it. Shaking her head, she took my arm. Come this way. The moment I matched her stride, she let go. It was a quiet walk to the western end of the city. I wondered why she was so intent on going with me, someone she just met. My first thought was that she'd seen my money pouch and planned to steal it. Then I changed my mind. Shara wasn't a thief. Money was important to her, but it was just as important to me, and I wasn't a thief either. My trip to Glane wouldn't just be for money. Facing my aunt was long overdue. I would have already gone back to Cessary if I hadn't been so worried John would follow me. Isel was there, but it would have been an embarrassment for him to meet the man I abandoned my mother for. Also, the trip would have been expensive for 2 people, especially when I would have paid for John to stay at an inn so he didn't share a room with me at Isel's. Even worse would have been leaving John in Landheim. The house would have been missing a wall by the time I got back. Now, of course, I could leave without worry. I grumbled and wondered what was wrong with me. My father had just been killed, and rather than grieve, I was planning a trip I'd wanted to make while he was alive. He hated when I apologized, so I thought of what else I could say to him. I hope the heavens are overflowing with libertine women and deep pools of the finest whiskey. Gods, something really was wrong with me. I was still making light of it. It's the exhaustion, I told myself. It's not that I'm a terrible son. My last thought took my breath out of me. I was a terrible son. My poor mother. I shivered as I thought about seeing her sister in Cessary. What was she going to say to me? This was really happening. I would be there in a few days. I looked at Shara beside me. I needed to find some way to let her know without hurting her that she couldn't come with me. Sure, her singing was somewhat annoying, and I didn't like the way she seemed attached to me. Those were small grievances that I easily could overlook. She was smart in areas I wasn't. She knew the land well. But if I brought her, I couldn't use Pyforial energy. She might report me if I did it in front of her. I didn't care how dangerous the trip was. I could protect myself just fine as long as I could use my Pi energy. Of course I couldn't tell her this. I needed some other reason, and chances were it would be painful to hear. Chapter 6. Over there. Shara pointed between dilapidated houses with charred walls and roofs, where soldiers in black trudged in and out of view. At any one moment, about half of them had their arms full. They seemed busy in the same way a family would be while loading belongings into a carriage before a trip. I walked forward, knowing I might be seeing something I'd regret. I firmly believe there's a part of our minds that's reserved for the most gruesome sights. If the rest of our memories compile a sea, then it's a lagoon, black and muddy, where these images are stored. I could feel the hills parting that normally secluded it from the rest of my mind. My body warned me not to go farther, but my curiosity was too strong. Shara slid her arm around mine and looked down. I told her, "You don't need to come with me." She gave no reply. No matter. I found some comfort in the distraction of her touch as I noticed the smell of blood, a hot metallic odor. Yesterday, this clearing was filled with houses, but now rubble-covered ground. As I looked closer, though, I realized it wasn't all burned wood. There were blackened bodies, so disfigured that I didn't recognize what I was looking at until I found one with all its limbs. 2 male soldiers were carrying it. Him, her, I couldn't tell. One soldier had the legs, the other, the arms. They set the heap of charred flesh and bones on the back of a carriage, where it blended into a much larger heap, instantly indistinguishable. Townspeople cried as they stood near the edge of this clearing. Most had their head buried into another's shoulder as they wept. Then I saw a child holding his father's hand, as both looked out at the grotesque scene with an empty stare. Another pair of soldiers carried a body past me. This one used to be a man, his shoulders and arms still covered by the black uniform. When they put him on a different carriage, I realized they were separating the dead soldiers from the townspeople. I looked back to the first carriage, telling myself it would be the last time I glanced at it, readying the hills around my lagoon to close. It was a massive carriage, and the heaps of bodies was stacked to where my waist would be if I were standing on the vehicle. I had no idea so many townspeople had been killed. I assumed the carriage would go to the graveyard up north. What I didn't know was what their tombstones would read. Probably a mother, maybe a mother or a sister. Probably kind, probably died innocently. No. Those who buried these poor people would stick with what they knew. Victim of the Battle of Landheim, day 20 of the 4th month of the year 1527. Curse King Martef, may King Quince win the war swiftly. A soldier was trying to pull a body from beneath a fallen wall. As the second soldier attempted to lift the wall, the first one tugged on a lifeless leg. Grunting, they seemed to be making progress. Then the one tugging fell backward. I nearly vomited when I saw he managed to pull out the leg from beneath the wall, while the rest of the body hadn't come with it. Turning away, I decided I'd seen enough. Shara was right. War was beginning. No town in Sumar was safe. She finally looked up and released my arm as we walked away. "Hungry?" she teased. "No." 14 miles a day. What? That's what I was going to say before you interrupted me. To get to Glen in 15 days, we have to travel at least 14 miles a day. She gazed at me while I tried to figure out how to tell her we wouldn't be going there together. Because 210 divided by 15 is 14. But we should assume it's actually 230 miles to Glen. Just to be safe, if the map is wrong. And also we don't want to get there on the last day. So 230 by 14 instead of 15 would be... She tapped her chin and hummed a tune. About 16 and a half miles a day. I consider myself to be good at math, using it nearly every day in my work. But at the speed with which she came to those answers, without quill or scroll, it seemed impossible for her to be correct. No matter, I would figure out the right answer later. "Shara, why do you want to come with me?" She folded her arms and lowered her voice in a mocking imitation of me. "Nico, because we're both going there anyway, so we might as well go together?" "You don't know me," I argued. "What if I'm a murderer or a rapist?" The words left a sour taste in my mouth, but they had to be said. "Are you?" "No." "Good. That's all it takes to convince you?" I was worried for her if that was the case. "Even if you are, I can handle myself just fine." She was either confident or dim-witted. I figured it was a combination of both. But then again, she seemed to know much about the land. And what if her numbers were actually right? I figured it was worth the time for me to at least check to see whether her first answer was correct. 15 multiplied by 14 is easy. 15 by 10 is 150. Now 4 by 14 is... "So?" she interrupted. "One moment. 4 by 15... What are you so worried about?" She interrupted again. "I'm the woman in this situation. I'm the one who should be scared, not you." "I'm not afraid of you." "And what is it?" She waited a moment, then continued before I could figure out how to answer. "I know Sumar well. I know what route to take through Rallon. You won't make it without a guide." "I don't trust you," I blurted. "I don't understand why you're so intent on going with me." "You must never have traveled before. One person is a target for scoundrels. They'll laugh at you for traveling alone as they take your money. If you don't want to go with me, I'll find someone else. But I'd rather not go through the trouble. You seem close to my age, and you seem..." She grumbled as if she didn't want to say it. "Gallant. At least more so than most men I've met." She looked away, embarrassed. "Maybe I'm wrong." I looked at her pointedly. "How much money do you have?" "You go first." "About 50 silver." I lied. Men had been killed for less than what I really had. Women, too. I realized as I thought of my mother, Half of me wanted Isel's brother to be an accessory, but my other half knew if I ran into him, chances were good I wouldn't make it to Glane. I get too distracted devising a plan for revenge. I have 20, she said. I figured she really had twice that. Will you get food and water for our trip? She asked, then continued before I could answer. I'll take care of everything else. Meet back here as soon as you're done. She bundled the collar of my shirt in her fist. Are you coming back here, or are you leaving without me? Just tell me now instead of making me wonder. Can't stand not knowing if I'm about to be abandoned. This was my chance to leave her for good and travel alone as I intended. I could use as much pie energy as I wanted without worry, but her warnings about the land and robbers didn't seem completely absurd. I'll meet you back here, I said, surprising myself. She grinned and walked off. As I watched her attempt to wipe the dirt from her hands and face, I realized I had no idea what she meant by taking care of everything else. Besides food and water, what else did we need? Was she buying a tent or a mirror? Who knew with this woman? She could come back with 2 pairs of garish dancing shoes and claim they were the only way over Talmor Desert, and I wouldn't be surprised. I'd seen the Talmor Desert on her map, with a skull next to it, making it hard to forget. It was an exhausting effort to get food and water. First, I had to purchase bags. A smaller one for food, and a larger one for everything else I'd be carrying. I didn't get a chance to take one out of my house during the fire like Shara had. This made me painfully aware that all the clothes I owned were on my body. After bags, I haggled with 2 different merchants until I felt I had enough bread, water, and jerky for 3 days. Altogether, the food bags cost me 3 roughs and 6 pits. I needed to take the time to count my coins, but I figured I'd do it while Shara slept. If she was at all normal, she'd sleep twice as long as me. Gods, I hope she won't try to rob me. I didn't want to hurt her, but I wouldn't let a thief get away without punishment if I could help it. When I rejoined Shara, she wore a silly grin like she had a surprise for me. Did you get food? I lifted the sack. Good. How much do I owe you for half? Don't worry about the bags. I'll keep them. The food was 2 roughs and 1 pit, but you could just give me 1 rough. Shara pulled her purse from her pocket, plucked out a silver coin, and placed it in my hand. She tilted forward onto the balls of her feet and back to her heels. I got a gift for you. Falling into a squat so quickly that her knees bounced, she reached into her bag and pulled out a pair of brown shoes. They were terribly mediocre, yet she sang a quick tune of celebration. Da, and they were only 2 roughs like the food. Look at the shoes. You can walk for hundreds of miles in these. It felt like she was presenting me with a gold-coated turd. This had to be a joke. I don't get it. I already have shoes. All cheer fell from her face. Oh, you already bought another pair? No, I mean I already have shoes on. I pointed down at them just in case she really hadn't noticed and was completely mad, which I generally was starting to wonder. You need 2 pairs of shoes for traveling. What if something happens to your first pair, and we're miles from any town with a shoemaker? What could happen? Anything! She shoved the shoes toward me. Try them on. I have a good eye for these things. They should fit you nicely. I didn't want to try them on, but I was too tired to argue with her. If they were a gift, fine. She squatted down when they were on my feet and pressed her thumb sideways on top, barely grazing my toe. Perfect, she exclaimed, rising wearily to her feet. She held her back with both hands and let out a sigh. I'm exhausted already. Then she held out her open hand. 2 roughs, please. For what? Wait, you're asking me to pay for these? Yes. You said they were a gift. They are. I swallowed the gulp of anger that threatened to come out as a shout. Do you know what a gift means? She kept her hand open. Something useful or helpful bestowed without any effort of the recipient. She wasn't wrong, but she left out something important. It's also something the recipient doesn't pay for. We pay for gifts all the time. How's that? I challenged. She finally retracted her hand so she could fold her arms. If I didn't ask you for money, wouldn't you feel indebted? Wouldn't you think of some way to repay me? Maybe with a favor or a gift of your own? Asking for money just makes it easier for you. Perhaps I would feel indebted, perhaps not. I haven't got enough gifts to know. Her face flushed as she looked at the dirt between us. Is Shara the first person to give you a gift? It's not a gift. I had no idea why she was using her own name like that, but I was too annoyed and tired to care. I knelt down and quickly untied the shoes. I was awkwardly silent as I fumbled with the laces and tried to think of something to say. Nothing came to mind. I tried to hand them to her, but of course she wouldn't take them. They're too big for me, she said. I don't need another pair of shoes, I told her. 2 roughs is a good deal, but a good deal is often just a waste of money that's harder to pass up. She pushed out her hand. You're going to need them, so just keep them. Don't worry about the money. God, she was right. I was indebted to her the moment she purchased the shoes for me. I could either pay her now or find some way to repay her later. I reached for my coin purse. She pushed out her hands. Don't try to ferreth me. Don't try to what? Ferreth. It's the art of civility. At least that's what people of Nantlith call it. I think calling it an art is an insult to any artist. It's an idiotic game of who can be more polite. They take it so seriously in Nantlith that you could be hung if you ferreth poorly. I despise it, so let's not discuss it right now. If I tell you to keep the shoes, then keep the shoes. Got it? She tells me all of this just after reaching for my money. Shara certainly was a talker. I regretted not paying her the moment she offered. I would have tried to give her the roughs once more, but she seemed to despise politeness battles even more than I did. All right, I said, stashing the shoes in my bag. What else did you get for us? Everything we're going to need except for clothes for you. I figured you'd want to purchase your own undergarments. You figured correctly. I was thinking you could do that while I dig up something buried in the graveyard. That made me pause. She flashed a teasing smile. It's a surprise. Chapter 7. There was one thing about me that hadn't improved with age. It was my inability to squelch my curiosity. It felt like a hunger at times. What would have happened if I'd never left my mother in Cessary? What would I be doing if Wyland hadn't taught me carpentry? Would John still be alive if I'd tried to wrestle the knife from his hands? Would I? I wasn't about to let my mind torment me with what Shara could be doing in the graveyard. I decided to follow her, staying back far enough so that there was always 5 or so people between us. I needed to buy new clothes, what I implied I'd be doing, but that could wait until I reached Cessary. Landhein's graveyard was just outside the city to the north. It became more difficult to follow Shara without being seen when there were no more houses, but there was a unit of soldiers at least 20 large, walking beside the carriage loaded down with bodies. I stayed behind them, watching Shara toward the front, where it looked like she was conversing with a female soldier. Shara separated from them as they passed the gates of the graveyard. The soldiers in their carriage followed the path north. Shara hooked to the west, walking right over graves without a care. Now, I wasn't superstitious. For instance, I didn't believe, as some did, that the citizens of Cessary were angering the god of life by burying their dead within the confines of their city. However, I still cringed when I saw Shara's lack of respect. There were paths wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast between the graves, yet she traveled straight across, heading toward the back of the cemetery. I followed her from well outside the wall, hiding behind the few trees left around the graveyard, just in case she looked over her shoulder. Eventually, she went too far from the wall, and I no longer could see her clearly. I hurried around to the back of the graveyard, my head throbbing as I sprinted, reminding me I hadn't slept the night before. Shara squatted right in the middle of a grave, her back to me. To my amazement, she started to dig with her bare hands. My first thought was to leave this mad woman behind. I figured I should walk to Cessary right then and try to forget I ever met her, but I gave her a chance by taking the time to think what else she could be doing besides digging up a body. Perhaps it was the grave of a relative buried with an expensive trinket, or maybe there was something of sentimental value beneath the earth, something she didn't want to leave behind. I tried to imagine what it could be, what she would leave underground until now, rather than take from the body when the person died. I came up with nothing as Shara dug frantically. At least she was sane enough to realize that if a soldier saw her, she would be arrested. I couldn't get myself to leave. My gut not only told me to stay, but to climb the wall and make sure I saw whatever it was she uncovered before she hid it away. I'd learned to trust my gut more since my mother died, so I hoisted my entire body over the wall and crept up behind her. By the time I drew close, she'd dug quite the hole. She was on her knees with her rear high in the air. Leaning in as she dug, her shirt came up, exposing the small of her back. I noticed something about her then that I never thought to look for before. A belt. And latched onto the back of her belt was a cylindrical sheath that could only be for one thing. A wand. Damn. I moved closer to find the handle of the weapon peeking out. It was light blue like the sky on a clear day. Ridiculous. Who paints a wand? It was like coloring the hilt of a dagger. The wand was a weapon, not an accessory like a bracelet or a necklace. She heard me behind her and glanced over her shoulder. Oh, it's just you. That was fast. She pulled her shirt down over the belt and continued to dig. How'd you buy your clothes so quickly? Her voice was muffled as it came up from inside the hole. I didn't. I decided I'll get them in Cessary. You don't care about wearing the same clothes for days? She didn't wait for me to answer. Help me, will you? What are you doing? I'm looking for something. I checked around for possibly the 10th time to make sure no one could see us, then came to Shara's side. I felt panic rush through me, hot as boiling water. She'd unearthed enough soil to reveal a skeleton arm. It was gray and dusty, the bones old and brittle. My gods, I whispered, stepping away. Shara scoffed. I wouldn't have guessed you believe in Suji. I don't, but I'd never exhume a body. Why not? Because. I shook my head, incredulous. Not that she could see. She was busy brushing her hand around the skeleton, looking for something. If you don't care about the bad Suji, you have to at least realize it's disrespectful. To whom? He certainly doesn't mind. I glimpsed at the headstone. Dane Kimmer. Plucked from the bosom of life, here he lies, one end, one beginning of infinite peace. His relatives, his friends, anyone who cares about him, I pointed out. Her voice fell to a whisper. Where in the 2 hells is it? She clearly didn't care. Finally, Shara said. Here it is. I saw something buried to the side of Dane Kimmer's skeleton arm. She quickly dug around it, pulling on it as she went. As she made progress, I noticed leather. There were straps, and around them appeared to be a casing of some sort. She grabbed the straps and pulled hard, singing while it broke free from the dirt. I knew I'd find you here. No one searches the graves. You won't disappear. You'll protect me from knaves. It was a sword in a sheath. The damn thing was as long as Char's leg. The leather straps could be used to fasten the sheath to a belt. She set it down and started pushing the dirt back into the hole. Will you help me fill this in? Or are you too scared? I figured I'd feel no worse helping her than I already did just standing there, so I knelt beside her and started pushing the dirt back where it belonged. How did you know he had a weapon buried with him? Because I put it there. She stopped to look around. I did the same and saw no one. When we finished filling the hole, we walked down the path out of the graveyard. There were a few turns, making it a longer route than if we went straight over the graves. But I wasn't about to do that, and Shara seemed content sticking with me. I found a body in an alley by my house about a year ago, she told me in a hushed voice. If he wasn't a guard of Landheim, then he certainly was dressed like one. I took his sword. I didn't even know why at the time. Though the realization came later, I wanted to learn how to use it. Could you even lift it? She chuckled. Barely. I still planned to train, though. I knew I'd get stronger, but I buried it soon after that and never went back for it till now. It seemed absurd to me. You know who buries things? People who are mad. And dogs. And smart people, she added. Smart people keep their belongings in their house. Not when guards were looking for the murderer of the man whose weapon I took. They were trying to find the person responsible. And they were enraged. I think it was their friend who was killed. So I hid the sword. I didn't want to get involved in their investigation. I got a chill as I examined her innocent-looking face. Could she have killed him? No one would suspect her. No, that couldn't be. Why did you bury it here? I thought of where I could put it so that I could find it again and no one else would. But why Dane Kimmer's grave? She looked at me with a twisted smile, half irritated, half amused. You're extremely inquisitive. I wasn't normally. Her smile turned into a frown. Or is it because you're trying to figure out if I'm insane? I fell silent. I'm not, she said. So then why poor Dane? She sighed. I might be insensitive to the rules of Zuji, but I still feel bad digging into someone's grave. I read hundreds of headstones around the back of the graveyard looking for the right one. Not that I even knew what the right one was at the time. Then I came to Dane Kimmer's headstone, and I knew I'd found it. Did you read it? I nodded. The pitch of her voice dropped an octave, and she gestured as if speaking to a crowd. Plucked from the bosom of life, here he lies. One end, one beginning of infinite peace. She stopped gesturing as her voice returned to normal. Harold Danwa's poetry is so bad. I want to vomit every time I even read a line of it. I couldn't believe someone would want any part of his poetry on a headstone. Dane's memory already was completely disgraced by that, and there was nothing I could do to make it worse, she shrugged. So I buried the sword there. I'd never heard of Harold Danwa. I didn't mention this or how odd it was that she could recite verbatim a line by a poet she despised. I just read the headstone, and I'd already forgotten exactly what was written on it. I let all of this out of my mind because there was something far more important that needed to be addressed. Why do you care about learning the sword when you can cast magic? She showed me a disappointed look. So you noticed my wand? I was hoping you might have missed it over the glorious sight of my rear. I was too tired to feign amusement at her joke. Bastiel or Sarchis? Bastiel. Damn, another fire mage. I couldn't help but think of my father's smoldering chest as he died. Could she be as powerful as Callan? Why do all the mages I meet specialize in Bastial energy? Of course I was exaggerating, as I'd only met 2. Because it's easier. I can't do much with Sarchis energy. Even though it was supposedly the easiest to manipulate, I couldn't do anything with Bastial energy. This meant I couldn't make light or fire. I didn't mind, for lamps gave me light, and I could build my own fire. On the other hand, there were physical feats that I could manage with Pyforial energy that no man could hope to accomplish without it. Have you any skill with the 3 energies? She asked me. No, I lied. Well, it's a good thing I got you a weapon, then. My eyes went to the sword. She held its handle with one hand, resting it on her shoulder to take most of the weight off. The leather straps at the end of the sheath dangled down her arm. No doubt it was too heavy for her. I was surprised she even carried it this long. My shoes weren't my only gift for you, Nico. They weren't a gift. She went on without pause, probably not even hearing my interruption. I also got you this. But she didn't hand over the sword. Instead, she reached into her bag and pulled out a knife, sheathed in a similar casing as the sword, with its own straps that could be fashioned into a belt. She placed it into my hand and looked as if she might be thinking of a song. What about the sword? I asked before she could start. Her face soured. What about it? I don't need both weapons. I offered the dagger back. Both? She looked confused, which made me confused as well. Why wasn't she handing me the sword? Unless she planned to keep it while I had just the dagger. Gods no, she couldn't be that out of her mind. The sword was half her height. It was probably a good portion of her weight as well. Some women are thin and still look strong, but Shara wasn't one of them. The sword is for me to protect us, isn't it? The sword is mine. The dagger is for you. She pointed at the weapon in my hand. It's a gift, like the shoes. Shara. Nico. She interrupted to mock me, though I didn't understand the jape. Shara, I repeated more forcefully. You probably can't even swing that thing. How do you expect to defend us with it? Stop using my name when you think I'm being unreasonable, as if you're about to lecture me. How old do you think I am? My mother told me never to guess a lady's age. I'm 16, and I've been taking care of myself since I was a child. I haven't swung this sword in a while, but it's not that heavy. I bet I'm more skilled with it than you. I'm sure you're not. How can you be sure? I've seen you run. The image of her flailing arms came to mind as I followed her out of the burning city. You can tell a lot by the way someone runs. Let me see you run, then. She seemed serious. Shara, I'm... Nico! She interrupted, mocking me once again. I'm too tired for this. Are you going to give me the sword? I reached for it. No. She laughed, her eyes wide, clearly incredulous that I was still asking for the weapon. Think about how ridiculous it will look. Have you ever seen a man and a woman walking together where the woman is the one wielding the sword? That doesn't matter. The dagger is yours, and the sword is mine. You're more likely to cut yourself with it than fend off a thief. I gave her the most serious look I could muster. You should really let me use it. No. You can use the dagger, which was 2 roughs and 3 pits. She held out her hand. I grumbled as I gave up and reached for my coin purse. The issue of possession was going to be a continuous problem for us, but I didn't know how to fix it right then. Please stop buying me gifts, as I handed her the money, keeping my purse covered so she couldn't see how much I actually had. I realized we'd walked out of the cemetery and were headed north towards Cessary. Our trip to Ghislaine had begun. 15 days to get there, I reminded myself. Chapter 8. We didn't make it more than a few miles before the sun started to set. We weren't the only ones traveling north. Many carriages rumbled past us along the path to Cessary. Couples on horseback trotted by. Travelers in groups of 2 or 3 carried bags and weapons just like we did. Shara was right. No one seemed to travel alone. But I figured none of them had just met like we had. It made me realize I still knew hardly anything about her. She pointed to a hill about a mile away that was covered with thick trees. Let's make camp there. Robbers are less likely to venture uphill when looking for a target. I nodded as I yawned. Do you have any family outside of Landheim? She bit down on her lip. Can I ask you something? Yes. Say you hear a baby crying and find her abandoned in a barrel, left to die. What would you do? Her tone made it seem like she was leading me somewhere rather than questioning me. Bring it to a guard? I guessed. Bring her to a guard, you mean? Her, yes. All right. Now for the hard part. What do you think the guard does with her? Maybe he knows someone who wants the baby. Maybe, she shrugged. Say he doesn't. Then what? I strained my mind and came up with nothing. There must be somewhere he takes the baby. Somewhere where someone can look after it. Her, she corrected again. Her, I repeated. That's a lot of somewheres and someones. Any guesses? So I was on the right track, at least. I said the first thought that came to mind. Is the baby sent to the king's castle? Charlotte let out a quick laugh. The king's castle? So that she can be raised in wealth and have a better life than most children? The king isn't paying for every abandoned child. I don't know then, I admitted. What happens to it? Her. She becomes property of the lord who owns the land where she was found. What do you mean, property? She becomes a slave. Her tone was blunt, annoyed even. She works for this lord until she's old enough to be married off. But just for fun, say the lord of the land doesn't want her. So the guard doesn't want her. The guard doesn't know anyone else who wants her. And the lord of the land doesn't want her. What then? I don't have a clue. She's the guard's responsibility. The guard must raise the child? It seemed unfair to me, but then I thought of the poor child. Her fate was even worse. Yes, until he finds someone else to take her in. Anyone else. Blind, decrepit, or lonely, doesn't matter. She fluttered her hand to show irritation. The guard just has to give her to someone. Then she's no longer his responsibility. There's a paper that the new parent signs, and I'm using the word parent very loosely. And now this parent has a daughter. This must be rare. I can't imagine a lot of people are abandoning their children. Her gaze was fixed on the ground just in front of us. She gave half a shrug without lifting her eyes. It might be rare, but it does happen. You asked me if I have any family. My answer is, I don't know. How did I not realize she was talking about herself? It must have been the exhaustion. Oh, I'm fine. And she was. At least she seemed to be. She looked up to show me that her dark eyes held no sadness. What were the people like who raised you? Let's save that for another day. What about you? Any family? An aunt in Cessary. One of the people I planned to visit. That's it? That's it. What happened to your parents? I gave the same line she'd given me. Let's save that for another day. The trek up the hill was arduous. We constantly came to slopes too steep to scale, forcing us to go around. Shara stopped well before we made it all the way to the top, where the ground leveled out for a stretch. Here's fine, she said. I trusted her judgment, as she was the seasoned traveler. She gathered rocks around our camp to contain a fire, while I collected sticks. It wasn't long before she stuck her wand, with its absurdly blue handle, against the pile of sticks and started a flame. I had enough wherewithal for one last question before I needed to shut my eyes. Rather than ask why she painted her wand, I chose something I was more curious about. How difficult is it for you to make fire out of bestial energy? Somewhat, she replied. How much fire are we discussing? What about a fireball big enough to kill someone? Kill someone? The words squeaked out of her throat, shrill and loud. Just a question. I don't want to think about killing someone. She said killing as if it was an offensive word. A yawn pushed open my mouth. Never mind, I said, lying down on my blanket, one of the items Shara bought for me. I was thankful she had, as it was warm and comfortable. Sleep crept in. I awoke to the sounds of owls. The only thing I could see was the embers of her dying fire. Shara was asleep, somewhere in the thick night, quiet as a mouse. I shut my eyes and tried to fall back into slumber, but I couldn't seem to get over the edge. The damn owls were obnoxious with their constant hoo, hoo, hoo. Must have slept at least a few hours, and now I wasn't exhausted enough to go back to sleep. I sat up and sighed. I wondered how long I'd have to wait until Shara was up and ready to go. I should have asked how many hours she usually slept. I lay back down, and sleep continued to elude me. My mind kept running in 3 directions at once. There was John, Callan, Aunt Nan. There was my trip to Cessary, my trek to Glane, the 15-day time limit, and there was Shara. She kept bouncing back into my thoughts like a child throwing a ball against the side of my house. When would she be up? Would every night be like this? When did she travel last? How far did she go? When would she be up? Would every night be like this? Would she even know her birth mother if she met her? No. Gods, what a terrible concept. When would she be up? Would every night be like this? I might have fallen asleep for another hour. I couldn't tell. By then there was just enough light for me to start walking north if I wanted to. I could gather my belongings and go. If Shara woke before I left, it would just seem like I was going through my bag. She certainly would be upset to find me gone. But wouldn't it be better than if I waited until the next night? We'd only known each other for a little more than a day. She couldn't possibly be that hurt. My gut told me to stay, but I didn't see why. I could travel much farther each day without waiting for her to wake up. And she didn't need me. She had her wand and her ridiculously long sword. I might even regret staying with her. She could steal from me. She could slow me down so that I didn't reach Glane in time. I quietly rolled up my blanket and gathered my bags. Then I took what felt like half the food and stuffed it into her bag. Shara slept so quietly. It was strange not to hear her breathing, even in the dead silence. I had everything ready. I gave her one last look, my gut at least making me wait another moment to see if she would wake. She didn't. I left. Chapter 9. I tried to forget about Shara. There's no point in feeling guilty. I sighed. I couldn't count how many times I told myself this over the years to no avail. Why would I expect anything different this time? The guilt put my stomach in knots as I imagined Shara waking up, looking around for me, and realizing I wasn't there. She would see my blanket was gone and so was my bag. I didn't think she would cry. At least I hope not. Abandoning her couldn't be that bad when we barely knew each other. Abandoning her. The words repeated themselves in my mind. Her life began in abandonment, and it sounded like many of the people who took her in eventually abandoned her as well. I remembered something as she told me. I've been taking care of myself since I was a child. 14 was the legal age of adulthood. For her to be taking care of herself before then meant either her guardian was about as good as a parent as John, or she'd run away, or her guardian had abandoned her earlier. 3 terrible options, the best probably being that she'd run away, seeing as how she'd survived. She has abandonment issues and you abandoned her, a voice told me. My gut screamed at me to go back. I'd only been walking for about half an hour. Chances were good she hadn't woken up yet. My mind started to come around to the same idea. I turned around and started jogging. There was only one thought that repeated itself as I followed the path back to our camp. Please still be asleep. I didn't know what I would say if she wasn't. I left, but I changed my mind, and now I'm back. I imagined her asking me why I left. I didn't know what to say. I cringed as another inevitable question came to mind. She'd want to know if I planned on leaving her later. She might not ask it aloud, but I was sure I'd see it on her face. She had those dark eyes that seemed to reach my heart like the prick of a needle no matter what emotion they conveyed. I heard crying as I got close. My heart sank. I hid behind the trees as I figured out what to do. I snuck a look. She was curled into a ball of misery, reminding me of an inconsolable child in that moment, the way she sobbed as if the world were about to end. This was the worst thing I could have done to her. She sat up suddenly, wheezing. She was panicked. So was I. I was just about to come out from behind the trees when she started talking to herself. I'm going to be fine. Going to be fine. Always fine. Going to be... A wheeze interrupted her. She stopped to catch her breath, then went on. Going to be fine. Going to be fine. Going to be fine. Her breathing calmed with each repetition of the phrase. Soon her sobbing quieted. I listened as she lay back down, a soft moan escaping between breaths as she continued to cry. It was between night and morning. I wouldn't see the sun in the sky for a few hours, but I could see her clearly enough to tell that she was shivering. She pulled her blanket over her head, and I heard nothing after that. I waited a long time, hidden until I was sure she must have fallen back asleep. I didn't want her to know I'd seen her cry and panic about me leaving. It would just embarrass her. So I sneaked over, spread out my blanket slowly, quietly, ever so slowly, eased myself down. I set my bags on the dirt and turned on my side away from the silent and dark blob that was Shara. I pulled the blanket over my head just like she had. Kept out the cold and the small bit of light nicely. I didn't even realize I'd fallen back asleep until I woke to the sound of Shara's gasp. Expecting robbers or an animal, I pulled the blanket off my face and shot up. Shara recoiled and looked straight at me. I glanced over my shoulder to find nothing there, realizing it was me who'd frightened her. She stopped cowering the moment she saw my face. Oh! Confusion took over as her fright dissolved. Was that a dream? She looked down, clearly speaking to herself. She shook her head and looked back at me. No, it wasn't. You were gone. Damn. I wasn't prepared for this. I'd fallen asleep before figuring out what I would say. Where'd you go? She asked. Then some fright came back into her eyes. When did you? Was I asleep when you came back? Or you were asleep? I lied. She seemed relieved as she let out a breath. I continued lying. I heard someone out there. I pointed north. I went to check. She squinted, clearly not believing me. I didn't blame her. Why did I take all my belongings and put food in her bag if I was just checking out a strange noise? But she didn't call me on my lie. As we ate in silence, it became clear neither of us wanted to talk about it. I should have listened to my gut and never left. We descended the hill and walked for miles, hardly speaking. When we separated briefly to relieve ourselves, I finally counted my money. I had 2 galleons and 62 ruffs, more than I thought. I reminded myself that I had 14 days left to reach Glane. It was important not to lose track of the days. Soon we came back onto the path to Cessery. It ran northeast between hills and secluded stands of trees, some of which looked to be on the brink of death, gray and bare of leaves. Shar seemed like a different person. When she wasn't humming a somber tune, she looked sad and disinterested, as if neither I nor the trip mattered anymore. I figured if I left again, she wouldn't cry this time. But everything about her changed when she saw a child begging travelers for food. Her eyes widened at the sight of him. A grimy little boy whose rags made our clothes look like that of nobility. He wore a frayed coat twice his size, probably someone's discard. Its ends dragged across the dirt as the boy shuffled warily to a family of 3, lowered his head, and mumbled something. Shara clasped her hands tightly together. The poor child! Her sympathetic tone made me nervous. There was so much pity in her voice, I wondered not whether she would give him some of our food, but how much. It made me want to take control. He can have half of the bread we have left, and we'll still be fine. I reached into her food bag. I couldn't tell whether Shara heard me or not. She walked straight toward the boy and knelt in front of him to match his eye level. What's your name? Tyree. Something about Shara seemed to surprise him, for his mouth fell open. Gods, you're the prettiest lady I've seen all week. All right. Immediately I did not trust this kid. This Tyree with his absurdly cute name. Charm oozed from his strangely white smile, a full set of teeth. Even worse, his compliment to Shara actually sounded sincere, although I doubted it was. She practically melted, letting out a gasp, then a long, "Aww." She wasn't unattractive, but she certainly couldn't have been the prettiest lady this boy had seen. A black mixture of dirt and soot covered most of her face, and her hair was tangled and matted. I wasn't any better, but the boy wasn't telling me I was the most handsome man you'd seen. It's awfully kind of you to ask my name, Tyree whispered. No one else cares. He glanced at the other passing travelers in a coy manner that seemed far too practiced. Shara made an unintelligible sound that showed the boy's cuteness had clearly clouded her judgment. How old are you? I asked. 9, sir. Are you fortunate enough to be this woman's beau? Shara giggled. You're so adorable. She couldn't seem to get enough of this child. No, we're just traveling companions. This is Nico, and I'm Shara. Are you hungry? She motioned for me to hand her our food bag. I didn't dare. Gods, I couldn't possibly ask such nice people for food. Shara scowled at me when I wouldn't hand her the bag. Nico. She grabbed it and pulled. I didn't let go. Nico! She pulled harder. I stopped resisting, letting it out of my hand with a grunt of disapproval. She stumbled 2 steps from her momentum, then clumsily regained her balance. She pushed aside a dark clump of knotted hair that had fallen over her face and smiled at the boy. "Please, let us help you." Shara handed to him some of our dried meat, my favorite food in the bag. "This should give you the energy you need to get where you're going." Her brow creased. "Where are you going?" The boy gladly took the food, but instead of shoveling it into his mouth like a starving boy would, he pushed it into one of his coat pockets. "Cessary, Shara. I'm going to Cessary. The last of my family is there. The fires last night?" He shook his head and looked as if he was trying to cry. Shara knelt down again. "Oh, I'm so sorry." She threw her arms around him, and he laid his head on her shoulder. She pulled back and grasped his hands, showing him a serious look. "I have some good news for you. We're heading to Cessary as well. You can go with us. How's that sound?" "No," I thought. "How do I stop this?" I knew a liar when I met one. This Tyree, if that was even his name, wasn't trustworthy. "Shara." I tried to get her attention, but she wouldn't look away from the boy's face. He stared blankly at her. "Go with you? To Cessary?" "Shara." I tried again. This time she turned her head. "What?" But I stopped as I noticed the boy's eyes shifting as well. They hurried over me, from my face to the bag on my back, to the dagger on my belt, over to Shara's bag, and her too long sword, the point of its sheath resting on the dirt as she remained kneeling. I would have thought the child was trying to determine if we were dangerous or not, but there was an utter lack of concern on his face. Instead, he looked as if he'd just stepped into a bakery and with a full coin purse was eyeing all the things he wanted to devour. I met Shara's gaze. Her expression held a mix of disbelief and disgust. Her mind was set. We would help this boy whether I liked it or not. I sighed. Shara looked back at Tyree and smiled once again. "Come with us, all right?" She stood and held out her hand to him. "Gods, my hands are very dirty. I couldn't." "So are mine. Come on, let's go." "Thank you, Shara and Nico. Thank you. I won't take too much food, I swear it." "Don't worry about that," Shara said. "You have plenty." "No, we don't." I refrained from saying because it didn't matter. This was happening. The boy walked beside her, both of them in front of me. He still wouldn't take her hand, and she gave up, patting his back once instead. He seemed annoyed by her touch, his shoulders lifting. She didn't appear to notice, too busy looking in our food bag and telling him what we had in an attempt to excite him. Gosh, that all sounds delicious," he gushed. "Thank you." But when Shara asked what family he had in Cessary, he gave no answer. "Don't want to talk about it?" she asked sweetly. He shook his head, then looked the opposite way, probably because he's been lying. Just then, the boy turned to give me an inquisitive look. I feigned no smile for him, instead showing a hard glare. It was better if he knew I wasn't as gullible as Shara. Maybe then he wouldn't try to steal from us. Chapter 10. I stayed behind Shara and the boy for many miles. He didn't eat the jerky in his coat pocket. He didn't ask when we planned to stop for a rest. He never complained. In fact, he only spoke when Shara asked him something. Soon she got tired of trying to get Tyree to speak about himself, and she started talking about us instead. "Nico and I just met yesterday. Our houses were burned down during the battle." Gods, that's truly awful. Truly. We're going to be fine. Don't worry. We're on our way to Glane to get money for new houses. I've always wanted to travel north. I'm happy to finally do it. We're going to be fine," she repeated. I found it odd that she hadn't traveled north before. This was the opposite of the impression she initially gave me. I started to wonder where she could have gone if she hadn't gone north. Landheim was at the southern edge of Rallon. A different king reigned over the territory south of us. "Shara," I started. "Nico? If you haven't traveled north, where have you traveled before?" "I've never left Landheim." I stopped. "Are you joking?" "No." She stopped as well and shot me a confused glance. Anger made my voice rise. "You've never been out of Landheim?" "I never said I had." She leaned away from me, appearing nervous. She should be nervous. "Why did you give me the impression you're a seasoned traveler?" "I know Samara as well as anyone could without walking across it." She folded her arms, now defensive. "I never lied to you. I may not be a seasoned traveler, but I know the land well, far better than you, far better than most, even those who have traveled it." "How's that possible?" "Maps, books," she pointed to her temple. "I remember everything I read." "Maps and books?" I was incredulous. This madwoman? "Maps and books?" "What do you care?" she retorted. "You thought you could make it to Glane on your own, so why not believe I can lead us there?" "Because you convinced me how absurd it was to travel alone." "It is absurd, but you don't have to worry now. I will lead us there." "From maps and books? What were the dangers you listed before?" I was thinking aloud now. "Something about creatures lurking in the forest and waiting beneath the ground?" "Yes, that and more, but I know how to handle them." From maps and books? Guys, I've traveled more than you. I've been to Cesare and back. It wasn't much, and I rode in a carriage each time, but it was something. Shara had a look as if she was bored. Does this mean you're going to leave during the night again? Her voice was serious, yet soft and horribly callous. Because you might as well go on your own now, if that's the case. Her words made it feel like a strip of my heart had been ripped off. My anger was gone. I couldn't keep it up when guilt overcame me. I contemplated reminding her that I heard someone in the night. She probably would have pretended to believe me a second time to avoid awkwardness, even after confronting me about the truth. But I couldn't lie again. No, I'm not going to leave. But if we find someone we can trust in Cesare who's been north before, we'll take him along. I thought of my friend Isel. It wasn't that I expected him to know the land any better than Shara or I did. I just wanted someone I could trust, someone I knew. Isel will make everything better. The boy didn't seem the least bit concerned as he eyed Shara and me. He was a calculating little runt. I could see it. Children couldn't be trusted. This I learned when I still was one. We're separating from you when we get to Cesare, I told him. He pretended to be afraid. Yes, of course, I understand. No need to be rude, Shara scolded me. But there was a need. Politeness was just a mask on this child. I wanted to yank it off and expose his true character. Maybe if we eat something, we'll all feel better, Shara suggested. So we ate. By the end of our quick meal, I did feel somewhat better. Shara had convinced me she was better qualified than most to lead us to Ghislaine. She could be quite persistent, I'd come to realize. She didn't ask again if I would leave during the night, though I could feel her thinking about it in each pause during the meal. If she was as capable as she claimed, I didn't see why she couldn't find a better companion in Cesare. Then I realized how absurd that thought was. Who was she going to find there who wanted to go all the way to Ghislaine? She had a far better chance of finding someone in Landheim. She could have hung around mean Betsy Baker and waited for someone else to get their redemption scroll, but then could she trust whoever it was? For that matter, what did I offer to this party? My greatest asset was my ability with Pyforial energy, and she didn't even know about that. To her, I was trustworthy, at least enough. When we started walking again, I flanked one side of her, the boy on the other. Shara, Nico. She let out something between a scoff and a laugh. You have to stop starting with my name. One of my many fathers used to do that whenever he needed something. Her voice became grave. And he always needed something. I'll try. Now, what were you saying? I want to thank you. I'd be walking to Ghislaine alone right now if it wasn't for you. She smirked, then started to sing. When I don't know of the dangers that await, you start to go thinking of no ill fate. But with me here, Nico, there's no need to freako. I'll keep us safe. She paused and furrowed her brow. I hope our pants don't chafe. Wait, I can come up with something better. Ignoring her, I said, if you give me that sword, I can do a lot more to keep us safe. And I'll look after this waif. Shara finished, putting her hand on the boy's back and wearing a proud smile. Rhymes are usually easy. I must be more tired than I thought. I wondered if she even heard me. Shara, Nico, she interrupted. Sorry, the sword. Can we trade it for my dagger? She scowled. Just to use, not to keep. Nay. I thought of asking her to swing it to demonstrate my point that she couldn't, but I was too fearful she would try and end up cutting herself. Miles later, the path to Cesare took us between a lake and a rocky hillside. A few hundred soldiers were gathered around the water, their black uniforms with the sigil of a medallion on their shoulders signifying their allegiance to King Quince. They were allies. Well, maybe not exactly allies. I couldn't imagine them helping us with anything. They aren't foes, I corrected myself. Let's fill our water there, I said. We can make a fire after we pass through the soldiers. All right, Shara said. Keep quiet around the soldiers, she whispered to the boy. I know. I wasn't thirsty, but I drank nearly all of the water I had left, knowing I'd replenish it soon. You shouldn't do that, Shara advised. Why not? What if we couldn't fill our water here? Why couldn't we? I don't know, but it's a good idea to wait until we have the refill ready before drinking our supply dry. I couldn't disagree with her reasoning. Next time. A few soldiers glanced over, but the rest ignored us. Most were men with swords. Each woman I saw appeared to be a mage like Callan, without a sword, without armor, and smaller in stature than the men. Then I saw her, Callan. It was certainly her, blonde with a hard expression. When her eyes found me, the tension left her face. Shara and the boy stopped with me. Oh, you're the soldier who stayed with Nico, right? Shara asked. I am. Callan seemed to be waiting for Shara to say something about her killing my father, but Shara knew nothing of that. In fact, she'd assumed something happened between Callan and me, something romantic. I could see it on her face again, a subtle smirk. I thought you were still in Landheim, I said. We left that morning. Callan's leg no longer was wrapped, though there was a tear in the thigh of her pants. I can imagine her limping all of yesterday without a simple complaint. She noticed the sword in its sheath on Shara's belt. Callan then looked over to me and tilted her head in question when she saw only a dagger. She looked ready to comment, but Shara spoke first. We're going to Glane after stopping in Cessery. What are you all doing here? Callan's insensitive friend appeared. He won't do it, she told Callan, ignoring us. The man is dumber than a sack of rocks. Callan's face twitched in our direction. Her friend turned to me. You again? What do you want? Nothing. Could you get me some of that water that they're boiling? Callan asked her friend. She held out a water skin. Her friend's eyes became slits as she took it. Fine. When she left, Callan took a step towards us. As she was in pain from her injury, she hid it. Go back to Landheim. We can't, Shara said. There's nothing there for us. We need to get to Glane in 14 days, I added. We have redemption scrolls from that bright and pleasant claim inspector in your army. Shara looked at me incredulous. Did you just make a joke? Callan wasn't amused. It's not safe in Cessery. Enemy troops are all over Rallon. Landheim is now guarded, but we're still moving troops into other cities that might be targeted. We need horses from Cessery, I told her, and have friends and family there. Well, one friend and one family member. She didn't need to know that. Shara nodded as I spoke. We need to get to Cessery. What was that other soldier annoyed about? And she said I was inquisitive. She's been trying to get our commander to send out scouts, but he doesn't want to take the time because he's in a hurry to get to Cessery before our enemies. Why would they attack the city if no soldiers were there? Shara asked. Don't know if they would for sure. We're still trying to figure out what they were doing in Landheim. She paused and drew in a deep breath. I suppose Glane would be the safest city if you could get there. It'll be the most guarded, but you must know how far and dangerous the trip will be. Shara and I shared a glance. She looked back at Callan, her eyes hard, determined. When there's nothing left to lose, risk no longer carries any weight. Boulder! Someone shouted. It felt like an earthquake. I spun in each direction until I spotted an enormous boulder tumbling down the hill. Soldiers shouted at each other to move. Shara squealed as the boulder hurtled into two of the men who'd been too slow to get out of its way. It broke the surface of the lake with a crash. Arrows flew from the top of the hill, striking the men on either side of us. I grabbed Shara and pulled her toward the water. She clutched the boy's hand. That hurts, he complained, but she ignored him. Near the water, I dropped to the ground to make myself a smaller target, pulling Shara down with me. I took a couple breaths to figure out what was happening. Hundreds of armored men came charging down the hill toward our soldiers. Arrows rained down with them, sailing over their heads and striking our troops. Our archers shot back, but there weren't nearly as many arrows flying up the hill as down. Enemy swordsmen reached its base, and all arrows stopped. The collision of steel mixed with cries of battle to make one continuous sound of destruction. Callan held out her wand. A blast of light came from its tip, a fireball shooting out and striking a foe in the chest just like what had happened to John. Only this man wore armor. He fell, but got up, now with his eyes set on Callan. Kill the fire mage! He shouted. What do we do? Shara was panicked. Let go, the boy complained. You have to stay with us, Tyree, Shara insisted, but the stubborn boy used his other hand to pry off her fingers. My mind still hadn't caught up to the situation when the boy started running north, right around men killing each other with swords. Stop! Shara shouted. He didn't. She chased after him. Wait, I called. She didn't. I started after her but stopped when I saw Callan needed help. 3 men were coming at her, with only one ally swordman by her side. They ran past Shara and the boy without a glance, making me believe they weren't in as much danger as Callan. Run, Nico! She urged through gritted teeth. Before they close in completely! Go that way! She pointed south, the opposite way of Shara and the boy. Now! She screamed. I took a quick look. Enemies flooded down the hill, but there were far fewer of them than to the north. I might be able to make it even if they went after me. Instead, I focused on 3 armored men charging toward Callan. Our brave ally swordman stepped forward and attacked the first of the 3. In a blink, he was surrounded. An instant later, he went down, his chest sliced open. One of the 3 stopped to drive his sword down through the man's heart. The other 2 were nearly on top of Callan when she shot another fireball. I couldn't see what happened when it exploded against them, the heat forcing my eyes shut for a breath. When I looked again, one enemy didn't seem to be getting up, but there were still 2 more who would reach Callan before she had time to gather enough bestial energy for another fireball. My dagger was practically useless. I had maybe the span of 3 heartbeats before they would cut Callan down. I aimed my hand and moved as much Pyforial energy as I could between her and the 2 men. Then I focused my mind to expand the energy to the length of my outstretched arms. I only had time to make the floating cord as thick as a finger, but that would have to do. It skewed the appearance of the lake behind it, as if I were looking through warped glass. Yet the men didn't notice. They ran straight into it. I held it strong, wrapping its ends around them. Their momentum was too strong for it to stop them. Or perhaps I just wasn't a powerful enough mage to keep it steady, but it did slow them as well as confuse them. They now trudged at Callan at the speed of a jog. She fell trying to back away, confused as well. Pi energy stuck itself like glue with a little help from my mind. It wouldn't come apart easily. I made the 2 ends of the cord find each other around the men's backs, enclosing them completely. With just a moment to spare, I gathered more Pi energy to create another cord. I looped this one around the first with its other end in my hand, making the whole thing like a lasso. Pulling just as strongly with my mind as with my arms, I had enough strength to yank the men off their feet. They grunted in surprise as they fell. One of them spun his head around and found me. "Pyforial Mage!" he shouted, pointing with his one arm that wasn't caught in my nearly invisible lasso. "He's a Pyforial Mage!" He continued to yell as I screamed at Callan to shoot them. She did, but her fireball was only strong enough to quiet one of them. "Run, you idiot!" Callan ordered me with more anger than I'd ever been told anything. "Where's the mage?" Another enemy demanded, sprinting toward us. He got no answer as Callan shot the lassoed man once again. There were too many to the north, where Shara had gone. I turned and ran south. "You! Stop!" a voice called. I figured it was the same man who sprinted toward us asking about me. "Stop him! I think he's a Pyforial Mage!" Soldiers not too busy killing my allies perked up and looked around. One found me and jumped in front of my only clear path. He aimed his sword. "Him?" "Yes!" I heard the man shout behind me. "Stop or die!" the one in front of me threatened. This time I was ready. I'd been gathering Pi the moment I started running. It was hard to control while maintaining my speed, so I focused on doing the simplest thing I could to get him out of my way. I encircled a rope of it around his ankle. He looked down and tried to cut it with his sword. It would have been easy, but I was too quick at pulling the energy toward me, taking his leg with it so that he fell. Even though it was all done with my mind, I reached out my hand and pulled to mimic the action. This always made Pi easier to manipulate. Unfortunately, it also alerted anyone who happened to be looking to what I'd done. More shouts rang out from behind me. "Stop him!" 2 more men came at me from the front. They were far enough away that I had time to wrap Pi energy around their heads. With all the force I could manage, I squeezed it. Their heads slammed together. Both fell, one unconscious, the other dazed. Open land stretched before me, but I needed something to hide behind. I turned right and started up a slight incline. There were trees ahead, not a forest, but enough of them to provide cover if I created some distance. An archer was in the way. He raised his bow, an arrow already latching on the string. I tried to grab his weapon with a loop of Pi energy, but I missed. I couldn't see the energy well enough to correct my mistake in time. My heart jumped as I realized this was it. I was going to die. "Don't shoot him!" someone behind me yelled. The archer froze. "Not in the chest!" The same voice rang out. "Get him in the leg!" The archer lowered his aim. The delay gave me the opportunity to try again. By then I was closer, making it easier for me to aim the energy. I got a good hold on the weapon and jerked it to the side, just as he released the string. The arrow flew by me. Someone screamed in agony. A quick glance behind me revealed the archer had shot his own man in the shoulder. I also noticed 2 other men catching up. I had to go faster. Without enough time to load another arrow, the archer dropped his bow and drew a dagger. I had my own dagger ready, but I knew nothing of fighting, so I threw it. The lucky toss. It struck the man in his thigh, and it stayed there. As he fell with a shout, I ran past him. The trees were just ahead. I drew in Pi energy as I hustled. I could feel it trailing behind me like a cloak as I pulled in more and more. Reaching the start of the trees, I turned, ready to use it on my foes, but they stopped when I pushed out my hands. One fell to his knees and covered his face. The other turned sideways, lifting his shoulder to protect his neck. I held the energy, undecided how I would hurt them. Whatever these men had learned or heard about Pyforial energy, they seemed terrified of it, as if I could slit their throats from 10 yards out. A mage as skilled as me could choke a man with it, but it was no easy task. I'd have to get the cord of energy around their neck and focus hard to keep it tight enough to restrict air. Meanwhile, they could get their fingers around it and try to pry it off. These men could even cut it with their swords if they were desperate. The energy stuck to itself, but it couldn't hold against a blade. I took the clump of energy before me and moved it toward the 2 swordsmen. They appeared blurry through the energy, like I was peering through heat waves. After one look right at it, they turned and ran. Exhaustion was catching up with me from all the manipulating of Pi. I gladly let go of my hold on the energy and ran into the trees. I looked over my shoulder to find the swordmen had given up. They were rushing back to their comrades, who seemed to have won, for none of the men I saw standing wore black, the color of my king's army. Shouting began soon after that. "Pyforial Mage, we have your friend here, alive!" I cursed as I hurried farther up the hill. "Gods, Shara, they're going to kill her." The incline came around the lake, the trees on it growing closer together the higher I went, concealing me better. "Pyforial Mage, we know you can hear us. Your friend will die if you don't show yourself." Out of breath, I figured I was high enough to peek without them seeing me. I moved to the edge of the land and looked out over the water. "What in the 2 hells?" I muttered as I leaned out from behind a tree and spotted a man in a blood-red robe standing on the other side of the lake. Even though he was a good 20 yards beneath me, I could still tell he was exceptionally tall. He had a thin staff painted red, to represent the god of fire, I realized. This man was a red priest. I've heard of them from Isel's brother, Swen. He'd told us they were the most powerful men of the South, able to cast fireballs the size of boulders, holding nearly as much political sway as King Martev. They practically controlled the army. They were disciples of the gods of fire, Swen told us. But he was a liar. I couldn't take anything he said as fact. I looked for Shara, but found no young woman with dark hair. Where was she? I lost my breath when I realized she wasn't the friend the Red Priest referred to. 2 men brought Callan to the edge of the lake and pushed her down onto her knees. One had a firm grip on her hair. The Red Priest stood a head taller behind his 2 men, searching for me among the trees. I moved back out of sight, stunned, unsure what to do. Pyforial Mage, come out now! Don't come out, Callan yelled. They'll kill me anyway! If you can still hear me, go now! We won't kill her or you if you come out, but she's about to die if you don't. They're coming into the forest for you, Callan warned me. Leave now or... A shriek. Was it hers? I looked out. The Red Priest was sliding a dagger across her throat. I couldn't look away, as blood burst out of her as if waiting to escape, her cry instantly muffled. I felt my teeth grit together hard enough to cause pain in my jaw. I cursed the Red Priest over and over as I took a moment to search for Shara once more. I looked among those standing, then the bodies. I didn't see her. I heard the crunch of dried leaves. Men were coming for me. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could manage. Damn that priest. I wanted to make him suffer for what he'd done. It was a quick trip out of the tree cluster. I ran up and over the small hills when I reached another patch of trees. I hid behind them just in case, peeking out for signs of my enemies. I quietly cursed the priest again and again, refusing to let go of my anger, for I knew a debilitating sadness was swelling up just beneath it. Chapter 11. I stayed there for an hour, catching my breath and letting my thoughts run wild. What did the Red Priest want with me? He and his men were enemies of King Quince's army, which means they must be loyal to King Martev. I still knew hardly anything about this war. I should have asked Shara while I had the chance. Where was she now? I hope she's all right. Damn, she has all the food. The sun had nearly set. I knew I'd better create some more distance between me and the enemy army before I thought about sleeping. My stomach grumbled, reminding me I still had to figure out what to do about food. A surge of anger ran through me as the image returned of Callan's throat being slit. I cursed the Red Priest and his men for the 100th time in the last hour. Then pity hit me. The poor woman. The image of her death seemed to be linked to John's body burning and me unsuccessfully trying to get him out of the fire. I wanted to sit and weep into my hands, so that everything I needed to do would just disappear for a moment. But I didn't let myself. So much death. And for what? What did King Martev want from all this? What do they want with me? Clearly it was because I was a Pyforial mage. But what did that mean to them? Do they want me to teach them how to manipulate the energy? Do they want me to fight for them? Do they want to sacrifice me? I knew little about the South except that the people there tended to be more religious than those of us in Rallin and Arish. None of them would be hiding swords in graves. I was surprised how much I longed to see Shara again. I worried for her more than for myself. That night was torturous. Hunting turned out to be a waste of effort. In the frigid cold, I exhausted myself trying to make a fire, finally succeeding and nearly crying from joy, just for it to go out seconds later when a gust of wind blew through. Hungry and shivering, I wrapped myself in my blanket and tried to sleep, but I just couldn't get warm enough. I'll buy an extra blanket when I get to Cessery. The thought reminded me that I'd travel away from the city for a few miles to make sure I wasn't found. If the Red Priest had men looking for me, some certainly would be watching the main path to Cessery. It was the safest route there and the most direct. He probably had eyes on the same route going the opposite way to Landheim. Perhaps I was just upsetting myself when there was no need. I probably wasn't worth the trouble now that I had escaped. I should be safe. I barely slept that night, maybe 3 hours in what felt like 6 hours of lying there. I was awakened from my longest rest by the sound of a bird singing some monotonous melody. I got up and rubbed my eyes. 13 days left. Now that the wind had stopped, I knew I could make a fire. I looked for game, convincing myself I could find signs of it by paying attention to the dirt. But when I finally found animal tracks, I couldn't be sure which way they were going. None of the prints were clear enough to see a whole paw, which made me realize they were probably old and whatever made them was long gone. Worried that I could be hunting for a whole day without finding a thing, I decided I'd have better luck taking my chances on the path to Cessery. There would be other people there. I could buy food from them. I finished the last few drops of my water skin in the morning. I shouldn't have drunk it all as soon as we saw the lake, just like Shar warned. I wondered what it would feel like to die from hunger or thirst. How would I know I was about to cease to exist? I wasn't too thirsty yet, but I already was starving. It felt like a knife was stuck in my stomach. How much worse could it get? I had trouble keeping my back straight as I walked, hunching over until it ached worse than my belly. I walked for hours and more hours. If I was a religious man, I would have prayed to both gods that I would find someone with food, and that the Red Priest and his men were watching the path to Cessary. But I wasn't religious. All I could do was hope. Too hungry and tired to think about anything else. This is how it would feel to die from hunger, I realized. To hope for food, and hope, and hope, and hope, until the realization set in that there was no hope. That's how I would die. With nothing but a useless coin purse filled with money. The irony. Money should be made of something edible, maybe stale bread. Gods, I was getting delirious. Evening was setting in. I couldn't imagine sleeping another night without food. No, I could imagine. It was torture. A dreadful thirst had set in as well. There was a voice in my head. Come on, Nico. People live for many days without food. But what about water? I argued. Yes, water is more important, it said. You'll find a lake if you don't find another person. You can boil the water and drink as much as you want. Just remember to keep any sticks you find on the way that might be good for making a fire. But, I argued, Shara has our pot. Then drink it straight. You'll be fine. Do you think Shara is still walking to Cessary with the boy? Probably. She wouldn't want you worrying about her right now. She must be worried about me, I realized. Yes, the voice agreed. She must be. I didn't know why, but it was comforting to have someone worried about me. Probably because it had been so long since anyone had. It was harder to fall asleep the second night. I constantly woke up from hunger pangs in my stomach. Each time, I licked my cracked lips. My tongue was so dry it just made them sting. Eventually, it was morning. I couldn't care less about the dirt kicked into my face and hair. I'd stick my face in mud just for a chance to slurp up some water. I had 12 days left, and I'd only walked a few miles the day before. I was far behind where I needed to be by now. I wondered how many more miles until I reached Cessary. Could I make it without water? It had been stupid of me not to wait until we had fresh water ready. I wouldn't make that mistake again. But I had the chance. I had no sense of time. I couldn't tell how far I walked, but my feet went on. I thought I saw someone. I squinted, focusing on the image. It looked like a small, dancing tree. The sight was hazy, making me feel as if I was in a dream. I trudged forward, my poor aching back complaining. I told it to be patient. I might have walked a mile, or only 100 yards, but the dancing tree became clear. It was a horse. Please let there be a person with this horse. Yes, there was a man walking beside the animal. Please, I uttered, my weak voice unfamiliar to my own ears. I sounded like a dog trying to speak. Need. The pain from uttering one word was almost enough to stop me right there. Water, I concluded. What are you doing traveling alone with a war going on? You want to die? He asked rhetorically. You got money? I nodded, hoping he knew I was answering his third question, not his second. I got a full skin of water. 2 if you want them. I nodded eagerly, holding up 2 fingers. 5 bits. I'd never drunk water faster in my life than when he handed me the 2 bulging water skins. Easy now, he warned. I barely heard him, finishing one without taking a breath. I was tempted to drink the other, and I considered it, but a sharp pain at the center of my stomach made me collapse, nearly spilling it. You'll be all right, the man soothed. Just drank too much too fast. My head was pressed against the dirt, one hand clasped around the still full water skin as it rested on the ground, my other grabbing my stomach. Got any food to sell? I asked between groans of pain, still unable to lift my head. Sure do. Loads of it. I wouldn't be a smart road salesman if I didn't. A silver and 6 pits later, I'd learned Cessary was 10 or 15 more miles along this road, but I had plenty of food and water for the trip. Instead of charging me for keeping the water skins, he'd let me give both back after I filled mine. I couldn't help but ask the man, why be fair when I'm clearly desperate? It's bad Zuji to take advantage. So you're a religious man? No. Did this road salesman not understand what Zuji was? You can't say you worry about bad Zuji without being religious. But I just did. Don't you see the contradiction? He shook his head. We can worry about the things we don't believe in. It's only when we're certain something doesn't exist that we're entirely incapable of being scared by it. Perhaps it was from recently being famished, but I couldn't quite grasp what he meant. Noticing my confusion, he said, I may not believe in Zuji, but I'm not certain it doesn't exist. Now I understood. It was a fair argument, but even if it wasn't, I didn't want to stay there debating with him. I had to get to Cessary, hopefully find Isel there, as well as Shara, get some horses, and then go north to Glane, the 3 of us. Then I remembered my aunt. I could skip the visit to her house and she'd never know I was there, but I didn't feel right about that. She needed to hear me apologize for what happened to my mother. I thanked the man who'd saved my life, hoped it was the last time anyone needed to, and set off. Wait, he called after me. You should buy an extra pair of shoes. I've already got some, pointed at my bag. You must be a smart traveler then. So how'd you run out of water? He laughed loudly to show he didn't need an answer. It made me realize I wasn't a smart traveler. I was just fortunate enough to meet someone who was. I hoped I'd find her. Gods, if hopes cost coins, I'd be poorer than a mute bard. Chapter 12. It took 2 more nights and half a day to reach Cesare. That meant I had 10 days left, including the remainder of today. A man with a friendly smile and a tall hat that made him look like a solicitor stood in the center of the main road into the city. His gaze locked onto mine as he waited for me to get closer. Hello, are you traveling from Landheim? Yes, I answered without stopping, not interested in whatever he had to sell. His voice became hurried. Is there someone who might be looking for you? Or might you be looking for someone? This was a sales tactic. I hadn't a clue where it was going. I stopped, curious what he could offer that would allow Shara and me to find each other. I am looking for someone. Are they here already? I played along. More than likely, yes. She'd gone north when I'd run south during the attack. Then may I have his or her name? How much is this going to cost? Possibly nothing. Possibly? I inquired. If he's here, he may have given me a message for you and paid for it already. If not, I would ask that you pay for the message, if there is one. She, I corrected him. And how much do you charge? Pay anything you want. I like the sound of that. Her name is Shara, and she had a little boy with her. He made a grim face. I remember Shara, but there was no boy with her when she got to town, nor later when she came back to give me a message. I'm sorry. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a wad of small papers. What's your name? Nico. I didn't care much that the boy was no longer with her, though I was curious as to what could have happened. He'd probably robbed her while she slept. Here's the message, he said. Do you know how to read? I held out my hand. I hope this reaches you. It's day 25 of the 4th. I'm working at Pig Belly's Inn, Hammershaw Street, BN 22. Come find me. Go north. Head toward the center of the city. I don't care if you don't look pretty. I'm afraid I only have news that's bleako. But it will all be better when I see your face, Nico. That was certainly Shara. I pocketed the note and thanked the man. She wasn't able to pay, he told me unabashed. Wasn't able to, or didn't? She said she had no money. Gods, I hope that she lied to him. How much? However much you think the information's worth. Truthfully, that information was worth many roughs. I might have never found her without it, but I wasn't paying him that much. When I fixed a man's roof so that he could move his sick daughter back into her room without the unrelenting rain dropping onto her bed, I didn't expect to be paid what it was worth to him. He paid me for my task, for my supplies, for my skill, and for my time. I did the same for this man, handing him 2 pits. He grumbled as he took them, tipping his hat mindlessly. Thank you. Guilt stopped me. I gave him 2 more. He smiled at me, thanking me once again, but with sincerity this time. Cesare's roads were cleaner than Landheim's, wider with no shrubbery growing out from the bottoms of houses. I figured I was too young last time I was here to appreciate it. My shirt was marred with the wine Shara had spat on me, soot from my burning house, and dirt, a whole lot of dirt. I didn't even know where so much had come from. It was as if I'd been rolling around in it. My pants were no better. I stank like a beggar. I figured my aunt would mistake me for one if I didn't clean myself. I would, after a visit to Pig Belly's Inn. Walking about these wide streets made me feel 8 years old again. Not much had changed since I left my mother here. There was that hope again, telling me she might still be in our old home. It had managed to stay with me all this time. I'd never seen her die. Someone else could have been killed, her body mistaken for my mother's. It was the same argument, over and over, but I knew better. And there was my guilt. Coming in strong as the hope faded, she wouldn't have died if I'd never left. I found Shara's Inn. The thought of seeing her put a smile on my face, until I remember she had grave news. I hoped she was exaggerating. More hope already? I almost couldn't believe it. I was fed up with hoping for outcomes that never happened. I needed to stop hoping and start expecting. Her news would be grave. My smile disappeared. I asked for her at the front, where a man behind the bar poured a beer for a hefty gentleman with kind features. I don't know a Shara. The bartender set down the beer. 2 bits. The hefty gentleman stuck one of his hairy hands into a pocket and took out 2 bronze coins. She said she was working here, I prompted. You want a drink? He asked. No, I'm just looking for Shara. Get something, the gentleman said. I'm buying. I was suddenly worried this was the game of politeness Shara had talked about. Farith, I thought she called it. No, that was in Antolith. I used to live in Cesare. I would have known if Farith existed here. Thank you, but I'm fine. I just need to find Shara. Hey, do you know a Shara? The bartender screamed over my head at someone. Shara, I quietly corrected him. She's the new waitress, a man behind me yelled. Why? This guy's looking for her. Why? The bartender glanced back at me. Why are you looking? I didn't know who to answer, him or the man who would surely shout my answer to. Figuring it would be rude to spin around after being asked a direct question, I answered the bartender. I just need to talk to her. Says he just needs to talk, he shouted over me. I was thankful the room was empty, save the gentleman beside me who seemed more entertained by his drink than by my embarrassment. She couldn't start work today until evening. The man behind me seemed to be talking to me now. But she won't have time to talk when she does. You can leave a note under her door if it's important. You know how to write? I do, but I don't have a quill or paper. One pit to use ours as well as a parchment, and I'll gladly show you which room is hers. I took his offer. Shara, I got to Cessery. I'm glad to learn you're safe. There are a few things I need to do before we can leave for Glane. I hope your grave news won't stop you from coming. I'll be at my aunt's house. I might stay the night there if she'll have me. I wrote my aunt's address. Then I was tempted to come up with a rhyme as she had throughout her whole note. I figured it had taken her no more than a few breaths' time, but I stood there and thought for quite a while. Finally, I came up with something. I hope you're not working the bara. That doesn't seem like a good job for Shara. Drinking men often think with their hand. The word no, they rarely understand. Once I was clean, wearing new clothes, I felt reborn. It was worth triple what I'd spent at 3 silver and 4 pits. I bought a second blanket, then a dagger with a casing for my belt, knowing it was just as important as clothes. 4 more silver gone, but it was well worth it. Memories came to me the moment I saw Aunt Nan's house. I remembered sitting in her living room with my mother, bored as they drank tea and talked about money and work, and how this woman was ignoring her children, and why this man would be perfect for my mother. They would only talk about John when I brought him up. I asked about my father all the time when we first moved to Cessery, wanting to know when we would see him again. Soon, my mother kept telling me. It was Aunt Nan who told me the truth, though I didn't know it at the time. If Faye's smart, she'll never be near John again. Why? He hurts her, child. I heard my mother's stifled yelps behind closed doors, and seen the bruises on her arms when she rolled up her sleeves. For some reason, I believed the obvious lies. Mother and father need to discuss serious matters, but everything's fine. Mother just fell. Everything's fine. Father wasn't himself last night. Everything's fine now. Sometimes father gets angry, so it's best if we stay away from him until he calms down. Everything's going to be fine. Even after Aunt Nan told me, I couldn't accept that my father would hurt my mother. I needed my mother to say it to believe it. I knocked on my aunt's door. Who's there? Her voice was unfamiliar to me. She sounded old. It's Nico Ackwen. Is that you, Aunt Nan? Did you say Nico? Yes, madam. The word came out on its own, reminding me how Nan always wanted me to use it, or call her Aunt Nan. I waited a long while, hearing nothing behind the door. Aunt Nan? Hold your britches, my eyes don't see as good anymore. She finally got the door open. The sight of her shocked me. She was old, with frizzled gray hair and a disarrayed mess. Her wrinkled face was just as round as I remembered, but her eyes were pale and cloudy. She was hunched over, the height of a little girl, but thick in the shoulders with lumps of fat bulging out from her dress. At least she's well fed. Is that really you, Nico? Yes, madam. May I come in? She either ignored my question or was too in awe to care. You're a giant now. Look at those shoulders and your arms. You were such a skinny boy. Is it really you? Yes, madam. Thank you. May I come in so we can talk? Wait. Her words sputtered out quick. She seemed annoyed. You went away, left your poor mother. She thought you went to see John, but I knew you were smarter than that. Where did you go? That's what I'd like to talk about, Aunt Nan. Oh, yes. Come. Lock the door after you. I was curious how old she was. I didn't know my parents' exact ages, but John couldn't have been older than 50, and my mother always looked younger than him. I hadn't thought Nan was much older than my mother, but she had to be from the looks of her now. Help Aunt Nan into her chair. She stuck out her arm for me to take. I guided her toward the most comfortable-looking seat in her living room. She fell into it with a grunt. Oh, would you like some tea? I can make us a cup. It didn't seem worth the trouble. Thank you, but I'm fine, madam. Nico! Her tone was scolding as she wagged a finger at me. Faye was heartbroken when you left, Nan gasped. You even took her money. Yes, you took it. Why did you take your mother's money? All right, she wasn't quite screaming. This wasn't going that bad yet. Do you remember Swen, Isel's brother? I asked. Oh, that nasty boy. Anger scrunched her features together. Makes me want to spit. Did he make you leave, Nico? He didn't make me, but he was part of it. Madam, Nan added. Madam, sorry. Tell me what happened. John had heard a version of this story that was more lies than truth. My neighbor had heard the same version as John. Aunt Nan would be the first person to hear more of what really happened, but there was still so much I couldn't tell her. Certainly nothing about Pyforial energy. As soon as I began, I realized the true reason I wanted to share my side with her. I needed someone to tell me it wasn't my fault. I wanted the guilt to be gone. Chapter 13. I'd gotten to know the neighboring boys in the 4 years I'd spent in Cessery. But only Isel was nice to me. I was 8 years old, stick thin, with bright blonde hair that has since dulled. I wasn't skilled at wrestling or banter. I found no enjoyment in being cruel to others. I knew nothing about girls. In those boys' eyes, I was no man. Isel excelled in every instance I failed. He was thin but wiry, a natural wrestler. He could talk his way out of any situation, and even bring out a belly laugh from the boy inciting him to do something stupid. One of my least favorite ways our friends like to pass time. It wasn't long before Isel and I were spending more time with each other and less with the other boys. The only drawback was I had to endure his older brother by 9 years. I kept expecting Swen to change. Isel's whole family was kind-hearted, humorous, thoughtful, but Swen was just vile, constantly. And when he wasn't, he was deceitful. This I knew now, but not as much at the time. For years, Isel and I played by the river a mile east of town. Sometimes my mother would come to watch over us. Other times, it would be one of Isel's family members. I liked it best when his sister was the one looking after us. She was Swen's twin, but she couldn't have been more different. She was kind, letting us get away with far more than either of our parents would. I could still recall how she liked to wet her hair and sit in the sun as it glistened. When none of them were free to take us, Isel's mother would make Swen go. He would mutter curses, get rough with us, even holding my head under water once. The cruel young man seemed inhumanly strong against us. It didn't help that when Isel and I were 7, Swen was 16, my age now. I couldn't imagine brutalizing a 7-year-old boy like he had. He tricked us once into standing beneath a hornet's nest and closing our eyes, claiming we'd get a surprise. Then he picked a rock and threw it, hitting the nest hard enough for it to fall just beside us. When Isel's mother saw the stings, Swen told her Isel had thrown the rock. We knew not to tell the truth, otherwise hornet stings would be the least of our troubles. By the time we were 8 years old, my last year in Cesare, Isel and I had earned the trust of our parents to play by the river without supervision. And what immediately followed, I did not tell Aunt Nan, because this was when Isel and I both learned about Pyforial energy. We'd heard there were mages who can move things with an illegal energy. Being young boys, we naturally wanted to try it. We found small rocks by the river, threw them in the air, and attempted to use our minds to catch them. I could say now that it was utterly hopeless, but at the time, we thought we were actually moving them with Pi. When they flipped awkwardly, when they seemed to stay in the air longer than they should, when they hit something hard and bounced back up, it wasn't just our imagination, it was our will. Everything changed when Swen found out what we thought we could do. He went with us to the river to watch us use the illegal energy, only to laugh and tease us when he didn't see the same minor movements we did. "I knew you idiots couldn't be Pyforial mages," he taunted. "Let's see you grab a stone then." Isel handed him a pebble. "I wouldn't, fool. It's illegal." "Because you can't? If that's what you think, fine. I won't tell you how to do it." Swen turned, starting back toward the city. "Wait," I said. "You can really use Pyforial energy? Why should I tell you when you'll just report me?" "I won't." I looked at Isel. "We won't, right? We won't. We promise." Isel agreed. Swen shook his head. "I'm not going to do it in front of you, but I will tell you how to do it if you pay me." Swen was obsessed with money, always finding ways to squeeze it out of people, even children. "The information is valuable. I'm going to need a rough for it." "Then you'll tell us how to be Pyforial mages?" "Only if you can keep it a secret. Even Mother can't know." I looked at Isel. I could see in his eyes that he didn't want to get involved with his brother. I didn't either, but this was manipulating Pyforial energy. "Who else could help us learn it when just teaching it is illegal?" I argued. Isel frowned. "Fine." He turned to Swen. "We'll each give you 5 pits when you get back home. Sit and stay quiet, and remember that I'll break your arm if you ever talk to anyone about this." He glared at us, causing my heart to pound against my chest. He wasn't one to make threats without following through. "Which arm?" I asked stupidly. "You're right. Understand?" I nodded. "First, you idiots need to know that you can't move the rocks with your mind. No one can do that, so don't waste your time trying. A Pyforial mage grabs the objects with Pyforial energy, then moves the energy, not the object itself. If I wanted to lift a pebble from the ground, I would wrap my Pi energy around it, tightly enough to hold it." He lifted his arm, pointing his fingers at a stone between us. "Then I would lift the energy, and it would lift the pebble." Isel and I gawked at the stone, waiting for it to rise. "Do it," Isel said after nothing happened. Swen punched him in the shoulder. Isel stumbled back a step, grabbing his shoulder and grunting. Swen looked as if he was going to hit him again. "I told you." I thought of a question to distract Swen. "Why is it illegal?" "What?" Now he looked as if he wanted to hit me. I took a step back. "Why is using Pyforial energy illegal? Are you too dumb to see that it's dangerous?" He had a wry smile like he always did when he belittled me. "If I can squeeze the energy around a rock tight enough to keep it floating, then I can squeeze the energy around your neck." His tone made it sound like it was something he craved. It's a weapon. It's the weapon. Nothing is stronger than a Pyforial mage. But other mages can cast fire, Isel argued, still holding his shoulder. Not in secret. Those mages need wands. Their spells cause bright flashes. But if I choke someone with Pi energy, no one would know it was me. The same reason poison is legal, but bows and swords are not. Being able to hide this deadly force is what's most powerful about it. I don't want to choke anyone, Isel pointed out. I just want to lift things. Me too, I said. Teach us. I said I'd tell you what you need to know so you could learn it. I didn't say I'd teach you. To hells, I doubt I even could teach you idiots. At that point, I just wanted to see a spell in action. If you're really a Pyforial mage, you'll show us you can at least lift a pebble. Swen bent and picked up not a pebble, but a rock. He placed it in his palm and stared at it. I waited with excitement to see it rise into the air. With a quick jerk, Swen threw the rock at me. It hit me in the stomach hard enough to knock the air out of my lungs. I fell, gasping and crying while he laughed. Isel crouched beside me. Are you all right? When my breath came back and my tears stopped, I nodded. Want to see me lift another rock? Swen taunted. No, Isel answered for me. After Swen's explanation, I realized I'd never been close to actually lifting a pebble. I felt no connection to this invisible energy. Thinking back, if I'd ever heard of Pyforial energy until that present day, I would have assumed it was a myth. But I never thought that way when I was young. Little boys want to believe in magic so desperately that not even their parents can convince them otherwise. If asked, a boy might tell you he knows magic isn't real, but deep down, he never stops believing in the chance that everyone's wrong. Sometimes I miss this feeling, that the myths of the world were mine to explore. I couldn't remember the last time I was as determined as Isel and I were to lift a pebble, even after our uninspiring conversation with Swen. For days, Isel and I still threw pebbles in the air, trying to catch them with no success. Eventually, I came to the idea that catching a pebble with Pi energy was too difficult for us. We needed to start with something easier. I sat and tried to use this energy I knew nothing about to move the dirt. I could do so with my breath, so I knew I didn't need much force. Isel sat beside me. What are you doing? He asked. I swayed my hand over the dirt, trying to tell the energy to move it. I can't feel the energy. Can you? I think I can. We sat there for maybe an hour, swaying our hands back and forth. I did it! Isel shouted, jumping to his feet. I did it! Did you see? I didn't. I was mad with jealousy. Let me see you do it again. He sat and focused. He moved his hand right over the ground. Nothing happened. Wait, he said. He tried again. Nothing happened. Wait! Again, nothing happened. I swear I did it. What does the energy feel like? I asked, part of me thinking his answer would be nothing but a lie. He didn't answer, too determined to move the dirt as he swung his hand back and forth. Soon he grunted in annoyance and brushed the dirt with his hand. I did it earlier. I saw it move. Without touching it? Yes. He must have realized I didn't believe him. I'm going to do it again. Just wait. I held out my hand to halt him. Sometimes Isel needed to stop what he was doing just to hear me. What does the energy feel like? I asked again. He bit his lip as he thought. Like I'm moving the wind. All right, I thought. Moving the wind. I can do that. But as I closed my eyes, I realized I had no idea what moving the wind should feel like. I could feel the wind, and I could try to move it. But that would be no different than feeling the ground beneath my feet and trying to move that. Isel was never quite adept at describing things he was naturally good at. I asked him once how to explain to be a good wrestler, and the first thing he did was throw me to the ground. Nowadays, I knew that manipulating Pi felt like, and I could say with confidence, that it wasn't like moving the wind. No one could do that, so how would we know what it felt like? Manipulating Pyforial energy was like turning a crank in order to lift something heavy. The less energy we controlled, the more it felt like we were spinning the crank with no resistance. Of course, the opposite was true as well. To lift another person with Pyforial energy would feel not much different than doing so with my arms, legs, and back. Yet all the strain would be on my mind. It wasn't that I'd ever lifted another person with Pi, but I had lifted slabs of wood heavier than any man. It was exhausting. My breathing became labored, and my heart slammed against my chest. It wasn't that different from a wrestling match, for Pyforial mages wrestled the energy into submission, bending it to their will when it wanted to be free. The next day, Isel proved he could really move the dirt with a gust of Pyforial energy. He showed me again and again. By the end of the day, he was trying to catch a pebble with no success. It took me another week, but I finally got the dirt to move. Mixed with utter satisfaction was anger toward Isel. Doesn't feel anything like moving the wind, I complained. He shrugged. Does to me. I sat there on the ground and focused on wrapping the Pi energy around the pebbles so I could lift them, but I couldn't do it. Day after day I sat there, my back aching. Once Isel became frustrated trying to catch the pebbles without success, he sat down beside me and started trying to lift one. By the end of the day, he'd done it. What should I do next? He asked. After I lift a pebble, I was going to start letting it drop and then catching it again. Good idea. We went on like that for weeks. Isel was always one step ahead of me. The study of the energy consumed us. We went to the river every evening to practice, staying until it was almost too dark to get home safely. So we started bringing a lamp. We promised each other we wouldn't use the energy except by the river, and we would never tell anyone. I think Swen is lying, I said. I doubt he's a Pyforial Mage. I doubt so too. Don't tell him, though. I won't. If it were anyone else, I would have been worried, but Isel could keep a secret just as well as I could. Months went by, and eventually we could toss pebbles and catch them as we dreamed of doing. One evening, Swen came with Isel to the river. Why'd you bring him? I complained. He made me. Swen folded his arms. Let's see you do it. You first, Isel countered. Lift a pebble. I wanted to shout at my friend. This could ruin everything. At the same time, I wanted to show Swen what we could do, just to see the look on his face. Conflicted, I remained silent. You're so stupid, Swen said. Why would I go first when I have nothing to prove? I don't believe you can do it. Show me. Isel nudged a small rock with his foot, making sure it wasn't stuck to the dirt. The stone was about the size of his palm. He sucked in a breath, then extended his hand. Isel may have been better at using the energy than I was, but he had trouble doing so without moving his hands, mimicking the motion he wanted the energy to take. For me, it helped, but wasn't necessary. The stone rose into the air awkwardly, like one of those giant bugs too large to fly straight. I watched Swen's eyes bulge. Sweet satisfaction, that liar. Isel let the stone drop and turned to his brother. Now you! For once, it seemed as if Swen had no retort. He looked at me with his mouth agape. You can do it too? I looked at the same stone. It jiggled on the ground as I got Pi energy around it. Then it shook as it came off the ground. I couldn't get it as high as Isel before it slipped from my grasp and fell, but it was certainly better than Swen could do, which was nothing. Teach me, he stated calmly. I knew you were lying, I yelled. He scowled and started toward me. You'll teach me, or you'll be thrown in prison for the rest of your life when I tell the guards. You're the one who taught us. Isel had a snide grin. You'll be put in prison as well. How can I teach you when I don't know how to do it? Swen asked rhetorically, malice thick in his tone. It was the same voice I'd heard many times just before he got violent. I began to worry, all satisfaction gone. Teach me, he demanded. Now. I saw Isel grow nervous, too. This was suddenly serious. Swen, I said, trying to reason with him, we learned from what you told us. Truthfully, I didn't want him to learn. I'd never seen him do one good thing for anyone without expecting something in return. So what would he use the energy for? Damn idiots, give me the rock. Isel put it on the ground by his brother's feet. You might want to start with making the dirt move. Swen shoved him. If you can move the damn rock, then I should be able to easily. His face contorted while he stared at it. Swen reached out, his hand shaking, a high-pitched noise escaping from his throat. Laughter threatened to come up from my stomach as his face became red. I covered my mouth. Please don't laugh, please don't laugh. Then Swen farted, and I couldn't contain it after that. Isel and I burst out laughing at the same time. Swen cursed and charged us. He tackled his brother. As they wrestled, Swen hit him in the stomach. Isel screamed for him to stop, trying to use his knees to get him off. But Swen was twice our age and our weight. Even with me helping, I couldn't get Swen off. He struck Isel in the face next. Blood smeared across his upper lip. I grabbed the biggest rock I could find nearby and slammed it into Swen's back. He yelped, jumped off Isel, and started toward me. I turned and ran, but I only made it a few steps before he grabbed my arm. He spun me around and grasped me by my throat. I couldn't breathe. I was going to die. I could kill you both right now. Gods, I was really going to die. Something collided into Swen from behind, so that he fell on top of me. When I heard Isel shouting, I knew it had to be him. Grasping for breath, I had trouble doing anything as the brothers rolled around on top of me. Leave us alone, Isel yelled. A line often said, but never effective. I was still terrified that Swen actually would kill us. I screamed for help, hoping someone would hear. Shut your mouth! Swen threw dirt at my face. Someone down my throat, causing me to cough. Everything stopped soon after. Swen had his hands on Isel, but just to hold him against the ground. Isel wiped blood from his face. How are we going to explain this to Mother? Swen let out his breath and plopped onto his rear. Isel sat up, the three of us breathing heavily. How in the hell, you idiots, you figured out how to use Pi energy? Swen muttered to himself, clearly not a question he expected us to answer. A surge of anger ran through him as he grunted and grabbed a handful of dirt. He threw it in Isel's face as he stood. Clean up in the river. Mother will never know. Cursing, he trudged off. Chapter 14. It was after this event that Swen started teasing me about my father. I shared that memory now with Aunt Nan, reminding her of the things the bully used to say. No wonder you don't know how to wrestle, because you don't have a father. You're going to grow up to be a woman. No girl will want to kiss a woman. You better hope your father comes to Sesri soon, or it'll be too late for you. You'll never learn how to be a man. Swen was relentless, especially in front of the other kids. He'd keep it up until everyone was making fun of me, forcing me to walk away because I didn't want to cry in front of them. I lived in fear of Swen seeing me, but eventually the other kids didn't need him around to repeat the insults he spewed over and over. They claimed I didn't have manhood between my legs like they did. They speculated about what jobs I could never do. If they saw my mother put her hand on my back or even speak to me sweetly, they'd laugh and whisper to each other. I became concerned they might be right. But if not having a father had changed me, I eventually badgered my mother into telling me why he wasn't in Sesri with us. She sat at our table and had me sit right next to her. John isn't a good parent. I had fond memories of him playing with me, the only requisite to being a good parent in my mind. So this made no sense. Why? He isn't good for us. I could sense my mother wasn't telling me something. Her blonde hair fell over half of her face as she turned away from me. Her gaze focused on the table. She took a breath and then looked straight into my eyes. I wasn't completely honest with you. He doesn't know where we are, and it's better this way. Does he hate us? It was the only thing I could figure. Perhaps he didn't want to be here. No, I'm sure he loves and misses us, but John isn't able to love in the same way that we do. He gets angry, and he hurts me. Do you remember seeing bruises on me? Yes. John did that. Why? Do you know how some people do violent things when they get angry? Yes, I answered. I thought of Swen and got ready to argue that my father couldn't be anything like him. I never saw John hit my mother, and he never hit me like Swen did. John gets angry often. Like Swen? If she agreed, it would prove she was wrong about John. It would give us a chance to be together. I could grow up to be a man. Yes, like Swen. My mother was wrong. You said he misses us, right? I'm sure he does. So if he misses us, he won't hurt you anymore. My mother showed me a sad gaze. You're still too young to understand. You need to trust me that it's better if he's not here. I do understand. It's not better. I was old enough to tell my words hurt her. She held back tears for the moment and stood. Let's talk about this later, all right? Her tone made me hopeful. Maybe there was a chance I could change her mind. But my mother and I never talked about John again after that. I tried to bring him up several times, usually while I was upset about being teased. But after she calmed me down, I always felt better and didn't push the issue. One evening at the river with Isel, I asked him, Do you think I won't become a man because my father isn't here? He let down his hand, and his hovering rock fell with a thud. I don't know. My heart felt just like a rock. Swen lies about a lot of things, Isel said, trying to comfort me. Maybe he's lying about this. Has he been worse to you since he found out we're Pyforial mages? We weren't exactly Pyforial mages, as we could hardly do more than move a rock, but I thought we were at the time. He has. I hate him. I'd heard Isel say that about his brother too many times to count. Keep it a secret? Isel asked. Always. Ina says Swen is troubled. I'd seen even less of Isel's pretty sister, Swen's twin, as we'd gotten older. Where has she been? Around as little as possible, and it's Swen's fault. I knew Isel appreciated his sister, not in the exact same way I did, of course, but he favored her company over Swen's any day of the month. I think he did something to her. What? I don't know, but she says he was troubled even when they were small children. She doesn't want to be around him. I heard her talking to my mother about it. She wants to live somewhere else. Maybe you could live with her. I would have loved to see Isel and his sister without worrying about Swen. But Isel shook his head. My mother told Swen what Ina said. He apologized to her and made himself sound sweet. Ina tried to tell my mother he was just pretending, but she believed Swen was sincere. When I asked Ina about it later, she told me Swen doesn't feel things like we do. He feels anger just fine, I said, kicking a rock by my feet. And greed, Isel added. But Ina told me there are other feelings he can't feel. Like what? He won't ever say he's sorry unless it's in front of our mother. That's right, I realized. He's never sorry. Isel raised his hand, lifting the rock with it. Ina told me she's going to move as soon as she finds a man to marry. He moved his hand over his shoulder as if he was about to throw a ball. Then he jerked it forward, and the rock sailed into the river. I want to be strong enough mage to hurt Swen. You would use it on him? If I needed to. Now, relating all this to Aunt Nan, I left Pyforial energy out of the conversation. With a smile, she recalled how Isel and I were always by the river. Your mother never understood what you could be doing for so many hours without becoming bored. But I said you were boys with wondrous imaginations. Faye and I used to play when we were little, just like you and Isel. When I reminded her of this, she understood. Her voice softened. Are you telling me Swen had some part in why you left her? Not just that. I swallowed air, unable to get the words out. What came next would be difficult to tell Aunt Nan, but nothing would be harder to reveal than the end of this tale. Shall I go on, madam? Yes, Nico. Enough about Swen and those mean little boys who teased you. Tell me what happened next. Swen was always trying new techniques to earn money. He'd owned and sold several horses throughout the years, and at one point he bought a carriage. He earned money bringing people in and out of Cessary. Sometimes he would be gone for weeks. I'd always noticed because life was more peaceful when he was away. One evening I met Isel by the river, and he told me Swen had just come back. He was asking about your father. I hope you didn't tell him anything. I don't even know why he was asking. Do you have any idea? No, and I don't care. We went back to practicing on rocks, but after a brief silence, I realized I couldn't let it out of my mind. What did he ask? He wanted to make sure your father was in Landheim. And you told him? I shouted. He already knew. I tried not to be angry at my only friend. What else did he say? He tried to get me to tell him how much money you have, but I didn't. Did he hurt you? Not bad. My father was home. Swen approached me the next morning. I wanted to run at the sight of him, especially when he smiled at me. Nico, I have something you want. What? I muttered. Do you still want to be a man? Or have you accepted dying without kissing a woman or ever being able to win a fight? What do you want? I'm being honest. He sounded sincere, possibly even offended. If you want, I can help you be a man. If not, fine. He turned to leave. Wait, how? I can take you to your father. It sounded too good to be true. You would do that? Of course I would. That's nice of you. I waited to see what he would say next. Let's leave tomorrow. You're going to have to pay, of course. My rate is fair. Will my mother be angry with me? She's going to come too. As soon as she sees you're gone, she'll ask if we've seen you. I'll tell her you paid someone to take you there in a carriage. I didn't understand. But you're taking me. I can't say it's me, because I'll get in trouble with my parents. Especially when I'm trying to help you. Right. Don't you miss your father? You should. Boys miss their fathers after just one night, and you haven't seen him for years. You would be a terrible son not to miss him. Ask Isel. He would miss our father after just one night. In fact, let's ask him right now. Before I could say anything, Swen dragged me off to see Isel, soon bringing us into the small bedroom the brothers shared, and closing the door. What is it? Isel asked. I was surprised when Swen let me speak first. Go ahead, he said, extending his palm toward me. Ask him. Would you miss your father if you left? Yes, Isel answered. Would you miss him after one night? Sometimes he doesn't come home before I have to go to bed, and I don't like it, so I know I would. And what if he was gone for a year? Swen asked his brother. How much would you miss him then? So much. Swen poked me in the shoulder. You should miss your father. I do miss him. I thought I did in that moment. As you should. Now go count how much money your mother has. He gestured at the door. Why? I need to feed us and our horses during the trip, and I need to be paid for my service. If I'm going to help you, don't you think I deserve some money? Hurry, go see how much she has. Count it all, everything you can find. He grabbed my shoulders and smiled at me. You're practically family, so you won't have to pay as much. But I want to make sure you and your mother have enough so she can come later. She can't know yet, otherwise she won't let you do it. Understand? I do. Swen might have annoyed me and even hurt me at times, but everything he said made sense. I already knew where my mother kept her money. It was under some papers in a drawer where coins were laid out, some sticking against the bottom. I'd never counted all of them before, and I hurried to do so before she came home and caught me. There were too many pits to count. Over 100, but less than 200, I figured. So that made them worth 10 to 20 silvers. I kept that number in my mind as I counted the silvers next. There were far fewer, only about 30. It was still a lot of money, as 1 silver is to a little boy as 10 are to a grown man, so I figured Swen couldn't possibly need all of it. I felt better giving him a smaller number than the truth. She has about 15 silvers and 100 pets, I told Swen a short time later. Where is it? He held out his hand. When he saw my guilty countenance, he frowned. Go get it and let's leave now instead of tomorrow. All of it? Yes, I've charged more than 50 silvers for a trip to Landheim, but I'll let you pay less. We're friends, aren't we? I felt my eyes go wide. We are. Thank you for helping me. Of course. I wanted to tell my old enemy, now new friend, that I'd lied. My mother had more money. As I ran off, I figured I would surprise him by giving him more. But while I rummaged through her drawer, I nearly changed my mind completely. It was wrong to take my mother's money. After some debate, I convinced myself this was not just for me, but for both of us. She was wrong about John. He was a good parent. We would be better off with him than without, and she would see this as soon as we were together again. Still, I only took 15 roughs and 100 pits. It suddenly occurred to me that I might not see Isel again when my mother followed me to Landheim. After I gave Swen the money, he readied the carriage as I talked to Isel. By then, Swen had explained everything to him. "Will you visit me?" I asked. "I definitely will. My brother says he'll take me next week." "He's different than before," I commented. "He is. Maybe Ina won't move now." "Make sure you come. I will. And don't let anyone know about her magic." "I know. I won't train with anyone else or ever let anyone see me. I promise." Isel leaned forward and hugged me. My arms came up to hug him back. "I promise too." Chapter 15. Aunt Nan pounded her fist on her leg. "Your mother was sick with worry. She wouldn't believe you left with her money. Couldn't believe it." "I'm so sorry." "You really paid Swen 15 silver and 100 pits? All that money?" I couldn't say anything. "A carriage trip to Landheim isn't worth more than 7 silver." My head fell to my chest. "I know that now, Aunt Nan." "Didn't you learn anything from all the times that boy lied to you?" "I was stupid," I muttered. "I blame myself for all of it. After I heard what happened to her, I stopped sleeping. Every night I cried. I still can't sleep very long. Guilt keeps me awake, as it should." I saw the anger dissipate from her face. "Oh, child, I'm sorry. You couldn't have protected her anyway. You were just a small boy. It was better you weren't here." I shook my head, fighting back tears. "No, madam. If I'd stayed, it would have never happened. She died because I left." "That's not true at all. Don't let yourself think that." It hurt worse than any beating Swen had given me, knowing what I had to tell Aunt Nan. "It is true, madam. There's something I haven't told you yet." "What is it, child?" I really did feel like a child as I readied myself for the hardest part to share. I was having trouble speaking, so I took a few breaths. Finally feeling the burgeoning tears sink back down, I continued from where I'd left off. She needed to know what had happened with Swen on the carriage ride, to understand how I knew what happened to Faye. I'd been in one carriage before, when my mother paid for us to move from Landheim to Cessary. The ride was smooth and I slept most of the way. It used to be easy for me to sleep. Even as a baby, my mother told me I'd never stayed up crying. But the ride back to Landheim with Swen was bumpy. I didn't know what he did differently. "I'm hungry," I told him hours after silence. He gave me some bread and told me to keep quiet. He wasn't nearly as friendly as before. When it became too dark to see more than silhouettes, he stopped the carriage and looked back at me from the front bench. "Lie down and sleep." He watched me until I shut my eyes. I worried about my mother and started to regret not leaving a note. What was the point of her teaching me how to read and write if I wouldn't even do that? The next day, Swen was back to his old self, the person who never could have convinced me to leave my mother behind. "Did you really take all of Faye's money like I told you to?" "Yes," I lied. "Because if you didn't take it all, she might stay in Cessary." I wondered how she would pay someone to take her to Landheim if she had no money. I wasn't in the mood to ask. It would mean more discussion with Swen, which just increased the chances of him becoming angry and violent. "I took everything I knew about," I said. 15 silver and 100 pits isn't that much. Do you look everywhere?" "I did, but she could have more somewhere." "Where?" Now he was getting angry. "You said you looked everywhere, so where could she have more? Unless you're lying." "I'm not lying. I looked everywhere." "You're not making sense." Sounded like he was gritting his teeth. I could only see him from behind, and I feared him turning around. Too scared, I didn't speak. "Well?" His head turned enough for me to see half his face. It appeared pinched. "She's good at hiding things." I had no idea if this was true or not, because she certainly wasn't when it came to her money. "Sometimes you're absolutely useless, like Isel." That seemed to be the end of it. I'd never felt comfortable lying, especially to Swen, who always seemed to know. We didn't talk much more that day. By the third day in Sven's carriage, he wouldn't stop muttering about how that couldn't have been all her money. One thing he said truly scared me. "I could just leave you here and no one would know." "Isel would find out when you brought him to visit me," I said. "Unless I don't take him." "You said you would." "I know what I said." He didn't look behind him. Was he seriously considering leaving me here? I looked around and saw nothing but hills. I figured we were going in the direction of Landheim, so I might be able to find it, but I didn't know how far I'd have to walk. "Swen, don't." He turned, showing me a smile. "I'm joking." I swallowed a gulp of air. I'd heard Swen make jokes, and this didn't sound like one. As clueless as I was about many things, I knew a false smile when I saw one. "I'm taking you all the way, but you have to tell me the truth right now about your mother's money. How much does she have? Don't lie, and I won't be mad." Relief of letting out the truth warred with my fear of what he would do. "There was about 30 silver and closer to 200 pits." I knew it. He seemed satisfied, as if he'd just solved a riddle. "I can tell you're not lying to me now. And where is this money?" In the table by your bed, top drawer. You should have taken it. I have to go back to Cesare after this. Keep that in mind. This ride is worth more than you've given me. I'm sorry. I wasn't, but I was scared. Even worse, your mother's never going to visit you if she has all this money. She doesn't need you. You barely help her with her work. So why would she come to stay with you and your father unless she needed money? My mother did need me. She loved me. Anger started to push away my fear. Why didn't she come with us now? I'd already asked, but I wanted to hear his answer again. This time I was ready to argue. I already told you, this has to be a secret to work. You could have convinced her to come. No, we couldn't have. I was surprised that he didn't sound as if he wanted to punch me. You need to trust me, Nico. Adults don't think like you do. She wouldn't have come no matter what we said, and she wouldn't have allowed you to go. This is the only way. You miss your father, don't you? I don't. I miss my mother. You do miss him. You'll find out as soon as you see him. You have to trust me. I could see his hands clenching as his voice became harsher. You're not old enough to understand. I want you to take me back. Please, Swen, please. You're going back anyway. Just turn around right now. We'll be there in a few hours. I'm not going back now. I miss my mother. Shut your mouth. You'll see her soon. I never saw her again. We reached Landheim, and Swen stopped just inside the city boundaries. You're getting off now, so I can go back. Terrified, I held back tears. But this isn't my house. So walk there. I don't know how to get there. Ask people. Please don't leave me. This was a horrible idea. Probably the worst of my life. I knew full well by then. I didn't even care to see my father anymore. I didn't care if I never became a man. I missed my mother. I started to cry. Please, Swen. He cursed. Don't start that. Please. I couldn't stop crying. I wouldn't get out of the carriage, even though he was glaring at me. Get out and give me the key to your mother's house. You won't need it anymore. In that moment, the key became my most prized possession. Why do you want it? Isn't that obvious? She's not going to believe me when I tell her you paid me to take you to Landheim. But when I show her the key, and I tell her you gave it to me without a fight, she'll understand everything. She'll come to see you. Then your family can be together. I don't want to be here. I squeezed the key tight in my hand. Let me come back with you. No, I wailed louder. Why not? Why do you always have to ask? I could tell he intended to hurt me, and I cried even harder. He grabbed my hand and pried the key out. Go find your house. Your father will be there. Go. The mention of my father did help. Maybe I missed him after all. But even so, how was I supposed to find my house? I barely remembered what it looked like. I certainly didn't know the address. Do you know where it is? I asked. Why would I know, stupid? Get out. I didn't move. He climbed over the divider to sit beside me. His teeth were clenched. Nico, get out now! He shoved me. I knew if he wanted to, he could lift me up and throw me out. All right, stop, all right! He took his hands off me, and slowly I climbed out. He came around to the front of the carriage and started to turn the horse around. I crawled back in, ducking down and hoping he wouldn't notice me. My heart pounded. The carriage stopped. Get out now! He screamed. You can keep the money. I tried. Just let me stay while you go back. I don't have enough food. We can buy more before we leave. No, get out. No! I yelled back. I heard him coming around. I squeezed my body into the space for the rider's feet, putting my face between my knees. He started to kick me. I covered my head to protect it, but each blow hurt more than the last. Stop! I pleaded. Stop, that hurts! He kicked me harder. I couldn't stand the pain as I kept screaming for him to stop. Get out! He lifted me by my shirt and tossed me out. It's going to be far worse if you try getting in again, he warned. I sat in the dirt and wept as I watched him go. Swen left me with no food or water. I told Aunt Nan. It was late in the evening with night approaching quickly. Scared of being stranded in the dark, I ran. Luckily, some people in Landheim have decent hearts. When they saw a child screaming and rushing through the streets with his arms flailing, as if disconnected from his body, they stopped to help. I eventually found my father. He was in a whorehouse. Aunt Nan had begun to cry when I told her Swen demanded I give him my key. By now, she was sobbing, almost uncontrollably. I should have known it was Swen. I fetched her a cloth. Thank you, child. Do he and Isel still live here, Aunt Nan? I wish I knew. I'd kill him myself if I could. Sadness hit me like a hammer. Tears ran down my face. I wiped my eyes quickly, hoping half-blind Aunt Nan wouldn't notice. None of it would have happened if it weren't for me. Oh, child, don't say such things. We were silent for some time. How do you know what happened? She asked me. John and I had a neighbor named Wylan. I almost said he was a better father to me than John, but the thought alone left me stricken with guilt. Wylan taught me how to be a carpenter, Aunt Nan. It's how I've made money.
No doubt you make a lot more than John.
I nodded.
Doesn't surprise me. Did you stay with him after you found him?
I did, but Wyland mostly raised me. He and his wife couldn't have a child of their own. They were generous, Aunt Nan. But then Wyland passed, and his wife moved.
Sorry to hear that.
John passed as well. The news startled her.
When?
About a week ago. I left the morning after.
I'm not sure what to say about him, child. Did he change? Was he a good father to you?
He tried.
Well, I know Faye did a fine job. The evidence is right here before me. But Nico, you still haven't told me how you found out about her, unless you came back without visiting Aunt Nan.
I haven't been back until now. I learned what had happened because of Wyland. After I found John, I waited for my mother to find us. As the days went by, I thought she might have been too angry with me to come. I meant to return to Cessary, but I didn't have the means to do so. I couldn't walk here alone, and neither John nor I had money for a carriage. We talked about walking together to Cessary, but John always found some reason that stopped him. I think it was about 6 years ago, Wyland told me he was going to Cessary to visit family. He knew how I'd left things with my mother and checked on her for me.
Was he a dark man? A fancy man with one of those timepieces?
So you met him, Aunt Nan?
Yes. He came asking about Faye. I told him everything I knew at the time. Did Swen say anything to you that would indicate he did it on purpose?
Swen is pure evil, Aunt Nan, but I don't think he planned to kill my mother. Not when he had no reason. She must have caught him stealing her money. I felt the tears coming back, and I gave him the key. Gods, I can't tell you how many times I've gone back to that day he offered to take me to Landheim and thought about all the things I should have said. I was weak to let him trick me.
Don't let those thoughts torment you. He's the one at fault, not you.
It helped to hear that.
I saw him around for years after Faye died, but I can't say if he's still here. I don't get out and see much anymore. I don't even know if Isel's still living in Cessary.
Someone knocked on Nan's door.
Who is it?
She shouted.
A friend of Nico's.
Her voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite put a face to it. I opened it to find a young woman standing there. She looked familiar, too, yet I didn't recognize her. Her face appeared innocent, as though she were incapable of doing anything wrong. Long black hair cascaded down over her shoulders, freshly washed and still damp. I found it soothing to look at her.
Is that you, Nico? God, Shara?
She laughed.
You look so different with new clothes and a face that isn't covered in soot.
I could have said the same about her. Chapter 16. Aunt Nan was thrilled to meet Shara, embarrassing me in the process.
This pretty young lady came with you from Landheim?
Yes, madam. But it's not what you think. Aunt Nan squinted, stretching her neck forward to get a good look at Shara.
Are you taken by another man?
Shara laughed nervously.
No, madam.
Please, Aunt Nan, it's...
All right.
She waved her hands.
Can I at least offer you some tea, Shara?
Thank you, madam, but unfortunately I don't have time. I have a job I must get to.
Nico, will you accompany me there?
I will. I didn't know why she was being so formal, or how she knew Aunt Nan wanted to be called madam.
Offer the lady your arm,
Aunt Nan whispered with subdued fury, possibly embarrassed I hadn't already done so. I extended my elbow. Shara wrapped her arm around mine and flashed a smile at me. I'll be back later tonight, madam, I said.
Not too late. I go to sleep early.
Yes, madam.
Goodbye, madam.
Shara waved.
A pleasure to meet you. You as well, dear.
Aunt Nan closed the door behind us. Shara didn't unwrap her arm as I expected to. I have to admit something to you, she said glumly. She extended her forefinger and stuck it against the underside of her chin, looking down.
Shara heard your story. She was outside listening.
Oh, strangely, I wasn't perturbed.
I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? My mother's death, or that you were eavesdropping?
Sorry for both.
She finally let go of my arm. I'm not upset, I told her. But why talk about yourself as if you're talking about someone else? She shrugged. Feels better when I'm embarrassed. Gives me some distance. You should report Swen to the guards. The man should spend the rest of his life in a prison cell. No evidence. I didn't want to discuss Swen. Just hearing Shara say his name made me want to vomit. She seemed to understand from my tone. We fell silent. I noticed we were walking in the direction of Pig's Belly Inn. What are you doing at the inn? One more thing about Swen first. She held up her same finger and moved it under her chin, showing me puppy eyes. I grumbled. Last thing, I promise. I understand you're going to look for Isel here, right? I am. I doubt he'll be able to come with us, but even if that's the case, I still like to see him. Come with us. I have some bad news about that. Remember my note? Right. Her grave news. You're not coming with me? It felt as if I'd been stabbed in the heart. I can't, she sighed. I just can't. You can. Everything came back to me then. The battle, separating from Shara and the boy, the red priest slitting Callan's throat, nearly dying from thirst. What happened when you ran off? She pushed out her palms. First answer a question so I can be prepared. If we see Swen here in Cessary, what will you do? What do you want me to do? I let out a long breath as I thought. The easiest answer came first. I certainly don't want you doing anything. I looked at her waist for her sword and didn't find it. I figured she left it with her other belongings. It would have looked strange on her, considering she wore a dress now. I don't know what I'd do right now, but I'm sure I'd know if I saw him. She patted her hip. I had to sell the sword for food. She smiled at me. I liked your note. Didn't know you were a poet. If you knew how long it took me to come up with that rhyme, you'd feel embarrassed about calling me a poet. She giggled. Shara, I can— Nico! My hand came over my face. Sorry, I forgot. I can tell you're trying to avoid telling me why you can't come to Glane. All sense of joy was gone as she bit down on her cheek. I should have listened to you about Tyree. He stole from you? Anger crossed her face. It was a startling sight to see innocence broken so abruptly. He took everything while I slept. He took the entire bag of food, even the coin purse from my pocket. He left me with nothing. I never would have thought a child would do something like that, especially after I helped him. She grabbed my arm. Did you really know he would do that? I had an inkling. How? Signs, clues, some I'm sure I didn't even consciously notice. I couldn't help but think back to Swen. There were so many warning signs, but I missed all of them. I suppose I've learned to detect deceit over the years. So this is why you left me on our first night? You thought I was deceiving you? Is that why you're not coming to Glane? I won't do that again. It was wrong. I grabbed her shoulder without realizing it. No, it's because I have no money. Tyree is the reason I can't go to Glane. All I have now are some clothes. To make it to Glane, we need horses. They'll need a fair amount of money for food and water. I don't even have an extra pair of shoes anymore. I can't possibly travel without them. I took out my coin purse. Shara was coming with me. I didn't care how much it cost. After almost dying of thirst, I was convinced I needed her. Don't! She pushed the purse down before I could open it. Even if you still have 45 of your 50 silvers left, it might not be enough for both of us to make it. 50 silvers? Oh, I'd forgotten I lied about how much money I had. This was why I usually refrained from telling lies. I could never keep track of them like Swen could. I thought about revealing the truth as she continued. I'll just stay in Cessary and work for a few years. Then I might go north. Or I just might stay here if I have enough for my own house. Not sure if I'll ever make that much. Probably have to meet a man with money. She sighed. As much as I wanted to tell Shara that I had enough for both of us, I refrained. If she knew how much money I had, she easily could spend it all. She'd want the best horse available, and who knows how many extra pairs of shoes she claimed we'd both needed. There were other ways to convince her to come with me. I could buy the horses and food. Surprise her, she wouldn't be able to refuse. Yes, that was it. Will you come inside? She asked. I didn't realize we had arrived at her inn. I have a little time before I need to start work, and I want to give you something. I followed her in. You shouldn't give me anything. It's useless to me now anyway. We went upstairs to the second floor. She took a key from her pocket and unlocked the door. The room was barely large enough for her bed and her wardrobe. That was all there was. The yellowed walls were bare, the dusty floorboards had no rug to cover them. There wasn't even a window. The owner said he would clean out this dust. Shara shook her head. With my lungs, I can't be in here long with it like this. This is where you sleep? Unfortunately. Will you wait outside? I need to change. I stepped out and closed the door. I was confident I could convince her to come with me, even without telling her I had more than 2 dallions. No one knew, and I liked it better that way. I had especially kept it hidden from John. He'd be annoyingly fickle. At times he cared more about saving a pit than he did about eating. Other times he pissed away 3 silver in a night gambling. I started to remember what those first few weeks with him were like, but I stopped my mind before it started down that path. Shara opened the door. She changed out of her dress and now wore a long skirt, the same color as her dusty floorboards. Her white undershirt didn't come up to her collar, letting her shoulders show where they weren't covered by the straps of her black bodice. She certainly looked like a waitress. There's no mirror in here. Can you check my hair? Check it? I didn't know what she meant. She gestured for me to come in. No tangles or frizz? Looking unkempt while adventuring is one thing, but tips are another. I shut the door so her employer wouldn't overhear me. We should be getting supplies so we can leave tomorrow, not worrying about your hair. Her shoulders slumped. I can't, but here's what I wanted to give you. She reached on top of her dresser to grab a scroll. Take it in case you can redeem it along with yours. She shoved it into my hand. I glanced at it. This claim of damage or injury has been investigated by Betsy Baker. Amount, 2 dallions. To Shara Solo H. Age 16. Height, medium. Build, thin. Hair, black. I stopped reading. I can't take this. I have no use for it. She stepped away as I tried to hand it back to her. Please, just... She shoved out her palms as if pushing away a plate of food she was sick of eating. Unwilling to force the scroll into her hands, I kept it. Solo H? I asked. I'd never seen a surname like it. Solo because I was abandoned. H because I was found in Lord Hyun's land. Landhain. What about Shara? I chose it when I was 14, actually long before then. One of the only benefits of being solo. But I couldn't legally use it until I became an adult. What were you before Shara? I couldn't picture her as anything else. Many names. I have to go downstairs to work soon. Let's not get into it. She was right. Tomorrow I'm going to look for Isel. After that, I'm leaving, and I want you with me. My surprise spilled out. I'll get you a horse and everything else you'll need. Don't do that! I wasn't a proud man. I was willing to beg if needed. Please, Shara, I wouldn't plead like this if I knew you didn't want to come. She sighed. You make it hard to say no, but I don't want to rely on you for money the entire time, even if you have enough. That's no way to adventure. Not how I want to, anyway. I thought the redemption scroll was my calling to travel north, but I see now that it wasn't. Something else will come up. She pointed to the document in my hands. Did you see what Betsy Baker wrote for my other identifiable features? I looked at the scroll. Other identifiable features. Terribly annoying. Then I looked up at her, my face registering my confusion. What'd you say to her? I just answered her questions, she protested. And how is that even an identifiable feature? Annoying is completely subjective. An identifiable feature should be something physical. I don't know if the woman was making fun, or if she actually found me annoying. If the latter, then she's mad if she thinks annoying is a good identifiable feature. Annoying isn't unique. Imagine if I actually brought the redemption scroll to the coin master. What then? I would have to be annoying to match this absurd identifiable feature she put down about me. It's enraging. I knew this was a tactic to pull me off the subject of Glane, but I couldn't help be drawn into it. I can't imagine Betsy Baker wanting to tease you. Perhaps there was nothing else she could think of. And she's terrible at her job, Shara huffed. What did the crone write about you? I got my scroll from my bag and handed it to her. She barely glanced at it before her arms started flailing. Dimples went smiling, she yelled. Now that's a perfect identifiable feature. It can't be imitated, and it's not subjective. I don't understand it. Not just annoying, terribly annoying. As if this one adverb makes the description specific enough. How did she even notice your dimples? I didn't. Did you flirt with her? Smile for me so I can see them. I bet you flirted with her. Shar was talking so quickly that when she finally stopped, I felt lost. What? Smile. Her mouth spread into a wide grin. I mimicked her. To hells, you do have dimples. Betsy Baker must have liked you, just like the blonde soldier, Callan. Do you flirt with all older women? She grinned to show she was teasing, but the mention of Callan made me scowl. Oh no, Shara muttered. I never asked what happened after I ran away with Tyree. No one stopped him or me. I thought you would be right behind us, but you weren't. The room fell silent as I tried to speak. Callan needed help, so How was I supposed to describe helping her without revealing I was a Pyforial mage? So I did what I could, yet it wasn't enough. She was killed, and I barely escaped. That tall red priest was slitting her throat again. I could see it in my mind. Callan was brave to accept death as she did. I wondered if it stemmed at all from the guilt she felt killing my father. Shara hugged herself as if chilled. I can't believe she died. Someone pounded on the door. Shara, you in there? She looked confused. Yes? Need you working downstairs, the man said. The place is filling up. Then he stomped away. Please stay and have a meal. Shara balled her hands, held them against her chest, and leaned forward. Please? I was hungry and didn't see the harm. I will. I put her redemption scroll in my bag. And I'm holding on to this for you, but we're not done discussing going to Glane. The only way I'm going with you tomorrow is if I make 20 silver in tips tonight. And as most people tip a pit when they even tip at all, I don't see that happening short of me taking my clothes off. I raised my eyebrows at her with mock seriousness. Oh? It was a joke, Nico. She patted my cheek. And don't think your flirting will work with me. Your dimples are cute, but they won't pay my way to Glane. I didn't tell her I had no idea how to flirt with a woman. Chapter 17. The table where Shara seated me was beside another table where a young man and woman sat chatting. They were maybe a couple years older than me, if that. The girl was thin, with dark hair like Shara's, though her face didn't have the same innocence, not in the slightest. There was an edge to it, as if she'd seen more than most her age. She was complaining about her beverage to the young man. Blah, Stefan, what is this? Beer, like you told me to order. From the comfort of their proximity, but the lack of intimacy in the way they looked at and spoke to each other, I figured they were old friends. Shara whispered to me as she left. I'll be back soon with a drink. Water, please, I called after her. John had done a decent job of deterring me from alcohol, whether he meant to or not. Tastes like bitter water, the young woman complained. Maybe that's just how they make their beer here. I still can't believe all these people live in Sumar. I watched him from the corner of my eye as he surveyed the room, looking at the rest of us as if we were dangerous creatures. Hopefully the food is better, the woman said, ignoring his comment about Sumar, which certainly had me curious. I'd never met anyone from outside of Sumar. From what I understood, mountains surrounded us, separating us from the northern end of the continent called Ovira. Anyone visiting here had to have traveled on a ship in the same way our ancestors arrived. So these people were from Green Edge? I hoped to hear more from them, but they fell silent for a while. Effie, Stefan said, think we should ask around about Swen Hamres now? My leg twitched, almost forcing me up from my seat. If you want, Effie replied. But I'm exhausted. I'm going to wait until after I eat and this watery beer settles in. Stefan stood and approached me. He appeared as gentle as he sounded, about my height, but with longer yet kempt hair, and his shirt neatly tucked into his pants. Excuse me, he asked. Have you heard of Swen Hamres? Why are you looking for him? Stefan's eyes opened wide. He shot a glance over his shoulder. This man knows him. The first one. Can you believe it? He turned back to me. Is Swen famous, or did I just get lucky? Never mind that, Effie called, standing up. I noticed then how short she was. She walked over to my end of the table and sat without invitation. Do you really know Swen? Who are you? I asked. We're from Cairo, Stefan answered. He seemed far friendlier than Effie, who now had her arms folded as she scowled at me. Do you know where that is? Somewhere in Green Edge, I guessed. It's in Ovira, to the north through the mountains. No one from Ovira has been to Sumar before us that we know of. Stefan had a proud smile. Effie fluttered her hand at him, then pointed at me with a quick jab of her finger. What's your name? Nico. Shara came by with my mug of water just then. Made some friends already? Stefan. He extended his hand to her. Do you happen to know Swen Hamres? Shara's head jerked back, then she shot a quick glance at me. I tried to tell her with my expression to say nothing. Before revealing anything about Swen, I wanted to know everything they knew about him. I'm Effie. Shara. They all shook hands. I'm a friend of Nico's. Can I get either of you anything? We're waiting for our dinner, Effie said. So nothing about Swen? Stefan asked again. Shara doesn't know any more about him than I do, I interjected. And how much do you know? Effie asked. She looked at Shara. I'll take another beer, but not just yet. Some, I answered. And you, Stefan? Shara asked. Something to drink? Thank you, but no. I put a silver coin at the end of the table near Shara. Maybe I could hand off 20 by the end of the night. It's just a pit. She made no motion toward the coin that was 10 times the amount required. Keep it. I can't accept that much. Please take it. I shoved it into her hand the same way she'd forced a redemption scroll upon me. Shara stood there a moment, completely still. I looked away from her, refusing to meet her eyes. I didn't want to see what they had to say to me. As Shara left, Effie smirked at me. Trying to buy her heart isn't going to work. It's nothing like that, I said. Effie raised a palm. Doesn't matter. Stefan, why don't you see if anyone else at this inn knows about Swen while I talk to Nico? We should ask as many people as we can before Taryn and Alex get back. Stefan agreed and promptly left. Effie looked at me sternly and pressed her fingers on the table as if squashing a bug. Swen. First tell me why 2 people from Ovira are looking for him. At least confirm you know where Swen is. I haven't seen him in a while. His brother is my close friend. But his brother... Effie stopped, looking confused. When was the last time you saw Isel? Years ago. The way she glanced at me, as if she felt pity, made me worry. Why have you come here from Ovira? I asked, hoping she wouldn't notice I was trying to get information from her about Swen and Isel. Shara, on her way past us, stopped for a brief moment. Ready for that beer? She asked Effie. But how practiced she acted. I figured she must have waitressed in Landheim. Effie threw back her mug, swallowing the last of it. Certainly. I caught Shara's annoyed glance at me as she left with the mug. Maybe it would be harder than I thought to tip her with silver. Looking back at Effie, I found her grinning at me. Have you told her how you feel? Her voice was mocking. We're friends, nothing more. You were going to tell me why you've come here from Ovira? She pushed her hair out of her face, showing me a wry smile. Are you going to make me tell you everything before you say anything? Just let me know so we can save some time. She was remarkably frank. I am. Shara came and set a bunch of pits down beside my glass. I'll be back with your beer in a moment, she told Effie, leaving before I could ask about the money. When I counted 9 of them, it made sense. She was giving me change for my generous tip. I told you money isn't going to work, Effie said. I'm just trying to help her. I thought of how I could give the money back to Shara without insulting her. Perhaps a joke requesting she take off her shirt? No, that would be awkward. Effie smiled wide. I didn't know why she was enjoying this, but she didn't seem to care to hide it. Tell me why you're looking for Swen, I insisted. We need him because Isel won't come with us otherwise. Come with you where? Back to Ovira? Yes, he's... What else do you need to hear before you tell me what you know about Swen? I felt as if I shouldn't help her at all. Isel should come with me if he was going anywhere. Besides Shara, he was the only one I could trust. And if he was anything like me, then by now he was very skilled with Pyforial energy. Robbers, wild creatures, the Red Priest, we could stand up to all of them. Though we'd have to tell Shara about our ability. It would be more dangerous than revealing how much money I had. If she told a guard, Isel and I could end up in prison for the rest of our lives. I was getting ahead of myself. Effie looked more impatient with each passing moment. A realization came to me. Ovira was north, past Glane. Maybe we could all travel together. What do you want with Isel? She let out a frustrated grunt of a laugh and rolled her eyes. In Ovira, it's annoying to answer a question with a question. It's the same here, I thought. Maybe if I just tell you everything, you'll have nothing left to ask. Then you can finally start answering my questions. I wanted to cheer. This was exactly what I wanted. I kept my face as straight as I could and nodded. But just as Effie opened her mouth, Shara came by with a mug of beer filled to the brim. 2 pits, please. Effie handed her 4. Shara hesitated. Did Nico say something? Don't worry, Effie said, pointing a thumb my way. I'm not trying to get under your dress like this brute. Shara blushed and shuffled off before I could think of anything to say in my defense. Why did you say that? I demanded. Effie shrugged. See how it feels to want to know something and then get a question in response? I didn't know what to say. She continued. I'm going to tell you what you want to know, but then I expect my questions to be answered. Only then I will stop bothering you about the wench. Now I understood. She was using Shara as leverage. It was obvious Effie enjoyed being in control. Or maybe she just liked embarrassing people. Deal, I agreed. I'll tell you everything I know after you go first. She smiled, then leaned back and drank. I watched in awe as all the liquid in her mug slid down her throat, gone in the span of 2 breaths. Blah! Disgusting beer you have here. She raised her fingers, holding in a belch. I'll give you the short version. Effie said she was part of a group of 5. They dug a tunnel beneath the mountains separating Sumar from Ovira with the help of some creatures called Slugari. From what I gathered, these creatures already lived underground. Some spoke common tongue, but most spoke their own language. Curious, I asked about them. When Effie told me my questions were pointless, because I wouldn't be seeing any of the creatures anyway, I only had one more question. Why wouldn't I ever see them? They went back to Ovira not long after we came into Sumar, she explained. We climbed a hill in Arish and saw your capital city. At the sight of civilization, they were frightened. They wanted Terran to go back with them, but he was curious like us to meet other people. She went on to explain that Terran was their leader, but even he didn't know how people had immigrated to Sumar hundreds of years before, though they learned the answer along with many other things when they entered Glane. Stretch of land along the western coast, although protected by a series of islands difficult to navigate through, had no mountains. This is how the first people led by Dryser Dalian came to settle in Sumar. It also explains why your most expensive currency is called a Dalian. She pulled one of the gold coins worth 100 roughs from her pocket. Put that away! I looked around to see if anyone had noticed. Do you know how much money that is? Relax. She put it back, using her other hand to smack a wand onto the table. No one's gonna steal from me. I urged her to continue her story. When we got to Glane, we managed to gain an audience with your king about the possibility of trading with our people. But he said war was just beginning and what he needed most were loyal soldiers. She shook her head as she let out a long breath. We just finished a war of our own, so Terran wouldn't force any of us to fight unless absolutely necessary. So she killed before. Explained the hard look in her eyes. We discussed many things with your king. You wanted to know if we did any sacrifices and how they affected the weather, as you would expect. I actually had little idea how sacrifices could relate to the weather. I'd have to ask Shara later. Eventually we set up an arrangement. Effie continued. See, we don't have Pyforial mages in Ovira. We didn't even know Pyforial energy existed. And unlike your ruler, ours is unlikely to outlaw the use of the energy. We believe it's too useful for that. We could use it for any number of things. Building, for example. I kept my head from nodding in agreement. I see. I managed to get out with indifference. I also could see how this related to Isel. I couldn't admit this, though. Knowing someone was using the energy but not reporting it was a crime on its own. Effie probably wouldn't care, but it was safer just to wait for her to finish. A thought made me hold out my hand to silence her. If they knew Isel was a Pyforial mage, that meant he must have been in prison, or still was. But then why were they asking about Swen? What did he have to do with this? I felt even more confused than I had before she began. What? Effie asked. I dropped my hand. Nothing. Go on. She aggressively pointed at my face. You're going to tell me everything you know once I'm done, right? I am. I might even join you depending on what else you say. Effie told me that while the people of Ovira had no knowledge of Pyforial energy, they did have something we didn't. Psychics. We brought one with us. Charlotte. She's still in the capital trying to teach your king's soldiers how to use psyche through bestial energy. What can psyche do? Detect lies, sway emotions, cause terrible pain? She fluttered her hand as if these things weren't impressive. Nothing that concerns us right now. It did make me wonder something, though. If they had a class of people able to use bestial energy in ways no one here could, and we had Pyforial mages when they didn't even know the energy existed, what else were people capable of that hadn't yet been discovered? But Effie was right. Those curiosities could wait. In exchange for teaching Psyche, we've gotten permission from your king to take a Pyforial mage back with us, Isel, who will show us how to use the energy. But when we visited him, he said he'd only do it if we found Swen. He wouldn't tell us why he wanted his brother's location. All I know is that we've ridden south for hundreds of miles for nothing if we can't find Swen. Why Isel? There must be other Pyforial mages closer to the capital. There were, and we've spoken to many of them. But all have been in prison for too long. They're either too old, half mad, or dangerous. Isel's the only one who still seems sane. So he was imprisoned. Poor Isel. How long had he been in a cell? And why did he want Swen's location? Prison was worse than death for a Pyforial mage. They were held in solitary confinement in a solid metal box so they couldn't choke the guards and other prisoners. What did Isel want with Swen that made him choose to stay there rather than leave with this mage in her party? Effie was waiting for me to speak, tapping her fingers on the table impatiently. I haven't seen Isel or Swen for years, I told Effie again. I didn't know Isel was in prison. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. Swen used to have a carriage. He made money giving people rides. He could be anywhere. Effie put her hands over her face and moaned. But, I continued, she let down her hands. I know where Isel and Swen used to live with their family. Their mother, father, or sister should know where Swen is. She sighed in obvious despair. Isel already gave us the address of his father's house. They wouldn't speak to us. They'll speak to me. I grew up with Isel. They know me well, and they probably pity me after what had happened to my mother. However, if I help you find Swen, I want to go back to Glane with your party. I'm on my way there anyway. Shar and I were going to leave tomorrow. Effie shook her head. Do you have a clue as to what we went through getting here? The land is dangerous. I can't take care of you and some bar wench. Think of something else you want. We sat in silence as my mind went in circles. Soon supper was served to those who had coin for it. I gladly paid Shar to bring me a plate. I didn't try to tip her as generously this time. My plan had changed since meeting Effie. Shar and I would go north with them. Stefan came to sit at our table and announced, No one here has heard of Swen Hammerus. Nico might be able to help us find him, Effie said. Her eyes were squinting as she turned to me. But he wants something we can't give him. I'll have his location for you tomorrow, but I'm only going to tell you if you'll take Shara and me with you to Glane. There's nothing else I want. Taryn's not going to like that, Stefan said. We won't be a nuisance, I promised. Isel will be gone forever once he left with them. This would give me some time with him, as well as a safe trip to Glane. Well, safer if I made the trip alone. Someone was banging two pots together. I turned to find a man standing on a table by the door. Cesare is under attack, he yelled. Everyone jumped from their seats. Chapter 18. Effie grabbed Stefan by the shirt. We have to get Taryn and Alex. They started toward the door. Wait, I called after them, but they didn't stop. Everyone inside the inn funneled to the door, bumping and screaming. I couldn't chase after Effie and Stefan. Not when I needed to get Shara. I was surprised to find her right behind me. I'm not running off without you this time, she said. We flew up the stairs to her room. She grabbed her bag. We have to figure out what direction they're coming from. Should be south. I figured it was the same army we encountered on the way here. We ran out and searched for signs of the incoming enemy forces. Sure enough, smoke rose from the south, clouding the air behind rows of houses. The fires had begun, just like in Landheim. People ran past us. Even in the wide streets, they slammed into my shoulders, unable to get by otherwise. I grabbed Shara's hand so we wouldn't be separated by the stampede of frightened people. I need to get Aunt Nan. We ran with everyone, headed in the direction of Nan's house. There was a crash somewhere to my right. I couldn't see what had caused it. Then there was another one behind me. This one close enough to shake the ground. When clouds of dust and shattered wood exploded into the air, I realized what it must be. The invading army was hurling tree trunks just like before. I ran as quickly as I could, practically dragging Shara behind me until her momentum caught up and she matched my stride. There were crashes all around now. A shadow came over us. I looked over my shoulder to see a burning tree stump filling the air as it got bigger. I took Shara by the shoulders and leapt to the side, landing in a thin alley between houses. The stump slammed down behind us. A wave of heat swept over me as I bounced on the ground. My face smashed into the dirt. Screams. They were of those who didn't get out of the way quick enough. To hells, Shara said in shock. Thank you. But I barely heard her. Fast as I could, I was back on my feet and pulling Shara with me. I had to stop. Where was I? I didn't recognize anything in the confusion. Someone shouted from the south. He seemed to be announcing something in a loud yet collected voice. I didn't pay attention to his words.
This way,
Shara said.
I remember where her house is.
She took us down another street, and then I figured out where we were. My aunt's house wasn't far.
Aunt Nan!
The door was locked.
Aunt Nan, open the door. It's Nico. Get out of here, child,
she hollered from behind the door.
It isn't safe in this city.
I'm taking you with me. The door swung open.
I can't see farther than I can reach, and a two-legged horse could move twice my speed. I won't let you get yourself killed looking after me. Madam,
Shara started.
My home is here. If my house is going to collapse, then I'll go with it. It's more dangerous for all of us if I try to flee through the crowded streets. Go, Nico.
I opened my mouth to argue, but Shara grabbed my shoulder.
She's made her decision. The lady's smart,
said Aunt Nan. I hugged her. Get under the bed if you can. If your house catches fire, get out. She hugged me back, then let go.
I'll be fine. Get out of here.
I heard the same voices as before, still announcing, now closer. I ran to the next street and peered around the edge of a house. Troops were marching toward us, filling the road. Behind them, houses burned, smoke as black as night clouding the sky. Some of the soldiers had torches. They were indiscriminately tossing them onto roofs, burning one house for every two they let stand. The voice continued to ring out.
Until your king starts sacrificing to the gods, nowhere will be safe.
He kept repeating the same line, yet I couldn't spot him among the soldiers. With a wall of fire and smoke behind them, they just looked like shadows. Shara and I ran the opposite way.
Is no one here to protect the city?
She wondered. You're right. Where's our army? Many of them had fallen on the path between Landheim and Cessary, but there still should be plenty more. We continued to flee from the oncoming soldiers, and soon we encountered a bottleneck of people as the street turned and thinned. I looked over my shoulder, but we were too far into the turn to catch sight of the enemies behind us. More people trying to flee came through and started pushing me.
Move!
One yelled.
They're right behind us!
Another shouted. Panic rippled through as everyone began shoving. I saw one woman fall and others run over her body. I dragged Shara toward the fallen woman to help her, but I almost lost my grip on Shara's hand. It felt like she was pulling against me, though I knew that was just the crowd grabbing and pushing her. It was all I could do to hold on to Shara's hand. My heart stopped when something crashed into my leg and I lost my grip. She screamed and jumped toward me, trying to get through those now separating us. I reached out and grabbed her arm. Someone crashed into her back with enough force to knock us both over. I jumped up and scooped Shara with me. Somehow I had her whole body in my hands, both arms around her rear and her midsection up around my shoulder. She threw her arms around my head. I sprinted as quickly as I could, hoping the fallen woman had gotten up without my help. The street finally straightened and widened. I set Shara down and was about to grab her hand when she pointed and shouted, "It's him!" I looked over to find Tyree. The child had a large sack over his shoulder, probably filled with stolen items he hadn't yet sold. His eyes flashed as he saw us. Then he turned and sprinted west through an alley. To my shock, Shara ran after him.
Come here, you little runt! Stop!
I called, but she kept going.
Come on, Nico!
I began running. When I reached Shara's side, I saw we were quickly catching up to the diminutive thief. He turned and grabbed something that looked like a rock from his pocket, then cocked his arm and threw it. Whatever it was struck Shara in the shin.
Yeah!
She uttered just before she stumbled, fell, and rolled to a stop. I threw out my arms to hold her still as she tried to get up. She fought against me.
Don't let him get away!
Forget him. I risked a look over my shoulder to the south. There were more soldiers on the street than the last, and if any of them were mages, they were close enough to shoot us if they wished. Tyree had gone west. We needed to turn north. Shara cupped her hands around her mouth.
You get what you deserve!
She yelled after the child, who disappeared between the rows of houses. Then I heard the announcement again, now even closer behind us.
Until your king starts sacrificing to the gods, nowhere will be safe!
I saw who was shouting it. He was tall with a red robe. I felt his gaze bore into me. He had the opposite reaction of Tyree, as if salivating at the sight of me. I was a prize.
Don't run,
he ordered. I would have laughed at the absurdity if I had the time. Instead, I was already fleeing with Shara's hand in mine.
Ride around to stop them,
he yelled. Ride? I hadn't seen horses earlier. I strained my ears and heard hooves beating against the ground. I strained even harder and realized they were along the parallel street on my left, separated by a row of houses. So we sped through a gap between buildings to our right. I heard the red priest shout,
They went down one street east!
I wanted to keep finding alternate paths until we were at least 3 streets away from them, but the only direction we could go now was north. Soldiers had come from the south, nearly close enough to stab us if they weren't slowing to burn many of the buildings they passed. I saw Shara grab her wand as we ran. I let go of her other hand, knowing it wouldn't be long before men on horseback blocked our path. They want me, I said. They have no reason to stop you so long as we separate. Stay on the far end of the street. I'll be on the other.
No!
I wouldn't listen to whatever she had to say. With a gentle shove, I pushed her toward the right side and moved to the left. I hoped the short distance between us was enough for them to ignore her. Don't shoot them, I demanded, or they'll kill you.
Why do they want you?
She sputtered. It was too late to explain. 3 horses-bearing swordsmen cut us off from the front.
That him?
One asked.
It is.
Another answered. Good. They didn't seem to be paying attention to Shara. I slowed and lifted my arms. I figured my chances of living were better being captured than fighting them.
Keep going,
I told Shara softly enough so they wouldn't hear. They won't kill me. She kept to the side. The 3 horsemen ignored her completely. To my surprise, they kicked their horses to gallop toward me. I could see the aggression on their faces as they aimed their swords. This was no captured. I yield, I tried.
You had your chance to yield,
the man in the lead said. My battle instincts kicked in as I realized he was the first one who needed to be stopped. I pulled Pyforial energy toward me without any time to think. Before I knew what to do with it, there was a flash, a burst of light and heat. One of the 3 men screamed as he flew toward me. I ducked, his flailing body barely clearing my head. It shocked me into losing control over the energy I'd gathered. Now the other 2 horsemen were too close for a spell of any kind. I dove to the side, where the horse no longer bearing a rider had veered and left an opening for me. I still hadn't figured out what happened, until I saw Shara aim her glowing wand. She cast a fireball, just as she was about to do again. Her face showed panic as she thrust out her arm. A flash blinded me for an instant before I caught sight of the red-orange ball swirling past me. It sailed well over the 2 horsemen as they turned their mounts around to face us.
We've got 2 fighters!
One yelled over his shoulder. At the hundreds of soldiers behind him, I realized. They heard his call and sprinted forward. I turned and hurried the opposite way. I could hear the horses gaining on me. Shara stared dumbly at the men behind me as she backed up, still pointing her wand at them.
Run!
I screamed. Then I noticed an open window in one of the abandoned houses.
Through there!
She hurried over and jumped for it, but got stuck. She tried to heave her body through, her kicking legs searching for leverage. But all it did was cause her dress to come up over her back and expose her undergarments. I was quickly approaching, as were the horsemen. I gathered a clump of Pyforial energy, as much as I could in the span of a breath, and willed it hard against her rear. She flew with a scream through the window, clearing a space for me to jump through right after her. I slammed my knee into the windowsill on my way up, but managed to topple through. I almost landed on Shara as she was getting up. Pain shot through my leg when I put pressure on my knee. Nonetheless, I hobbled forward as quickly as I could. We had to get through to the other side of the house. Shara spun and cast a fireball at the first man chasing us through the window. It missed low, but the explosion startled him enough to fall backward into the soldier behind him. I followed Shara out of the small bedroom, but just as she went through the doorway and turned, I had an idea. I looked back at the window. There was no glass, only 2 wooden shutters that opened into the house. With a quick gust of pi energy, I slammed them both shut as another man was sticking his head through. He screamed as the shutters bounced off his face and flew back open, now showing no one in the opening. Shara had the front door open by the time I ran there. "Come on!" she yelled. The street was still crowded, so we ran to mix ourselves in with the other people, fleeing as I tried to ignore my aching knee. I heard soldiers shouting to each other behind us, asking one another if they saw us. "Don't look back," I told Shara, knowing she must feel the same urge that I did. "Don't let them see your face." We ran and ran, following the crowd north, all the while my knee begging me to stop. The street opened, and I recognized where we were. This was the heart of the city, a square usually filled by farmers trying to sell their extra produce when the weather was favorable so they'd have sufficient coin when it wasn't. The square was usually crowded, but not like this. With 8 streets converging here, the area was a dangerous, chaotic mess. I took Shara's hand, just before a burly man with the shoulders of a blacksmith stormed into her. She yelped as she sailed out of my grip, then landed hard on one elbow. "Please don't let it be broken." I knelt to help her up, my knee throbbing. Before I could even get my hands on her, someone slammed into me. My shoulder and head hit the ground as whoever it was tripped over me. Somewhat dazed, I couldn't get to my feet before Shara. She helped me up as she winced, her arm bloody. "You all right?" I asked. "Yes." We made it out of the square without another incident. The only thing we saw when we risked a look back was the city burning behind us. With the streets coming out of a square like fingers from a hand, they were far less crowded. People still ran, but closer to the speed of a jog. Winded, Shara and I slowed as well. It gave me time to worry about Aunt Nan. She'd been right. The poor woman wouldn't have made it out of the city, and I'm not sure how much I could have helped. Unlike Shara, she was too heavy to carry for even a short distance. I just hoped her house was spared. The thought made me want to scream. There was a commotion of some kind ahead. A man and woman in their 20s had daggers out as they yelled at a bald and sweaty older gentleman standing in front of a barn. Positioned in the doorway, he seemed to be defending it, using a sword to jab at them.
Just give us a horse!
The younger man feigned an attack with his dagger.
Thieves! Someone help!
Panicked by his shouting, the woman rushed at him with her dagger. The bald man sloppily swung his sword in defense, nicking her arm and causing her to fall and lose her weapon. The other attacker leapt forward, barely ducking the older man's next wild swing. The woman reclaimed her dagger, and soon they were both closing in on the bald man as he staggered backwards into the barn and yelled once again for help. Shara and I were there by then. I had no weapon but my Pyforial energy and my dagger, and I would have used either if it weren't for Shara already sending a fireball between the attacking couple and scaring them into stopping.
You will leave this barn right now!
Shara demanded. They hesitated, clearly weighing their chances of winning this fight against the three of us. Aiming her wand at the woman's face, Shara shrieked,
Get out now!
The woman darted past us, her companion following close behind.
Thank you,
the bald man said. Can we buy 2 horses? I asked in haste, noticing 4 in separate stables behind him.
Help me get them out of here safely, and you have 1 for free. I've already lost 2 to thieves. I haven't figured out how to get the rest out. I can handle 2 if you each take 1.
Chapter 19. There's a look people get when they're considering doing something wrong. Most people, at least. True degenerates no longer have it. Smiling. They can take a man's only belt and sell it for 2 pits. But I wasn't looking out for degenerates. There was no way I could. For a skilled thief is only recognized once it's too late. It was the unskilled thief who I watched out for. Those who looked at 3 people and 4 horses with a lingering glance and a twinkle in their eye. It was even worse that I was limping and Shara's arm was bloody. Sometimes they murmured something to the person beside them. Others were obvious enough to point. I called them out before the thought became a decision, hollering at them to leave us alone. As Shara aimed her wand, the bald man showed his sword. Most of them were good people, just caught in a moment of selfish consideration. We were fortunate enough not to run into someone too brave for his own good, and soon we were out of the city. Many of those fleeing continued straight north. I asked Shara if the nearest town was in that direction.
No, I figured they're going to turn northeast and take the path to Allenhall,
she said. What's straight north, then?
Talmor Desert. Did you happen to notice the skull on the map I showed you back in Landheim?
I did.
That marked Talmor Desert. It stretches 75 miles from west to east. Allenhall lies east of it, with a few miles of hills between them.
The bald man, whose name I never asked, stopped and turned to us.
Here should be far enough.
How much for one of those horses? They all looked the same to me, so I didn't mind which one he sold us. But Shara jumped in front of me and pointed at one of the 2 horses whose reins the bald man held.
How much for that one?
He looked at Shara with a smile that seemed sneaky to me.
You have a good eye. 20 roughs for him.
20? I exclaimed. How much are you selling the others for?
20's a good price, Nico,
Shara said.
Your money would be better spent on that horse than on tipping a pretty waitress.
I paid her quip no mind, waiting instead for the bald man to reply.
The other horses are a few roughs cheaper,
he said.
But I'm giving you the best deal for Vicar here. Take it, Nico.
Fine. As I retrieved the coins, Shara asked,
Can we choose which one to take for free? I'm choosing that one.
Her shoulders slumped a bit.
I understand. You'll take good care of them, won't you? We'll treat them better than we treat ourselves,
Shara promised. I figured she was exaggerating, even though she sounded serious. The man seemed pleased, though, introducing Shara to the horse.
Her name is Whisper. She's a fine animal, refined, like yourself.
I didn't know a horse could be refined, nor what made this man think Shara was. But she seemed taken by the compliment, offering her hand and thanking the man twice before letting go. Soon after he left, Shara admitted,
I've always wanted my own horse.
I had one a few years ago. John came home with the horse one evening. He said he wanted playing cards, though I'd always thought he'd stolen it.
What happened?
I assumed someone would come by to claim the animal, but no one did. I got to know him after a few months, cared for him. Then one day, I woke up and he was gone. John sold him because he said we were spending too much on him without getting anything in return. I suppose it was true. I'd ride him every so often, but he never made us money. And neither my father nor I ever traveled out of town.
So at least you know how to ride.
It's been a while. I was done discussing the past. There was something else of far more concern. The people I was talking to at your inn are going back north, even past Lane. I think I could convince them to take us if they're still going. Let's look for them over there. Sesri had a succession of hills along its northeastern edge. People had taken to sitting halfway up the first and smallest of them, watching in dismay as their city burned.
Why would they take us?
Because they're going that way. She put her hands on her hips.
That's not good enough reason on its own. What did you offer them?
A thought struck her.
Or did you lie and claim you were a skilled warrior?
This just reinforced how little I knew about traveling. Effie had seen me as a burden, and Shara knew this would be the case. Well, they haven't exactly agreed to take us yet, but I'm confident they will. I didn't see the harm if we were all going in the same direction. It's not like either of us were Tyree, a useless thief. I suppose we can look for them if you want. She was clearly pessimistic about joining with them. There's a little past Glane, though, so where are they going? Back to Ovira from where they came. Shara became excited. They're from Ovira? I recited what I could remember as we walked our horses through the groups of people along the hills, looking for Effie and Stefan. When I came to the part about them needing Isel, I realized the Red Priest's army had just made everything far more complicated. Now I didn't know if they still would try to get Isel, or if they would give up and return without him. Shara cared little for any of this. When she found out Isel was a Pyforial mage, she became indignant. I will not travel with one of them. Don't you know how dangerous they are? I stopped as too many thoughts crossed my mind at once. She must not have seen me use Pi to stop the men chasing us. I'd been slightly worried she had, but I also trusted her to keep the information to herself. At least I had earlier. Now, looking at her frightened face, I wasn't sure what she would do with the secret. Isel wouldn't hurt you or anyone else. There's no reason to be scared of someone just because he can manipulate Pyforial energy. He's in prison, isn't he? She asked rhetorically. He wouldn't be in there unless he used the energy to hurt someone. They'll throw anyone in prison who uses it, or even teaches it. Maybe he was doing something good. What good can someone do with Pi energy? I grumbled. What good can you do with fireballs? Fire, she began, although dangerous, is very useful, especially for travelers. I wanted to argue that Pi energy was just as useful, but perhaps it wasn't. At least not for traveling. For carpentry, it was great, but I didn't imagine needing to lift planks of wood heavier than myself on my way to Glane. Felt my anger dissipate as I thought of something. So this means you're coming with me? Compared to going back there? Shara pointed at the burning city. Night was quickly approaching, causing light from the flames to flicker across the land. Where my only source of coin comes from a building that's likely to be rubble? Where an enemy army might be waiting and their commander wants me dead? No thank you. I'll take my chances going to Glane. She coughed. I can't believe I made it out with my lungs as bad as they are. Were you wheezing? I hadn't heard it, but I wasn't listening for it either. At times, yes. It wasn't as bad as in Landheim. She coughed again, and took a deep breath. I heard the same constrictions as before, air catching. To hells, she uttered. Is it the smoke? It didn't seem likely as I couldn't feel any difference in the air where we were. I think it's just part smoke, part worry. Thanks to Tyree, I have nothing for the trip. We'd gone past most of the people along the hill without finding Effie or Stefan. I stopped and gave her my water skin from my bag. I'll take care of anything we need. She wouldn't accept it. We have to figure out some way I can pay you back. Oh, I know. After I get the money for the redemption scroll, we'll keep track of everything you spend on me, and I'll pay all of it back. Then she took 2 gulps of water before handing the skin. Agreed. Does this mean you've given up looking for that short mage? How'd you know she was a mage? She held up a finger as she coughed. We female mages have a sense men wouldn't understand. We can identify each other in ways that are lost to the lesser-minded gender. Horse piss, you saw her wand. Shara giggled. She took a deep, clear breath and smiled. We should be able to make it without them anyway, now that we've got horses. Are you ready to leave? Let me look around a little more for them. Even if Effie and Stefan don't take us, I'd like to see what they're going to do about Isel. Maybe it's better if you don't. What do you mean? She showed me a pained look, as if she had great difficulty saying whatever was on her mind. What is it? I asked. As you know, I heard you speaking about Isel to your aunt when I was eavesdropping. I could tell how close you were, but it's been 8 years, and now he's a Pyforial mage who's been put in prison. He's not the same boy from your childhood. I desperately wanted to tell her how little she really knew about Isel. I'd left everything regarding Pyforial energy out of the story. He was the same person. Just give me another hour. Her blank expression was inscrutable, possibly the first time since I'd met her. And soon I'm going to need light from your wand, I added. All right, but I want to let you know I'm not agreeing, but acquiescing. What's the difference? I want to protest, but I'm choosing to help instead. Noted and appreciated. Chapter 20. I didn't find Effie and Stefan. I did, however, see someone I thought to be Isel riding north. But as I started my horse toward him, he looked right at me with a fierce glare. I stopped as if I'd noticed spikes on a door handle I was just about to grab. Couldn't have been Isel. He didn't have malice in him like this teenager did. Even Shara shuddered. What were you doing riding over to him? I thought I knew him, but I don't. Does this mean you're ready to start north? I suppose I am. I also suppose I'd never see Effie, Stefan, or Isel again. The thought made me angry at the Red Priest, reminding me that I needed to ask Shara what she knew of this war. It's important to know why we're at war, she answered as we rode. I'm surprised you don't. Too frustrated to do anything to lash back, I said nothing. Sorry, I am surprised, but there's no reason for me to say it. Just tell me everything you know. That would take days and nights. I grumbled. You know I'm not asking to hear everything you know. I mean everything about the war. Yes, that's what I was referring to. A war doesn't begin because of two men. There are years of history, dozens of people directly involved, and there are the gods and their history in relation to our kings. Fine, the short version. I just want to know how the war is likely to affect our travel. I suppose I'm just stalling because I don't know where to begin. Shara leaned forward to stroke her horse's mane. A volatile volcano resides in the southwest edge of Sumar, spewing lava into the air as often as it rains here. On the opposite corner of the continent, to the northeast, is a great waterfall that has never run dry. Many people believe the volcano is the god of fire, the god of death, and the waterfall is the god of water, the god of life. How can part of the land be a god? No. No? No. You can't request the short version then start asking questions. Why not? Why not? She was incredulous. Isn't it obvious? She shook her palm so vigorously, I was worried she might fall off her horse. Don't answer that. The important thing here is that I'm telling the story, so I get to make the rules. I won't ask a lot of questions. Just tell me how the land can be a god. Is the volcano the god of fire's physical form? Does the god of fire exist in some other form besides the physical? And the volcano is just an entrance to this being? Or is the volcano only representing the god? Are you asking me what I believe or what others believe? Because if you're asking what I believe, the answer is simple. I, like our king, do not believe the volcano or the waterfall has any relation to the gods. I'm asking what others believe. She scoffed. Most people in the south believe the same thing their king does, that the volcano is the god. She pushed out her hand before I could say anything. Don't ask me what that means, because I don't know. I could spend hours reciting different philosophies about just the volcano. If I were deeper into faith, I could be talking about nothing but the gods all the way to Antolith. I was silent. After a long while of us riding abreast, Shara turned back to me. Really? No more questions? No, go on. After a nod, Shara explained that in the year 1425, there was a drought for 100 days. I didn't see what this had to do with the war, but I dared not interrupt to ask. By then, there were fire priests and water priests, supposed disciples of the two gods. It was decided that the water god required a sacrifice to end the drought. So a water priest escorted a woman through the sacred land of Kwose to the White Waterfall, where she climbed to the precipice and jumped. How high is the waterfall? 1,000 yards. She died, if that's what you're wondering. Everyone who jumps off dies. There were more? Many. One for each year that followed. The day after the first woman gave her life in sacrifice, it rained. Why did she do it? Again with the questions! Shara huffed out an annoyed breath. She wasn't just any woman. She dedicated her life to faith like a priest. Only there were no female priests back then. They called women like her faith-bound. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Because you wanted the short version. And who this woman was has little to do with the war. I told you if I explained everything I knew that led up to this, it would take days and nights. But you... All right, I interrupted. I'm sorry. Shara went on to tell me that nearing the end of that year, unrelenting rain fell over all of Sumar for 20 days. A few red priests had claimed this would happen, that the god of death would become vengeful after not receiving a sacrifice like the god of life. Crops began to die in the resulting floods, and eventually everything would be dead. There were two kings as there were now, one in the south and one in the north. Both kingdoms suffered from the drought and the rain, and the rulers agreed another sacrifice was necessary. The day after, a red priest brought a faith-bound woman through the sacred land of Epon, and she jumped into the volcano. The rain stopped. At the beginning of every year after that, one sacrifice would be given to each god, always an adult who dedicated his or her life to faith. So men started jumping also? For many years, no, only women. There were many who believed the two gods only wanted women, because that had appeased them thus far. But too many men wanted to be the sacrifice, and eventually one was chosen. When the year went by without a drought or flood, it was decided men could be sacrificed as well. People actually wanted to jump to their death? You should know by now that some people can believe something so strongly that's no longer a belief to them. It's the truth. They thought by giving their lives not only were they saving Sumar, but they would spend their afterlife in eternal bliss. Eternal bliss doesn't seem worth it to me. Sitting there doing nothing but feeling good would get old. Shara laughed. That's not what's meant by eternal bliss. Last year, she continued, a sacrifice went to the volcano and one to the waterfall, just like every other year. Only this time something happened, and nobody was aware of it until too late. The trek through Epon to the volcano was just as long as the trek through Kwose to the waterfall, even on horseback. It took the priest escorting the sacrifice a few months to return, but when a red priest didn't return after 4 months, they figured something had happened to him. There were no drastic changes to the weather, so it was assumed the sacrifice had jumped in and the priest became ill or hurt on the way back. They wanted to send people along the path to the volcano to search for the priest, but they could send only other priests devoted enough to cross into the hallowed land without angering the god of death. This made their search party small. More months went by. The weather was no different from any other year. The search team never found the priest, but they did find the sacrifice, alive. He'd been living off the land in Epon, and he refused to say anything until he was taken to the king of the south, now our enemy, Martef Malin. By the time the human sacrifice came in front of the king, nearly a year had passed. He revealed that on the way to the volcano, he decided he didn't want to sacrifice himself. He and the priest had argued and eventually fought. The sacrifice claimed the priest intended to beat him unconscious, tie him up, and throw him into the volcano. But the sacrifice fought back, killing the priest in the process.
When this news reached our king up north, he didn't want to sacrifice another person,
Shara explained.
Some of his priests urged him to continue the sacrifices, but he refused, claiming they're barbaric, and the unchanging weather was proof they're unnecessary. Then threats started coming from King Martef. We in the north have always been responsible for the sacrifice to the god of life. Sumar is too vast for priests from the south to make it there and back every year, and our king forbade them from trying.
So King Martef went to war over that? I was incredulous.
There are other reasons, some no more than rumors, some as good as facts, but the sacrifices are the primary cause.
So why are they burning our cities?
You heard that tall priest in red, didn't you?
He was warning us, I remembered. What were the words he used?
Until your king starts sacrificing to the gods, nowhere will be safe.
Shara shook her head.
They want all of us in the north to put pressure on our king to recommence the sacrifices. It might work. Instill enough fear and it'll cause panic, which then feeds upon itself. It'll spread faster than an army can sweep through the towns.
We're being used like pieces in a game. Do you think he's actually right? That nowhere is safe?
I think Lane is safe. The capital has always been the most protected of any city or town.
I felt an urge to look behind me. There were others riding north like us, but not very many. If the enemy army chose to follow our path, it looked like we at least were a day's ride ahead of them. Could there be other enemy forces already farther north of here?
Yes. King Martef was the one who declared war. He must have known in advance and had time to send soldiers wherever he wanted them. There could be villages all around us that already have been taken. The land is changing each day. There's no way to know what we might be riding into.
At least we know what we're riding away from, I said, hoping never to see the Red Priest again, unless I could catch him alone.
Right. We better ride hard every day we can.
Chapter 21. We rode the whole next day. My knee bothered me every time I dismounted. Shara noticed and took it upon herself to collect water while I sat and looked on. She seemed to know where every lake existed, even without a map. If she hadn't told me she'd never been out of Landheim before, I would have continued to believe she was a seasoned traveler. I asked her how she knew what she did, because a map can only show so much.
Yes,
she agreed.
But hundreds of maps say a lot. Sometimes their differences even tell a story. I've studied for years in case I ever needed to travel without one.
She made two fists and grunted.
That Tyree. Never been so mad at someone so young. Do you know what the worst part is about what he did?
What could be worse than him taking everything?
He made it hard for me to trust another person in need of help.
My heart felt heavy. I knew the feeling all too well. Thieves who prey on generosity do far more damage to the world than they realize. Not only are they hurting their victim, they're making it so the victim is less likely to help others in need. The less people help each other, the more that type of behavior becomes normal. It's an ongoing process like the panic the Red Priest and his army are causing. Shara had a sweet look for me, as if she wanted to embrace me.
I'm so sorry about Swen.
Please, I hate pity. She gave her fist one good shake.
You're right. Pity has the power to turn all our words against us, making us look weak when we aren't. I apologize, Nico. You haven't pitied me, so I will show you the same respect. Whenever I've made mention of being passed between capricious parents like a fruit, everyone taking a bite before I get too old and ripe, everything I say about my past after that turns into a plea for pity. Sometimes I just want to mention something without looking back at sympathetic eyes. It's made it even more difficult for me to speak about my past. I saw myself in Shara, and perhaps that's why it had been easier to trust her compared to most people. But there was also so much about her that wasn't at all like me. Her pain was different. Mine was sharp, directed like a dagger at the sources of my guilt. Swen and myself. Her pain was dull, spread out like the face of a mallet. So many people had forsaken her. Your father was abusive? She asked. He tended to throw things when he was drunk and angry. Sometimes I'd have to wrestle something out of his hands, but he never struck me. How often was he drunk and angry?
Drunk? All the time. Angry? Not too often.
How did he die?
Shara asked gently. There was an argument between him and Callan. He came home drunk. She told him to be quiet. It escalated. He attacked her, and she shot him with a fireball. Shara gasped.
And I was teasing you about flirting with Callan. I'm sorry. That was... to hells. I'm so embarrassed.
It's all right. Both were dead now, I thought. Unsure why I'd almost say it out loud. Death was like that, I suppose. It could strike quickly, fall into the past, then resurface in our thoughts hard and sudden, like biting into a chunk of bone hidden within meat.
Did you love him? Shara asked. Your father?
Of course. He was my father.
What did you love about him?
When I couldn't think of the right answer,
A small panic stirred in my chest. The sun had dipped beneath the eastern hills, night fast approaching. I almost used this as a reason not to answer her question, but I stopped myself. There was an answer, I just had to find it. As the silence went on, I said the first thing that came to mind. He told jokes. She forced a smile. Any good ones? A small laugh came out. Some good ones. Like what? Shara sat forward in her saddle. I tried to remember which joke I liked best. Soon I realized I never laughed at any of them. Actually, none were very funny. Oh, why was it so difficult to speak highly of my father? It wasn't all bad. He had good pans for cooking, I said. Good hands? Shara asked. He was a good cook? Good pans. He never cooked. Oh. The silence went on, making me feel like an even worse son than I knew myself to be. I'd abandoned my mother, and now I could even provide one reason why I loved my father. Shara began to sing. Poor Nico, his father wasn't lovable. Gods, please don't. She ignored me. But he doesn't sound quite colorful. I suppose he was, I muttered as she sang on. He had pans, which were of quality high. He grabbed things with his hands, which he made fly. Not that often. He once bought a horse, which he later sold for beer. Probably. Self-discipline he didn't enforce, an improper lesson and austere. How can a child trust his parent, when right and wrong is not inherent? I turned to books. History, fantasy, all had hooks. They pulled me in, made me weep and grin. But Nico, what about you? What did you turn to when life was hard to chew? I thought for a while, and then realized it was training with Pyforial energy. I enjoyed the feeling of increasing my skill. Many of my sleepless nights were spent wondering what I could do with it that I hadn't yet figured out. Using the transparent energy form was a game on its own, like wrestling. There was an art to it. I'm not sure, I said. I kept myself as busy as I could. In an attempt to shift focus back to her, I asked, Why do you sing? She shrugged. Why not? Unnecessary effort. Why do boys throw rocks then? I was guilty of that when I was younger. When Isel and I weren't trying to make the rocks float, we enjoyed throwing them into the water or against the trees. I see your point, I said. I suppose my need to sing is physical. An urge, really. When my thoughts are jumbled, sometimes I get pressure in my throat that calls to be relieved. Why don't you just hum a tune of a known song? Why make up your own? Because usually I have something to say when I want to sing, so why not do both at once? So it's not entirely this feeling in your throat. She pursed her lips. I suppose not completely. Singing helps me relax. With my lungs, it's important to feel in control. Her face went serious. Sometimes they start up when I'm overwhelmed. The first mother I can remember worked in a whorehouse. She kept me in the basement, out of sight of the patrons, where everything had a film of dust so thick that each time the door opened, the air turned gray. She shuddered, then coughed. It didn't take long before I was wheezing constantly. I knew she wasn't looking for pity, but it was too difficult to hold in my words. That's terrible. It's fine. She became bored of me soon anyway. Then she started asking the gentlemen she met if they wanted to adopt a little girl. Eventually, she started offering a free night in return for signing the papers. My new father told me this when he took me home with him. Then I was his responsibility. Gods, are you angry with your birth mother? I feel frustration, but not anger. I can't be angry at someone I know nothing about. If I had one detail about her, the way she looked, her name, something, then I could focus my rage. As it is now, it's the same way I feel about my house being destroyed because of this war. You must know what I mean. I do. I used to fantasize a rich married couple would visit Landheim and take me away. I'm glad to finally leave. I just wish I had some money to show for all my hard work. I was going to save it up until I had a Dalian, then travel north and visit all the cities, finding the best one to live in. We fell silent as I thought of what I could say. It feels strange to share so much about myself, Shara mused. It's getting dark. Let's make camp. Tomorrow is going to be the first of 2 long days. Why's that? Did you notice the hills ahead of us before it became too dark to see them? I did. Looked like 2 humps of dirt. They mark the southern end of Talmor Desert. Quicksand? I wondered. No such thing. But have you heard of a terraslack? No. Are you prone to nightmares? Yes. Then I'll wait until tomorrow to tell you about them. If you leave it up to my imagination, I'll probably have a worse dream. I was half teasing, but the face she made caused my smile to flatten. There are 2 rules to dreams. We never feel something in a dream that we haven't felt before, and we never see something that we haven't already seen or imagined. Dreams are a distortion mirror into our lives, sometimes so clear it's as if we're looking through a window into another world. Other times, so confusing we wake up feeling like we've just endured the reading of an epic poem. I Harold Danois, she cringed. Before we dream, we must live and we must feel. Those blind from birth don't see in their dreams. Those deaf from birth don't hear in their dreams. And right now, You're both blind and deaf to terror slacks. It's better you enjoyed this last night.
Chapter 22.
If Shara only knew the dread she caused, she wouldn't have said anything. Usually I didn't sleep more than a few hours, but now I couldn't even get to sleep. I stirred, continually trying to find a comfortable position, but I simply couldn't. It was like I was already out in the desert, running from a monster I couldn't quite see no matter how hard I tried. I heard grunts coming from our horses. I sat up and checked on Shara. She was a mound of shadow among a sea of darkness. I couldn't see where her blanket ended, and she began. I lent her one of my 2 blankets, making the cold another reason I found it difficult to sleep. As I made my way over to our horses, my stomach complained and my shoulders sagged. We had some bread left from what I bought in Cessery, but it wasn't much. Tomorrow we need to hunt. Shara made this sound easy, but I wondered how much she really knew about it. I could clean a kill and cook it just fine, because I bought carcasses at the market all the time. But I had no experience hunting. Both mounts were on their feet, but only mine was awake. "Can't sleep, Vikar?" I whispered. He neighed as I started to pet him, causing me to snatch back my hand. I waited a moment and tried again. He made no sound this time. I couldn't tell if he wanted to be touched or not. Shara would know. I wondered if one of her parents had worked with horses. Every time I started to forget about the terror slack, it came right back to the forefront of my thoughts. I should have asked Shara how many extra days it would take to go around the desert. Then I could have spent this wasted time making a decision. Why hadn't she at least suggested the idea? She didn't seem worried. I could feel myself relaxing as I stroked Vikar's mane. I was about ready to try sleeping once again when I heard Shara rustling. I looked to find her sitting up. The silhouette of her wild hair was all that identified her against the backdrop of the night. "Something wrong with the horses?" she asked. "No." I returned to her, sat on my blanket, and pulled it up over my shoulders. "Will they always sleep standing?" "Probably. Horses' sleep habits are different than ours. They sleep a little at a time, often taking naps when they have the opportunity. Sometimes they lie down depending on the terrain and weather, but most of the time they stay standing. Their legs lock in a way that requires no effort to maintain balance." "Is there anything you know nothing about?" I teased. "Yes. Why aren't you ever asleep when I wake up during the night?" She paused. "Is it me?" "No. I've been like this for years. You should think about something comforting. Something you know well that's just complicated enough to distract you." "What do you think about?" "When I can't sleep, I go over the path north in my mind. I imagine the land, the grass, the hills, the lakes. I think of sneaking past the terror slack and befriending a forest dema. I see myself reaching the capital and meeting the king. Makes me feel at peace." "How could sneaking past a terror slack bring you peace?" "Because it's easy when you know how to do it." She giggled. "Did I frighten you and that's why you can't sleep?" "No." I'm not sure why I lied, but it felt better than telling the truth. "Well, we should rest while we can. Pleasant thoughts, Nico. Pleasant thoughts." She nestled into her blanket and her silhouette of hair disappeared. As I lay my head down, I thought of food. A steaming plate of braised pork and potatoes, glistening with butter, a shaker of salt nearby, and a mug of water. My stomach got all too into the idea and called loudly for the plate. This was more likely to keep me awake than help me sleep. I needed something else. I thought of getting the money I was owed from the Master of Coin. I would buy a house, a cheap one that needed fixing up. I could live there as I worked on it. Add a room, paint, put in a few glass windows. I was surprised at my next thought, showing my place to Shara when she came to visit. Her face lit brightly with a smile. This image was stuck with me until I finally fell asleep. When I awoke, I grinned when I saw Shara had a fire going. I went over to warm my hands. "Morning," I said. She grunted without looking away from the fire. She was either tired or upset, but something was different from the other mornings. "Here." She dumped a handful of red berries onto the dirt between us. "Found some an hour ago. There's your share." Her voice was harsh, and she still wouldn't look at me. "Thank you. You been up that long?" "Could have woken me." "I had a lot to think about." She let out a great sigh as I popped 2 berries into my mouth. "I trusted you." I still planned to finish the berries, but my appetite was gone. Her tone was as if she'd given me her cat to take care of while she was gone, and I let it starve. What could I have done? What lies had I told that she could have figured out? My stomach turned as I realized what it could be. I checked my pocket for my coin purse. It wasn't there. Oh, gods. "Looking for this?" Shara stood and showed me my coin purse. "It was by your side while you slept. I figured it fell out of your pocket. I've been sitting here wondering what to do about it." I stood and reached out my hand. That was my life's work. Felt like she had her hands around my neck. "Give it to me, and I'll explain everything." "Why didn't you tell me you had this much money?" She showed no intention of letting go. "You could buy a house with this." She shook it. I couldn't think, not until I had it back in my hands. "Answer me!" I started toward her. She stepped back and pointed her wand at me. Who are you? Why are you so eager for me to come with you? What's your plan? There were so many questions I didn't know where to begin. You know who I am. You can trust me. Can I? She shouted. The most I know about you is that you're a liar. Everything I said is the truth, except for the amount of money I have. I didn't see why it was important to tell you. I expected to find 10, maybe 20 more silver than you said you had. It would make sense to me. But there's almost 2.5 dallions here. Are you a thief? A spy? A murderer? What ill act did you commit? Shara, I didn't steal or hurt anyone. I made that money through honest work. I tried to keep my tone calm as I stepped toward her. Don't move! Shara jabbed her wand at me. Is she going to take my money? She'd be in for a surprise when Pyforial energy knocked the wand out of her hand. Tell me what you have planned, she demanded. Nothing. I'm just trying to get the money I'm owed for the destruction of my house. Don't you realize how unlikely it is for us to make it there in time? And even if we do you really think the Master of Coin will gladly pay what the scroll says? Why wouldn't he? She grumbled in frustration. You should be asking why he would, not why he wouldn't. Don't you see that there's little reason to waste dallions on us? I could feel my rage building. If that's what you believe, then why are you here? Her body seemed to shrink in on itself as her shoulders slouched. I have nowhere else to go. They'll probably give us some silver if we make it on time. I figured I'd find work in the capital. Unlike you, I've been honest. I've always wanted to travel north. What was I going to do in Landheim? Dwell among the rubble of my house and weep? If this money was made through honest work, why didn't you put it in the bank? Landheim's bank was robbed years ago. The king repaid what was lost. Then we should be repaid as well. It doesn't work like that. Banks need to have money. Otherwise, the whole kingdom will fall because everyone will become poor. I don't know how I'm supposed to trust you anymore when you're clearly lying about this. She squeezed my purse as if wanting to crush the coins inside. I'm not lying. Shara, you asked me what you're supposed to do in Landheim now that your house is destroyed, but what about me? What am I supposed to do in Landheim without a house? Buy one! She threw the money pouch at me, and I caught it against my chest. The damn thing felt like a hammerhead. Just leave me alone. I'll find my way to Glen without your stolen money. She started toward our horses. I ran after her. Shara! She spun around with fury in her dark eyes. Don't come near me! She had her wand at her hip. I felt like I was losing her. She looked at me in a way she never had before, like I was a threat, a hungry beast. I felt helplessness and deep regret for not telling her the truth earlier. But panic overwhelmed all my feelings when I noticed a surge of horses coming over the hill behind her. The men were dressed in armor. A curse came out of my mouth. Shara, from the south, look! Her head twitched, but she forced herself to keep her gaze on me. There's an army coming, I informed her. We have to hide. I stood still as I waited for her to look. I didn't want to surprise her by approaching. She twisted, her wand still pointing at me. Then her hand dropped. She hurried to untie Witsper. I ran for my own horse. I think it's the army from Sesri, the Red Priest. She said nothing. I followed her as she rode hard into a thicket. Tall plants reached up over the high grass, but they were soft enough for our mounts to push them aside. Shara, being the skilled rider, had her mount gallop through a cluster of small trees while I struggled to make the car go faster than a trot. Soon she was out of sight, and the thundering sound of 1,000 horse hooves beating against the ground came toward me. Come on, Vakar! I kicked him. He shot forward, crashing into a leafy bush twice my height. My hands came up to protect my face, forgetting they'd also pull up the reins. Vakar reared up, and then I was falling, reaching for something, anything. The grass cushioned my back, but my head hit something hard, and the thump echoed inside my skull. Vakar ran off, disappearing behind the shrubbery as I jumped to my feet and risked a look behind me. The path the army took brought them right past me, close enough to notice the sigil on their chests of a red snake that appeared to be shedding its skin. As I ran after my horse, I heard beating hooves veer away from the rest of the thundering sound, now coming toward me. Another look revealed there were 2 of them. A third peeled away from the stream of horsemen and came behind them. Leave the boy, he called. This one looks rich, said one of the 2 approaching horsemen. You always say that, yelled the man behind him. We don't have time for you to rob every person we pass. Just him, then? Yes, just him, the other horseman agreed. I noticed both had swords just before I turned and fled. No bows, thank the gods. You make this difficult, and we'll take your hand as well as your money, one said with an air of levity in his tone. They caught up to me faster than I anticipated, one of them kicking me in the back as he passed. Both laughed as I fell on my chest and gasped for air. I heard clanking as they jumped off their horses. I forced myself up. Half running, half stumbling, I fled toward the first growth of bushes my eyes found. Looks like someone wants to lose his hand, one yelled, his voice much too close behind me. Thin branches caught against my shirt and scratched my face. I blindly pushed forward, hands out. My feet caught on something brittle, like rotten wood but softer. I tried to kick through it, only realizing my mistake when it was too late. I'd driven my foot through the top of a mound clearly made by some kind of bugs. It was like an anthill, only wider and up to my waist. The leaves and dirt that were its walls exploded as my feet crashed through, and I stepped on something moving, something bigger than ants. All around me, spiders hissed and jumped into the air. But these weren't spiders, I discovered as soon as I tried to run from them. They had wings and long antennae that dangled and bounced. I'd never seen such creatures. I knew one thing, though. They didn't like me destroying their home. They didn't seem to be able to fly for long, using their wings more to propel themselves as they leapt at me. They were about the size of my hands, and instilled with me terror when they landed on my back. I screamed and flailed my arms to get them off me, but there were just too many. The air was dark with them. The two men chasing me screamed. I managed to look behind me, barely able to see through the winged spiders. I noticed the men turn and run the other way. How I wish I had their armor. One landed on my shoulder, and I heard it hiss like a snake. I twitched reflexively, trying to ignore all of them on my legs, pinching me. I didn't know if they were trying to bite me, but it didn't hurt. Then I felt a sting on my right arm. I yelped and flung the bug off of me. One stung the other arm right after. I spun and swatted in all directions. Every time my hand moved, I hit one. I heard them hissing around my ears as my legs became heavier with the weight of them. I twisted as I ran, trying to defend myself as best I could, to little avail. I felt more stings. I didn't know if they were biting me or if they had pincers, but it felt like a wasp driving its stinger deep into my flesh each time. How long would they chase me? Were they venomous? I felt trapped in a nightmare. The pain worsened as they kept attacking with unrelenting aggression. One landed on my neck. I swatted it off. I risked a glance to find too many to count crawling up my legs. They had no pincers, but I could see their fangs as they tried to bite through my pants. One managed to stay on as I tried to smack it off, its antenna bouncing with each step I took. It got to my stomach and bit through my shirt. That one was the most painful yet, like a needle prick that wouldn't stop stinging. The damn hissing wouldn't stop either. There must have been hundreds of them. They can't follow me into the water, I thought, as I noticed a small lake ahead of me. I didn't care that there was green slime around its edges, or that it was too murky to tell what might lurk within. It was sanctuary. My feet nearly got caught in the mud as I neared the bank. I let my bag drop, but I didn't have time to toss my coin purse from my pocket. I jumped in, hoping it would stay closed. A few of the flying spiders stuck to me under the water, but they instantly seemed lifeless. I brushed them away with ease, keeping my head underwater and kicking until I could go no further. I came up for air to find I was nearly on the other side of the small lake. There was slime on my face and hair, and I tasted something disgusting that made me think of sour mud. I turned in the water to look behind me. I saw a few jumping out of the tall grass, going back the other way, their wings fluttering and barely keeping them in the air for longer than a breath. Others floated in the water, dead. I had just enough energy to make it to the other side and crawl through the mud before I collapsed on the grass, my chest heaving. A burning feeling surged through my heart each time I sucked in air. I heard nothing but the sound of my labored breaths and the sloshing of the disturbed lake. I closed my eyes as I wondered where my horse went. As soon as I had the strength, finding Vikar needed to be my top priority. Then I could look for Shara. Maybe I could find Whisper's hoof prints if I'm lucky. I just needed to speak to her once more to convince her to stay with me. I thought I heard the grass rustle behind me. Just as I sat up and started to turn, someone wrapped a hairy arm around my chest and stuck a blade against the underside of my chin. "Don't move. Even a twitch will kill you." His voice was frighteningly aggressive. I put him somewhere in his 30s or 40s as I racked my mind trying to figure out who he could be or what I might have done to him. He revealed the answer with his next line. "Where's that money the girl was shouting about?" A thief. That's who he was. His whole identity summed into one word. He needed to be punished for this, the degenerate. But I felt so weak. So damn weak. Just the thought of gathering Pyforial energy to pull his knife away made me feel like jelly. "Tell me!" He pushed the knife into my chin. My skin pinched and tore with a prick of pain. Then my blood spilled onto his arm. I realized it wouldn't be difficult for him to lower the knife to my throat and run it across. Damn. The lucky degenerate had me. "In my left pocket." "Slowly reach and pull it out." I did as he ordered. I could feel that many of the coins had fallen out. Good, less for him. I lifted it toward his hairy arm. He tightened his grip around my chest. "Open it slowly." Sharp tendrils of pain spread through not just my chin, but my whole body. I tried to shift for some relief, but he pushed his blade in deeper, and I froze. "Move again and see what happens." I opened my small pouch and strained my eyes to look down into it. There appeared to be less than 10 coins. "Pour them into your hand." I did, revealing 5 silver, 2 pits, and a dallion. Gods, a dallion! How lucky could one thief be for 1 out of 2 to remain in the pouch when so many other coins were lost? Still, he complained. "She was screaming about 2.5 dallions. Where's the rest?" She was exaggerating.
I lied.
She does that.
He probably didn't believe me, but didn't care. A dallion could feed a man for a decade. He forced me to put the coins back into the pouch, then made me put the pouch in his free hand. Without warning, he released his grip on me and jumped up. I spun around for a glimpse at him. A long face, thinning hair, a small tuft in the middle, deep furrows in his cheeks, low ears that came out wide. I will remember you, thief. He turned and ran. At least he wasn't Swen. Then I would be dead. I expected the tendrils of pain to withdraw, now that he no longer had his knife in my chin and his arm around my chest, but they only spread further. I tried to find the strength to stand, but something wasn't right with my body. The weight of lifting my arm made me feel like I was underwater. Could I even get on my feet? I started to shake. I felt my face and back flushed with sweat. The shaking worsened. What was this? Horrified, I realized it must have been the venom from those flying bugs. I rolled up my sleeves to look at the fang marks on my arms. As my shirt passed over them, pain shot up to my shoulders. My flesh was swollen and dark. I vomited. Then I was on my hands and knees, shaking uncontrollably. More vomit came. I keeled over on my side. My skin burned like it had been lit on fire. This was how I was going to die. I felt anger at myself. I'd wasted 16 years, accomplishing nothing but getting my mother and father killed. I always thought I would make up for it, that my life would amount to something. I would make the world better through my existence. But it only made it worse. I heard someone coming. Hopefully it was the thief, and he had enough mercy to finish me quickly. I had no idea how long this agony would go on. Two hells! It was Shara. She grabbed my arms and gasped. It was too weak to move my head, but I found the strength to speak. Flying spiders! I'll be right back. I saw her legs scrambling to stand, then her feet hurrying out of view. Numbness started to crawl over me, from my hands and feet toward my chest. I was shaking, but I couldn't feel it except above my neck. Darkness seeped in, as though I was falling asleep, too tired to fight it. Chapter 23. Someone's hands, Shara's, they must be Shara's, were on my cheeks and throat. They were rubbing. Swallow, Nico. I had the urge to cough, but I held it back and swallowed instead. Then the coughing started up, and I couldn't stop, gasping in between to catch my breath. When the coughing finally subsided, the effort it had taken felt like I'd climbed a mountain, and I promptly passed out. When I came to, I no longer was shaking, but I still felt weak and deathly ill. The fire in my chest had cooled a bit. My arms stung a little less, as did my stomach where I'd been bitten. Everything was blurry. I squinted, my eyes refusing to focus. I rubbed and tried again. It was evening. That, at least I could tell. I was still in the same spot where I'd been robbed, close to the water. I was cold, in a considerable amount of pain, and hungry. But the hunger felt good, healthy. It was like I had a fever, and now it had broken, and my body was ready to make up all the time I'd been unable to eat. Now if only I had food. I looked around for Shara, expecting to see her and our horses. I found Bakar tied to a tree, but there was no sign of Shara or Whisper. Did she save me and then leave? Clearly she'd given me an antidote to the venom. Knowing nothing about the venomous creatures, I couldn't possibly know what I'd drunk. But I wanted more of it. Something foreign still seemed to be working through me. My bag was there. I searched inside for clues. Maybe she'd written something on one of the scrolls. The straps on my backpack held both of my blankets. Did this mean Shara was coming back, or did she leave without the one I'd lent her? Nothing inside the bag was different. I looked at the lake, the green water making me cringe as I knew I would have to dive in eventually. Somewhere down there was the dallion that had fallen out of my coin purse. So were about 30-something silver and some pits. I didn't have the strength to swim yet. I shouldn't be worried about the money right now. I needed to find food before it got too dark. Then I had to make a fire. I groaned. Gods, I hope Shara's coming back. The moment I got to my feet, I became dizzy and almost fell. I found my balance, grabbed my bag, and forced myself toward a pocket in the trees and shrubs, a pathway into the thick of it. If I was going to find game or nuts or berries, it would be in there. I didn't feel right leaving my horse on his own, but I didn't have the strength to get on his back and drag him after me. I'd have to risk it. No money and no food. I wanted to be angry at the thief, but I didn't have the energy. After I fed myself, I'd figure out how to find him. I checked the ground for foot or hoof prints. The grass was matted where a horse had been. The tracks led into the trees where I already was headed. I hoped they were from Shara's horse and not the thief's. He'd been long gone. I stumbled along, following the tracks into what seemed to be the start of a forest. Death no longer felt as if it hovered over my shoulders, but I couldn't imagine walking more than a mile in my current state.
I followed the tracks deeper, and soon the ground was taken over by leafy plants with budding flowers that came up to my shins. Walls of trees blocked my vision until I came closer and found a path between them. I saw Whisper tied up and hidden among the trees. I looked around and found Shara next, crouched behind a rock, aiming her wand ahead of her. Then I noticed the rabbit about 10 yards out, poking his little head out of the sea of green. A fireball flew from her wand and blasted the entire area near the creature. The plants made a crunching sound as they burst apart. Birds squawked and flapped their wings. Her horse whined. I came closer behind Shara, the sound of my footsteps pressing down the foliage, loud enough that she had to know I was there. Shara. She spun with her wand aimed at me. The fireball sailed over my head, startling me enough to fall backward. I heard it hit a tree, then the cracking of a branch followed. I sat up and turned around to see 2 branches fall, another dangling where the bark was blackened. "Gods, you could have killed me!" I shouted. "What kind of person shoots before seeing who they're shooting at?" She showed no emotion. "I saw it was you, so I missed on purpose. If you saw it was me, why didn't you refrain from shooting?" She turned away and headed toward where the rabbit had been. "I'd already started gathering the energy when I heard someone sneaking behind me. I can't not use it after I've gathered it." I was annoyed, but I didn't know enough about bestial energy to argue. I looked at the tree she'd struck. The branch barely hanging on still swayed back and forth. "You could have set this whole forest on fire," I accused. "Nay." She turned to show me a smile. "So you're feeling better, I see?" She didn't need to know that I ached all over and barely could stand. "Yes, thank you." She crouched over something I couldn't see, most likely the rabbit. "Oh, this is dreadful. At least you're here, Nico, to repay me for saving your life. Come break this rabbit's neck. Please? He's still alive, and I hate doing it." The thought sickened me, especially when I saw the poor creature too dazed to stand, his little nose twitching. It was a fair request, though more than fair. She had saved my life. When I thought I was going to die, I realized how little I'd actually done in life, how much stronger I wanted to be. It was time to really become a man, and it would start with killing this defenseless, adorable creature. I have some work ahead before I really feel like a man. I broke its poor little neck. Shara applauded with soft yet quick claps. "Does this mean you're going to stay with me now?" I asked as she retrieved her horse. "At least for the night. I still haven't decided about tomorrow." She looked at me in the same way as before, like I were a rabid animal. "Well, you don't need to worry about my money anymore. A thief took all I had." The color drained out of her face as she put her hand over her chest. "Just now?" "Earlier." Shara pulled Whisper after her while I told her about the degenerate and his knife. I could see her expression had changed by the time I'd finished. I was a person again. "Did the thief know about your money because Shara yelled about it?" she asked, ashamed. I rubbed my aching neck. "He did mention that, but you shouldn't feel guilty." "I suppose it matters how you really made the money." She gave me a pointed look. "Through honest work," I told her. "Shara, I've worked hard for years to make that money." "But how did you have so much?" "My father's neighbor, Wylan, let me work with him soon after I got to Landheim. I was just 8 years old, and my father was overjoyed to have me but knew little about what to do with me. So I spent each day with Wylan. He always paid me generously. More importantly, he taught me everything I needed to know to be a carpenter. He helped get me my own jobs when I turned 14, because it was hard to convince people I was skilled enough to do the work required when I looked so young. Wylan's wife was barren, and I think they considered me almost like their own after a while. When Wylan passed, his wife moved, but not before giving me 20 silver. She made me promise not to tell my father, which I was smart enough to know not to do anyway. The rest I earned myself." "Is there really good money in painting and roofing?" "That's not all I do, and it depends on the person and the house. A few lucky projects can pay 10 times what others will. A rich man who'd gotten to know me through Wylan wanted a new house built, not to live in, but to sell. He paid me a dallion. Took me about a year. Best money I ever made." "You constructed a whole house? You must have had to split the money with the other builders." "There weren't any others." She pursed her lips. "I'll admit, I don't know much about carpentry, but that seems quite unlikely." Pyforial energy was responsible for most of the physical labor. "Well, it was just me." She glared. Silence fell upon us as we walked back to the murky lake. "I want to believe you," she said, taking the dead rabbit from me. "Especially after what I did, shouting about your money and refusing to turn back when you needed help. But I can't trust you when you're hiding something." She reached out, eyeing the dagger on my belt. "For the rabbit?" "I'll clean it while you make a fire." I took back the rabbit, drew the knife, and knelt over the mess of flesh and fur. It was time to start taking care of myself, as I'd planned to do if Shara hadn't come along in the first place. "I'm not hiding anything. Besides, if you're going to leave tomorrow, what does it matter if I am?" I felt her hand on my shoulder. I looked up to see her dark eyes, wide with sadness. I'm sorry I abandoned you when those soldiers came. What was this? Her touch and soft statement made me still with worry. I've never abandoned anyone before. Oh, that was it. Abandonment. I noticed Shara swallowing, looking as if she was about to cry. And I don't want to abandon you tomorrow either. But I need to trust you if I'm going to stay. I believe you're telling the truth about your money. I can't imagine you stole it, or would ever hurt someone for it. Though I need to know if there's anything else you're keeping from me. Her voice rose into song. I don't need to hear about secrets old, ones that matter little now. Tell me and I won't scold. This is no brittle vow. What are you keeping from me that I need to know? Out with it, and don't make a show. I barely had the strength to open the rabbit's flesh. To tell her I was a Pyforial mage felt like I'd be sawing down a tree. I didn't know how many words it would take, how long we'd go back and forth, how much progress we actually could make, or if she would just up and leave the moment I said it. I knew better than to try to lie, though. I could keep a secret, but not when someone was on to me. When John figured out I was hiding something from him, whether it was money, sweets, or an opinion about his behavior, he always got it out of me. This made it harder to be open around him. But Shara wasn't at all like my father. I looked around to make sure there were no listeners, then spoke as calmly as I could. I'm a Pyforial mage. With her standing over me, I had to strain my neck for a glimpse of her face. She smirked. What's your secret really? It's really that. I'm a Pyforial mage. Slowly her smile flattened out. She took a step back. No, you're not? I didn't know why she phrased it as a question. Yes, I am? I questioned back. She backed up another step. Stop joking. I'm not. I stood, the effort making my head spin. I would never hurt anyone. You wondered how I built a house on my own? Now do you see? I don't believe you. She did believe me, though. I could hear it in her voice. I think you mean you don't want to believe me. Prove it. But not on me. She recoiled, pointing around her turned shoulder like I was going to throw something at her. Lift the rabbit. The thought of even that simple feat made me twice as tired. I feel ill from the venom. If you're a Pyforial mage, you can lift the stupid rabbit. I took in a breath, readied my body for the pain the effort would cause. It started to pull in the energy I would need. What usually felt like lifting my light bag from the ground instead felt like it was filled with rocks and I was dragging it after me, unable to hoist it up. I strained harder to pull the energy toward me, until I had it under control. A clump of it the size of my fist hovering in front of me. I could sense it, but couldn't see it. Before I lost control, I whirled it over the rabbit. Feeling like I would collapse, I didn't have the focus needed to wrap the energy around the carcass. Instead, I brought it down over the rabbit like a clamp snapping shut. Then I raised my hand and made the energy fly up. The carcass jumped up, flipping awkwardly. Shara let out a yelp and fell backwards. To hells! There's no reason to worry. I won't hurt anyone. How? When did you... But how are you able to do that? Remember how I told Aunt Nan that Isel and I always went to the river? Well, all that time we were practicing moving rocks with Pyforial energy. He's even more powerful than I am. Or at least he was when we were younger. He wouldn't hurt anyone. So I don't know why he was put in prison. And you say you would never hurt anyone. But then why learn it? As the answer came, I realized something about myself I never had before. I've always wanted to be strong. All the other boys were good at something. Many things. I needed something to be proud of. And I loved the idea of being a Pyforial mage. I dreamed about it. I spent every waking moment eager to practice. I never got bored with it. I still love it. My voice was so thick with emotion it startled me. I felt like I was listening to myself speak instead of choosing the words. Shara, the feeling of building, making something, there's nothing like it. I don't wish to hurt people. I've never wanted that. And I surely would never hurt you. My heart raced. Was this an effect of the venom? I lost all the strength I had left. Suddenly, I was sitting up with Shara's hand on my back. I didn't remember her coming over, nor did I remember hitting the ground. We passed out for a moment. I was so tired that I felt closer to being asleep than awake. All the hours I spent lying awake surrounded by darkness came back to me, the thought making my eyelids heavy. Do you have any more of the remedy you gave me earlier? I asked. I don't. I would make more, but I was lucky just to find the talfia roots that I did. What you need is food and sleep. You should feel better tomorrow. Shara continued to say something, but I'd passed out again. I only realized this when she woke me later. Eat, Nico. It was night, the dancing fire sending flickering light along Shara's face and extended arm. In her open hand were chunks of greasy meat. Although I knew it was rabbit, I wouldn't have cared if it was rat. I devoured it greedily, only asking afterward if she'd eaten. I have. The rest is for you. I saw it waiting for me on a rock, steaming. I burned my fingers, my tongue, in the top of my mouth as I ate with uncontrollable speed. "Thank you," I said. "Next time I'll prepare the rabbit." I looked at her, hoping she wouldn't object. She must have known I was speaking about more than just the next meal. I was looking for confirmation she would stay with me. She nodded, and I felt like hugging her. I refrained, offering a smile instead. Then a thought struck me. I was confident she could make it on her own after everything I'd seen. So was she only staying out of pity? I couldn't bring myself to ask in fear of hearing the answer. It didn't matter. I would make sure this wasn't the case soon enough. Things were going to change. There would be no reason to pity Nico. Gods, was I picking up some of Char's odd habits? I tried not to think about it, soon remembering the lost money I needed to retrieve. A dallion and some 30 silver fell out of my coin purse when I jumped into the lake to escape the flying spiders. I pointed to the sound of the undulating water. Tomorrow I'm going to get that dallion, then we'll cross the desert. And if I ever see that thief who took my money, I'll find a way to deliver justice. I was tired of being a victim. The Red Priest who killed Callan came to my mind next. I suppose I wasn't completely honest with Shara. I would use Pyforial energy to hurt some people, especially Swen. Did that mean Isel would as well? Chapter 24. I realized what I'd done the next morning. Shara could report me to any guard in any city, and the law mandated I would be thrown in prison. I didn't know how it actually would happen in practice. Would there first be a trial like with other major crimes? If I refused to admit I could manipulate Pyforial energy, how would they decide whether I was lying? I figured Swen wouldn't report me given that my accusation about him killing my mother had a better chance of being proven. But I had nothing like that on Shara. "I'm trusting you with my secret," I told her. "I won't tell anyone so long as you promise not to hurt anyone with it." I objected before I gave myself a chance to think. "What about to protect us?" "Against what?" "Thieves. I would have used it on the one who took my money if I had the strength at the time." "You would have killed him?" Shara was incredulous. I was confused. Using Pyforial energy on someone doesn't mean killing them. "Yes, but then what happens after you use it to stop him? Do you let him go so he can report you to the nearest guard? You would have to kill him unless you want to spend your life in prison. And I don't want you to be responsible for killing anyone because I didn't report you." I never thought about it like that. I wouldn't have killed the thief. So I suppose I would have let him escape. Now, did that make me humane or simply a fool? "Well?" Shara waited for an answer with her arms folded. She still had on the same outfit she'd worn when we escaped Cesare, her waitress attire. The white shirt beneath her black bodice was spotted with dirt. Her dusky dress had a layer of grime on its base. The waves of her dark hair became closer to bundles of tangles. Yet I could still see the same innocence in her face as when I first met her. If I knew I could get out of being robbed by using Pyforial energy, I would have. But I wouldn't have killed the man unless I needed to in self-defense. I would have risked any repercussions that would cause. This next part was hard to admit to someone as pure and good as Shara. I would kill someone with it, though. I'm warning you now. If I ever see Swen, I'll confront him about what happened. If we fight, we fight. If he dies in the process, he dies. If you can't stand by a Pyforial mage who might use the energy for what I would call justice, then we can part ways now. Her eyes squinted as if my words caused physical pain. "You're asking me to give you permission to kill someone? I can't do that, no matter who it is." "I'm not asking for permission. I'm asking that you don't interfere. There's a fine line between the two in this case. I can't promise anything except that I have no intention of reporting you. If we run into Swen..." She stopped herself for a sigh. "If we run into Swen, I'll support you in reporting him for his crime, but I cannot support you in killing another person." "What about the Red Priest and his army? You easily might have killed the swordsman you took off his mount with a fireball." "I'll kill if I must to save an innocent life, though I would never instigate a fight, as you would with Swen." I could feel myself coming unhinged, hot with frustration. I took a slow breath before continuing. "All these rules you've set for yourself are likely to get you hurt or killed when you could have stood up for yourself." "Perhaps, but without rules like these, how are we different from animals?" "Some people aren't." "That doesn't change how I feel." Her peremptory tone and hard look told me that nothing I could say would convince her to disregard these rules. "Fine." I pulled off my shirt. "I'm going to find that dallion now." The conversation had left me hot and annoyed, but the air felt cool on my back. As I started to loosen my belt, she turned away. "Depending how deep the lake is, we could be here for weeks before you find it." "A dallion is worth more than a few weeks of searching." "Not if our redemption scrolls expire because of it." Clad in just my undershorts, I walked to the edge of the water. "Then while I start diving, could you figure out how long we can stay here and still make it on time?" "I'll do that as I look for food," she sang. "The days we can stay, I will conclude, but I will be bored if we don't move, and I fear the answer you won't approve." I thought for a second, coming up with my own rhyme. "Nico will go, if he must. The answer you give,
He will trust. I didn't sing it as she did, but she applauded nonetheless.
That was fun. You should fry more often.
Too much effort. I dove into the water. First, I needed to know how deep this lake was. I swam downward, my body's natural tendency to float fighting against me. The water actually felt clean and refreshing, even though I knew it wasn't. I tried opening my eyes, but I could see nothing. My hands reached the bottom in about the span of 4 heartbeats. I knew myself to be a strong swimmer, so this shallow lake shouldn't take more than a couple days to search completely. Shaped like an oval, it stretched maybe 15 yards at its longest. I pressed my hands against the soft dirt at the bottom, feeling for anything I could. There were rocks and stringy plants that brushed aside with ease. I came up for air with nothing, but it was only my first dive. There could be hundreds more. I caught my breath, then dove back down. I planned to start on one side and move slowly toward the other. I might double or triple check certain spots without realizing it, but that was better than searching at random. I couldn't stand the thought of missing the dahlium by the width of my palm and then searching the rest of the lake for it. This time I came across a different kind of plant than before. This one felt like hair, and it seemed to be coming out of a rock. I pushed my hands around it, making sure not to miss any coins. As I expected my hand to come off the rock and back onto the silt, I felt something else instead. Something strangely soft. Running out of breath, I moved my hands frantically to figure out what it was. Then I felt it. An arm, and something was grabbing me. My fingers were caught in another set of fingers. I yanked my hand free and kicked quickly to the surface as quickly as I could. With fright propelling me, I paddled hard to the edge and scrambled out. Gods, what was that? I stared back at the water, not sure what I expected to emerge and come for me. A person? A monster? When the green water became still again and nothing happened, I started to hear my thoughts. It had to be a body. My fingers must have found their way between the fingers on one of its hands. Still, a body. Whose was it? I was at the bottom of a small lake. I knew one thing. I didn't want to go anywhere near it. I decided to walk around and start from the other side. I stopped just before putting my foot in, unable to get my mind off the body. I thought they floated. Was something holding it down there? Had this person been drowned, murdered, and dumped in? Or met with an accidental death? Maybe even committed suicide? I didn't feel right getting back in the lake with it. Maybe if I hauled it out, I would feel better. Doing so also would help me figure out what might have happened. Gods, how I didn't want to touch it again. But I'd already made up my mind and walked back to the other side. It took me 3 dives to find it again. I tested its arms and hands for movement, feeling none. And why should there be? This wasn't some creature out of a storybook ready to sprout back to life and drown me for disturbing its sleep. If I was going to be the strong man that I wanted to be, I couldn't let fear get the better of me. On the next dive, I scooped my arms beneath the body and started to lift it, but its nose pushed against my chest and I let go, barely holding in a scream. I was ready for anything to dive after that. I wouldn't let go this time, but as I tried to swim up with it, I felt something pulling it back down. It took a few more dives before I found the sack of rocks tied around its waist. I didn't know how it was tied or how many knots there were, so it took countless dives to free the body, but finally I did. I felt it rise. I broke the surface first. It followed soon after, face down. I could see it was a man.
To hells, what is that?
Shara yelled from somewhere behind me. I was too busy dragging the body onto the muddy grass to look away. Did she really expect me to answer? Obviously it was a body.
Nico, my gods!
She ran over but recoiled the moment she was close.
Nico, that's a man.
A dead man. He was completely out of the water now, and looked to be in his 20s. There was no injury that stood out. He just looked wet and asleep.
By the look of him, he hasn't been dead longer than a day or two,
Shara said. How do you know?
A body in this lake would be unrecognizable if left for more than a few days.
She bent down and sniffed.
Doesn't smell too much, so he probably died yesterday.
She slowly crouched down, looking like a kitten whose curiosity was barely stronger than her trepidation. There was something I couldn't resist doing as Shara reached out to poke the body in the shoulder. I gathered Pyforial energy as quietly as I could, as the process made a windy sound when I moved a lot at once. I navigated the energy under his arm and held it steady. As soon as she touched him, I forced the energy up, flinging the dead man's arm into the air. Shara screamed so loud, it was as if death itself was after her. She fell over backward in a hurry to sprint away. After a quick scramble on the ground, she was up and running toward the trees, still screaming. Even if I'd wanted to, I was laughing too hard to tell her I'd done it. She peered out from around a tree to see me still kneeling beside the dead man, laughing. It must have been clear what I'd done. She came out with her fist pressed against her hips.
That was absolutely contemptible. I nearly wet myself. And you made me drop all the berries I collected for us.
She began picking the berries off the ground, stopping suddenly and looking at me.
That was you, right?
Of course, Shara. Don't tell me you believe the dead can come back to life.
I believe what I see, and I saw that man's arm lift toward my throat. I laughed. It was nowhere near her throat. So I don't believe it's foolish to ensure it was you. I won't do it again. Come here and help me figure out what happened to him. I hadn't found any wounds yet, but I hadn't looked closely. Shara cautiously walked to the corpse's side. I noticed the bruising around his neck just as she got there. He was choked, I pointed. And when I found him in the water, a bag of rocks was tied to him. So he was murdered? Yes, but why? Doesn't concern us. My curiosity made me ignore her words. I searched his pockets. There was a tightly folded square of paper in his pants. Shara came to look over my shoulder as I pulled it open carefully, so as not to rip it. Many of the words were smudged, but something told me I knew what this was. There appeared to be a list with a name. And, "It's a redemption scroll," Shara called out. She pointed at the word Landheim, that I hadn't seen yet. "From our town, and look, Betsy Baker's name is right here." My eyes went back to the top to see if I could make out this man's name. Clenlin, or something? Clemen, Shari corrected me. That's surely an M in the middle. Clemen Heiser. Don't know the name, do you? No. After discovering he had nothing else of interest in his pockets, I decided I could wonder about him while diving for my medallion. I'm going back in. The answer is 1 hour. What answer? That's how long you can look for the medallion. You have to give me more time than that. I just spent an hour getting poor Clement out of the water. Poor Clement is dead. He doesn't care where he lies. Besides, I'm not the one who decided we need to reach Glane in 15 days. You can blame Betsy Baker for that. We've gone about 60 miles from Landheim. It's another 150 miles to Glane. We've traveled for 8 days, which gives us only 7 more to get there. 150 miles in 7 days means we need to travel about 21.5 miles each day, including today. I thought for a moment. And if we leave tomorrow instead, we would need to travel 25 miles a day. Not much difference. She shook her head. We can't risk it. 21 is going to be hard enough. You could be here for weeks looking for that coin. 1 hour. She stomped her foot and thrust her finger at the water. Better use that time searching instead of arguing. Damn, was all I could mutter as I dove back in. I gave up on the system I originally planned, of searching every inch of the lake's bottom. Now I needed speed and luck. After 3 dives without finding anything, I noticed Shara squinting at Clement Heiser's redemption scroll. She yelled out to me, "This was given to him the same day as ours. The 20th. We might have walked by him without remembering. I wish I knew why he was killed." It did pique my curiosity, but I didn't waste my breath responding. Curiosity could wait. I lost track of the dives, somewhere between 15 and 20. I reached down and finally felt what it had to be a coin. My heart jumped as I grabbed it. I had some breath left, so I fought against the urge to swim up. I found another coin with my other hand. Right after breaking the surface, I opened my hands. 2 silver. Damn. "Watch out!" I called to Shara, then tossed the 2 coins toward her without taking the time to aim. She shielded her face with her arm. One of them bounced off it. "Ouch, Nico! Why throw them at me?" "Didn't mean to hit you. Make sure they don't get lost in the grass, please." I found another silver with the next dive. I tried to throw this one so that I wouldn't hit Shara. "Watch out," I warned. Still sitting, she put my bag in front of her face, so she didn't see that my aim was perfect. The money landed a few feet from her, but it must have hit a rock, for it bounced and then caught her on the knee. "Ouch! 2 hells! Nico! Throw it near me, not at me. It was a perfect throw, landing well before you, but it hit something and bounced. You should dive with me instead of sitting there. I have no other undergarments besides what I have on, and I'm not getting them soaked with slimy water. So go naked." She smirked as if I was joking. "Come on, we don't have time. It's a dallion, Shara. A dallion. I won't look at you. Forget that. I'm not jumping in there naked." "Not for a dallion?" I was incredulous and already quite tired from diving. "If it was certain I'd find it, then yes. I would for a dallion, but there's no way to know if I would." She huffed and stood. "How much have you searched?" "Less than a tenth. Please, Shara. It's a dallion. What if you keep your underclothing on?" "With nothing to change into, I'll have on wet undergarments all day." The way she gazed at the water, I could tell she was considering it. "Shara, I didn't feel comfortable taking my clothes off in front of you either, but you seem pretty comfortable to me. I'd even say you were eager to take off your shirt to show me what was underneath." "I wasn't." And what did she mean? I knew myself to be muscular, but some of the blacksmith apprentices I'd seen just made me feel embarrassed. Many worked shirtless, their bulging muscles glistening with sweat, their arms the thickness of my thighs. "I'll turn away until you're in the water. Will you please help me?" "Fine, look away." I turned around in the water and leaned back to float. I needed some rest if I was going to keep diving for the rest of this hour as I planned. I heard a splash. "Can I turn around?" "Yes." Shara paddled toward me. She came up surprisingly close, but the green water stopped me from seeing anything. "Where have you searched already?" From the shore to here and around the center, although I might have missed some coins, the 3 I found were right below me. I pushed away a dead floating spider that had glided between us. They were all over. She sucked in air and flipped to dive down. I saw her bare ass pop out of the water before it followed her under. I didn't mean to notice it, but it would be a lie to say I regretted what I saw. When I finished my dive and came up with nothing, she was already at the surface waiting for me. "I think I felt my rear come out of the water," she said. "Did you see it?" No. I figured she would feel better if I lied. And more importantly, she would be more likely to stay in the water. "Good." She dove down again, her ass peeking out of the water once more before slipping back in. I was starting to feel somewhat depraved, especially after I'd lied, so I moved away from her and didn't watch her dive down after that. I found 2 more coins, silvers, before Shara found her first. "I got one," she yelled, and peered into her hand. "Oh, it's just a pit." Nonetheless, she tried to throw it where I tossed the others, but it fell short, plopping back into the water. "To hells." "Just leave it, and throw harder next time." After a while, and another silver, I needed to rest. Before I pushed my feet out to lay back in the water, I found Shara near the edge. "I'm tired." She appeared to be standing where it was shallow enough for her toes to reach. "I'll dive more in a moment." "I'm resting as well. How much more time can we spend?" "I'd say not much longer. We'll rest, then go at it again until we need another rest. Then that should be it. We need to start riding. You can always come back for it later." I hated the idea of leaving a dallion in the water, but with 2 more waiting in Glane, I supposed I could. I reminded myself of the thief's long horse face as I shut my eyes and waited for my breathing to calm. I heard Shara swim toward me, then dive under. I was still resting by the time I heard the water break again. "Nico!" "What?" She swam toward me before answering. "Turn around." She had her arm extended. Pinched between her 2 fingers was a gold coin. My dallion. "I found it." She smirked, then shouted, "To hells, Nico, I found it!" A scream of joy came out of me. I threw my arms around her. I wanted to jump up and down, but we both started to sink as soon as I grabbed her. Her head dipped under the water as I thought I heard her shouting my name. I hooked my arm under hers, helping her stay up. She had a look of fright, but she was still laughing as well. "You almost made me drop it." She handed it to me above the water. I was so overjoyed. I kissed it in my hand over and over. Then I grabbed Shara's head and kissed her cheek. "Thank you." I kissed her again. "Thank you." She giggled but pulled back. "Nico, this is too strange when I'm naked. Wait until I have clothes on to thank me." Our laughter and excitement didn't fade as we treaded water, smiling at each other. I had to stop myself from thanking her after saying it 3 more times. I stayed in the water, looking the other way until Shara was ready. It took her some time to dry and dress. I swam over to the edge when she was done. She had our water pouch in her hands, which I knew was nearly empty. "Since you're still in the water, can you swim to the center of the lake and fill it with water closest to the bottom? I think there's a better chance of it being safe to drink." When I was done, I got out and used the same blanket as she had to dry myself. I figured there was no sense in soiling both of them with dirty lake water. It was my fault we needed to get in, so I would take the soiled blanket for sleeping. I put on the same shirt and pants I'd been wearing since Cesare. I didn't mind. I was 1 dallion richer. That meant I had 1 dallion, 6 ruffs, and the pit that Shara had retrieved on her way out. I sat beside Shara as we shared swigs from the water skin, her raven hair still damp. "Thank you again," I said. She smiled. "You're thanking me for luck, but I'll take it." She pushed her cheek toward me, with raised eyebrows and a silly grin. I laughed as I kissed her cheek. Chapter 25. We had no time to bury poor Clement, so we left him by the lake. My good mood was ruined when Shara reminded me we'd be crossing Talmor Desert today. "The Terraslax awaits." Her tone was heroic, yet I couldn't tell if she was being facetious. "We're going to be avoiding it, not fighting it, right?" "Can't you lift it, Pyforial Mage?" she teased. I gave her a look that warned her not to mention that again. "Sorry, I've always had trouble keeping my mouth shut when I don't see anyone around." She glanced around as we rode. "What exactly can you lift with it?" She was quieter this time. "Nearly everything up to twice my weight that I can get the energy around. But that's raw lifting. Depending how I use the energy, I could lift a lot more by pulling." "How would that work?" "I shape it in a way that allows me to use a pulley system." "Can you shape bestial energy?" The corner of her mouth twisted. "No one can shape bestial energy. It doesn't stay together. It would be like asking you to exhale in such a way that the air comes out of your mouth shaped like a spear." "What about Sartius, then?" "Some." She cleared her throat, drew her wand, and cranked her neck for a quick stretch. "It's not easy stuff to move." She pointed her wand between us, and a thin ribbon as green as an emerald trailed behind it, rising and falling with the movement of her wand. "I can't make much more than that, but like most beautiful things in this world, I can destroy any Sartius object with ease in comparison. I've seen some mages who specialize in Sartius energy, skilled enough to shape it into anything they can think of. You can do this with Pyforial energy?
Yes, like Sartius, it sticks to itself with a little help from me. But unlike Sartius, it's difficult to see, and it doesn't stay where I want it to as soon as I let go. It's not heavy enough. Even the biggest clump of Pyforial energy that I could force together would disperse as soon as I let it out of my control.
Sartius energy is like that as well, until it's been packed against itself so hard that it becomes solid. I suppose Pi energy can never become solid if what you say is true.
It must not be able to.
If it weren't for Bestial energy, Sartius wouldn't have much use, Shara said. But without Sartius, there would be nothing for the Bestial energy to burn. There would be no spells involving fire, and as dangerous as it is, fire's the reason I wanted to be a mage. Our survival depends on water and fire.
She raised her eyebrows at me.
The two of them representing our gods is no coincidence.
The two camel hump hills ahead were getting closer with each passing moment. I knew the desert was on the other side. You never answered my question, I pointed out. She pressed her lips in a tight grin.
We won't be fighting the Terraslack. It'll be easy to avoid. I've studied for too long to let us get caught.
A stream of horsemen shot over the hills and set my heart fluttering. They're too far away, I told myself. They can't do anything to us. We were headed north, so they must have been going southwest. Miles away, they looked as if they were emerging from the horizon.
My gods,
Shara muttered angrily.
Those cowards.
What do you mean?
That's our army, and look, they've gone around the desert. If they'd ridden through it like we're going to, they might have made it to Caesarea in time to fight our attackers.
They kept coming over the hills like an endless army of black ants. There must have been thousands. I wondered if they were riding to protect one of the already damaged cities, or if they would continue south into enemy territory. We were prepared for the desert by the time we reached it. Our horses were well hydrated and fed, and we had 2 days' worth of nuts and berries. Evening was fast approaching, though, meaning we'd have to spend the night on the cold sand because we were too behind to risk waiting until morning to enter the desert. My first glimpse was from the peak of its southern hills. The land was mostly flat, but that was all that matched my expectations. The sand was dark, closer to the color of dirt than the bright blonde hair I had when I was a child. There were uneven streaks of grass if someone had come through to clear it all, only to do a lazy job before leaving. Everywhere there were bumps, not tall enough to be called hills. None appeared to reach higher than my shoulders. Something had happened to this land. It wasn't a desert, but certainly was deserted.
The secret is in those mounds, Shara said. For every 100 of them, only 8 are concealing Terraslack's fingers. Ride between the wrong mounds, and you get grabbed. Then you're dead. Terraslacks bury themselves. In a sleep state, they can wait for months until their next meal comes along. Their palms are sensitive enough to feel the vibrations of even a child walking over them.
Why have they chosen this location? It's barren.
Didn't used to be before the Terraslacks came here. There are other deserts like this one, now abandoned by the Terraslacks that created them. Not only do they eat people and horses, but they ruin miles of lands for decades, even after they've moved somewhere else. They're terrible creatures with no predators to thin their numbers.
You want to kill them.
The world would be better off without them.
You could say the same about some humans.
Let's not get into that again. I mean, you're right, but there's still more you need to learn about Terraslacks.
She went on to tell me she would lead us because there were patterns to watch for, rules to keep us safe. Mounds concealing a Terraslack hand were shaped in an arc of 4 or more. They could be pressed close together, but they couldn't be farther than a few feet apart. There could be no mounds on the inner side of this arc for at least the length of a horse, because that's where the palms rested. For air, Terraslacks made underground tunnels that opened somewhere near their faces. There were always 2 sets of arcs as well, one for the 4 fingers of each hand. The rest of the mounds were made to help hide the others, making it difficult to know which ones concealed fingers.
They have a white claw on the end of the first finger of each hand,
Shara added,
for piercing their victims. Though they could also crush humans to death in their palms.
We started across the land, riding quicker than I figured we would.
You can really see the patterns at this speed? I told you, I've had lots of practice.
I imagined Shara searching through books for drawings she could study. Then I imagined her creating her own drawings, hundreds of them so she wouldn't inadvertently memorize any of them until after weeks of practice. Then she'd make hundreds more. Shara's mind worked differently than mine. This had become clear throughout our trip, but it was even more obvious now as I observed the same land that she did. There were so many mounds, I had no hope of identifying an arc of 4 unless I stopped every 10 yards. But at Shara's speed, we rode between a dozen mounds for each breath I took. She then halted her mount and pointed ahead.
There's one. See the 4 mounds in an arc?
I saw 50 mounds, many of them in an arc. No. She jumped off her horse, and I did the same.
Here, look.
Standing shoulder to shoulder, it was easier to see what she was pointing at.
There's about 10 mounds in a loose line in front of us. Then there's 4 in a tight arc. See? I do. Its other hand is there. The other arc of 4. Do you see?
It took me an embarrassingly long time to find the other hand, with Shara trying the whole time to describe exactly where it was. When we were back on our mounts, I asked, how many Terraslaks are in Talmor Desert?
Based on what I've read, I guess there were 20 to 30. The chances of missing them are in our favor, even if we didn't know what patterns to look for.
Will you finally tell me what they look like?
Imagine a bald baby with puffy cheeks and a fat chin. But now take their adorable eyes and turn them completely black, shrinking their nose, puff their lips, and make all their teeth pointed. Good for ripping flesh. There's no hair on their body, just like their head. They look smooth, gray overall, with a protruding gut and stumpy legs.
How big are they?
People say 2 to 3 times the height of a grown man. They have large hands for their size.
I thought about being grabbed by one of those large hands.
What an awful way to die.
I tried to look for patterns with Shara, but as hard as I focused, all I saw were mounds of dirt. There were just too many.
What if I told you there was no such thing as a Terraslak?
Shara asked without looking away from the mounds ahead of us.
What if I made everything up?
I would be confused. She giggled.
It would be funny, though. Wouldn't you laugh?
Shara, did you make up the Terraslaks?
Nico, no, I didn't.
I don't know that I can laugh until we're out of here.
Once a year, the Terraslaks come out to mate. The males dance and fight and display the bones of the carcasses they caught that year. They string the bones together with mucus to form an enormous necklace. The females choose a mate and take him below the ground to where they've constructed a birthing den. Their offspring try to break the bones from the necklace as they get older. Once they can, they're strong enough to hunt. If they can't, their mother eats them.
Really?
Yes.
She grinned at me.
The little Terraslaks get no break.
Are you telling a joke?
Yes. I was trying to prove you can laugh before we're out of here.
Ha, ha. I spoke flatly. Is all of that true?
It's true.
She slowed her mount to a stop.
Here's as good a spot as any to make camp.
All around us were mounds of dirt, but I trusted that Shara knew we weren't going to be sleeping on top of a Terraslak. There was a rock that looked sturdy enough to keep our horses in place, and a patch of grass close enough for them to feed on. The blanket Shara and I had dried with was still damp. There was nowhere to hang it as the last light of the sun dimmed and stars filled the sky. The wind picked up, but Shara still lit a fire with ease. I huddled near it as we ate berries. The blanket stamped aside at my front in hopes it would dry from the heat.
I'm going to try to sleep,
Shara said.
Before it gets even colder. Is your blanket dry now?
It hadn't dried at all, and probably wouldn't without holding it near the fire for an hour or more. It should be fine soon.
If you want to share, we can. Just wake me up if you do.
All right. It wasn't until she lay flat and said,
"Good night,"
that I realized what she'd said. Share? The blanket wasn't long enough for both of us, unless we were cuddled close. Is that what she meant? Shara?
Nico,
she grumbled.
Never mind.
I didn't know how to bring it up, so I didn't. Good night. I was still up an hour later. The wind had blown out the fire, and the dampness on my blanket had seeped through my shirt to my skin. I shivered as I tried to rotate the blanket. Even where it was least damp, it still seemed to do more harm than good. I pushed it off me before my shirt got any wetter. I changed into a dry shirt for my bag and tried to sleep without the blanket. I felt better but still shivered. The wind whistled as it blew over me. I took all the clothes from my bag and laid them over me. Finally, my shivering died down. In the dark, I imagined I looked just like one of the mounds around me, but smaller. I almost fell asleep several times, but my mound of clothes kept slipping off from the wind, or my subtle movements, or both.
To hells, Nico,
I heard Shara laugh as she pressed on my bundle of clothes. I let the mound fall apart.
Is Shara so vile you'd rather sleep like this than beside her? I didn't want to disturb you. This wind is terrible. You're likely to wake up with a few shirts missing by morning unless you put them back in your bag. Come on, I'll help you.
Her tone reminded me of how much I missed my mother. Soon my clothes were stuffed back into my bag.
Is your blanket too damp to put on top of ours?
Yes. I shoved it under the strap on my bag. When I was done, the shadow that I knew to be Shara looked to be lying against the dirt with the blanket held high. An invitation. I crawled beside her and pulled it down behind me, tucking the edge beneath my body. I felt Shara turn to face away from me.
You smell like the lake, she said.
With just a turn of my head, my nose was in her hair. I sniffed. So do you.
Don't sniff my hair. Oh, but it smells so good,
I said with heavy sarcasm. She laughed as she gathered her tangled hair and flipped it over her shoulder. Although I was warm and comfortable, I found it was even more difficult to sleep. I didn't mind that I could hear her breathing, or that I could feel the warmth of her back with my shoulder. But those things didn't calm me. They stirred something in my chest. I didn't know if it was because my body craved intimacy of any kind, or if it was Shara specifically. Whatever it was, I didn't fight against my instinct to touch. I turned on my side and put my arm over her, pressing my chest against her back. I felt her hand run down my arm. She squeezed, then took her hand off.
Good night, Nico.
Good night. I liked it in our little cocoon, enough to stay awake for a while so I could enjoy the feeling. Shara was rustling when I awoke. Already, I could tell I'd slept well. My body felt at ease, my mind fresh. When was the last time I'd gone through the night without awaking in a stupor? I must have been more tired than I thought. I felt Shara turn toward me, slowly, so as not to wake me in case I was still asleep. I didn't open my eyes just yet. I was about to say something to let her know she didn't need to be quiet when she planted a warm kiss on my cheek. Carefully, she slid out from under my arm, then stepped away. I figured she must have slept just as well to be in that good of a mood. We didn't need a fire that morning. The sun beat down on us, and it was early enough to know that it would only get hotter as the day went on. Later we found a shallow lake with water as clear as the cloudless sky.
Not a lot of people come through here,
Shara said, bringing Whisper to the edge for a drink. I followed suit with Fakar.
The water should be clean.
I was kneeling to fill our pouch when I heard a splash. Shara was in the water. She must have fallen in. Remembering she could swim, I felt my panic cooling. Then I noticed she was smiling.
Thought my clothes could use a bit of washing.
She scrubbed the inside of her collar, then the cuffs of her sleeves.
It's hot enough that I should dry before too long.
I decided my time was better spent washing my body than the clothes I had on. I took off everything I had but my undershorts and walked in. Shara was out before me, leading our horses away from the water.
They'll drink too much if we let them,
she said. I finished up quickly and came out. We hadn't seen anyone, not even an animal, so I decided to ride without dressing until I was dry. Shara laughed when I got on my mount wearing only my undergarments and large backpack, but she didn't comment. I'll put my clothes back on once I'm dry.
Ride naked for all I care. It's you who will be bouncing against the saddle.
She laughed at her own joke. Quite hard, actually. I quickly found it wasn't funny as we started into a trot and I could feel the difference pants made. It wasn't long before I couldn't take any more bouncing. I was dry enough, so I put on my clothes once again. Good thing, as I noticed another rider ahead of us as we came over the next hill.
Looks like we caught up to someone,
Shara said. He seemed to be less than a mile away, going far slower than we were to meticulously investigate the mounds of dirt surrounding him. Might as well help him, I said. He's going north like us.
Might as well.
We'd gotten within 30 yards of him when Shara gasped.
There's a terror slack in front of him. Does he see it?
He didn't appear to be slowing.
Hey!
I yelled. He turned and apparently noticed us for the first time. Something about him looked familiar, but he turned away too quickly for me to tell who he was. He kicked his horse into a gallop. He was running from us, but why?
Stop!
We both shouted.
There's a terror slack in front of you!
He turned back for one more glimpse, his eyes wide with alarm. He pulled on his horse's reins, and his steed reared up, but it was too late. For a moment, all I could see was the dark sand spewing up, towering into the sky. It enveloped the man and his horse, obscuring them from the view until both tumbled out backward. The cascading sand fell, revealing a monstrous thing unlike anything I'd ever seen. It evoked a feeling of sheer terror that nothing in my imagination could match. Without fur, it didn't look like an animal, but without hair, it also didn't appear human. I now understood what Shara had meant when she told me to picture a baby's head. If it weren't for its black eyes and spiked teeth, it would look similar to a fat-cheeked baby. But this monster's head was several times larger than any baby's, and it looked like it had emerged straight out of hell. Its short legs and enormous hands were nearly the same size. In fact, it seemed to have trouble walking upright, lunging at the tumbling horse, missing, and then crawling after the animal as the steed jumped up and galloped away. The man fled in the same direction toward us. The horse was too fast for the terror slack, so it crawled after the man instead, the ground shaking with its efforts. I wanted to run. Shara and I easily could escape, but I just told myself how I was going to leave an impression on this world before I'd left it, something more than footprints and forgotten acquaintances. I fought against the fear and searched for bravery. I looked the fleeing man in the eye as I rode toward him. He was young, about my age, and he seemed to be driven more by shock than terror based on his gaping mouth. Gods, it was the same man I'd mistaken for Isel, outside Cessery, the one with the malice in his eyes. I saw it once again as his expression hardened and he turned to face the terror slack. He thrust out his arms, and the beast's head recoiled in response. It rose onto its stocky legs and swatted the air in front of it, clearly perturbed by something. I came near the man's side and jumped off my mount, for Vakar refused to get closer. Then I could feel it, Pyforial energy in front of me, a massive amount between us and the terror slack. This man was Pyforial Mage, stronger than I was. Suddenly it hit me like a brick.
Isel? Nico? There was no time now for a reunion. The Terraslac had broken through the cloud of Pyforial energy, pushing it away, and now it was thrusting its hand at us. I was just about to deflect it with Pi when I saw Isel had done just that. The Terraslac's hand veered off and impaled the ground beside us, making the dark sand splash against my side. I focused to stop its other hand now coming at us, pushing it down so that it drove into the sand just in front of us. I covered my eyes to keep the sand out while I locked Pi in a ring around the wrist of the Terraslac's searching hand. The screech the creature made was otherworldly, shrill like an eagle, rough like a growl, yet twice as loud as both combined. I wanted to get the Terraslac off balance. Isel must have had the same idea, for both of us pushed its massive hands up and away. The Terraslac's arms rose as if reaching for the sky, its terrifyingly baby-like face showing how much fight it had left as it refused to fall over. The Terraslac leaned forward, putting all of its weight against our Pi to bring its arms down again. We fought back hard, and its arms stopped just above us, the claw finger on each hand already prodding the air just over our heads. Although it couldn't break out of my Pyforial shackle around its wrists, the Terraslac was too strong for me to keep holding it back. Isel, however, screamed and threw his hands out, completely overpowering the Terraslac arm he'd taken as his responsibility. With one of the beast's hands edging toward us while the other flew backward, the Terraslac became twisted. It spun and fell on its back, facing the sky with the top of its bald head not 20 feet away, its extended arms even closer. Isel and I both had our Pyforial shackles still intact, and we fought to keep the beast's arms pinned to the ground. Shara ran between us with her wand out. A fireball exploded into the Terraslac's scalp. It kicked its legs, trying without success to stand. Shara shot it again, though all this seemed to do was anger it. The Terraslac's arm on my side flailed, its hand swinging for Shara. It couldn't see her, so it was easy for her to step out of its reach and fire again. "Die already!" she screamed, winded. Finally, the creature seemed dazed, its feet no longer thrashing as violently. Isel ran straight for its head, produced a dagger, and cocked it behind his shoulder. Isel seemed to have released the Pyforial shackle around the Terraslac's wrist on the side, for the creature's arm was now free, and the other of its hands slammed against Shara as she tried to move away. She tumbled violently in front of me. I lost my focus right then, and the Terraslac's other arm came free. It swung forward, giving the creature momentum to stand, but Isel was right there. He jumped and thrust his dagger into the Terraslac's rising head. Immediately, the beast became slack, its arms drooping, its knees sinking. It came down hard, right on top of Isel. My reflexes betrayed me, causing me to flinch and turn away rather than at least attempt to save him with Pi energy before he was crushed. Already regretful of my action, I looked back with a grimace, but his reflexes were better than mine. With his knees bent and his palms raised, it looked as if the weight of a boulder was on top of him. There was a foot of space between him and the Terraslac's head. He must have caught it with a blanket of Pi energy before it struck him. The handle of his dagger was buried so deep that I saw none of its blade. Isel carefully moved out from under the floating head, his palms up the entire time to hold it steady with Pi. Then he let the head fall with a crash. Rather than try to pull his dagger free with his hands, he grabbed the air in front of it. I could feel the Pi as he used it to wrap tightly around the handle of his weapon. He heaved it and slid free. The dagger floated there, blood dripping from its upside-down handle. Isel made a wiping motion with his hand. Shara and I watched as viscous liquid spewed from the knife until only thin streaks of red remained. Then the dagger floated over to Isel. He gave it a few good wipes on the sand before putting it back in his sheath. He turned and glared at us. I didn't recognize him in that moment, for he wore a look I'd never seen before. It was as if he expected judgment from us, though he wasn't worried. Not in the least. It was more that he looked ready to retaliate if the judgment came, and not just with words. There was untouched fury in the depths of him, waiting for a trigger. Shara grabbed my arm. I asked her, "Are you hurt?" "I'm all right." "Isel?" I tried, unsure what else to say to stop him from looking like he had plans to murder us. Suddenly, he smiled, and I felt silly for thinking he was anyone else but my close friend. "Thank you for your help," he said, his voice bright with cheer. Shara pointed her wand at him. "Don't move." Chapter 26. Shara's face revealed that this wasn't some quip. I didn't understand. "Shara, what are you doing?" Isel's smile was gone, but I couldn't read his expression. He clearly wasn't scared. It was as if he'd expected this exact event, and now he was slightly disappointed it had occurred. "Turn around," Shara ordered. Isel didn't move. "Turn around or I'll shoot you." Isel looked as if he wanted to inflict injury on Shara, and why wouldn't he? What was she doing? She could kill him with a fireball at any moment. Shara, that's Isel. Remember him from my story? Of course I do. I know you think this is your friend, but it isn't. Turn around. I'm not joking. Lower your wand, Shara, I demanded. Isel gently raised his hand. It's all right, Nico. He flicked his wrist just like I used to do to shoo away the flies from my father's food before he got home. Shara's wand was plucked out of her grasp. It whirled surprisingly far. I hadn't even felt the pie gathering before Isel had used it to grab the weapon and fling it away. Shara gasped and froze, now looking ready to flee at the slightest movement. A cat locking eyes with a creature 3 times its size. Nico? She uttered. Relax, Shara. He's not going to hurt you. I offered my hand to Isel. He grinned, and we had a hearty shake. What a surprise to find you here, Isel said. I thought you were in prison. Well, clearly I'm not. He and I laughed. Glad to see that. I met Effie and Stefan. Do you know them? His brow furrowed. What did they say? They want to take you back to Ovira with them, but... Excuse me, Shara yelled. Are we really going to ignore everything that just happened? His use of pie magic? His evil looks? My wand? Let's not forget to mention the terror slack we just killed. She pointed at the enormous body. Why did you aim your wand at him? I needed to know before I could think about anything else she'd brought up. Because of the other obvious thing we're ignoring. He's dangerous. He's not. I'm not. Isel echoed. There must have been some misunderstandings. I'm sure there have been, I agreed. Isel won't hurt us, Shara. I know him. I looked back at this man who'd been my only friend. I was hoping to find you in Cesare. I think we did run into each other just outside the city, but I didn't recognize you at the time. Yes, we did. I didn't recognize you either until now. He raised his eyebrows. Your hair is not so bright blonde anymore, and you no longer resemble a stick. I laughed, and I'm glad for these changes. You've gotten much stronger with pie energy, and you haven't told anyone just like we promised? Disappointment hit me. She knows. Shara looked offended. I avoided her gaze. Does anyone else know about your ability besides Effie and Stefan? I planned to ask later how they found out if he wasn't in prison. You must remember Swen. My smile disappeared. I can't forget him. Of course he knows about us, but besides him, there was a woman who I cared for. The fury behind his eyes warned me not to ask about her. Where are you going? To Glane. My answer made his eyebrows rise, but not with excitement. Are you going there as well? He nodded cautiously. I would have been overjoyed if he'd shown even a hint of enthusiasm. Didn't he want to go with us? I didn't understand, but no matter. He would find our company valuable soon enough. Shara's good at avoiding the terror slacks. Let her lead us out of this place. And then you should stay with us until we reach Glane. But... Shara started to object before Isel interrupted her. What's your business there? There are scrolls we need to bring to the Master of Coin. We're owed money. My words severely affected him this time, forcing him back a step as if I'd pushed him. It's a firestorm. I thought I heard him mutter. What was that? I'm not sure we should go together, he said. Yes, Shara blurted. Listen to him. We must go together, I insisted. We're going the same way, and there's so much we need to discuss. I haven't seen you in 8 years. Do you know what happened to my mother? I know, I'm sorry. He didn't look or sound particularly sorry, but I figured he was just preoccupied with other thoughts. And maybe he didn't know it was Swen who'd done it. That's right. Why would he? He knew nothing about what happened after I left. Only what Swen told him later. I'm sure it was all lies. Come with us, Isel. We can talk on the way. Nico, can we speak for a moment? Shara asked. I didn't want to hear her objections to taking Isel, but I agreed to listen for her sake. I followed her as she retrieved her wand, while Isel went to corral his horse. The poor animal had been startled into running a good 50 yards away. Don't you see that he's dangerous? Shara whispered, even though he was too far to hear us. He's not. I know him. He may be behaving a little strangely, but that'll pass once he gets more comfortable around us. He's not behaving strangely. He is strange. You're strange too, and it doesn't worry me. She frowned. But I'm not strange like he is. I'm just different. There's something not quite right about him. He's dangerous. I can feel it. He's not the same person you knew as a child. We all change. Maybe he's like Swen now. If she were a man, I would have shoved her. You couldn't be more wrong. She put her hands up. Sorry, not like Swen. That was wrong of me to say. Still, I'm confident he's off in some way. It's more obvious with him than it was with Tyree. And you saw through the child right away. Your judgment is clouded because you knew Isel as a boy. I don't know how else to say it. You're wrong. He won't hurt you. I'm sure of it. I think you're overreacting just because he's a Pyforial mage. Remember, I'm one too. Do you believe I would never hurt you? I do, but he's just like me, Shara. You'll see as soon as we start traveling.
Isel was walking his horse back to us by then. I didn't wait for Shara to respond, going over to meet him instead. I heard her mutter, "He's not like you," but I pretended not to hear. She ran to catch up with me.
Two hells, I can't even enjoy that we killed a terror slack because I'm too worried about him.
She pointed at Isel, which was completely unnecessary because she spoke loudly enough for him to hear. She's just nervous, I told him. Will you ride with us to Glane? We need to get there in less than 6 days, so we'll be riding as much as we can each day. If you'll be riding hard, then I'll stick to you. And just like that, he hopped onto his horse and started north. Shara, get to the front so you can lead us, I said. Her shoulders slumped as she gave in with a sigh. As I struggled to keep my mount close, I heard her tell Isel as she passed, "Let me lead." He shot her an annoyed glance, and I began to wonder what he thought of Shara. I was so worried about her impression of him that I hadn't considered the opposite. She returned his look of irritation. I'm better at detecting the patterns in the sand. Fine. He slowed his mount. I rode beside Isel, hoping we could speak. He wouldn't look my way, though, too focused on the mounds. Clearly not trusting Shara's abilities. The silence was nearly unbearable. I hadn't seen Isel in 8 years, and he looked drastically different. He had oily brown hair that poked up in the front and went in all directions everywhere else. It was layered unevenly, like it had been cut with a dagger instead of clippers. He was thin now, quite a change from the strong child I remembered. But the most different feature was his eyes, cold and difficult to look at. As we rode on, I became used to the idea that we wouldn't be speaking. Should I tell him it was his brother who robbed and killed my mother? I wanted to, but what would that accomplish? It'd be like hearing my father hurt Issa, Isel's older sister. I would have felt guilty and ashamed. There was no reason to make Isel feel this way. The hours dragged and the sky dimmed as the clouds settled in for the night. It took nearly the whole day to reach the end of Telmore Desert. The sight of thick trees and lush grass was refreshing. I couldn't hold my silence any longer. How have you been? I asked Isel. Fine. I tried a slightly more direct approach. What have you been doing in the last 8 years? I don't know what to say. Shara had a knowing look, silently telling me, see, he's strange. I tried another tack. I was miserable after I left. I never should have believed Swen. Neither of us should have believed anything he ever said. Maybe Isel was just tired. It was getting late and cold. Let's make camp, I said, mostly to Shara. Still hours left for riding, Isel objected. Hours? Maybe 1 hour at most, and then night would be fully upon us and the moon would be lost among the clouds. Making a fire would be troublesome. I found myself wanting to object, but refrained. Something I knew was unlike me. But this was Isel. I trusted him. We would ride tonight and see when he suggested we stopped. After what felt like an hour, Shara disrupted a long silence. I've had enough of this. It's time to make camp. She jumped off her horse and threw her arms around herself for warmth. Here's fine, Nico. Help me find sticks. This isn't cold, Isel complained. He had on a buttoned shirt, too long for him, the sleeves covering all but the tips of his fingers. I was in similar garb, except my shirt fit, and the chilled air bothered me like it did Shara. Is this because they kept your prison cell this cold? Shara muttered as she searched the ground, pushing bestial energy through her wand for light. Are you two together? Isel asked me, ignoring her. No, I said. I suppose he took that as permission to say whatever he wanted, for he walked over and jammed his finger in her face. Don't assume you know anything about me. I'm a flame looking for something to burn right now. I was too stunned to say anything. Shara seemed to react the same way, or maybe it was fright that froze her. Finally, words came out my mouth. Isel, let's try to get along. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Nico. Sorry, Shara. I haven't been myself. I'm sorry. It's all right, I told him when Shara went back to collecting sticks. Do you have a blanket for the night? Yes. I tested my own blanket. I didn't mind the musty smell so much, but I did mind the damp spots that remained from being rolled up. I didn't feel right asking Isel if he had an extra blanket after the convincing it took for him to come with us. I waited until Shara was some distance away from him, then whispered to her, Do you mind if we share a blanket again? Mine is... Let's be ready to ride at sunrise, Isel interrupted. Wrapped in his blanket, he turned to face the other way. Shara and I were still getting the fire together. Listen, she whispered, pointing to Isel. I heard muttering that sounded instructional, like he was telling himself to do something. Shara had me follow her away from him. This isn't the first time I've heard him talking to himself, she said. I heard him practicing greetings while we were riding. Like, how are you doing? And, oh, what's your name? What kind of person does that? And I know you heard him threaten me.
She folded her arms and lowered her voice in imitation. I'm a flame looking for something to burn. She grabbed my cheeks with both hands. Please tell me you see it now. I'd never had my face held like that before, and it felt overly dramatic. I peeled her hands off. He's a little odd, but you're also overreacting. I'm sure he'll be back to normal tomorrow once it's warm and he's eaten. And if he only gets stranger, he'll never be dangerous to us. I think I might... If he gets worse, I might leave, Nico. I'm sorry. I just want to warn you. I'm not trying to make you get rid of your friend. But people like him... She put her hand on her chest as she took a deep breath. I can feel hatred in him. I hope you won't despise me if I go. I sympathized with her fear, but it was frustrating at the same time. He's not dangerous. He's not going to hurt us. Shara shushed me, her face horrified at the thought of Isel hearing me. Imagine you didn't know him before today, Shara whispered. Now think back to his behavior. You would never let him join us. She was right, but that didn't matter because I did know him. Shara, you're not going to convince me to send my only friend away. So can we please just go to sleep? I turned, figuring she would follow. But when she didn't move, it occurred to me that I just accidentally disavowed Shara as my friend. I didn't mean... Forget it, she snapped. And I do mind if you share my blanket. I wanted to remind her that it was actually my blanket. Both were mine. I tried to think of something more agreeable I could say to resolve this tension between us, but nothing came. I wasn't sure I wanted to share a blanket with her right now anyway. Both of us were silent as we noticed Isel walking toward us. I had a sour feeling he'd heard everything. I'd like to say something. Isel's tone was foreboding. I've been a hunter of despair. I didn't know what he meant, but as he heaved a great sigh, I realized he was apologizing. The last year has been... it's changed me. Nico, I remember the river. But when I think back to that time, I see someone else in my memories. That boy is still in me somewhere, but I'm not sure if I can reach him. The present is making the memory of our friendship teeter. I don't want to let it fall, which it would if I left now. I want to fix it. Shara, I'm not sure if I scared you earlier, but I meant no harm. I've been hungry for so long that I've forgotten the feeling of being full. It's made me not myself. I hope we can be friends and reach Glane together. If you want, I can leave in the morning. You and Nico have made it this far. You don't need me. Oh, Shara muttered. You don't need to go. I know what it's like to be hungry for long stretches. It does change us. Tomorrow we'll hunt and gather, the three of us. Thank you, Shara. Do you need help with the fire? No, it's fine. You seem tired. Please rest. Thank you, I will. After Isel left, I asked Shara if she felt better. I do, she whispered. I was going to say that we are friends. I didn't mean to imply that we weren't. She tilted her head. I figured she was grinning, but it was too dark to tell. Shara has never been good friends with a boy before. Oh, we're good friends? I teased. She let out an exaggerated scoff. Since you only have two, I'd hope both are close enough to be called good. What about very good? What does Nico think? It depends if he gets to share your dry blanket. Only if he thanks Shara for her generosity. Thank you. She started to say something, but stopped. Did she mean with a kiss on the cheek? She didn't lean her face in front of me like last time. It was too late anyway. We were already walking back. Soon the fire was lit, and we were cuddled beside it in the blanket I'd lent Shara. We didn't speak throughout the night. My arm remained draped over her, but my inability to sleep came back strong. I felt the heat from the fire slowly fading as I struggled to relax. Shara awoke when I sat up to feed the fire. You don't need to, she whispered. I'm warm enough without it. I can't sleep anyway. Might as well. The sounds of the fire helped block out my worries about how different Isel was than I remembered. His apology helped Shara see his gentler side, but it didn't do anything for me because I'd already known that existed. I guess I wasn't exactly sure what I was looking for in him, but I hadn't found it yet. Maybe it was some piece of what we used to have. I needed him to be my friend again, and so far, it was too different for me to call him one. Soon the fire was roaring. I let my thoughts go as I lay beside Shara, keeping my hands to myself, with great difficulty so as not to wake her. Eventually, I could feel myself slipping into slumber. Chapter 27. I counted the days as soon as I awoke. We're on day 30 of the 4th month. I got my scroll on the 20th. So it had been 10 nights. 5 more days including this one. It didn't seem like enough time, especially if the scrolls expired at the beginning of the 15th day instead of the end, which wasn't clear.
Shara, how close are we to Glen compared to when we left?
Is it morning?
Apparently, she'd rather ask me than open her eyes to see for herself. Just about. She rubbed her eyes, then peeked one open.
We're a little less than halfway there.
We've only gone halfway in 10 nights?
Less than half, but we didn't have horses for the first 40 miles, and we were delayed.
She blindly reached up toward my face, nearly sticking her fingers up my nose if I hadn't tilted back. She patted my chest when she found it.
We're going to make it. The riding should be easy from here. We'll reach Antelith before the end of the day. Let me sleep another moment.
But Isel was sitting up, the usual cold look in his eyes. When his glance shifted over to me, he smiled, but his eyes didn't change. I smiled back, feeling the same lack of sincerity that I could see on his face. Shara, wake up. Isel's voice had no sympathy. We're on top of the mountain now. Another metaphor that did nothing but confuse me. At least I hope he meant it as a metaphor. Otherwise, he was completely insane. Shara grumbled and sat up and blinked at me, her hair a wild mess. I didn't know what to tell her. Get ready to ride, Isel said as he started off somewhere. I shrugged at Shara's disagreeing face. The sooner we start the day, the sooner we can eat. It was about the only thing I was looking forward to in that moment.
What's he doing?
Shara pointed at Isel, who was now climbing a tree. Unsure myself, I watched him go up and up, pulling himself higher with each breath I took. I'd forgotten how skilled he was at climbing when we were young. Put a smile on my face to see it again, but then I frowned when I realized what he was doing up there. He stopped and looked to the south, back where we had come from. I didn't want to say it out loud in hopes Shara hadn't figured it out, but I could see by the drop of her jaw that she'd realized the same thing I had.
He's checking to see if we were being followed,
she said.
And you still think he wasn't in prison?
I had no answer I wanted to give. We both gasped as he floated down from the tree with his arms and legs spread out like a bird. He sank all the way to the ground, leaning back at the last moment to land on his feet. Shara and I were speechless. Isel tilted his head when he saw us gawking.
You can't do that, Nico?
Then I realized what I'd just seen. Guys, that was Pyforial energy. I'd never thought to lift myself with it before. The amount of power and focus required, it didn't seem possible.
To hells, Pyforial mages can fly?
If Shara was tired before, she was wide awake now. Isel shrugged.
I don't know about other mages, but I can't really fly. It takes too much out of me to lift and guide my body.
Floating isn't too much stress, though. I needed to try. I lay flat and attempted to get Pi under my thighs and upper torso by tilting one way and then the other. But as soon as I straightened out, my body pushed away the Pi I'd gathered beneath me.
You have to fall onto it,
Isel instructed. Oh. I stood and readied a flat bed of Pi at my shins. I held it as tightly as I could, then extended my arms and fell chest first. I couldn't help wince and close my eyes, wanting to put out my hands as I picked up speed. But the force of them would push the energy apart. I needed to spread my mass if this was going to work. I figured it wouldn't feel great to fall against a thick sheet of Pi, but when I slammed into it, I groaned in pain. It hurt far worse than I had imagined. Just like my face and chest, I crashed straight into the ground. Shara laughed when I opened my eyes and realized that crashing into the ground was exactly what I'd done.
Did you forget to hold the energy?
Isel asked. I must have lost my focus while I was falling and it came apart.
It took me weeks of practice, and that was just to hover. Moving somewhere, even straight up, is much harder.
You could have warned me. Shara changed into the only other clothes she had, a dress. The same one she had on when she came to Aunt Nan's door. It was wrinkled but clean, just like the shirt I changed into. Isel left on his dirty pants and oversized shirt. I didn't know if he had anything else. We didn't speak much until it was time to hunt, and even then, all we did was discuss who would do what. I was given the menial task of watching everyone's horses, while Shara and Isel split up to hunt and gather. I'd heard my share of stories over the years, more so when I was still living with my mother, and she used to read to me. In situations like this, the hero would be tested, when he'd already had journeyed and grown some, and now his skills would be put to use. A monstrous thing would emerge from the shadows, either a vicious creature or a man of unrivaled evil, and the hero would fend it off, learning something about himself in the process, a discovery of power. Nothing came. I was glad, for I was no hero. All I'd done so far was fail, with both my parents, with Callan, with thieves, and I already could feel myself failing with Isel. He'd nearly killed the Terraslack on his own. I bet he could have found a way to save Callan had he been in my position, and he certainly wouldn't have let his father's body remain in his burning house. Since I'd left Landheim, I hadn't trained with Pyforial energy at all.
I needed to get back to my routine of practicing an hour before sleep. The Red Priest and his army were still out there. It might have even been the same army that stormed past us to the north when Shara and I argued about my money. When two of the swordsmen tried to steal from me. I wouldn't recognize them if I saw them again, but I figured the flying spiders punished them enough anyway. Punishment and redemption. Everything in my life these days involved the two. Punishment to the wicked and redemption for the deserving. What did Isel want? He'd always been keen on justice when we were younger. By the look of his cold eyes, this was one thing that hadn't changed. Did he seek redemption like me, though? Did he repent for something? He came back before Shara carrying two lifeless squirrels by their tails, their necks clearly broken, probably with Pyforial energy at a distance, as he didn't have a bow. In his other hand was a cloth folded into a pouch that looked to be holding acorns. We had a fire going soon after. What will you be doing in Glane? I asked him. Looking for someone? Who? A woman. I still wasn't used to him being so curt. It made me appreciate how Shara could talk for minutes at a time. The one you mentioned earlier? I asked. Yes, Karen. You met her in Cessery? Yes. Gosh, this was like searching for coins in the lake. Dive after dive, hoping for the Dalian, only to come up with nothing but a rough here and there. Still, I pushed on. Why'd she leave? Have you been in love? No. He wrapped his fingers on the back of his hand. If I remember right, you were never as vengeful as I was when we were younger. Has that changed? Somewhat. There's something I need to do in Glane. Isel stared into the fire as he spoke. I'd rather not tell you what, because I know you'll want to help. But you're the only friend I have. I couldn't let you. It's too dangerous. You have to tell me now. I won't! Gods, he actually shouted at me. A tear fell from his eye. Without a word, he left our camp. I figured he just didn't want me to see him cry. I wished he would tell me more. Not being able to help hardly felt different than hurting him. Shara came running. What was that? Where's Isel? Everything's fine. He just went to relieve himself. I lied. She set down a plump porcupine. Nice catch. I started to cut away its partially charred hide. I'd prepared enough carcasses over the years that I knew exactly how to remove the intestines on just about any animal. There wasn't a lot of difference between them, but there certainly was a good amount of technique involved. What were you arguing about with Isel? I looked over my shoulder to check if I could see him. I asked what he'll do in Glane, I whispered. Let me guess, he wouldn't tell you? So you're no longer trusting him again? I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. I hope you're not thinking about leaving. When she didn't answer, I stopped ripping off the porcupine's hide. Shara? She gazed at her lap. Could you tell me why you don't want me to leave? You've been incredibly helpful. I don't know if I would have made it even this far without you. Is that it, though? What do you mean? That's a lot. She bounced her legs, still looking away. Is that the only reason you want Shara to stay? We're friends. This didn't seem to be the answer she was looking for. What else do you need to hear? She ran her fingers through her hair, or tried to. Her hand kept getting snagged on all the tangles. For a long while, we sat in silence as I separated the hide from the flesh. I still had a lot of work ahead to remove the intestines. I hope you don't leave, I said when I couldn't handle the silence any longer. I don't think I actually could. Whatever's going to happen will happen with me as part of it. She put her hand on her chest for one stiff breath. Let's just hope no one is killed. God, Shara, I laughed. Of course no one's going to get killed. My laughter faded a moment later. There had been so much death already, why did I think it would suddenly stop? Everything's going to be fine, I said, trying to convince both of us. Everything's going to be fine. When Isel came back, he twirled his finger and said, This is fire. What is fire? Shara asked. The three of us. We are fire. We have to be careful what we do. I didn't quite understand, but I just wanted him to feel comfortable. All right, Isel, we'll be careful. I don't want anyone to get burned, he added. We don't either. Isel nodded with a content smile. Good. Shara looked confused, as I'm sure I did as well. We found a lake soon after we started riding. We drank and filled our pouches, then rode without stopping until the evening sky turned rosy. I could see a town northwest of us that Shara said to be Antilith, so I turned my horse to ride straight for it. This way, Nico, she said. We're going into the forest east of the city. Why? Because you don't know how to fareth, and well, she glanced at Isel. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think you'd do so well at it either. Isel looked to me. I shrugged. It's probably true. Shara knows these things. What does fareth mean?
Isel asked her.
It's a form of civility in the way people conduct business in Antolith. Based on your social rank and the relation you have with the person you're speaking to, you need to show a certain degree of deference. If you aren't humble or polite, it could get you in trouble. And not just a little trouble. You could be hung for disrespecting the wrong noble. I was going to stay in the woods anyway, Isel said. Easier that way.
Why don't we all? I suggested. Shara petulantly brushed her hand over her garb.
I need clothes.
Undergarments, right.
We'll also need some supplies for the long road to claim. Another water skin, food so we don't have to hunt. After tonight, we're going to have to ride practically without stopping to make it there in time. Can I have 4 silver, Nico? I'll separate what I buy for myself so I know how much to pay you back.
Sure. We went deep into the forest, looking for a spot that was easy enough for Shara to locate again when she returned.
There are Dimas in this forest,
Shara warned us.
But if we remember what Dreiser Dalian told his party about them, we should be fine. Watch out for Sartius energy, blocks of lime green, translucent and bright, sometimes hard as steel, sometimes light as air. A trace of it can mean we're encroaching. Then we might end up dead within a block of it. These woods don't belong to us, and they never will.
He said these exact words? I asked.
Yes, after the first incident.
How do you know?
Dresser Dalian documented everything he did when he arrived in Sumar. There are many books written about him based on his notes and what others wrote. What incident was there?
Isel asked.
Was it with Dimas? How much do you know about them? I've seen drawings,
Isel said.
They don't look dangerous. Then you don't know much,
Shara said.
What about you, Nico?
I know about as much as Isel.
Well, Dresser didn't know much either. He came here from Greenedge with thousands of men and women. Others who sailed east from Greenedge had found Ovira, and Dresser was looking for the same continent. In fact, he thought Sumar was Ovira at first, and that wasn't the only surprise he faced.
There was a flicker of excitement in her tone.
Dresser and his party searched for civilization, those who'd already settled in Ovira. The first few months were very difficult, as they came to realize no other humans were there. Dimas used to be in nearly every forest back then, so it was just a matter of time before Dreiser came upon them. A small group with Dreiser traveled through the forest in southern Nimre, when they discovered blocks of Sartius energy encasing vines with plump berries and other edibles. Although it was strange, people needed to eat. A mage broke the blocks, and they started picking. Before they'd even seen one Dima, they were surrounded by hundreds. The creatures used Sartius energy in an attempt to communicate. Eventually, the small group came to realize the Dimas were responsible for the blocks of SE, and this was their food. They were saving it. The party left with no berries, though they still had their lives. When Dreiser described the event to others, 4 men, both brave and stupid, decided they could take the edibles from the Sartius casings and fight their way out if needed. When they didn't return, a search party went out for them. Their bodies were found encased in SE at the edge of the forest, on display. How were they killed? Isel asked. Dimas are so small. They weren't killed before being put into blocks of SE, Shara said. It was the SE that killed them. No Sartius mage is that powerful. These creatures, especially in numbers, far exceed the power of any one Sartius mage. Shara turned her horse toward an oddly shaped rock coming out of the ground so high that it towered above the trees. That mossy thing should do. We dismounted, and I handed her the 4 silver she'd requested earlier. Then I thought of something else. Here, see if you can trade these for any of the supplies you want. I tried to give her my extra pair of shoes. You need those, she complained. In fact, I was going to buy some for myself. I haven't needed them, you haven't needed them, and I won't need them. Isel, do you have an extra pair of shoes? I asked him, already knowing the answer. No, you really should keep them, Shara argued. And they were a gift from me. They weren't a gift, she sighed in defeat. I'll trade them if that's what you wish. Now, are you sure? Her question was asked so slowly, it made me think again. No, it wasn't worth the money I had saved to see the disappointment on her face. I changed my mind. She grinned. You'll thank yourself for that later. With a hand cupped over her eyes, she peered through the tops of the trees for a glimpse at the sky. I should be able to make it there before nightfall, but it'll be dark when I get back. We'll be here, I said. I wondered what Isel and I would do while we waited, if he wouldn't answer my questions, but I became distracted by Shara staring at me. I think... Shara stuttered. Also changed my mind. It might actually be safer for both of you and Antolith if you stay close to me and let me do all the talking. And I mean all of it. We're fine here, Isel answered for us. The town is a snake nest and I'm just a mouse in there. But my mind went to a hot meal, a bath, and a bed. We had the Dalian after all. I'd be getting 2 more once we got to Clane. Might as well enjoy the nights we could. We should go, Isel. Do we have time to retire at an inn, Shara? If we're lucky to meet the right innkeeper. Could take a while to ferret. Isel surprised me by getting on his mount. Go on, I'm going to keep riding north. Wait, I grabbed the leg of his pants. We'll stay. If you wish. He jumped off. Shara slipped her arms around me for a hug. My arms came over her back to press her into me. I'm getting a bad feeling about this, she murmured in my ear. What could happen to 2 Pyforial mages? My voice was playful, but I was serious. We would be fine. This seemed to convince her to finally go. I joked to Isel when she left. I don't know when she started feeling responsible for me, but I still haven't gotten used to it. You don't see the game you're playing? What game? He laughed. It was the same laugh as when we were kids, a deep chuckle. I was overjoyed to hear it, and I felt a smile burst out. What's funny? You're playing the only game men and women can play, when both don't even realize they're playing. He was still laughing, so I joined in. You're making no sense, Isel. She likes you. She what? My mouth had never flattened so quickly. No, she doesn't. So I see your father didn't teach you as much about women as he thought he would. Chapter 28. Isel was more knowledgeable about everything when we were younger, including girls. But he was different now. I was different now. I'd kissed girls, 2 of them, but I knew when they had feelings for me. He wasn't right about Shara. She showed fondness because of our partnership, just like I was fond of her for the same reason. She was pretty, though. Why hadn't I felt any of the usual sparks with Shara? That part of me was closed off, I supposed, numb after everything I'd seen, beginning with my father's smoldering chest and my house burning to the ground. What I yearned for was money and justice. But as I thought of Shara having feelings for me, of her actually kissing me back if I leaned toward her lips, all of my need for money and justice came apart like props falling over in the middle of a play. Shara was the only thing left. I pulled everything back together in an instant. The world I'd been involved in was everything. This war, the Red Priest's terrible fire game, had become my life. We set out looking for food, and soon I realized I should be taking this time to speak with my old friend without Shara there. Maybe he would feel more comfortable. You know you can trust me, I said. We already know each other's biggest secret. You're scaring away the animals. So that failed. I tried again hours later, once we caught a skunk and started a fire. It was night by then, the crickets coming to life. I want to help you with whatever you're doing in Glane. I told you. I know what you told me, but I'm your friend. I've never had anyone else in my life like you, not in Cessary, and not in Landheim. His forehead glimmered from the fire. Beneath his tilted head, his eyes were black, hidden in shadow. It was the same for me until I met Karen. Then I had 2 people I could trust with anything. Anything? I'm sure he knew what I was asking. Yes, she found out. I remembered the face of anger he'd worn last time he'd mentioned Karen. Did she report you? She would never. So this rage wasn't directed at her. What aren't you telling me? You can't let Shara know. You trust her, but she's nightfall to me. I can see what I can see. I know there's much more I can't see. She won't hear any of this. He pushed out his hand, prodding the fire with a sharp jab of pie. It was 10 times the effort of using a stick, at least for me. I did go to prison, and it was for using pie. I held back a gasp. What happened? I lifted 3 rocks with pie and turned one at a time. It was somewhat for practice, but more to hide how uncomfortable I suddenly felt sitting next to him. Swen! Of course. The rocks fell. He was always jealous. Extremely. I couldn't bring myself to ask how Isel was free. Pyforial mages were imprisoned for life, no exceptions. Could the Red Priest and his army have broken him out? Did that mean he was working with them? I floated the rocks again. What are you really going to do in Glane? The king was there. He slowly looked up, about to speak, when he caught sight of something and jumped to his feet. I hopped up. A wave of Demas was closing in, at least 20 wide. I grabbed a stick and pushed it into the fire until it was lit. As I brought the flame out, the dark line of small creatures was illuminated, the silver in their eyes shining. While their bodies resembled half-sized men, they seemed more closely related to trees than humans. Their skin was like gray wood, their hair like rows of bark, stiffly raised from their small, triangular heads. With gaping eyes yet petite noses and mouths, they didn't look as dangerous as I knew they were, even with the silver gleam of their irises. The moment the light was on them, their lines shattered apart like glass breaking. They scattered, crawling up trees with the speed of monkeys, instantly gone into the darkness. Oh, gods,
I whispered. Izel cursed and grabbed my arm.
Put light over there.
He pointed behind us. I turned and held the stick out. 20, maybe 30 Demas were right there. I could have kicked dirt into their faces. Izel and I stumbled backward. What do you want? I demanded, my voice shaky. No response. Izel checked behind us and cursed again. I looked to find the others had returned. We were surrounded. Don't attack them unless they attack us, I said. One Dema emerged from the line. He walked on all fours, his fingers and toes like twisted bark. Jutting out of his shoulders and elbows was flesh disguised as sharp sticks. He rose to his feet, bow-legged, yet easily balanced. With a wave of his gnarled hand, 3 orbs of green Sartius energy spiraled between us.
What does he want?
Izel asked. I shook my head. With both stick-like arms, the Dema gestured with quick yet controlled motions, as if he was dancing. A ribbon of Sartius energy appeared under one of the 3 orbs, like the Dema was selecting it. The other 2 spiraled in place, while this orb rose. The ribbon bent, now cupped beneath the orb of energy and rising with it. Then both lowered back to the level of the 2 orbs. The ribbon moved to the middle orb this time. Then both rose just like the first. By the time the Dema moved the 3rd, I realized what he was saying. He'd see me lifting the rocks. Yes. We're Pyforial mages. I didn't know if he understood a word. At the sound of me talking, he let the SC dissipate. I lifted 3 rocks with Pi, moving one up and down at a time. The Dema made another ribbon of emerald green energy, this one in the shape of a smile, with 2 dots above it for eyes. I smiled back at him, pointing to my open mouth and trying not to let my fear show. Izel mimicked me. The Dema approached, then lifted his arm toward my chest. I stepped back in reflex, but he followed with each step until I stopped. He waited with his hand in the air. I hesitantly reached out, and he didn't pull back. We touched. The feeling of his skin was just like bark of a young tree. I didn't try to shake, for I couldn't get my fingers comfortably around his hand. It was too unlike any human's. But I did squeeze the joints that came into contact with. It felt like I was holding onto tree roots. The little Demas started walking. I knew to follow him when I noticed shooting strands of SE arcing over my shoulders in his direction. Come on, I told Izel, who hadn't moved. It looks like they want our help with something. We started for our horses, but a group of 4 Demas pushed out their gnarled hands as we neared our animals. They made an arc of Sartius energy over the horses' backs, while Demas behind us tugged on our shirts.
What is it?
Izel asked. I think they're saying to leave the horses. They'll watch them.
I'd rather not.
I don't think we have a choice. Izel spoke loudly to address the creatures. I want my horse. His words did nothing. Let's go, I told him as I went for my bag near the fire. Demas stopped me, arcing SE over it just like the horses. Guess that's not coming with me? I asked them. No response. Izel didn't even try for his. Good thing my money pouch was in my pocket, as I wasn't sure I could leave without it. With Demas on every side of us, we walked. The forest was too dark for us to see past them, but their silver eyes must have picked up shapes amid the darkness easier than ours, for they moved quickly. It was a struggle to keep up as my feet caught on stones and roots. Izel fell once, and soon I did as well. My heart beat louder in my ears the farther we walked from our horses. Soon the line of them ahead of us spread out, and I could see we'd come to a ledge. Below us was a lake that looked satin and silver, like their eyes. It stretched 30 yards, where trees gathered by its edge. Campfires were spread throughout the trees, glowing like little suns. So there were people there. But what did the Demas want us to do with them? They pulled us back from the ledge. A picture formed before us of a snake, the green Sartius energy undulating to show it was slithering, its mouth open wide, fangs appearing. The little creature resembling a Dema had his back to the giant snake as it approached, then struck with a vicious bite. All the SE came apart, disappearing into the air like steam. So it's an army from the south, I said, figuring the snake represented their sigil. Could be the same one that attacked Landheim and Cessery. They're probably planning to burn Antolith. Not sure what we can do about that. Whatever this army had done in the forest, the Demas didn't like it. Now how would I explain that there was nothing Izel and I could do? I shook my head and waved my arms, hoping they knew this meant I was saying no. All around us, green shields of SE appeared in the air. Swords came next, swinging up and down beside the shields. They want to fight, I realized, and they probably want us to stand with them. Izel's voice was loud and irritated. More like die with them. What do they expect us to do? I'd like to know as well. He rubbed his eyes with one hand, his head sinking to his chest. No, there's no way.
We tried shaking our heads, waving our hands, saying no, and sorry. It did nothing, and soon the Dimas were leading us down a path that twisted around the lake. They brought us close to the campfires, and I could hear someone giving orders. With too many trees in the way, I edged forward for a glimpse of our enemies. I'm going to scout it. The sounds of crickets fell into the background as I listened to the commander speak.
This is the last city that needs to burn. After this, we ride home for our next orders.
He was standing on a rock by one of the fires, a tall man in a red robe. From the long staff in his hand, I knew I was looking at the Red Priest, the same one who'd cut Callan's throat, the same one responsible for the destruction of Landheim and Cessary, and possibly Aunt Nan.
What about Glane? One of his men asked. If burning Quince's cities doesn't put enough pressure on him to start up the sacrifices again, then this war is truly just beginning. But the gods will see that justice is served. They will see that all the heathens are smote until they believe. Until they believe!
A chant broke out. It gave me time to change positions without fear of being heard. I came around for a better glimpse at how many there were. Silhouettes pressed together the closer they were to the fire, where their shadows were shed and I could make out their red uniforms. Everyone had come together around the Red Priest on his rock. He raised his hand for silence.
The gods hear your enthusiasm, but the Dimas do as well. The godless creatures have already died in vain protecting what they believe to be their land, when it really belongs to our gods. But we must not provoke them. Our battle is not with them, but with those who have the capacity to defile. The gods support us. They will not see to the destruction of our land while we fight. But the moment we stop, the moment we give in to those who do not believe, then we have abandoned our gods, and they will abandon us. Storms, drought, death comes in many ways. We must fight until they believe. Until they believe,
the audience chimed, quieter this time.
My priest,
a man called out, pushing through the ranks.
The siege team is ready for your orders.
Are they well hidden?
Yes, my priest. The western forest has deep ravines.
How many are guarding Antolith?
Not enough. King Quent sent much of his army south. When they didn't see us going around Talmor Desert, they must have thought we turned back.
Damn. Antolith would have been safe if my king had his army watching Talmor Desert instead of just its edges. I need to get Shara out of there before the attack. She could be anywhere. She might even be on her way back right now, walking to her camp. I won't be able to find her. Think of another way.
Good,
the Red Priest told his scout.
Go back and tell them to shift to the edge of the forest. Wait for the first fireball from my staff. I'll hurl it into the air when you're ready. My team will ambush the guards from the southeast and draw them away so the catapults can be set up. The city will burn from the south to the north. Understand?
I crept back and was too far away to hear anything else. Isel was alone now. Had the Dimas left us? Where did they go? Look at the trees. He pointed up. The branches were filled by something, their shadows revealing little of what they were. They scampered up there the moment you left. I've never seen anything climb like that. How many soldiers are there? Not many, maybe 500. The rest are in the forest to the west. I know what to do.
Not many?
Isel blurted.
500 is us times 250. Does that sound like not many to you?
We don't have the time to argue. They could be moving into the city soon. Let them. I need to go to Glane. Char could be there still. And so are thousands of innocent people. This isn't my fight. I don't know what you think your fight is, but this is it. Remember when we first heard what Pyforial energy could do? We both wanted to learn it so we could save the world. But we didn't even know from what. I pointed toward the enemy army. That's what. He dismissed me with a light scoff. You've read too many stories.
Isel,
I whispered furiously. We're Pyforial mages now. We have power. If we don't use it, then what's the point? I will use it, just not for this. I wanted to grab his shoulders and shake him. I settled for shaking my fist. There's nothing that's more important. I need your help. Or are you Legion to the south now? Do you owe the Red Priest for getting you out of prison?
What? Of course not, Nico.
He sounded sincere. Then at least listen to my plan. Will the Dimas even understand it? Only one way to find out. I frantically gestured with my arms. The creatures rushed down the trees so quickly they might have fallen slower. There was just enough light for me to draw in the dirt. The Dimas crowded around my crude sketches as I used arrows to represent movement that I hoped they understood. Luckily, it was a simple plan, and soon they were communicating with each other using SE. The air filled with it quickly, all sorts of shapes I'd never seen before appearing and dispersing an instant later. Think they got it? Isel asked. His question was answered when we saw the same plan I'd just drawn now depicted in the air. The Dimas pushed us toward our enemies, stopping once we began walking on our own. There was a rustle behind us, and when I looked back, they were gone, hidden up in the trees again. The Red Priest was still on his rock, preaching about the gods. A few of the fires had been put out. They would march soon unless I could stop them. Getting close enough yet remaining out of sight was the first problem. Isel and I had determined we needed to be within 10 yards of the Red Priest for this to work. Pyforial energy was increasingly more difficult to control the farther I manipulated it from my body. I could lift Shara with these if she was close enough to touch, but I could barely sway the leaves on a tree branch at 20 yards. Our only hope was blending into the army. Many weren't in uniform yet, and Isel and I both had on dark clothing. I didn't see how they would recognize us as outsiders. Isel and I nodded at each other and separated. I let my nervous breath out, tried to ignore my thudding heart, and calmly walked into the midst of the army. I fiddled with the buttons on my pants as if I'd just finished relieving myself. As I passed between the shoulders of the first enemy soldiers, I felt like I was jumping into water infested with sharks. The Red Priest went on.
And Glane will fall after we regroup with the rest of King Martef's army. The will of the gods is in our hands and our minds.
I crept closer, now unable to refrain from bumping into those in my way. None paid me any mind, and I started to ready myself with a slow breath. I stopped listening to the priest, focusing my mind on one thing, feeling for Pyforial energy. Had Isel already begun gathering it? Yes! I could feel much more than what I knew to be naturally in the air, clustered somewhere to my right. He was ahead of me. I needed to catch up. Careful to keep my hands at my sides, I used my mind to pull the energy above my head. This was the easy part. It was like kneading dough into a ball. Now, I had to will that ball over to the Red Priest. Without being able to see it, I couldn't wrap it under his arm as carefully as I wanted to. It would have to happen all at once and at the same time as Isel. Neither he nor I were powerful enough at this distance to lift the priest on our own. But if we each took one side as we had with the terror slack, we could bring him off the ground. I hoped the demons were close and ready. I couldn't search the trees for them without losing focus or tipping off our plan. I coughed loudly, once into my hand. That was it. Isel better have heard, otherwise this all could be for nothing. I willed the pie to gather under the Red Priest's left arm. His hand stopped gesturing, and I could see by the quick snap of his head that he felt it. Hurry, Isel! The Red Priest turned his head to his other arm, and I knew we were ready to lift. He stopped his speech, slowly rising from the rock as I struggled not to grunt from the strain. Men started gasping and shouting prayers.
Holy gods of life and death! The will of the gods is before us!
The Red Priest rose higher, a look of bewilderment on his face. Come on, Dimas! The men's prayers grew louder as the priest went higher. A green storm cloud emerged over his head, circling ominously. It thickened, darkening and growing. The gasps of the crowd changed, audibly fearful now. The Red Priest was clearly unsure what the rest of his army was seeing as he looked about frantically. Then his head tilted back, and he found the cloud. His legs flailed as he tried to get free. I felt him pushing against my Pyforial energy in his wild attempts to move his arms. It was like trying to hold on to a floundering fish. I squeezed harder and saw his shirt tighten around his shoulders. I hoped everyone else was too focused on the ever-darkening cloud to notice. Chaos began to ensue as it sank and closed around him like a huge mouth clamping shut. Soldiers ran to the rock. Two jumped up and reached for their leader, but they couldn't do anything but swipe away the thick sartia smoke from below his feet. Others shouted to check the trees. More were terrified, fleeing as they screamed about Dimas, or demons, or Dimas being demons. I couldn't tell which. The Red Priest disappeared in the dense cloud. I couldn't help but grunt as I struggled to hold the pie in place without being able to see anything. The cloud shrank as it hardened. Among the chorus of screams was clearly the Red Priest's. It rang out for the span of an entire breath until suddenly muffled by SE filling his throat. I remembered how he'd slit Callan's, and rage kept me focused as the weight of my Pyforial energy increased from the thickening SE. He and the green cloud sank for a breath, but then Isel and I got him steady again. There was a squeaking sound as the SE came together. All the Dimas were pushing it in on itself as hard as they could. I barely held on as the priest became twice as heavy. Suddenly I could see him again. Frozen in place within the translucent block, I completely lost control of the pie and trapped with him, but I quickly made a bed of it, below the emerald block. I felt Isel do the same, helping me keep it afloat as it glistened from the light of the fire. I wanted to hold the Red Priest there as long as I could, knowing the sight would cause his men to flee in fear. One of the two soldiers on the rock was screaming, and I could see his hand had gotten trapped in his attempt to free the Red Priest. Frantic with absolute terror, he started to jump and pull. Tugging so hard, his wrist was likely to snap off. I couldn't hold on any longer with his added weight. The block of SE crashed down on top of the two men, crushing them between it and the rock. It bounced, chipping and cracking, but not even coming close to shattering, then rolled across the fire and spewed burning embers into the air. Nearly all the soldiers had fled by the time the Red Priest came to a stop, upside down in his new Sarshis home, his terrified expression forever on display. Isel and I found each other and tried to rush out of there. We made eye contact with a burly soldier who was searching for something. From the face he made when he saw us, it seemed that we were what he was looking for. "It was Pyforial Mages!" he shouted. "There!"
Chapter 29. Isel flicked his hand and all 200 pounds of the burly soldier toppled backward. We ran without knowing where we were going. Some chased us, while others ran beside us, too caught up in their own fear to realize what was happening. I noticed movement in the trees, the Dimas, but I didn't know what they were doing. I slammed my toes into some unseen rock or root, causing me to stumble while the sound of boots closed in from behind. I spun around to find 3 soldiers right in front of me with their swords cocked. I swiped a long stretch of pie under their knees as hard as I could. It took the first 2 down, but it didn't have the momentum to take it through to the third before I lost my grip on it. Isel shouted and pushed out his hand as if shoving a boulder down a hill. The energy struck the 3rd soldier in the chest, and he soared backward, his outstretched arms and legs lagging behind as he flew. All around us were shouts. "Pyforial Mage! Pyforial Mage! They killed the priest Kavrik! So did the Dimas!" Instantly they surrounded us. There were too many on every side except behind us. "Back!" I called to Isel. I used pie to shove the 2 soldiers who were getting up, and they fell flat on their backs. The blackness between the trees looked like doors. One of them had to lead us away and not into more soldiers. But which? Apparently Isel had a different idea than running. He stopped and pointed his palm at the closest man, and the enemy's sword ripped free. Isel spun as he shouted a battle cry, and the floating sword followed him as if connected. It hurled into another wave of soldiers coming toward us, impaling one man in the stomach. He keeled over with a scream. Isel tried to tug another sword free from the soldier next to the one he'd impaled, but this enemy was ready and tightened his grip. The sword still flew, dragging the man with it. He scraped against the ground until the sword went no further, and Isel gave up on it. The same soldier rose to launch himself at us. I pushed him aside with pie so that he crashed into the others ready to strike us with their blades. In the frenzy of the collision, the soldier I'd flung was pierced through his back. His scream stopped all of them for the moment, except for one, still charging. We held our ground and grabbed him with the resilient energy. He tried to hack it away from his arms, but his sword glanced off and came out of his hand. Isel shot his hand up, and the soldier's sword mimicked the motion, flying up and impaling him through his chin. He slumped to the ground. I felt a pang for holding the man still while Isel pierced him. I wasn't outright opposed to killing, like Shara, but something about the double teaming made me lose all enthusiasm for hurting another person. I was glad to turn and find no one else in front of us. We ran through the dark doors of shadows between trees, and I felt the ground begin to shake as something crashed behind us. A look over my shoulder revealed blocks of Sarshis energy falling from the trees, crushing fleeing soldiers. I stopped and started back because archers were shooting into the trees and mages were casting fireballs. Dead Dimas were falling. I grabbed the bow from an archer's hand. Isel pulled the wand out of a mage's grasp. We disarmed 2 more, then another 2. They all took one look at us and fled with the others. Then it went quiet. My heart still raced, adrenaline fueling me for battle, but there was no battle to feed it. I ran forward, looking for more opposition. The sight of the bodies drained my aggression quickly. I took one last look at the Red Priest, upside down in his Sarshis sarcophagus. Priest Kavrik. I wished I'd never learned his name, or his reasoning behind the fires. Everything was easier when he was just the Red Priest, the nameless leader who burned cities and killed Kallen. Now he was a man with a name, a man doing what he believed to be right. He actually thought the gods supported his efforts. If the gods did exist, I didn't want to live in a world where they favored a man like him. "Nico! Nico!" Whoever was shouting my name was far away. It became louder as the person came closer. "Nico!" Then I knew who it was. "God, Shara, stop announcing your location to hundreds of enemies." They may be fleeing, but who knew what they would do to her if they came across her? Her innocent face didn't exactly instill terror. With my heart in my throat, I ran toward her voice. Isel and I jumped between blocks of SC and trees, but her shouting had stopped. "Shara, where are you?" No answer. "Shara!" "Here!" Isel and I broke through the trees to find Shara riding toward us. Relief spread across her face. Then she gave a look over her shoulder at the backs of 2 people chasing an enemy soldier. I didn't know who they were, nor did I care in the moment. Shara jumped from her mount, and we embraced. With my arms firmly around her, it came to mind exactly how worried I'd been she would be hurt. I held her tight, one hand coming protectively around the back of her head. "See any others?" I asked her and Isel. "They all ran," Isel answered, then pointed at the backs of 2 people just catching up to the fleeing swordsman.
Who are they?
The small woman shot the soldier with a fireball. Then the young man hopped off with his mount and jammed down his sword.
Who are they, Shara?
Isel repeated, panicked now, though I didn't know why. Shara pulled out of my arms.
I encountered them in Antilith.
The two of them were coming back now, pulling their mounts behind them. Isel hurried toward them, squinting to make out their faces in the darkness.
We just want to talk.
The petite woman had a familiar voice.
Stay back,
Isel shouted.
I don't want to hurt you.
They stopped. I walked toward them, needing to know why they looked so familiar, but Shara gently took my hand.
I think we should move back as well,
she whispered, her worry evident. The petite woman put up her hands, coming closer against Isel's wishes.
We just need to talk. That's all.
Effie? I asked.
Yes. Is that you, Nico?
Yes. Then I recognized Stefan with her. I don't want to hear anything you have to say, Isel grunted, now subdued as if he was about to be punished.
Is it because you know we're going to ask about Clemen?
My stomach turned. What did my friend have to do with the body we'd found in the lake?
What did you do to him and his horse?
Stefan asked.
Oh my gods,
Shara whispered. Isel had a hard look in his eyes. He'd killed those soldiers as if they were wild animals. But could he have really killed Clemen? Isel? I feared what he was going to do. He was so still. Shara spoke with a tremble.
We found Clemen's body in a lake between Cessary and Talmor Desert.
Isel turned away and made no sound. I couldn't ask if he killed Clemen. I needed to know, but I just couldn't ask. It's best if I leave. Isel's voice was calm, collected. Don't, I said, but my tone was unenthusiastic. Don't leave. I tried again. Shara placed her hand on my back.
Nico.
She's right, Nico. Isel turned. Tears dripped from his chin, yet his voice didn't waver. I promised myself I would do whatever it took. I can't let anything stop me. Clemen, he was a nice man, a gentle man, like you, Nico. He reminded me of you. His words gave me chills. Anger followed shortly after. You would kill me if I got in your way? For a long while, Isel stood there with his gaze lowered. I don't know. What are you doing that's so important? Some evils are so terrible that extinguishing their fire is worth sacrificing some good to get it done. Then you're no different than that red priest, I said. Maybe not. I hope one day you'll understand. Help me understand now. I'm going to get my horse from our camp. Then I'm going to Glane. It's best we ignore each other if we cross paths again. He paused, giving anyone else a chance to speak. No one said a word. I'm sorry, Nico. I've never been sorrier about anything. Sorry for what? Tainting the memory of our friendship. And with that, Isel walked away. My horse is with his, I muttered. Shara rubbed my back. Her soothing touch fought back the numbness trying to take over my body.
Let's give him time to leave before we get your mount.
How did you know we were here? I asked, remembering she was shouting my name before I'd seen her.
We were on our way back to camp when soldiers started running across our path. Eventually, I saw you near the dead priest in his Sartius block. We came across each other in Antilith,
Effie said.
She sang some strange greeting rhyme. I thought she was insane before I remembered her from the inn. I mentioned Isel, and the next thing I knew, they were warning me about how dangerous he is. He really was in prison, Nico. He attacked people with pie. There were more than a dozen witnesses.
Yes. Soon after you left, he told me he was imprisoned. Though not that he attacked people with pie. People, plural. How did he get out? Effie answered.
He must have escaped from a breach in the prison. We ran by it on our way out of Cessary. It was half destroyed by chunks of trees the Southern Army flung into the city. What about Clemen?
Shara asked.
How much do you know about him?
He was going to Glane, Stefan said. He met Isel outside Cessary after the attack. When he found out Isel was heading to the same place, he figured it would be better if they went together. We'd also decided to return to Glane to ask your king for a different Pyforial mage. We hadn't seen Isel or met Clemen outside Cessary, but we spotted Isel with him later. They galloped away at the sight of us, and we lost them. Effie took over.
Eventually, we found Clemen and 2 horses by a lake. We knew one horse had to be Isel's, so we asked Clemen where he was. He didn't want to help us until we explained that Isel was a Pyforial mage, imprisoned for attacking people. After that, he told us the direction Isel went and said he'd shout if Isel came back before we did. There were 4 of us, Stefan said. We all went searching for Isel. And there was no shout from Clemen,
Shara assumed.
Right,
Effie said, sliding her wand into the holder on her belt. She sighed and shook her head.
After a long search, we came back to find Clemen and both horses gone. We didn't know what happened. You said you found him in the lake? Strangled.
I was thankful Shara answered, as I was having difficulty speaking.
Rocks were tied to him so he'd sink.
Isel probably overheard Clemens say he would shout to us when we saw him, Stefan said. So Isel choked him to get to his horse without alerting us. Didn't seem right to me. Then why hide the body?
To confuse us?
Effie guessed.
It worked. We didn't know what happened when we came back.
I don't think it was to confuse us, F.
Because why would you care about that?
Stefan mused.
He wasn't going to come with us anyway. Then why hide Clemens' body?
She asked.
I don't know.
I did, though, and it hurt to say aloud. He was ashamed about what he'd done. He didn't want anyone to know. Even people from Ovira he cared little about. I couldn't help but feel disgusted with myself. Like I was just as responsible. No, more responsible. I'd left Isel alone with Swen. It would have turned out differently if I'd stayed. Was this how a brother would feel if his sibling did something heinous?
Any idea what he wants to do in Glane?
Shara asked them.
He was looking for his brother when we last spoke to him,
Stefan said.
Maybe after his escape he found out his brother's in Glane.
Or maybe Karen is there, I said. The woman he was involved with. I don't know anything about her, Stefan said. Isel had told me he was looking for her, but I wasn't sure whether this was a lie. It seemed more likely he was looking for someone else. Someone responsible for the rage that questions about Karen seemed to stir. I doubted I even wanted to know. Effie locked eyes with Stefan.
Taryn and Alex will be worried about us. We didn't get a chance to tell them where we were going before we rushed here with Shara.
Right, Stefan nodded. We should go back.
Maybe we'll see each other in Glane,
Effie said. She extended her hand and grinned at me when I shook it.
Not going to try tagging after us this time?
Shara says it's all easy riding from here to Glane, I told them. And traveling with them now would do nothing but increase the chances of them finding out I was a Pyforial mage. They'd urged me to come to Ovira with them, threatened to tell authorities if I didn't. Unlike Isel, I didn't have it in me to hurt them, and especially not to kill them. Stefan shook my hand. Given his gentle disposition, his hands were surprisingly coarse. I guess it shouldn't be that shocking when I just saw him impale a man with a sword. But as I looked at his face again, it almost seemed like a different person had committed that merciless act.
Speaking of difficult riding,
Stefan said,
in Talmort Desert, we came across a dead Terraslack with a knife wound in its head.
He laughed. I haven't the faintest idea how a creature that size could have been slain with a dagger through its scalp. The desert was flat and barren, so I supposed it would be easy to spot a Terraslack carcass. Shara and I smiled at each other.
You know who did it?
Effie figured by our expressions.
The two of us,
Shara answered proudly.
With Isel.
The mood quickly became solemn.
And it was Isel who stabbed the beast.
What about Priest Kavrik? Stefan asked. Did Isel have some part in that as well? I nodded.
Bestial hell,
Effie muttered.
If only Isel wasn't deranged. We're never going to find a Pi mage who isn't crazy or dangerous, because those are the only ones put in prison. And it's not like the law against Pi saved Clement.
Shows how pointless it is. Isel should have left by now. I'd had enough of bad-mouthing him for an eternity. Let's go, I told Shara.
Bye, Stefan.
Shara waved.
Bye, F.
The rest of us said our goodbyes. F? I questioned when Shara and I walked away.
I like her nickname. I wanted to try it out. F. It's cute. Like she is. Do you think so?
Shara's mood was much lighter than mine. It's hard to call someone cute who just shot a man with a fireball and then call my friend deranged. She gently placed her hand on my back.
I'm so sorry.
It's best we don't talk about him anymore. I still didn't know how I felt. Just that every mention of Isel made me uncomfortable.
Did he consider telling them about your ability with Pi?
I wouldn't. I don't want to go to Ovira.
Even though you can use the energy freely there?
I get to use it enough here. You would go if you were me?
I might, if I got to take you with me.
She waved her hands frantically.
That sounded... I didn't mean... No, Shara.
She broke into a rhyme.
He already thinks you're so strange. That opinion won't change. When you arrange strange phrase after phrase.
She caught me smirking, and her mouth dropped open.
Now you're singing, rhyming, and stringing word after word without meaning. It's getting worse. These rhymes are a curse. Blank verse after blank verse would be better. Less adverse than this unrehearsed, interspersed mountain of rhymes.
Her eyes widened.
Nico, you must stop Shara. She'll rhyme no more and burst. Show me a scara, something bizarre, anything. Oh, gosh, this is a first.
All right. I was chuckling by then. I just wanted to see how far you would take it.
Let's pretend that didn't happen.
I changed the subject quickly before my thoughts went back to Isel. Did you get what you wanted in Antolith?
Only one thing before I saw F.
She pulled a brush out of her bag. This was one of the things you needed? A brush is nothing but a waste of money.
A waste?
She was incredulous.
Have you seen my hair?
Untangled hair isn't going to get us to Glane faster.
If we're going to meet the Master of Coin, I don't want to look like a disheveled runt. I'm already going to have to find a way to explain the terribly annoying attribute thanks to Betsy Baker. Might as well avoid any other issues.
You really think brushing your hair will help that much?
It did for you.
What did she mean? I tried to figure it out, but she must have seen the confusion on my face.
When you answered the door at your aunt's house, I saw the way you looked at me before you realized it was me. It was different, to say the least. And when you found out it was me, it was like you couldn't believe I actually looked decent.
I was just surprised. You never look awful.
What a relief,
She said sarcastically.
I'm never so vile that you need to turn away. You sure know how to compliment a lady.
Quit playing games, Shara. You know as well as I do you're beautiful. You're just even more beautiful when you're clean and wearing nice clothes, as we all are. For some reason, this made her stop walking.
It's not nice to tease me.
Gods, this is becoming irritating. It reminded me of a blacksmith Wyland had introduced to me. The man would never call any of his weapons well crafted, even though everyone knew they were the best in Landheim, as did he. To deflect a compliment was one thing, but to deny the truth over and over was just plain annoying. Sure, Shara wasn't the epitome of beauty, but she was beautiful in her own way. Yes, she was right that it had taken me until Cesare to notice, but the heart doesn't see, it feels. And I'm sure my heart was too busy feeling the collapse of my life to be ready for anything else. I'd seen it well and good in Cesare, and I'd seen it every moment I'd looked at her since. Her bright smile, her dark eyes, the long raven hair that framed a face reflective of her innocence and kind heart. She had to see this whenever she looked in the mirror, didn't she? I'm not teasing. She blinked at me for a moment, probably trying to determine how serious I was.
Well, thank you. I didn't know you thought that way.
I considered a terrible possibility. Did none of your parents tell you that you were beautiful?
At first. Then they focused on what they didn't like until they could pass me off to the next.
All of them should have helped you realize you're beautiful. That's every parent's job. It was something I'd heard my mother discuss with my aunt. Again, Shara froze, blinking at me. What? I asked.
Nothing. I don't know what to do. I don't know anything about this kind of stuff.
She threw her hands into the air. Just smile and say thank you. That's what my mother told me to do whenever someone compliments me. She let out her breath, smiled, and thanked me, then added,
Your mother sounds like she was nice.
I couldn't have asked for a better one. I could have been a better son, though. My thoughts found their way back to the subject I've been trying to avoid. Isel destroyed the good memory of our friendship, yet nothing I do will fix the way I feel about betraying my mother. Why is it that memories can only be ruined and not fixed?
It's always easier to destroy than fix. But you can change the way you feel about your past. You just have to do good for the world. Like ridding Sumar of the Red Priest.
She leaned into me for a bump. That was just as much Isel as it was me.
It doesn't mean you deserve less credit.
I disagree. She huffed.
Smile and say thank you?
So I did. Chapter 30. There were 4 Demas standing near my horse. They made an arc of Sarsha's energy at my appearance, and Shar squealed with delight. She made an arc just like theirs. Some seemed to notice, their silver eyes watching it disperse, but there was no response. They waddled up to me, and one reached out his gnarled hand. I held it, hoping it was the right thing to do. When I saw a small smile curl his lipless mouth, I figured it was. Shar reached out her hand, but none of the Demas went for it. They walked by us.
Wait,
Shara tried. They didn't turn. She made another arc of Sarsha's energy.
Wait, look!
They didn't.
Come back! We're supposed to be best of friends!
I chuckled. Says who? Shara watched the Demas with hopefulness, standing completely still until they disappeared into the shadows. She heaved out a sigh.
I always figured I could communicate with them somehow. And when we become friends. How did you do it?
She poked me in the arm.
You can't even move Sarsha's energy.
I swung myself up on my horse, fighting against exhaustion. I'll tell you as we ride into Antilith. Can you light our path? It's too dark for our horses without bestial energy.
Let's sleep in the forest. I'm too tired to make our way to an inn.
We have to. The king's guards in Antilith need to be warned. There are still enemy forces in the western forest that could attack. For all I knew, the city could already be burning by the time we got there. But we had to try. She hoisted herself onto her mount.
You know this how?
I told her about the Demas approaching Isel and me because they'd seen us using Pyforial energy. About the Red Priest's sermons of death. About the scout saying there were others ready for the order to attack. And how we'd sneaked into the middle of the army. Shara made a dull, citrine light come from her wand, illuminating the forest in front of us. She didn't need it any longer when we reached the city. With no trees overhead, the moon mixed with lights seeping out of windows made everything visible. Antilith was a rich city, it seemed, at least the eastern part. Most buildings had at least 2 floors, and the wide streets were calm. Many sections of Landheim had more activity when the sun set.
Shouting and cursing, bottles breaking, nothing that I heard here. We asked the first person we saw for directions to either a guard of the city or of the king. All men and women at arms turned out to be gathered in the center of the city, and even some citizens wielded swords and wands. It turned out they'd already known of the army in the forest. They were waiting for support from the king. A carrier pigeon had been sent, but by the time those forces arrived, they would be too late to defend the city. I took Shara aside so we could figure out what to do. Not again. She already seemed defeated. Every city we visit is like the fires chasing us all the way to the capital. They might not attack without the order of their leader. They'll probably send another scout to see about the delay. When they find the right priest encased in Starsha's energy, they could go back and decide to attack then. But it'll be long into the morning of the next day, I'd assume. How wide is Antilith? They're probably going around the city, not through it. It's about 2 miles in every direction. Yes, well into the morning if that's the case. With hardly any food, and our horses probably as exhausted as we were, Shara and I decided it was riskier to ride out of the city now than to stay the night and stock up in the morning. But there was more to the decision than a calculation of risk. Guilt was the biggest influence for me. To leave now felt like abandoning yet another town. I was tired of running. This game had to end. If other citizens were gathering to fight, then we should fight with them. Shara and I said none of this to each other, but I could feel it was at least on her mind from her hard gaze as we looked for an inn. We found one with a stable, and soon we were inside, the warmth from the fireplace making me gladly remove my overshirt. Shara rolled up her sleeves and approached a man scribbling in a ledger. "Be overly polite if he speaks to you," she whispered, "but don't say anything otherwise." He set down his quill and smiled at her. "Hello, are you looking for a place to sleep?" "Yes, and for our horses as well. They're tied up outside." "I'm terribly sorry for making them suffer in the cold a moment longer than needed." He yelled for a woman to take our horses into the stables. She hurried off, apologizing and thanking us profusely. "Again, I'm so sorry about that." "It's no trouble," Shara said, "and this is a lovely place. We would be overjoyed if you had a room available." "I have a few, actually, though I'm not sure if any of them would be good enough for you two. I'm sure this place is a farmhouse compared to where you'd want to stay." It was a 3-story inn, with finely crafted furniture, exquisite paintings framed by bronze, and pristine rugs embroidered with intricate designs. I couldn't imagine how many dallions had gone into the creation I saw before my eyes. There was even an aroma that made me think of fanciness, a mixture of oak and green apples. "No, it's excellent," Shara rightly said. "Far better than what we're used to." He frowned. "Please, I'm embarrassed to own a place like this, but if you would be so kind as to stay in one of my rooms, I would be ecstatic." I didn't understand what could make him think so poorly of the inn. Maybe I would be surprised by what we found in our room. "I'm sure any room would make us feel like a queen and king. What are your rates?" "Please, I should be paying you to stay here. It would only increase the value of the place so I could rightly charge others to stay in the same building as you both." "Thank you, but we would be happy to pay." "No, I insist. Take the grand bedroom on the 3rd floor. It's the best I can offer, and anything else would be embarrassing. Go up there right now. Go ahead." I was too tired to care if this man was insane offering us his best room for free. I turned toward the stairs, but Shar grabbed my shoulder. "You couldn't possibly accept such a gracious offer. Please, let us pay for another room. We would hate to occupy one of your best when I'm sure one of your worst would still offer the best night's sleep I've ever had." "No, you must take the grand bedroom. Anything else simply wouldn't do, and I could never ask you to pay." "Thank you, but we insist. Please, how much for a less exquisite room? 1 bed is fine." His eyes bulged as if he defended us. "I cannot have you pay for any of the rooms. Please, take the grand bedroom. I'll lead you there right now." "Please, let us pay for another room. Please, sir. This is such a fine place, we must pay." "All right, if you insist." He cleared his throat, the politeness in his tone gone. 1 rough for 1 bed. 1 rough 3 pits for a 2-bed. "How big are the beds?" Shara now had the same tone as his, plain and ready to negotiate. The switch was startling. "They range from 4 feet across to 8. 4-footers are in the rooms I mentioned. More coins for bigger beds." He glanced at us knowingly, assuming correctly we wanted the cheaper room. But 1 silver was too much for a room, even with our horses staying in the stables. Shara thought the same thing, apparently. "We'll pay 7 pits for the 1 bed." 9. "You can't do 9. 8 it is." Shara handed the man one of the 4 silvers I'd given her earlier. He gave her back 2 pits and silently led us to our room. Where was the politeness I'd seen earlier? He didn't even look over his shoulder to make sure we were following him, as if now that we'd given him money, we didn't matter anymore. I couldn't wait to close the door behind us and ask Shara, what was that? That's fair thing. It's exhausting. Why didn't you just take the free grand bedroom? For a while, she just laughed. She seemed almost delirious from exhaustion, holding her head until her giggles finally died out. You almost took up his offer for that room. Worried me for a moment. And why shouldn't we? You don't ever take their offers until the Ferrith is done. Ever, Nico. I'm not exaggerating. Do not take their offers. In fact, if you're not as generous as they are during the Ferrith, it's almost as bad. That doesn't make any sense. Why offer something if the other person shouldn't take it? Everyone does it, not just in Antolith. We offer to be nice, and we expect the other person to realize this and decline our offer. Here, they take it a step further, many steps further. Everyone here does that? I was incredulous. Everyone. But I still don't understand what would have happened if we'd taken the grand bedroom. I looked around for comparison. The 4-foot-wide bed, which looked even smaller than I'd imagined, took up most of the room. There was a window and a clean mirror, but the room certainly wasn't worth 8 bits. Taking his offer would be the most embarrassing thing you'd do short of taking off all your clothes and running in circles. You just don't do it. No one does. You could get in serious trouble, just like if we took your clothes off in public. She covered her mouth as she yawned. When the Ferrith is over, then you can accept an offer. Think of what it would be like if the innkeeper had put his finger up his nose and started digging around while we were speaking. Even that wouldn't be as bad as accepting an offer during Ferrith. She eyed the bed as she started unbuttoning her dress. Should I turn away? I did anyway. Yes, but I'm not undressing completely. We're sharing a bed after all. I realized it was the first time we'd be sleeping indoors. First time it was warm enough for us to remove our clothes before sleeping. I didn't think of this before telling Shara to get the cheaper 1-bedroom. I waited for her to complain as I removed my shirt, prepared to pay for a 2-bed if needed. When she didn't say anything, I realized she probably wasn't paying attention. I glanced over my shoulder to see her turned away from me like I was from her. The slight curve of her back brought my eyes down her body. Her socks the only thing left to be removed, for she certainly would keep on her undergarments. I straightened out and removed my pants, leaving on just my undershorts. She was first into bed, pulling the sheets up to her chin. Bad idea with the bed, I said, getting in on the other side, careful not to touch her. Bad idea? I didn't think ahead. That we would be undressing because it was warm, and 4 feet sounded wider in my mind. I didn't want to pay extra either. It's my money that we're spending as well, Nico. Don't forget, I'm paying you back once I redeem my scroll. I swear I will. I believe you. We said goodnight. I rolled over and noticed the window facing west. Its curtain wasn't drawn, letting in the light of the moon. I sat up to look through it for a glimpse of the forest. Somewhere among those trees a mile out was an army intent on punishing us until our king agreed to start the sacrifices again. I almost wanted him to do it. All this fighting would be done, and Chara said those being sacrificed wanted to jump. Well, the last one didn't, but probably most do. No. If the sacrifices weren't accomplishing anything, then we should put an end to them. The Southern King was the one who needed to change his mind. I scoffed as I thought about all the innocent people dying because of this war, and how many more would die before it ended. Do you see something? Shara asked. I felt her sit up, pulling the blankets with her to cover herself. It's quiet, still. I tried to sleep, but every noise I heard was the battle beginning. Someone laughing sounded like yelling at first. A bang on the wall, one of my neighbors rustling, was the first chunk of burning wood being flung into the city. All is safe, I told myself, at least for now. I lay awake, trying not to make noise, even though I could tell Shara wasn't sleeping either. Like me, she fidgeted constantly. We went on like this for the better part of an hour, something I was used to, but I doubted Shara usually stayed awake this long. I was on my back when she turned over to face me for the first time. There wasn't more than a foot of space between us, and our eyes met. I waited for her to speak, to tell me the obvious. She couldn't sleep when she was worried about the battle, or maybe Isel, probably both. There was still the issue of making it to Glane on time, and here we were unable to rest. Complete waste of time. She sighed, and it said all of this at once. I know. I turned toward her and put my hand on her shoulder. She put her hand on top of mine and squeezed. Then she turned to face the other way, taking my hand and pulling my arm over her. I placed my hand on her stomach, but flinched, alarmed to be touching so much of her skin, as I figured she wouldn't want me to. She quickly let go of my arm. Oh, she said. Sorry. She scooted away from me and clamped her own hands onto her shoulders. She must have been all right with me touching her bare stomach, and thought I didn't want to. I showed her how wrong she was by moving close, putting my hand across her body and firmly onto her stomach again. This is all right for you? She asked dubiously. Yes. It wasn't the wrong answer, but it wasn't the right one either. Yes didn't point out the ridiculousness of her question. Yes didn't tell Shara that any man in bed with her would be more than all right holding her like this. I'm sure most would be all right with much more than that. I've never had this before, she whispered. Had what? Comfort in another's touch. Trust. A friend who isn't a crutch. Just this. She squeezed my arm. Inexplicable but missable. It's really easier for you to speak in rhymes. In this case, they give me direction when I don't have it. You should try it. Make a rhyme about me. What does Nico feel about Shara? My danger instinct kicked in, telling me not to play this game. He's glad he met her. That's it? She made no effort to hide her disappointment. I can't rhyme like you. I don't even know what missable means. Able to be mixed together. It's mostly used by chemists. Are you a chemist? I dabble, and you're lucky I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make the antidote that saved your life. She drummed her fingers on my hand. Not sure if you ever really thanked me for that. I leaned over and kissed her cheek. Thank you. She hummed, scrunching her shoulders and curling up against me. I've felt like a crutch, though, I said. You're not. Maybe somewhat in the beginning, but not now. Why stay with me in the beginning, then? I needed someone to go with me, and you were hurting from loss in the same way I was, which made it easy to trust you. It's comforting to find someone with the same pain, who's been dealt the same hand. She scoffed. It's for the same reason I trusted Tyree so easily, especially given he's a child. It had taken me far longer to trust her than she had me, but more quickly than it took me to trust anyone else after Swen, I realized. I suppose it's easier to trust someone who's lost the same things you have, I said. It also helps that we want the same thing. Redemption? Justice. I hated what I'd done during the first night, and that she'd woken up to realize it. I wasn't sure if I'd ever explained why. I didn't trust you at first. It's why I left during the night. Oh. I wanted to rhyme, feeling it was the only thing to stop the solemn wet blanket coming down around us. I was wrong to do that. I trust you now. I won't leave again. This, I vow. She giggled. You're not going to try rhyming all your words? Not when I'm this tired. Good night, Nico. Good night. I felt her fall asleep soon after. She twitched a few times in my embrace. Then her breathing became loud and rhythmic. I drifted off into slumber ridden with guilt-stricken nightmares. Only these were about Isel instead of my mother. I awoke with a start. The battle. I'd slept through the start of it. The morning sun. It was dawn. I ran to the window expecting to see the city ablaze. Nico, what is it? I scanned the city. No fires. I searched the forest. Nothing. I took a few breaths, trying to calm my heart. It's all right. I managed to get out. They didn't attack yet. Chapter 31. We had 4 days left to reach Glane, including today. Shara figured we had no more than an hour to spare before we had to ride north. She would use this time to buy a water skin, food, and maybe even undergarments. I was to stay put in the inn so I didn't get myself hung, failing to ferret correctly. I said I would catch up on sleep in the room, and I felt horrible lying to her. But she would have tried to stop me if I told her what I really would be doing. We agreed to run out of the city at the first sign of an attack and meet at the northern border. Before Shara left, she gave me a hug. If the innkeeper or any of his staff knocks on the door and tries to ferret you, be as polite as possible. It means they're trying to sell you something, but don't ignore them. Compliment them profusely. If you don't feel sick at how polite you're being, you're probably not being polite enough. You can't flatter too lavishly. I've got it. Make sure you're at the inn on time. My worries will torment me if you're not. Thanks to my father, I've had enough waiting and wondering for a lifetime. I'll be here. Immediately after she left, I set out looking for the man who'd taken my dallion. There was a good chance he wasn't even in this city, and if he was, the odds of finding him were even less. Still, I had to try. The first step was figuring out what a degenerate thief would do with a dallion. The answer was easy. Spend it. There were 2 types of thieves, calculating and calm, or spontaneous and emotional. The latter was the more dangerous, and this was what my thief seemed like to me. I would find him in the richer part of town, where he would be flaunting that money. In his mind, it was his own now, as if he'd earned it. Unfortunately, my mind didn't work like Shara's. His face had become less clear in my memory. I was still confident I could recognize him, though. Those deep cheek lines, those wide ears, that thinning hair on the sides of his head. I just needed to spot him for an instant. I asked a woman where someone might go if they were looking for items of the most exquisite quality in Antilith. I was thankful when she answered without a compliment. She told me of an area on the northern side of the city, and I made my way there. "Excuse me, kind gentleman. Excuse me." I met a street merchant's gaze. "Yes, you, kind gentleman," he said.
I know my clothes are probably not of the quality a fine man like yourself is looking for. But please do me the favor of at least browsing. Your attention to my shop would be great business. I thought of Shara finding me with my neck in a noose, and I froze. I hadn't the faintest idea what to say. I couldn't agree with him that I was too good for his clothes. But Shara had made it clear that I couldn't ignore him like I would in Landheim, so I forced myself to say something. They look more than appropriate for someone like me. I'm sorry, I can't look closer, though. I must be getting somewhere. My tone sounded cross to my own ears. Was I incapable of being sweet? Wylan often told me I needed to be friendlier to our clients. The merchant apparently overlooked my tone. That's kind of you to say, fine gentleman, but I should be giving away these rags. Please come, take a shirt. You would make it look better than it deserves. Be as polite as possible. Thank you, but please, I couldn't. I'm so sorry. The merchant was starting to look offended, his eyes squinting at me. Because taking the shirt for free would be a crime. He waited for me to follow up. All your clothes, it would be a crime to take any of them. Because they deserve payment. I sounded a little better, but I was still fumbling. Gods, will this man just leave me alone? He was still waiting for me to say something else. Because it's fine. Very fine clothing. His mouth turned into disappointment, and I finally remembered what Shara told me about flattering to the point of sickness. Sorry, I don't know what's come over me. I mean, they're the best. The best clothes I've ever seen. This finally perked him up. Oh, that's so kind of you to say, but they're barely appropriate for the poor. And you, fine gentlemen, remind me of a prince. I felt myself gagging as he went on. Please take a closer look. I would be so honored if you wore anything here. He tried to wave me toward his table. They look lovely, and I wish I could. And I'm so sorry. I really must be leaving now. I'm so sorry. It took all of my effort not to break into a run as I left. I wasn't sure exactly how rude I'd just been, but I felt like I spat in his face. I risked a look back. The merchant already was flattering someone else. I let out a sigh of relief, but when I faced forward again, another merchant seemed like he'd marked me as a possible sale. I moved to another street. From then on, I decided it would save time if I avoided every merchant rather than walk by them. I roamed without luck as my hour drained away. Soon I started to lose what little hope I had of finding the thief. Just a few more stores, I told myself. Then I really need to start back. I looked through an open window into what seemed like the 100th store. This one sold timepieces and other mechanical devices, all of which I was sure were too expensive for me. It wasn't that I didn't have the money, it was that I'd never considered such items to be worth the expense. Timepieces intrigued me when I was younger, until I became convinced I'd never own one. There were two people at the counter speaking with the owner. One was a child. They must have been rich. Both wore silk shirts, the man's adorned with gold buttons on the cuffs. I went around to another window to look at their faces. I stood there slack-jawed when I recognized the thief. And not only that, the boy with him was Tyree. I would have bet my dallion against the odds of finding him. Yet there he was. Finally, I had the presence of mind to move before either of them turned to notice me. I cautiously peered in from the corner of the window. They must have been done fair thing because they were negotiating the price of something now. My late wife wore it till she died, the thief argued. And she only wore it the finest of everything. It's worth more than 10 silver. Wore it, sir? The thief slammed his fist on the counter. You know what I mean. She wore it before she died. No doubt they'd stolen whatever it was. I noticed Tyree calmly moving over to the wall as the thief became more belligerent. The boy grabbed something and slipped it into his pocket. So this was just a ruse for them to steal another timepiece. If you won't take it for 10, then I'll sell it to someone who will. The thief jabbed his finger at the open door behind him. There are smarter men than you in abundance here. The merchant sniggered. Abundance? If only he knew he was being robbed. I thought about saying something, but I couldn't think quick enough to devise a plan. What should my next step be? I needed more time. It was too late. Tyree and the man who robbed me were storming out. I let them walk nearly to the turn of the street before I started to follow. Were they father and son? They certainly were dressed alike, but something seemed disingenuous about the relationship. I'd heard my mother and Aunt Nan gossiping about other mothers, their neighbors. They always seemed to know who had parental instincts and who didn't, and they could recognize a father with his son on the street in an instant. Aunt Nan shamelessly asked the father questions to find out if the child's mother was still around. I could have used such an insight in this moment, as I still wondered about the two criminals. I hoped they weren't related. I hoped my thief would be separate from Tyree, so I could track him without worrying of what I might have to do to the boy. Sure, he'd angered me with his thievery, but he was a child, untrustworthy, but still innocent in my eyes. I'm sure whatever led him down this path was something more miserable than any punishment I could bring myself to deliver. I followed them down many streets, almost losing them with each turn they took. I became acutely aware of the sun and realized close to an hour must have passed. Whatever I was going to do, I had to hurry. They finally turned into an alley. I used some barrels to climb onto a roof, then crawled across the edge and waited, listening to determine how far they'd gone. "Let's see it," the thief said, his voice coming from 2 houses down. I carefully made my way there, jumping over the gaps between roofs.
What was that?
Tyree was startled by the noise I'd made. "Some animal. You're always jumpy. Not a good quality for a little thief, little goat." His tone was snide, making the nickname sound instead like an insult.
At least I know how to use the word war. Gods, Bagger, will you ever learn how to speak?
"Of course I know war. I was distracting him. It worked, didn't it? Now let's see it." I was flat on my stomach when I risked a look over the edge. "You should get at least 5 silver for that one," Bagger said.
I expect 3 when you sell it.
2. Bagger shoved Tyree. The child fell but jumped up quickly. He didn't look familiar with a confrontation like this and backed up into the wall just beneath me. "Don't try that with me." Bagger shook a finger in his face. "You want to keep this
arrangement?"
"Shut up! If you want to keep this, what we got, you do as I tell you." Bagger leaned over him, sticking his face near Tyree's. The child looked down and tried to back up farther, only to be stopped by the wall. "Say you understand." Bagger cuffed the side of his head.
I understand.
"Now take this one too. Sell it and give me half. I'll know if you lie."
You said you'd tell me who you took that dallion from if I helped you take the first timepiece.
"He's dead and pitless, so it doesn't matter now, does it?" "Dead?" Oh, he thought I was dead because of the flying spider attack. Good. Maybe it would give me an advantage. Tyree shoved both timepieces in his pocket. He started to walk away, only to look back after a few steps.
We should go to Glane. I've heard there are even richer people there, and they don't ferret.
"They're richer in Glane, but they'll also take more than a finger if you're caught."
I never get caught.
"So far. You want to lose a hand when you do?" Tyree looked at his right hand. "Thought so. Now go. Meet at the spot tomorrow." Tyree ran off. My wish had come true. They weren't father and son, and I had Bagger alone now. As the idea of hurting him came to mind, pity fought against it. What had brought these two together? Maybe it was loss, just like it was with Shara and me. But unlike us, they had turned to thieving and even seemed to enjoy it. At least Bagger did. He was whistling now as he walked down the alley. Only a despicable man takes without need and without guilt. He had my dallion. So why was he still stealing? My adrenaline kicked in as I realized it was time to act. Without needing precision, I gathered my pie over his head. When a small cloud of it was ready, I brought it down onto his face, then pulled back with as much force as I could. His knees bent, and for a startling moment, I thought he was going to stay on his feet. Then they were plucked out from beneath him, and he fell hard on his back. Now screaming, he started swiping a dagger at where he figured his attacker's arm must be. I was surprised by his reflex, so ready to cut a man just for grabbing his face. Feeling nothing from his swipes, he tried to grab the hand holding his face, and keeping his back pressed to the ground. Of course, there was no hand, so he found my pie energy instead. "What is this?" He tried to get his hand around it so he could pull it off, but my mind easily overpowered the strength of his arms. I'd never felt someone tugging on the pie I was controlling before. If I hadn't seen him trying to pull it off his forehead, I would have thought the extra resistance was just my body's urge to relax. The feeling wasn't much different than spending the day lifting planks of wood and then finding that one of the same weight seemed twice as heavy. It was uncomfortable, but I gritted my teeth and forced the energy to stay still. Bagger growled, "Get off me!" While his shouts hadn't drawn attention so far, I didn't want to wait until they did. I spread the energy so that it covered his mouth and nose, pushing down with enough force to cause terrible pain. But pain wasn't his concern, of course. Breathing was. His arms and legs began flailing. "Stay quiet and you'll live," I told him, as quickly and carefully as I could. I swung my legs over the roof and jumped. I landed too hard to stay on my feet. Falling forward onto my hands, I almost lost complete control of the energy in that moment, but I regained focus enough to grab it before it disappeared. It had ridden off his face, and I noticed him struggling to stand just as I pushed it back down, muffling his mouth and nose again. He clawed at it, desperate to get it off. "Scream and you'll die," I said, letting the energy up slightly. His eyes went wide with recognition when his head spun toward me. Aggression flooded his face. He tried to sit up, so I slammed him back to the ground. "Don't move. Don't say anything." He became still, except for his tightening grip around his dagger. "Gods, please don't make me kill you." I was somewhat surprised by this thought. I wanted him dead immediately after he'd taken my dallion,
I just didn't have it in me. This man didn't compare to the Red Priest, who I'd kill again if I had the chance. This man was full of evil, but a different kind, subdued in comparison. He wasn't taking lives. He'd even spared mine. "Take out your money pouch," I demanded. He didn't move. "Now." I pressed the cluster of pie down onto his throat slightly. He gasped. "All right," he choked out. I checked behind me just to make sure no one had walked up since I'd jumped down from the roof. Panic threatened to stop my heart when I saw Tyree staring back. What would the boy do? He looked startled that I had seen him. I heard Bagger rustle. It drew my gaze, but he was just removing his money pouch. When I looked back, Tyree was gone. Was the boy running to a guard right now? Would he tell them I'm a Pyforial mage? I snatched the pouch from Bagger's open hand. "Stay down." I pushed Pie against his chest, holding it there as I ran toward where Tyree had been. I left Bagger and ran into the street, looking both directions for Tyree. I couldn't find him, so I chose a direction, left, and took off that way. I didn't know what I would do if I found him. It didn't matter. The street soon split, and there was no way I was going to locate him. I kept running, though, going as far as I could before I needed to stop for breath. Then I checked the money pouch. My medallion wasn't in it. Chapter 32. I counted 3 roughs and 16 pits. Hardly more than I could make in a day back in Landheim. Damn. He probably had the medallion in his shoe or a hidden pocket. Why did I think of it earlier? Not only that, but that's what I should have done with my medallion before he robbed me. Shara should have told me to do that. Why didn't she? Probably because she'd never even held a medallion before. I was just angry and looking for someone to blame. This wasn't her fault. Just because she was smarter than me didn't mean my stupidity was her responsibility. Gods, I definitely was going to be late meeting her. I ran toward the inn while I tried to understand all that I'd just done. I'd revealed to Bagger and Tyree that I was a Pyforial mage. For all I knew, someone else could have seen me in that alley. Guards could be looking for me right now. All of this for 3 roughs and 16 pits. And now Shara was going to scream at me for making her worry. I muttered curses at myself all the way back. I arrived outside the inn to find her with her hands on her hips and a stormy expression on her face. "Two hells, I was so worried!" she screamed. "Do you even know how late you are?" "I know." "Where were you?" People were staring, so I tried to bring her off the street. When I put my hand on her arm, though, she jerked away and hit me in the chest. "I'm trying to explain." I grabbed her arm and moved us to the alley while she fought me. "You don't even look sorry." She shoved me. I stumbled for a step, noticing too late that she was coming after me. "I thought the Southern Army had come from the woods." She shoved me harder this time, nearly making me fall. "I was so panicked, I could barely breathe. Then I thought you'd been arrested for failing to ferret. I started asking guards about you. To hells, Nico." She was about to shove me again, but I grabbed her hands. "Stop! Stop!" She balled her hands and struck my arms and chest. "Stop!" My words did nothing. I grabbed her hands, but her right one slipped free and caught me with a solid blow to my chin. Both of her hands flew up to cover her mouth, her eyes stricken with guilt. I felt my bottom lip stinging, tasting blood. I spat and wasn't surprised to see it was red. "I'm sorry, She dropped her hands and cleared her throat, her face abruptly serious. "I mean, that's what you deserve for the torture you put me through." I gave her a long look, then spat out more blood. Her brow furrowed as she bit her lip. "Does it hurt?" "I'll be all right. I've never punched someone before." "Congratulations," I said sarcastically. I was trying to get here as soon as I could, but I found my thief. I went looking for him, and I actually found him and Tyree. Just the mention of the boy's name was enough to make Shara's face twist with disgust. "That little runt! I hope you report both of them to the guards." The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. I told her everything that I did instead, figuring she would understand letting Tyree go to focus on Bagger. She didn't. "Nico, do you realize how dangerous that was? I'm not hearing so from your voice." "I know it was dangerous." "We should leave the city in case they report you. We might be able to beat word of you reaching Glane if we hurry. In fact, we should have left half an hour ago." "Let's go then." We fetched the horses and rode abreast, not speaking. "I'm sorry," I said after a bit. "I didn't wish to worry you." "Of course you didn't." She sounded just as callous as she had the morning she looked inside my coin purse. We fell silent again until I couldn't stand it any longer. "We should make it to Glane in time, right? If we stop only to rest the horses." I sighed, longing to get the old Shara back. "By the way," she said, "I spent all 4 silver. I'll pay you back." "You don't have to pay me back for the food." "Oh, I wasn't going to." We laughed.
and I instantly felt better. Shara's giggle was interrupted by her gasping.
Look!
A swarm of soldiers clad in black armor quickly filled the streets before us.
Must be our army from Glane. So many of them.
Relief made my body tingle. This town won't burn like the rest.
Thanks to you.
And Isel.
I hope we don't see him in Glane.
But I wasn't afraid of him like Shara clearly was. In fact, I missed him. I knew it was strange, but I couldn't help it. I regretted the way we parted, the things I said and didn't say. I wouldn't mind speaking with him one more time.
Because you feel guilty?
Shara asked.
You shouldn't.
I do, but I've felt guilt for the past 8 years. She grumbled.
I can't believe I'm about to quote Harold Damois, but even the worst poets can get lucky from time to time. There are 2 types of emotions. One is as fickle as the weather, a storm, a tornado, hail. The other type is endless, and there's nothing tangible that exists into infinity as these emotions do. Time will dismantle everything, including our bodies, before we let go of these feelings. Once they start, there's no end to them until they're abandoned, left behind without a look back. Among them can be love, hate, and bereavement, but none have the tenacity of guilt.
I waited, but she seemed to be done. Harold Damois wrote that?
I know, doesn't even rhyme.
But he's right in this case.
Your guilt is so deep that you need to abandon it.
I don't think I can.
If people can abandon their own children, then you can abandon this guilt.
She was adamant, but she was wrong. I felt uncomfortable discussing the topic of abandonment with Shara, but I couldn't let it go. Except I would never abandon my child. Maybe people who abandon their children also can abandon guilt, but I can't.
You will eventually. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I feel guilty about trying not to feel guilty. I've done terrible things, and I'm really supposed to just forget about them?
Not forget, but you're supposed to let them go.
Shara didn't understand what it was like. She didn't feel guilty about Isel. Gods, she didn't feel guilty about anything, and rightly so. I envy you, I admitted. This only made her frown. We rode for 2 whole days without incident, stopping only at night or when Shara said our horses needed a break. As we talked, we mentioned Isel and the thieves less and less. With the threat of battle behind us, we just had to worry about making it to the Master of Coin in time, and even that somehow stopped nagging at me. There was plenty of food along with the perfect mixture of sun and wind. I'd lost a dallion and quite a lot of silver since leaving, making me poorer than I'd been in years, but I just couldn't keep up the effort to care. Shara said Antolith was the northernmost city in Rallon, so we'd been in Arish since the moment we crossed the river just north of the city, and the land certainly resembled this change of territories. Small forests covered the hills like hair, hardly a bald spot to be seen. Rows of groomed trees encircled small towns. Everything was greener, healthier. The grass itself nearly glowed in the sun, as if all these acres were well managed by man. Shara told me those who lived in Narish had comfortable lives, but the lords of the land made them seem poor by comparison. Most of these lords shared a bloodline with royalty. When we finally stopped to sleep the second night, the air was just cold enough to give us an excuse to share blankets, but not too cold to make us shiver. I woke up to Shara's rustling as she squeezed out from under my arm. We both sat up, and I started my morning routine of checking my money, then my bag. Something had dragged it away from us. It was still closed. Nothing appeared to be missing, except my shoes, which had been right beside my bag. I ran around frantically. No order to my search. Where are my shoes? They're gone? There wasn't many places they could be, so it took only a moment for me to realize that Shara was right. Yes. Good thing you have an extra pair. Imagine if you had to walk into the castle with no shoes. They probably wouldn't even let you in, redemption scroll or not. It was Shara. She'd taken them. No, she wouldn't. Or would she? I studied her. What? I stared at her, trying to decide whether she could have hidden them. Nico, what? I still didn't answer. What? Suddenly she realized what I was thinking. You think I took them? Silence. You think I would take them just to prove a point? Nico, say something. I still couldn't tell. I wouldn't take your shoes, she screamed, then jabbed her finger. Stop looking at me like that. I was starting to believe her. Nico, please. I would never do something like that. Her eyes fell to the grass. To you. You would to others? Well, Shara has tricked some of her nasty parents to teach them to listen. She balled her fists and dropped them down to her sides. But I wouldn't do that to you. We've come all this way with you trusting me. Why stop now? That turned me to her side. You're right. So you believe me? Completely.
To hells, Nico. You had your arm around me all night. How could I have taken them anyway?
God, she was right.
That was stupid of me.
Doesn't matter. I believe you. She wagged her finger.
Oh, now it doesn't matter? Now that Nico says he believes Shara? What's the point in logic coming to light? Maybe if it wasn't so early, I would have thought of that right away and watched the mean glare drop off your face so fast.
You're right. It was stupid of me to blame you. She folded her arms, seemingly waiting for me to say something else.
What? You don't apologize often enough.
With my father despising apologies, I'd gotten used to not speaking them. Kind of ironic how an apology was the last thing I said to the man as I abandoned his body in our burning house. Sorry, Shara. She turned her head and tapped her cheek. I let out a light laugh as I approached. It's strange how you do this, like you're training me to be your suitor. As I moved my lips towards her, she leaned away and put her palms up.
I'm not trying to do that.
I know you're not. I just mean it feels like that.
It shouldn't.
I know it shouldn't, but it does. I shouldn't have said anything. I didn't even know why I mentioned it. I liked kissing her cheek, even if it felt strange to do so at her request. I'd be happy to kiss more than her cheek. The silence between us was becoming awkward. Forget I mentioned it. I motioned to kiss her cheek. She stepped away.
Wait.
She clearly wanted to speak, but had difficulty expressing whatever it was. My socks were becoming wet from the grass. I started toward my bag to get my extra pair of shoes. By the time I had them on, Shara still seemed unsure what to say. I briskly walked over to her, gently took her face in my hands, and planted a soft kiss on her cheek. Forget I said anything about it.
All right.
She turned away, but not before I noticed her blushing. We found one shoe just after we started riding. Something had chewed through the top. Shara raised her eyebrows at me. I know. It was silly of me to blame you.
And aren't you glad you have extra shoes?
Yes. We rode hard for the rest of the day and half of the next. The capital came into sight soon after we passed through a crown of hills. The amount of stone that went into its construction filled me with awe. All my work was done with wood, so I could only guess as to how they built a wall of stone around the city. There was only one way in, a paved street that made the cars' horseshoes clatter rhythmically. 2 guards stood in the entranceway, where an open gate with thick bars clearly was meant to be closed in case of attack. This city wouldn't burn like the others. 2 horses pulling a covered carriage stormed out between the guards, a retinue of horsemen behind it.
Move aside!
The driver yelled at us. The car reared up when I pulled on his reins too hard, and I fell onto the stone road. Pain shot through me. Too worried I was about to be trampled to assess my injuries, I jumped up, took the car's reins, and scrambled off the road. Slowly, all the stinging in my body moved to my back. I grabbed it for some relief and groaned. Shara came up, sucking air through her teeth.
How bad is it?
Could be a lot worse.
Rude nobles. You'd think they care about the people they lord over.
That was a lord? I looked back. The retinue of horsemen covered any sight of the noble.
I assume so, based on the number riding with him.
We walked our horses to the guards after that. One of them stuck out his arm as we neared. What business do you have in the capital? We have redemption scrolls, I said. The guards looked at each other skeptical. My pulse quickened with the thought that these weren't going to be honored. They were given to us by the claim inspector of your army in Landheim, I argued. One guard slapped the other in the chest with the back of his hand. These must be the scrolls they told us about. The other scratched his chin. I don't remember hearing about scrolls. 2 weeks ago, something about redeeming them for money. Those who have no way of making it on their own. His own words made him grimace while his glance shifted to me. Are you and the girl dullards? You can't get a job and have to take from the king's pockets? Our homes were destroyed in battle, I lashed back. My father was killed by one of your own. The guards puffed out their chests, clearly not appreciative of my tone. Shara spoke quickly.
The scrolls are just a little help so we can settle somewhere and start working. We're without a home, sir. Sirs.
I swallowed my pride and lowered my head humbly. It's been a difficult trip from Landheim. Their shoulders relaxed. No one else has come through with these, one said. Let's see them then. The other guard came to read over his shoulder. They laughed and pointed to something on mine. Smile, one told me. I didn't feel like it. Smile. There was some threat to his voice this time. I forced a grin. There they are, he said, pointing at my cheeks. They really started laughing as they read Shara's scroll. She scoffed.
Can we please just go inside?
Her voice was beyond irritated. The guards became still for a breath, glancing at each other.
Then they both doubled over from laughter. Terribly annoying is right, one yelled. Shara grumbled and snatched our scrolls back from them. They were laughing too hard to care as we dragged our horses into the city. Chapter 33. With my back aching and the ringing of their laughter fresh in my mind, it was hard to appreciate the beauty of the capital. I already felt like we didn't belong. This was supposed to be the most joyous event of our entire trip, reaching Glane in time. But now all I could think about was how foolish it was to believe that Shara and I could live in a city like this. I figured the cheapest house was more than 3 dallions, and there was no room to build one of my own. I suppose the city's crowded because the wall was built 100 years ago, Shara said. Since then, the number of people has increased, yet the space for them hasn't changed. Any idea where to find the Master of Coin? In the King's Castle. We just need to find the King's Road, and it'll take us right there. We tried to ask several people for directions, but they ignored us, like we were beggars. Everyone was busy trying to get somewhere. I wondered how people figured out where anything was if no one spoke to each other. We tried a few shops, but none of the merchants wanted to waste their time with us, and we showed no interest in their goods. With evening settling upon us, I started to worry. It was day 34 of the 4th month. If our scrolls expired the beginning of the day 35, then we had just hours left to get them to the Master of Coin. Finally, we bought bread at a bakery when the woman agreed to tell us the way to the King's Road if we did. The bread wasn't even fresh. I figured she'd given us a loaf of yesterday's batch, maybe even from the day before. She had plenty, so what was the point? It angered me enough to go back in against Shara's wishes and demand what we paid for. You paid for bread, and you got it. Now you can leave or I can call the guards. Come on, Nico. Shara dragged me out before I could think of how much what was in my head I should filter out before I let my words go at this woman. Why is everyone here so... I couldn't think of the right word. Discourteous? Yes. Indifferent? That too. Downright numb, like we're street grum from some slum? But let's be on our way. There isn't much time left in the day. Our dallions are waiting. We shouldn't stay here debating, berating, with a nasty woman who... I took Shara by the shoulders. All right. We got on our horses and found the King's Road while there was still light. It was a straight ride north to the castle. I could see it in front of us, no longer obstructed by any building. But by the time we reached its gates, the sun had set, and my stomach was tight with worry. A set of nicer guards than the last led us through the gate after we showed them our redemption scrolls and explained the purpose behind them. They even politely smiled and wished us luck, which completely turned our moods around. This is the outer courtyard, Shara said. I wish I still had my book about the castle, but it was in the bag Tyree stole. It had everything I could ever want to know and more. The name of every noble who lives or lived within the castle. Any other notable person. An overhead map with each room labeled. She sighed. Maybe I'd have a dallion or two if I didn't spend money on books. And just to lose them all in fire or through theft. How sad. I thought you didn't want pity, I teased. I can pity myself all I want. She spoke with an air of superiority. The outer courtyard had our kingdom's sigil cut into the grass, a D, within a circle to represent a dallion. The same symbol was on the flags jutting out of 2 towers that served as the front corners of the castle. It was marvelous, and certainly the biggest man-made structure I'd seen, but Shara wasn't impressed. Drawings always made it seem bigger. Maybe it looks better from one of the inner courtyards. How many courtyards are there? This outer one, and 2 inner ones. What's that? I pointed to a house with a steeple. Being within the gate, it had to be affiliated with the castle, but it wasn't connected to the stone walls ahead of us. The priest house. The head priest lives there. What does he do now that we're no longer sacrificing? I'm sure just as much as before. Having faith isn't all about barbarous rituals of the old world. The sacrifices have tainted everything else the priests hope to accomplish. You'd know more about it if you grew up in the South, or read more. I could tell Shara wasn't trying to offend, but just enlighten me. I made a mental reminder to invest some time and money in a few select books when everything was settled. Faith, the lords of the land, the laws regarding abandoned children, and horses were just a few of the things I wanted to know more about. I spent my childhood feeling incapable, but never have I felt in need of educating, not until I met Shara. I strived to learn more about this world. It seemed appropriate given I was stuck here. Why is there water around the castle's entrance? It's called a moat. That walkway ahead of us is actually a drawbridge. If the castle comes under attack, it's pulled up. But there's already a stone wall surrounding Glane. The moat's extra security, and not just against an invading army. She gave me a knowing look. Glane's citizens have attacked the castle? Yes. When a king came to power who didn't belong. I had too many questions and not enough time.
Guards stopped us at the drawbridge. Again, we showed our redemption scrolls. Again, they needed to be reminded of what the scrolls were for, and again, they let us by. We left our horses with them, no doubt to be taken to the stables.
I'm glad only the first set of guards actually read the scrolls, Shara said. The terribly annoying detail is so embarrassing. I fear what the Master of Coin will say about it.
Maybe you should just be terribly annoying. Then he won't have a reason to question it. She didn't laugh at my jape.
You're no help.
We passed under an awning, what I learned was called the barbican. And then we went through what Shara called the gatehouse. But we'd just gone from one courtyard to another.
In our courtyard now?
I figured.
Yes.
Don't tell me there's another courtyard before we finally get inside.
No, the other courtyard is at the back of the castle.
We were enclosed by the castle walls, except for the gap through which we'd enter, and a set of thick wooden doors on the other side, where another couple of guards awaited. We made our way, turning the heads of 2 women in bright dresses sitting on a stone bench long enough to seat 10. A man in steel armor stood behind them stoically, giving them the appearance of importance. Who are they? I asked Shara after we passed.
Maybe one is royalty, maybe both.
She grabbed my hand and hopped a bit.
Isn't this exciting?
I'll be excited when I can put my dallions in my pocket. Shara turned and started toward the 2 women. I stopped in the middle of the courtyard, whispering furiously for her to stop. She petulantly waved her hand behind her for me to shut up. The 2 women stopped their conversation as Shara drew near. The man in steel behind them started in motion, his armor clanking as he hurried to put himself between them and Shara.
Oh!
Shara let out a squeal that contained both trepidation and excitement. She spun and sprinted back to me, laughing and screaming like a child running from an imaginary monster.
What are you doing?
I whispered, embarrassed.
Behave yourself. Look, they're laughing.
The 2 women were, I suppose.
What was the point of that? I wanted to talk to them. Then the big man scared me, so I ran off.
How about you don't approach anyone unnecessarily until we get our money?
Fine.
One of the 2 guards at the open doors went inside, leaving just one to greet us. And greet us he did, surprising me with a smile aimed at Shara. You here to cause trouble? Shara gave him a shy grin and looked down at her feet.
No,
she answered timidly. The guard was dressed in the same leather armor from shoulders to feet as the others who'd questioned us, but he was younger, around 20, with chiseled cheeks and a strong square chin. He had dark hair and eyes, like Shara, and when he folded his arms, his muscles bulged even beneath his thick tunic. No? Really? He teased, flashing his white teeth. What's your name?
Shara.
I was ready to give my name, but he didn't even look at me. Shara? I've never met a Shara. The way he said it and stared at her lips made it seem like he actually was saying he'd never kissed a Shara. She fell silent. I'm Dari. He offered his hand. She slowly slid her palm into his, as if worried he'd crush her hand. His eyebrows lifted when they touched. You have the hands of a working woman. Shara took her hand away.
They're coarse. I know.
It's a good thing, Shara. There are too many beautiful women who've learned to use their faces more than their hands when they want something done. She blushed, then broke into song.
Thank you, but I don't know what to say. What do I do? Is this a game you play? With every lady who comes by? It would be shady, the way you vie. If you claimed I was some exception to your normally reticent reception, I would call it deception, so do not lie. You compliment every woman, is this right? No reason to be sly. Let the truth out tonight.
Dari was stunned. My gods! He sounded repulsed to me. Could it be he was put off by her song? No, I probably confused his admiration for revulsion. Shara put her hands over her face. Her muffled voice came out.
Sometimes I sing.
I figured the flirtatious guard was about to tell her how adorable she was, or maybe how impressed he was that she could rhyme so fluidly without preparation. But apparently these were just my thoughts, for he'd lost his smile, and the friendliness of his tone was gone. What business do you have in the castle? He looked back and forth between us. It was the first time he seemed to notice me. Shara looked like she wanted to disappear, grimacing as she stared at the grass. I took it upon myself to answer, explaining the redemption scrolls and handing them to Dari. He read them as I talked, first mine, then Shara's. He stifled a laugh, probably at the terribly annoying part. I'd never seen Shara's face get so red. Dari handed me both scrolls, now completely ignoring Shara. I handed off her scroll as he spoke to me. The other guard will be back to take you to the Master of Coin. Wait in the Great Hall until he gets back. Shara didn't lift her head until we walked into what I assumed to be the Great Hall. It was eerily dark, making me feel like I'd entered an enormous cave. I tried to make conversation about something besides Dari as we waited for our escort. So this is the Great Hall. Maybe during the day I could actually see what makes it so great.
They call every room in this castle great, our house,
Shara muttered.
The Great Hall, the Great Chambers, the Great Dining Room, the Bakehouse, the Gatehouse, the Priest House.
She sighed. A thought, perhaps a question, made her look up at me with a furrowed brow.
Why didn't you react like Dari did when you met me? Most men do. I seem to repel them.
All I could think about was how I'd abandoned her our first night together. I pushed away my guilt and gathered my thoughts, trying to remember how I did feel about Shara upon meeting her. The truth was that I had found her strange. Her singing provoked uneasiness, and her attitude was unpredictable, making her difficult to trust. I suppose I wouldn't have taken the time to get to know her under different circumstances. This all seemed too cruel to say, though. Shara was the best companion I could have asked for. I was even sad at the thought of our journey being done. Shara looked more depressed with each breath as she waited for my answer.
You wanted to react like Dari, but you kept it to yourself because you knew you could use my help. Is that right? That's why you left the first night. You didn't want anything to do with me.
I was unappreciative of you at first, yes, but that quickly changed.
When you realized you needed my help?
She said, somber. It's much more than that. I felt my blood run hot as I stopped myself from saying more. Then I thought again. What did it matter anymore if I told Shara? We might very well never see each other again after tonight. Maybe this could change that. If she felt the same way. But if she didn't, then we might not even be able to stay friends. And she was the only friend I had left. She looked up at me. Something about her glance urged me to go on. I chose my words carefully. Shara, I wouldn't want to go anywhere without you. I'm hoping when this is done, you'll come with me to check on my aunt, and then we can decide where we want to go. I immediately felt I said too much and decided to give her an easy way out. I don't know what's happened with the war. Might be dangerous, so I completely understand if you want to stay farther north.
I'll go back with you to Cessary.
She nodded quickly as she spoke.
I'll stay with you.
I heard the door close. A guard carrying a lamp emerged from the shadows. He drew his sword when he spotted us. Stay right there! Shara and I threw our hands up. How'd you get inside? He yelled. I let them in! Dari shouted from the entranceway. The two guards met beside us. Why didn't you keep them waiting outside until I got back? It became awkward, Dari replied. They moved away from us and spoke too quietly to hear. When they both started laughing, Shara lowered her head. Dari's a fool, I whispered. He doesn't deserve your company.
Thank you.
All right, Dimples and Terribly Annoying, the other guard announced. Let's go see what the Master of Coin has to say about your scrolls. Chapter 34. We followed this guard up a staircase, the glow of his lantern causing him to be brighter than the rest of the empty great hall. I heard murmurs traveling along the walls as we reached the second floor, making me feel like I was still in a cave. Only this one had inhabitants. Lit sconces were a relief after a turn. We passed two rooms, the second one having guards stationed outside of it. Shara tugged on my sleeve.
The king's quarters,
she whispered. The thought of our king being just behind those doors stirred excitement. He was supposed to be the greatest king who'd ever ruled, or so Betsy Baker had said. All else I knew about him was he'd stopped the human sacrifices and had allowed the creation of the redemption scrolls. Still, those two things were enough for me to appreciate him. We stopped at the room after the king's quarters. Is he here? Our guard asked another man in leather armor. The door behind him was closed like the other rooms we'd passed. He's with the king. He gestured at the guards we'd walked by. When will he be out? I want to see what happens with these two. Being the first ones to come with redemption scrolls. They flashed matching grins.
What do you two know?
Shara asked the men. For detail? Our escort pointed at Shara. Terribly annoying. The other guard laughed. You have no idea what we've gone through to get here in time, I said. Their laughter petered out. It was bad enough watching our homes burn to nothing, but on top of that we encountered the Red Priest and his army in every town from Lanheim to Antlith. Red Priest? Our guard asked. Priest Kavrek. It was your job to protect us from him, but I had to be the one to kill him. You lie, our guard challenged. I didn't know what came over me, but I wasn't about to let anyone else talk down to us. I did so, with the help of Dimas and a friend, and that's the only reason Antlith didn't burn like the other cities. A woman's voice surprised me.
And they also killed a Terraslack.
I turned back to find Dari leading Effie down the hall. Your king should receive a report from Antlith soon, she said. Their killing of Priest Kavrek allowed your army to arrive in Antlith before it could be attacked. You didn't think to mention this after telling me you're here for another Pyforial mage? Dari complained.
Oh, you care about the war? I thought they paid you just to flirt.
Everyone had a quick chuckle except Dari. The man who stood guard in front of the Master of Coins door took my shoulder and turned me toward him. I'd like the name of the man responsible for Priest Kavrick's death. He grabbed my hand and shook it, still holding on to my shoulder with his other hand. I'm the Master of Coins' squire. I'll put in a good word. I knew nothing of what a squire did besides guard empty rooms. I'm Nico. This is Shara. She helped immensely, as well as with killing the terror slack.
I wouldn't say immensely.
She rubbed her foot on the stone floor. Well, Nico and Shara, the squire said, this changes how I think the meeting will go. But that's only if there is a meeting. The Master of Coin could be next door for hours more. He might not even return to his room when he's done. It's best if you come back tomorrow. I was about to complain that our scrolls could expire by tomorrow when I distinctly heard glass breaking from within the Master of Coin's room. Is there someone else in there? I asked. There shouldn't be. The squire and our escort each drew their swords. Dari shouldered between Shara and me to stand behind them. The squire unlocked the door and pushed it open. Broken glass was scattered along the floor, wine spreading among it, glistening in the moonlight coming in from the open balcony doors. The wind? Dari asked after a quick search to find no one. The balcony wasn't open when he left, the squire said. Who are you? Someone shouted from the king's quarters. Guards! Another voice screamed. Guards! The first voice rang out in agreement. The armored men outside the king's door threw it open. They were hurled backward by some unseen force before stepping inside, both slamming into the wall opposite the door. I could feel the Pyforial energy. There was a mage inside that room. Effie was the closest to the king's quarters besides us, and she was the next one to reach the doorway, holding a shell of Sartius energy in front of her. It did little to no good, as she was flung backward just like the guards. The Sartius energy was left hovering, dispersing as I passed through it and into the room, diving in at an angle so I couldn't be flung out. Shara was right behind me. A gust of pie knocked us back, but we'd both gone far enough inside to stay within the room. We crashed against the wall behind us, and by the time I picked myself up, the door to the room had slammed shut. The squire kicked it open. His body was thrown back right after. Dari was next, diving into the room like Shara and I'd done. He was picked up with so much force that when he crashed against the wall, his feet were higher than his head. All the while, two people were suffocating. The one wearing the crown obviously was the king, and the other prying at his throat had to be the Master of Coin. And then I saw Isel. Don't interfere! He screamed. Shara pointed her wand before I figured out what to do. Just as it started to glow, Isel flicked his hand, sending her wand across the room. Shara started to run after it, only to be violently knocked over when Isel pushed his palm in her direction. She screamed, but got up and still scrambled after her wand. Stop, Shara! I yelled, fearful of what Isel would do to her next. But he was too focused on Dari charging at him. The squire and the guard who'd escorted us came through the now open door right behind Dari. All three were taken off their feet with a swipe of Isel's hand. I figured the only reason I hadn't been touched since my initial entrance was because I hadn't interfered like the rest. Shara grabbed her wand again, and Isel noticed squeezing his hand in her direction. She dropped her wand to grab her throat, uttering choking sounds like the king and the Master of Coin. Not wanting to hurt my friend, I tried overpowering his hold on the Pyforial energy around Shara's neck, but it felt like I was trying to pry off metal shackles with my bare hands. He was too strong, even while focusing to keep high around his other two victims' necks. The king had stopped struggling and appeared to be dead on his feet, his eyes closed and his arms limp. He was released and puddled to the ground. The Master of Coin was still alive, and with fight left. He was blue in the face, but thrashing like a wild animal. I thought of Isel stuck in prison without seeing another human being. Every day he probably practiced with Pi to pass the time as anger stormed within him. He wasn't the same person I'd known growing up. He was a murderer. Without warning my old friend, I gathered my own wall of Pi and threw it against him with all the force I could. His eyes went wide as he stumbled. We met gazes for the briefest moment before he crashed into the side of the table and fell backward on top of it. He had a look of disbelief. After all this time, he still trusted me as he had when we were kids, and I betrayed him. With his focus shattered, I heard gasping from both sides of the room. Shara on one, the Master of Coin on the other. Kill him, the Master of Coin wheezed. Everyone not dead or regaining their breath advanced on Isel except me. I was unable to act after the look he'd given me. Effie and the first two guards were back in the room now, everyone running toward Isel.
He jumped onto the table and threw out his arms. A blast of pie hit me in the chest, knocking me down. Everyone tumbled away from Isel, the chairs and carpet toppling after them. Through gaps in the papers cluttering the air, I could see Isel staring at me with a look of urgency as I prepared to subdue him. "Don't, Nico! Swen needs—" Swen? But it was too late. I'd already sent a blast of energy to throw him from the table. While he soared, part of me wondered if he'd gone insane in prison. And now he mistook the king for his brother. But by the time he bounced off the wall, I started to realize what he was saying. The Master of Coin, now running at Isel with a dagger, looked a lot like Swen. Could it be Isel mistook the noble for his brother? Or could it be that it actually was? Oh gods. No! I screamed, already too late as Swen drove his blade into his brother's chest, over and over. Isel was lifeless in moments, yet Swen didn't stop, mutilating Isel's body with the rage of a monster. Blood splattering onto the table between us with a sickening sound. It was all over Swen's face and robes by the time he finally lost the will to keep going. He stood and threw the knife down, its blade striking his brother's already bloody face. Swen spat next, kicked, and leaned over to draw violent breaths. I couldn't watch anymore. The room was spinning. I was on my knees. God, what have I done? The king was seated, dazed but alive. His guards had surrounded him, yelling for healers. Dari sprinted out of the room to retrieve one. "How did this assassin get inside?" someone asked Swen. "He came through the balcony doors. Don't ask me how it was possible without flying. Have your men figure it out." I felt nothing but sickness. I knew there was anger for Swen somewhere within me, but I felt detached from it. The violent manner in which he'd killed Isel was too much for me, especially when I had allowed it to happen. Isel was trying to kill Swen, not the king, not Shara, not anyone else who'd gotten in his way, just Swen. The man who'd killed my mother for roughs. A man deserving of death. What had he done to Isel before this incident? It had to be what had changed him. The anger found me. It was so ferocious and strong that I lost myself to it in an instant. I rose to my feet. The room disappeared except for Swen. I would choke the life out of him. I would kill him twice. No, 3 times. No, 4 was what he deserved. Something was grabbing me. I fought against it. A pair of arms. I realized. Shara's. She let go and jumped in front of me. I moved to get around her, barely noticing anything but Swen, who was still doubled over, regaining his breath from the effort it took to mutilate his brother's body. "Nico! Nico!" She grabbed my cheeks, putting her face right in front of mine. "Nico, look at me!" I found her eyes, those dark, innocent eyes. "There you go. Don't look anywhere else." She still had my cheeks in her hands. I tried to turn away from her, but she wouldn't let me. "Now breathe." I took a breath. Again. I took another. She pressed her forehead against mine. She was crying. "That's good, Nico. Really good. Don't look anywhere else." Her voice was so utterly sad. I didn't understand why. "Now I want you to do something really difficult," she whispered. "I want you to run with me. Do you think you can?" I shook my head and shut my eyes, which only made it harder to see anything besides Swen stabbing Isel over and over. "Look at me," Shara insisted. I opened my eyes to find tears streaming down her cheeks. I faintly noticed others running about the room, some tending to the king, others standing by and speaking to each other in mutterings of disbelief. I heard Pyforial Mage somewhere to my right. It sounded like Dari. Was he talking about me or Isel? "We need to leave," Shara whispered. What was I doing to make her so sad? The question allowed me to let go of some of my anger. "We're going to run," Shara whispered. "We're not going to stop no matter what." I noticed it more clearly then, more people talking about a Pyforial Mage, all of them looking at me. "We need to go now. Are you ready?" "Yes." But as we turned to face the door, Dari and Effie stepped in front of it. The 4 of us stared at each other without a word. I thought about throwing them out of our way, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. "All this time you were one?" Effie muttered angrily. "You're not running away like Isel did." I looked around the room. Everyone was staring at me. The king pushed himself to his feet. 2 women in long white robes encouraged him to sit. He ignored them, rubbing his throat as he approached me. Behind him was Swen, glaring at me in such a way that made Isel's eyes seem innocent in comparison. It stirred up my anger. Why was he so intent on destroying me? He should be scared, not angry. That's when I realized that he was. What does a wild animal do when it's concerned? And that's exactly what I'd done to Swen. I didn't know how he became the master of coin, probably through backstabbing and lying, but I did know his past. I knew things about him no one else in this castle possibly could know. He was terrified of me. "Sire," Swen said, "order the death of this Pyforial mage before he tries to choke you as well." "Send him with us," Effie blurted. "You promised us a Pyforial mage." "No, he must die," Swen argued. "Run!" Shara shouted. She barreled into Effie, knocking her down and clearing a path. "Hurry!" Shara yelled desperately. "Nico, please!" Her eyes watered as she pleaded. Dari watched me with his sword ready, trying to block the entire doorway. As much as it hurt me to go against Shara, I didn't move. If they were going to kill me, it wouldn't be while I fled. It would be while I choked the life out of Swen. Effie calmly got up and unruffled her shirt. Everyone was silent except for Shara, who sobbed and pleaded. "Run! What are you doing?" "He needs to die, sire," Swen stated. "He's too much of a threat." "To you," I didn't say aloud. Everyone in the room was trying to read me, and the last thing I wanted was to reveal my thirst for blood. If I was going to die here, so be it. I'd take him with me. Guards grabbed Shara and put her wrists in shackles. She wouldn't stop pleading for me to run. Whimpering now. There was nothing I could say to her without revealing my plan. I could feel the hard look on my face as I glanced around and waited for them to come at me. "King Quince," Effie said, "you owe us a Pyforial mage. Our psychic has already been here for weeks, training your men and women as part of our agreement." "I'm not going to Ovira," I told Effie. I couldn't after all of this. It would mean leaving Shara and Aunt Nan on their own and letting Swen live. Even the war was a reason for me to stay after everything I'd seen. I was so sick of cruelty that I was ready to give my life to fight it, even if that meant dying just as Isel had. Isel. Suddenly my knees felt weak. This was why he would stop at nothing to reach Glane. Some evils are so terrible that extinguishing their fire is worth sacrificing some good to get it done. It made perfect sense now. But gods, I stopped him from killing Swen. Not only that, it had gotten him killed. I needed to sit down, otherwise I was going to vomit. I walked to the nearest chair and collapsed into it. "He saved us, didn't he?" King Quince asked rhetorically. "He helped," Dari and the other guards reluctantly agreed. "We could have all been killed if it wasn't for him," the king said. "What's your name, young man?" "Nico." The king pulled a chair over and sat to face me. His lack of formality quickly put me at ease. "Why did you come to the castle, Nico?" The packed room was completely quiet, waiting for my answer. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help glancing over to where Isel's body was slumped against the wall. Luckily someone had put a tablecloth over it, now stained red. There were many new faces since I'd first entered. The two women from the courtyard, more men in armor, all staring at me. I felt weak and sick, wishing I could recapture the anger I felt moments ago. "Answer him, Nico," Shara urged. The rattling of her chains was the only sound in the silence that followed. "We have redemption scrolls," I finally managed. "We came from Landheim." "Why did you run into this room?" the king asked. "We heard the sounds of a struggle. We wanted to help." "And you did, and I thank you for that. But now we're in a predicament. Do you see?" I nodded. "Does anyone besides those in this room know you're a Pyforial mage?" I looked at Swen. He stared back with a look that promised he would kill me. Good, I thought. Attack me and see what happens. "No," I told the king. "Will you agree to cooperate if I promise no harm will come to you?" My mouth turned. "I'm not going to Ovira." "Nico!" Shara and Effie shouted at the same time. "Don't be foolish," Effie added. "Nico, go with Effie." Shara tried to come toward me, but the guards yanked her back. I knew what the women were saying. It was the only way for me to get out of this alive. But even without the anger, I still felt Swen's death was more important than my life. The king's brow was creased with worry as he examined me. Why I refused to leave? How could I answer? A piece of the truth should suffice. I have friends and family I care about in this land, and I can't abandon this war after I've seen its effects on people's lives. I'm no enemy of you or your army, but I am an enemy of your enemies. Quince's eyebrows lifted. Dari spoke for me. He and that strange girl killed Priest Kavarek. It's why Antolith wasn't attacked. I knew now was the wrong time to tell them Isel was part of that and not Shara. It made me realize that no one here knew Isel and Swen were brothers. It could even be that Swen went by a different name, a new identity. I would scream out as much of the truth as I could if they attacked. If I couldn't finish off Swen, at least I could cause them unsurmountable problems. The king let out a sigh. I think there's only one option if you refuse to leave Sumar with Effie.
No, please,
Shara shouted.
He wouldn't hurt anyone except to protect the innocent.
I gritted my teeth and readied myself for a battle. I agree, the king said to my surprise, which is why I'm asking him to fight for us. I stood, perhaps a bit too quickly, for the guards surrounding me all pointed their blades. My heart jumped as I readied myself for the attack, but they didn't strike, just waited expectantly. Easy, young man. The ruler's tone was like I was a wild horse about to buck. Sire, I beg you to reconsider, Swen spoke with a dire tone. Using Pyforial energy is illegal for good reason. I know the laws, the king snapped, but I also trust my instincts. I did so with you, making you the master of coin. Now I see something within this young man. His eyes wouldn't leave mine as he spoke. You want to help. No, you need to help, is that right? This was my only way out. I had to ignore that tug at my heart every time I looked at the cloth covering Aizel's mutilated body. I wasn't supposed to care about him, an assassin. He wasn't my friend right now. He wasn't someone I betrayed, and Swen wasn't my worst enemy. I fought against my need for justice as I came to realize I would have my chance later so long as I cooperated. Right now, I needed to be the young man the king thought I was. There was no ridding myself of my emotions, even if I wanted to, but I needed to do something about them. I took a few breaths, pretending to contemplate the king's question while I really squelched the last of my feelings. I do need to help. Then join us. Gladly. The king and I shook hands. I should have felt proud, but I was too numb. He's just agreeing because he knows the only alternative is death, Swen complained. One request, I asked Quince, ignoring Swen. Depends. My friend Shara, The redemption scrolls. Of course you'll be paid. I appreciate that, but there's something else. Something in addition to that, I'm embarrassed to say. What? I have an aunt in Cessary, the last of my family. I don't know what happened to her during the attack, and I need to make sure she's still alive and isn't in need of help. I'll make sure you can visit. So is that it then? I found Shara smiling at me, and I realized the most important thing. One last request. I pointed at her. Shara is brilliant. I'm sure she could be just as helpful to your army as I can, if not more. There must be a place in your army for those who don't fight. Claim inspectors, healers, whatever you need. I'm sure she can do it. She's the only reason we got here in 14 days from Landheim. But I can't have her fight. If she's as smart as you say, we'll find a place for her. It was unlike me to trust anyone I'd just met, but the king's warm smile allayed my concerns. He was younger than I'd expected. Certainly not yet 30, though he still had a fatherly demeanor, as if he cared about me like I was his kin. There was a lot of truth to what Swen said about me. I would claim anything to avoid death or expulsion from Sumar. I was dangerous. Because now that I would be a part of the army, I'd find some way to deliver justice. I found Swen still glaring at me. He wasn't about to believe for an instant that I was no longer a threat, and I knew what he did to extinguish threats. I glanced over at the bloody cloth covering Aizel's body. I wanted badly to tell the king the truth, that Aizel had tried to help the world, that pure evil did exist, and it stood right in this room. My emotions started bursting free. Fury, guilt, disgust. They stirred together and made my head spin. I needed to vomit. I muttered thanks and sought some privacy by leaving the room. I stumbled down the hall, each jarring step tilting the room more and more violently. I entered the first room available, vaguely aware of guards following me. The image of Swen stabbing Aizel was all I could see. I fell to my knees and spewed onto some rug. My body kept trying to expel the contents of my stomach long after it was empty, desperately trying to get rid of the disgusted feeling that wouldn't seem to diminish. I knew Shara's touch well enough by now to realize it was her rubbing my back. A quick look over my shoulder revealed a line of guards standing outside in the doorway. I could hear Effie's voice coming in over them from the other room.
Nico is perfect for Ovira. He's not insane. He has little family. We're not going to find a better Pyforial mage.
You heard what he said, the king replied. He's not going to go with you.
I'm sure Terran can convince him. Just let us speak to him. You owe us.
Your psychic has taught us nothing from what I've heard. No one has made any progress. He began to cough so hard he couldn't speak. Murmurs followed. Probably the healers telling him to rest. Shara helped me up.
We're in the Master of Coins room,
she whispered with a laugh.
Perfect place to ruin a rug.
I'd only just regained the strength to stand when Swen stomped into his quarters. Get this cleaned up, he yelled at the guards. And get him out of here. They brought us downstairs and put us in a bedroom. Dari came in with us and closed the door behind him.
Are we being detained?
Shara asked. We're just watching over you until things have settled and we get our next orders. So we are being detained. For the moment. I sat on the bed and refrained from lying down only because I knew I'd fall asleep immediately. Shara sat beside me and took my hand.
I'm so sorry.
I knew she was talking about Isel. Dari was too close for us to speak without him overhearing. I nodded.
Thank you for thinking of me.
She watched her fingers as she moved them around the top of my hand.
But even if they don't find work for me, you must tolerate whatever they want you to do. I worry they'll send you away if you don't.
Shara needed to know about Swen. I would tell her as soon as we had a moment alone. Or should I? What would she do after she realized I wanted to kill him? I'll do what they ask. I opened my hand and laced my fingers with hers. Dari asked, Are you really as smart as he says you are, strange girl?
My name is Shara.
Are you Shara?
About some things.
Then I'm sure the king will find a task for you. We're in the process of recruiting. This war isn't ending anytime soon. He's not considering starting the sacrifices again, I asked. No. Dari's tone was thick with disappointment. I'm sure he would never openly disagree with his own king, but he just made his opinion pretty clear to us. Someone grabbed the door handle from the other side and pulled hard. Swen's voice came through when it didn't open. Unlock this door immediately. I want to speak to the criminal mage. Chapter 35. Swen ordered Dari out and Shara next. She looked at me silently, asking if I wanted her to argue. She knew this Master of Coin wanted me dead, but she hadn't pieced together that this was Swen. I shook my head. With the door closed and locked, Swen rubbed his neck as he ushered me toward the back of the room with gestures from his dagger. In case you're stupid enough to think about attacking me in here, let me explain something. If one of us dies in this room, the other is dead as soon as he leaves. This was true about me killing him, but I figured he easily could spin together some story of self-defense if the guards came in later to find my body. I wasn't the same boy as before. He would have a tougher time convincing me of the truth and getting away with a lie. Sit. He pointed his dagger at one of the two chairs around the table. It was the farthest spot from the door, away from the listening ears of the guards outside. I remained standing. You sit first. He lifted his eyebrows in mock amusement. Fine. He sat, then I followed. The table between us was round and small enough for him to lean forward and stab me if he wanted. King Quince is just now finding out from Effie that it was Isel who attacked them, the same Pyforial mage her party was going to take to Avira. But that king doesn't know anything else about Isel, nor will he. Understand? Was this a threat or an offer of coexistence? I suppose it didn't matter, as my response to both would be the same. Silence. There are worse things in this world than death, Nico. You don't want me as your enemy. Too late for that. I know what's going through that stupid mind of yours. You think by staying here, you'll get everything you want. Money and revenge. Just revenge. But let me tell you what will actually happen, Swen said. By the first week, you're going to wish you'd gone to Avira. By the second week, you'll beg me for forgiveness. You'll be so miserable, you'll convince yourself that life couldn't be worse than any version of hell. And you'll wish for death by the third week. This is your last chance to change all that. Go upstairs and tell the king you'll leave with Effie and her party. They'll house you, feed you, keep you busy. Many kings have led worse lives than what you'll experience in Avira, all while doing what you love, teaching and training with Pyforial energy. I remember all those hours you and Isel spent by the river. This is the life you were meant for. I didn't care to disagree with Swen, especially when he was right. If there was such a thing as destiny, this was it. I probably could convince them to take Shara with us. But even destiny wasn't going to stop me from staying. Speak, Swen demanded. He wanted to twist my words. I said nothing. Have you gone mute? He licked his lips and leaned forward. Can't take what you saw?
Do they know your name? I asked. Snapping his head back, he seemed shocked by my calm question. Now he was the silent one. Do they know your name? I asked again. Yes. I scoffed to show what I thought of his lie. He shrugged. You'll find out soon enough that I'm telling the truth. I'm untouchable here. And by the time you realize it, it'll be too late for you. To show him how wrong he was, I aimed my hand toward his throat. He jumped up from his chair with a yelp and grabbed at his neck with one hand. The other, the one with the dagger, was ready to cut away the Pyforial energy. When he realized nothing was there, I was just proving a point, his face became red with anger. What had I done? I forgot that Swen couldn't stand being made a fool. He lost control, rushing at me with his dagger. I got tangled on my chair and fell backward. He was nearly on top of me before I had pie ready. I kicked him away as he tried to plunge the knife into my chest. My foot sent his dagger hand back long enough for me to gather pie and hurl the rest of him backward. He only stumbled for a breath, then he was on top of me again. With his teeth gritted, he looked insane. Nothing short of death was going to stop him. Good thing I was ready to kill him. I found another moment of reprieve with a good kick to his right arm. I forced him back with pie once more. I was about to form a ring around his neck, prepared to squeeze with all my strength until long after he stopped moving. The guards ran into the room, tackling Swen and jumping on top of me. Kill him! Kill him! Swen yelled. He tried to attack me. He lies! I screamed. He's the one who came in here with a dagger to kill me. For protection, Swen claimed, thrashing against the guards to get at me. We're all going to need protection from now on if he's left alive. If I wanted you or anyone else dead, then I would have done it already. I could have choked you the moment you came into this room with a weapon. I would have, but I figured I could find a way to do it and stay alive if I waited. It startled me when Swen yelled my exact thoughts. The only reason you didn't is because you think you can get away with it later. Damn, why couldn't everyone malignant also be foolish? The king was in the doorway. Why do you think this? His voice was collected. Shar appeared around from behind him with big worried eyes. Swen let out a great sigh. There's something I've been keeping from you, sire. He surveyed the room, probably while he crafted his lie. I know Nico from my past. I've known he was a Pyforial mage for many years. What? The truth? Where could he be going with this? I scrambled for something to say, but I came up with nothing, forced to listen to whatever lie was about to follow. And that's not all, Swen added. The Pyforial mage who attacked you upstairs? I knew him as well. Now I truly was stunned. We had amassed an audience, and a few people were gasping. Shar had squeezed by the king and was standing against the wall. Effie as well. You knew 2 Pyforial mages without reporting them? Quince asked, incredulous. I did report them, sire. Was this true? Could it be that at any moment I could have encountered the wrong guard, or given my name to the wrong person, and been imprisoned for the rest of my life? The thought enraged me. What had I done for Swen to do this? Then I remembered. My mother. It wasn't what I'd done, but what he'd done. Living and free. I was a threat to him simply because I knew. I'm sure my mother's murder was only a sample of the terrible acts he'd committed throughout his life. There must have been many more people besides me who'd become a threat to Swen. Like Isel, I realized. He was the one who'd reported Isel. He had to be. But what had Isel done to threaten him? I reported Nico long ago, yet he was never caught, Swen continued. But it was only a year ago when I reported Isel. There was an incident in which he had used Pyforial energy. He was put in prison right after. How did you know him a year ago? Swen rubbed his forehead as he shut his eyes. He looked to be in dismay. And it was so convincing that I had to remind myself it was an act. Because Isel was my brother. I gasped along with many others. He'd actually admitted the truth. Why? Whispers of shock spread around the room. You're Swen? Effie yelled. He nodded. She threw her hands over her face and shook her head as she screamed, Bestial hell! We should have asked the name of everyone in the castle before we left for Cessary. The king ignored her. How do you know Nico? He was friends with Isel when they were younger. Close friends. They spent every moment together. I didn't know why, but I was barely able to hold back tears. I got to know Nico well, but he moved. 10 years ago, was it? Now he was asking me, what was he doing? 8, I corrected him. He moved from Cessary back to Landheim 8 years ago. I didn't know that he and my brother were practicing pie before then. Now the lies were flowing. Swen had known before anyone else. He was the one who told us about it, claiming he could manipulate the energy. But Isel later told me that Nico was a Pyforial mage. At the time, I didn't know my brother was also one. He made me promise not to report Nico, but I knew it was the right thing to do because Nico was dangerous. He looked ready to cry, the liar. I felt as if I betrayed my brother because he and Nico were friends. My anger removed the emotional knife wrenching my heart and stirring up tears. I was ready to fight again. Yet, that didn't compare to the terrible feeling I got when Isel attacked me years later with Pyforial energy, Swen continued. It was done in front of so many people that I knew he would go to prison. When the guards took him, I reminded them about Nico as well, but obviously they never caught him. He has a vendetta against me. You, this whole kingdom, just like my brother did. Finally, it was clear to me what he was doing. I knew none of this until now, I claimed, some of which was true. I didn't know Isel had attacked Swen, but I bet he had a good reason, possibly something to do with Karen. I could see Swen harassing her and Isel coming to her defense. He always had for me when we were younger. I have no vendetta, I asserted. I just want to help us win the war. I stopped Isel, didn't I? Guilt twisted in my stomach. Sorry, Isel. It was almost too much to dirty his name. But I couldn't go back now. This was the role I was taking, the good soldier just wanting to fight. Why would I do that if I wanted you or the king dead? There's no reason, I added before Swen could spin my words. Why did you learn to manipulate Pyforial energy? Quince asked. I just wanted to build houses and help people. I was a carpenter in Landheim. Now that Swen had claimed he'd known nothing of Isel and me practicing with Pi when we were younger, I could go along with that lie. I used the energy in secret. I fixed doors, covered roofs, and repaired windows, sometimes for no profit if the family was too poor to pay. I felt my emotions becoming unhinged as my next thoughts came. That I considered myself a failure, that only recently did I actually start to make up for the trouble I'd caused, and that I had much further to go before I was even close to repaying my debt for my ill deeds. But Swen's debt was far worse than mine, and I knew he never would repay it. I looked straight at him and prepared myself for possibly the hardest thing I'd ever have to do. I did know Swen when I was younger, and he was a good man. He watched over me and Isel as we played while our parents were busy working. He was always earning money for his family, helping out however he could. He inspired me to want to help people. I know why he's troubled by me being here, and it's because I haven't had an honorable past like him. But I've changed, and I'm willing to prove it. I wanted to vomit. Good thing there was nothing left in my stomach. The king was waiting for Swen to reply. All the liar could do was stare back at me with a gaping mouth. I swallowed bile and said one last thing. Please let me stay, Swen. I don't want to go to Avira. I want to fight. He gritted his teeth, forced a smile, and then nodded. Chapter 36.
Did you dream yet?
Shara whispered, shutting the door. I sat up in bed, wondering how long I'd been asleep. No.
Good. I wanted to be here before you did. Move over.
I shifted to the middle of the enormous bed while Shara slid under the covers. I put my arm over her and pulled her close. Her familiar scent was a balm to my tormented mind, like a massage to aching muscles. After the last incident with Swen, King Quince had servants show us to vacant rooms so we could rest. In the morning, we'd get our dalliance and find out what the rest of our lives entailed. I'd be nervous if I wasn't so tired. I'd expected Swen to show up in my room and make more threats, but I'd fallen asleep the instant I got into bed. So if he had come, I didn't see him. Why'd you want to be here before I dreamed?
Once we start dreaming, the world we know disappears. I'm going to lose you during our dreams, as you will me.
But this way we'll have each other before and after.
I couldn't think of a better way to prepare for nightmares that await.
I gently pressed her against my body, appreciating how differently her mind worked than mine.
That was some lying, Nico,
she whispered.
I'm impressed.
I surprised myself. I've never been a good liar.
I had no idea he was Swen, and now that I do, I especially...
Don't think it's safe here? I finished her sentence. I know. You want me to leave for Avira.
We both could go. Effie was telling me about this academy where they teach people like us to use bestial energy. I could be a mage.
You're already a mage.
I could be a better mage. Or I could be a chemist. Maybe even a psychic. You could teach them how to use Pyforial energy. It would be a good life, Nico. A safe life.
I couldn't bring myself to tell her the reason I couldn't leave. Maybe we will.
That wasn't nearly as convincing as your earlier lies.
Eventually, I added.
After you find out about your aunt, you'll consider it again?
I will. Swen is dead by then.
Do you mind if I rhyme?
Shara asked.
There's a lot on my mind, and it'll help me organize it. You can rhyme around me anytime you wish.
She put her hand on mine over her stomach and cleared her throat.
King Martef did not heed. Before he dreamed the pain of the people and their need. He believes the destruction will come one day, and anything he does to keep it at bay is worth the gore of this war. This I doubt he'll never deplore, for it's his dream to save us all, and interfere not, big or small.
She paused to think, stroking my arm.
But before he dreamed, he shouldn't have thought, stuck in Sumar were water in a pot. We jump and dance with no way out, steaming hotter with every bout, until we're all boiling, and even then, we'll still be stuck in this pen. We'll fight and burn and die in turn. We'll conquer and fall and reconquer and fall, but eventually one king will stand tall. We then will simmer and celebrate with glee, but I can't say what the outcome will be. Will Martef accept that his dream was destruction, the first great war's induction, or will his wrath incite reversion to the path of old, sacrifices, conversion? Or will the drought return and kill until we abide by our God's will? And what will Swen do? Is Nico a threat? There's still time left to run yet.
She squeezed my hand. We were silent for a long while. I can't run, Shara. I'm going to kill him.
I know.
Again we fell silent. When did you know? I asked.
Right after he slew Isel, when I looked into your eyes.
Silence. You can't rhyme conquer with reconquer, I said.
But I did.
Even worse, you rhymed fall with fall in the same line.
Oh no, Nico. Now you must take me to the poem peacekeepers, for I've broken the precious rules of rhyming.
She threw the back of her hand against her forehead with great melodrama.
They will chastise my technique and call me a fool. They will stomp and shriek for breaking a rule. They will scream and shout while I whimper and pout, until I agree that never again will I rhyme conquer with reconquer. And only then will they let me go to rhyme another day, in which I'll return to you and always obey.
She paused.
The rules of rhyming.
I shook her with mock anger.
You can't end it without a rhyme.
She laughed and grabbed my arm.
I didn't know where it was headed. I'm too exhausted to care right now.
As I thought of Swen's threats, I realized the same could have been said about what I'd gotten myself into. End of Book 1. This has been Fire Games, Pyforial Mage Trilogy Book 1, written by B.T. Narrow, narrated by Bailey Math. Copyright 2014 by B.T. Narrow. Production copyright 2014 by B.T. Narrow.